Chapter in Is This Fortune Teller for Real? At 10:30 p.m., Zhang Chu's door was gently knocked and tap, tap, tap. Immediately after, the soft voice of his landlady, Sister Wang, came through the door. Zhang Chu, are you undressed and going told, I feel air, inconvenient, in need to talk to you about something. Zhang Chu quickly to pen replied, coming, in noticeably quiet. The door opened. Sister Wang stood at the entrance. In her 30s, Sister Wang had a graceful figure and an exquisite face, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, giving off the vibe of a mature neighborly sister. A thought moment, Sister Wang's pale yellow silk nightgown fell to her thighs, and she wore a slightly troubled expression. Zhang Chu readily said, don't worry, Sister Wang, I'll have a theory tried soon. To be honest, although Zhang Chu was not she, he related in Chuang Ian Yong Manisi in Gakriditor made him feel uncomfortable over. It's the table for it, in not sure to file your little bit of money used, feel free to stay here, Sister Wang said as he stepped inside. At this point, Sister Wang sat down and Zhang Chu's began asked, Zhang Chu, can you really tell fortunes? Zhang Chu suddenly realized that Sister Wang had something on her mind and couldn't hold it anymore. She wanted him to read her fortune. Indeed, Zhang Chu is a fortune teller. When he first met Sister Wang while looking for a place to stay, he didn't favor anemone, so he told her he could tell fortunes and asked if he could he heard rent. Coincidentally, as they were talking, a little yellow snake slid her red topped half-floor bed, startling Sister Wang into a scream. Zhang Chu immediately blurted out, the earth dragon's the emergence as startless the heart your nephew is though into hind hear me. As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Wang received a video from her brother, saying that her nephew had been accepted in Tufts National University of Defense Technology and that she should attend the graduation banquet. Without a second thought, Sister Wang let Zhang Chu move into her home. Now, Sister Wang said, Zhang Chu, give me a fortune reading. If you'll get it right, you'll stay for free for 3 years. Zhang Chu couldn't help but complaining wordly, you're taking advantage of me to make, I'm just you guy. What do you mean by letting me stay for free for 3 years? Shouldn't you give me some money instead? Of course, Zhang Chu maintained a calm expression. What does Sister Wang want matter at? Love fortune, Sister Wang replied. Zhang Chu glanced off around and said, a mole on the forehead, bodily kiss of 2 in 5 years. 3 husbands stopped short of any if wealth rise shy. Alas, the night brings gold to Thebon. If the all knowledgeable line fortune telling had seen Zhang Chu's method, they would surely be shocked. Because SI's way said direct and accurate prediction. Most fortune tellers would analyze a birth chart, observe facial features, and carefully deduce, which usually takes 10 to 20 minutes. But direct predictions are different. Theory and sudden inspiration, spoken out loud, which not only makes the divination quick but also extremely precise. Out of 100 fortune tellers, there might not be one who can make key direct predictions. Of course, Sister Wang didn't understand this, but it didn't stop her from grasping Zhang Chu's meaning. Her expression changed in 5 years. I have cut short 3 husbands seriously infective killed all 3 iftam. Zhang Chu slightly nodded. Sister Wang, the million you're for a discarded husband killing million thanks you should have heard of it. Sister Wang's expression shifted, clearly troubled. She had indeed heard of it. Zhang Chu's foreignness all versed he took closet home. Especially the middle dwellings, in 5 years, 3 husbands stopped short 12 right shy, were a precise reflection of her life. In fact, Sister Wang had already been married 3 times in the past 5 years. Her first husband was a 24-year-old young man who died of malnutrition within 3 months. Her second husband was a 40-year-old man who died indigenous and 12 months later, leaving her 3 million in inheritance. Her third husband was a 60-year-old man who fulfilled his death just half a month after they married. This time, the old man left their widows and properties. Thanks to his 3 unfortunate marriages, these women had transformed from Sister Wang into sister property. Wealth was unstoppable, but Zhang Chu's last line, alas, the night brings gold to Thebon, truly spoke to her current situation. As a normal woman of marriage, without any children and a man by her side, was that the night brings gold to Thebon. At this point, Sister Wang was completely convinced. She emphasized last, Zhang Chu, do you think method can be changed? I don't want to grow old alone. It would be too tragic for a woman to age alone. Zhang Chu smiled slightly. Don't worry, Sister Wang, we fortune tellers are here to help poor client solve their troubles. I have 3 strategies for our situation: upper, middle, and lower. Sister Wang was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhang Chu in disbelief. 3 strategies. In fact, she had consulted many fortune tellers and monks, and most had told her that she is destined to boil for life, with no way to change it. But now, Zhang Chu actually had 3 strategies. At this moment, Sister Wang felt a surge of joy and asked, somewhat apprehensively, Zhang Chu, don't joke with them. Are there really thought many methods? Zhang Chu nodded lightly. Of course. Zhang Chu then said, the lower strategy is that you can find a powerful, wealthy man. You mean he's a king of men have a strong fitness and won't be affected? Sister Wang gasped. Zhang Chu should kiss such men a generally desisters if you kill them. You can accumulate merit for yourself. Sister Wang's expression immediately became conflicted. Zhang Chu, are you a serious fortune teller? Of course I am, Sister Wang. Haven't you heard that accumulating merit can change your fate? Until having enough merit, the emotion you're for it will naturally fade, and your fate will change. Zhang Chu answered seriously. Sister Wang felt something was off, but Zhang Chu's words seemed to make some sense. What's the middle strategy? Sister Wang gasped. Zhang Chu replied, the middle strategy is simple. The husband killing million life affects men, not women. If I want to find a companion, you don't necessarily have to look for a man, but find a woman, Sister Wang exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Chu continued with a serious tone. In modern society, thought sorry open gender isn't a problem, technology is the key. Are you still a serious fortune teller? Sister Wang was stunned. Look at this idea is the vanished suggestion from a human. And the middle strategy, even if we find a dog, he wouldn't find a woman. If it weren't for Zhang Chu's serious demeanor, Sister Wang would have slapped him across his face by now. But you have to admit, Zhang Chu's serious appearance did carry some weight, and Sister Wang didn't dare to act trashly. At this point, Sister Wang couldn't lie. Asked, what's the upper strategy? Zhang Chu said, the upper strategy is events employer the husband killing may naturally affect husbands. Sister Wang, you could think the young biter, and instead of letting him kill wife, have them kill him. That way, the husband killing mo won't affect them. Sister Wang is within in shock. Zhang Chu, you're really a non-serious fortune teller. But this is indeed a good upper strategy, Zhang Chu said earnestly. Sister Wang thought for a moment, and after a few minutes, she suddenly looked up at Zhang Chu calmly. Zhang Chu? But soon, Zhang Chu said very seriously, Auntie, I still want to work hard. Ha ha ha. Sister Wang laughed so hard she nearly trembled, then stood up. I was just joking with you. Zhang Chu knew that Sister Wang had already accepted the upper strategy. For a youth and attractive young widow like Sister Wang, finding a boy 12-year-old call her mom was impetuous. At this moment, Zhang Chu said, Sister Wang, we read that this reading counts as 3 years of friend. Sister Wang immediately laughed. Don't say 3 years if your methods work well. You'll stay for free for 30 years and eventually will be great and floppy. After saying that, Sister Wang laughed. Zhang Chu took long sigh freely after the rent issue was resolved, and not owing money felt really good. But soon, Zhang Chu became a trouble dog again. This time, he had come to Jinling City at her mission. Before a full age master disappeared, she sent Zhang Chu a text message. Jinling City, feel around street. If you can't make his method or file yourself, just wait. Thinking of the few age master's methods, Zhang Chu shivered, as a fashion sword was Shen impoverished. Waiting till experience change Yanyu as torturous methods. What a joke, do you know Washer Net the tight leave the world's #1 witch? Zhang Chu had to leave the funeral she had to make something of himself before his master checked his work. What does it mean to make something of oneself? Simply put, it means shaving money and status. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I'm go into serious line make money. Zhang Chu solved.
Chapter 2. The Black Panther seizes the tiger. Fortune awaits the following morning. Zhang Chu muttered to himself as he stepped out of the building. Having been in Jinling for several days now, it stands to reason that my fortune should be arriving. Upon exiting, he spotted a large black dog forcefully rubbing a plump orange cat against the ground. The cat emitted a series of meows, indistinguishable between anguish and delight. Zhang Chu's heart leaped with joy at the sight that in the realm of feng shui. This phenomenon is referred to as the Black Panther seizing the tiger. Those who witness such a scene are destined for financial luck, provided they can scare off the black dog and rescue the cat. Naturally, the Black Panther is not a true panther, nor is the cat an actual tiger, but the fortune they bring is unlikely to be excessively overwhelming. A substantial income for 6 months would suffice. Thus, Zhang Chu shouted towards the dog, "Hey, release that wild cat." The black dog, startled by the voice, quivered and leapt away from the orange cat. Turning around, it barked at Zhang Chu in apparent dissatisfaction. Zhang Chu crouched slightly, and the black dog, frightened, bolted away. With the dog gone, the orange cat rolled on the ground a few times, seemingly expressing gratitude in its own way. Zhang Chu then solemnly declared, "No need for thanks, that if you encounter that black dog again, just mention my name, Zhang Chu, and it shall not dare to bully you." It is essential to leave a name after performing a good deed. Otherwise, fortune may become lost out of course. One must also leave the name of another when committing a misdeed that on Yuping Street, a bustling marketplace filled with a variety of vendors awaited. Here, one could find elderly men selling jade artifacts and antiques, laborers freshly unearthed ancient coins, swords, and pottery from construction sites, monks offering blessings on jade items, fortune tellers donning sunglasses who name and red faces, and swindlers peddling ointments while performing tricks with monkeys. Zhang Chu's gaze fell upon a young monk clad in pristine white robes, exuding an ethereal aura. His stall, selling blessed jade, was adjacent to Zhang Chu's. This monk, known as Biju, had a reputation for pricing his jade items at exorbitant rates, often 188, 388, or even 998 yuan. Yet surprisingly, his business thrived. Biju was a friend of Zhang Chu's. The two stalls stood side by side. Rumor had it that the monk, a graduate of a prestigious university, had renounced his worldly life after falling for a 68-year-old professor whose husband disapproved of their union. In a fit of rage, he chose to become a monk and somehow ended up selling blessed jade on Yuping Street. "Good morning, but..." Zhang Chu greeted him. The monk nodded slightly. "Ba, my Dharma name has changed. I am now known as Jio." Zhang Chu was taken aback. "Your name can change?" Jio explained. "Yesterday, I encountered a pair of sisters who requested my assistance in blessing their jade. Thus I have adopted this new name today." Zhang Chu was astonished. "Is your blessing for real?" Jio replied. Ba, a monk speaks only of fate." Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed. "Fate indeed. You lecherous monk." At that moment, Jio pushed a bowl of beef porridge toward Zhang Chu. "Have something to eat. That a female benefactor just gifted me this, but I told her I do not consume meat." Zhang Chu accepted it without hesitation. "Thanks. After I earn some money today, I will treat you to a drink at noon." Jio chuckled. "Today? You haven't made a sale in 3 days. Where will your money come from?" Zhang Chu replied confidently. "Monk, do not underestimate me. In our line of work as fortune tellers, we either make no sales or we land a big one. By noon today, not only will I treat you to a fine drink, but I shall also make my final visit to Yuping Street." Jio's expression turned peculiar. "If you are not coming to Yuping Street, where will you go?" Zhang Chu explained. "Yuping Street offers me but a single opportunity for wealth. Once I seize this fortune, I will rent a shop on Furong Street, which is where I truly belong." Such lofty aspirations. Jio appeared skeptical, that he continued. "I have heard that the shops on Furong Street cost at least 200,000 yuan a year. Even if I pay quarterly, I need to come up with 50,000 initially, plus renovation costs. Do you truly believe you can make 100,000 today?" "Absolutely," Zhang Chu asserted confidently. Furong Street is renowned as one of the most prosperous thoroughfares in Jinling, bustling with activity and famed for its iconic status in the city. Since the witch master has instructed Zhang Chu to establish himself there, he must fulfill this destiny. Half an hour later, while Jio had successfully sold several pieces of jade, Zhang Chu's stall had yet to attract a single customer. Jio remarked with a smile, "It seems your fortune has yet to arrive." At that moment, Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. Not far away, a provocatively dressed beauty with light brown hair and a cigarette perched between her lips approached with a troubled expression. She appeared to be a woman of the night. "My business is about to pick up," Zhang Chu declared. Jio followed his gaze, puzzled her. "Indeed her," Zhang Chu confirmed. Jio frowned slightly. "She's a technician from the Paradise on Earth establishment, number 17, that I know her. She doesn't have much money." Zhang Chu's demeanor stiffened, and he slowly turned to Jio. "How do you know so much?" Jio sat upright. Ba, a monk possesses knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters." Zhang Chu inwardly grumbled. Indeed, monks are truly impressive. They fib without a hint of shame. Just then, the number 17 technician arrived at Zhang Chu's stall. With a nonchalant demeanor, she inquired, "So, fortune teller, are you a legitimate seer?" Zhang Chu offered her a small stool, saying, "A fortune teller is certainly a legitimate one. However, I am unsure if what you wish to inquire about is indeed serious." Upon hearing this, the woman paused momentarily before taking a seat. Her name was Lu Mingting, as Jio had mentioned, and she was indeed the technician from Paradise on Earth. Many men on this street had experienced her true skills. At this moment, several passers-by paused to watch the spectacle. Fortune-telling has always been a captivating attraction on Yuping Street. Lu Mingting directly stated, "Master, I have recently started dating a new boyfriend. Could you help me discern his true feelings for me?" As she spoke, she placed 100 yuan in front of Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu recognized immediately that this woman had some understanding of the fortune-telling trade. In this profession, it is customary to place a small sum of money before the seer before asking a question. This serves as a way to secure one's own fortune, ensuring that whatever the seer predicts, one's own luck does not wane. Zhang Chu refrained from making an immediate judgment or asking for the birth dates of Lu Mingting and her boyfriend. Instead, he countered, "Is it necessary to ask me whether your boyfriend is genuine in his affections?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingting's expression soured slightly. Chapter 3. A few words to bring tears to a young lady indeed. Zhang Chu perceived at a glance that this woman had been ensnared by a turtle shell. The term, turtle shell, refers to a type of man who thrives on the patronage of courtesans. Such individuals engage romantically with these women, feigning indifference to their status, and employing sweet words to charm them, relying on the courtesans to provide for all their needs, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These turtle shells possess an acute understanding of the emotional landscape of courtesans, enabling them to elicit a willingness from the women to support them. Furthermore, these men often maintain relationships with several courtesans simultaneously to sustain their quality of life. True affection? One suspects that Lu Mingting herself is aware that the man in question is merely after her wealth. Her inquiry was but a quest for solace. Typically, fortune tellers encountering such scenarios utter a few auspicious phrases to dismiss the client. However, Zhang Chu chose a different approach. For Lu Mingting was poised to receive a windfall that day, and Zhang Chu's own financial aspirations hinged upon this very business transaction. Thus, he aimed to showcase his true prowess, withholding the answer Lu Mingting desired. Upon realizing Zhang Chu's lack of cooperation, Lu Mingting abruptly stood, reclaiming the 100 yuan from the stall. Following this, she regarded him with disdain. "You call yourself a fortune teller. You can't even read the room. I merely sought a bit of good fortune, and you couldn't even discern that? What kind of fortune teller are you?" The phrase seeking good fortune refers to a minor perk within the realm of fortune telling. Many families, upon the birth of a child, marriage, or when a child enrolls in university, consult fortune tellers for reassuring words, seeking peace of mind. In such instances, a fortune teller can simply utter a few auspicious phrases, and naturally, a small payment follows, an unspoken agreement between the fortune teller and the client. Lu Mingting, having failed to receive her desired words of good fortune, was understandably displeased. At that moment, she scoffed. "You refuse to seize money that comes so easily. It's no wonder you'll be peddling trinkets your whole life." Around them, many erupted into hearty laughter. "Young man, you are clearly lacking in experience. You should return to your master for further instruction. To rely on this craft for sustenance, one must be well versed in the subtleties of human interaction." Even Monk Jiushi shook his head, believing Zhang Chu's business acumen to be lacking. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu remained unfazed, exuding calm and composure, unaffected by the mockery surrounding him. As Lu Mingting turned to leave, Zhang Chu sighed. "Such a pity, such a pity. You have a golden nugget at your disposal, yet you seek a man to squander it for you. How foolish." Lu Mingting immediately turned back to Zhang Chu. "Golden nugget?" Zhang Chu's gaze was clear as he focused on Lu Mingting. "Indeed, today, fortune smiles upon you, with the god of wealth at your doorstep. A windfall is assured." However, he shifted his tone. "If you lack wise guidance, that windfall will surely slip through your fingers." Lu Mingting smirked dismissively. "Oh, you are quite amusing, that a windfall. Are you suggesting I should send you 2,000 yuan and then sit idly at home waiting for fortune to knock? That sounds suspiciously like a telecommunications scam. Do you not believe me?" Zhang Chu inquired. Lu Mingting huffed. "Then say something that will convince me." Zhang Chu glanced at her and promptly stated, 16 years old. These three simple words caused Lu Mingting's expression to shift dramatically, as if Zhang Chu had struck a nerve. At that moment, Lu Mingting appeared unsettled, visibly at a loss. Zhang Chu smiled gently and gestured towards a small stool. "Sit." Lu Mingting's expression fluctuated, and before long, she returned to the stool. Lighting a cigarette, she took a deep drag, seemingly attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. At this juncture, the onlookers ceased their earlier ridicule, each recognizing that Zhang Chu had undoubtedly touched upon something significant. All eyes were fixed on Lu Mingting and Zhang Chu, eager to witness how this fate would unfold. Yet, Lu Mingting took a deep breath, adopting a nonchalant facade. "What of 16 years old? Speak." Zhang Chu maintained a serene demeanor, exuding both stability and confidence as he elaborated. "Your 16th birthday marked a pivotal juncture in your life. Before the age of 16, you enjoyed a harmonious family life. Your father wielded power and influence, you excelled academically, and your teachers favored you, with everyone revolving around you. After 16, however, your family fell apart. At 17, your father was incarcerated, and he remains behind bars to this day. In that year, you lost your financial support, dropped out of school, and entered the workforce." With each statement from Zhang Chu, Lu Mingting's expression transformed. Initially, she appeared indifferent, but now, her hand trembled around the cigarette, and tears began to stream down her cheeks, that in mere moments, Zhang Chu's words had brought tears to this young lady's eyes. Lu Mingting's heart ached, mourning her descent from a privileged girl to a courtesan. Only those who have not traversed such a path can truly comprehend her anguish. She vividly recalled her initial foray into this life, how those who once sought her father's assistance now sought her company, and how they shamelessly humiliated her. That sense of humiliation was a memory she would carry for eternity, that in this moment, Lu Mingting lifted her gaze to Zhang Chu. You truly can read destinies?" Zhang Chu replied with calm assurance. "Indeed, I possess the ability to foresee destinies, and furthermore, I can also discern that your current boyfriend is in dire need of a substantial sum of money, which is why you sought my counsel regarding his sincerity." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingting's expression shifted dramatically. "Master, your words are astoundingly accurate." She then divulged the details herself. "Indeed, my boyfriend claims his mother is ill and requires a significant amount of money. I intend to sell our old home to assist him." Zhang Chu could not deduce the specifics of her boyfriend's mother's illness. He could only infer that her so-called boyfriend was likely a gambler. Of course, Zhang Chu refrained from alerting Lu Mingting to this fact, as she was not oblivious. She was undoubtedly aware of the truth. She was merely deceiving herself, and who could remedy that? At times, a courtesan's affection is rendered painfully trivial and devalued. For now, Zhang Chu simply wished to conclude this transaction and secure his share of the earnings. Thus, he inquired, "Do you now believe?" I believe. Lu Mingting eagerly nodded. In that instant, her demeanor shifted to one of reverence. She extinguished her cigarette and, with a look of sincerity, asked, "Master, you mentioned I would receive a windfall today. Pray tell, where might this windfall be found?" The surrounding crowd, along with Monk Jiu, grew intrigued. All were curious to learn what fortune might befall a courtesan. Zhang Chu responded, "This windfall requires guidance. The fortune." Without hesitation, Lu Mingting declared, "As long as it is unexpected wealth, name your price, and I shall pay it. According to tradition, I shall take 20% of this unexpected fortune," Zhang Chu stated. "Agreed," Lu Mingting responded. Zhang Chu then remarked, "Any unexpected fortune must be accompanied by auspicious signs. Take a moment to reflect on what auspicious signs you have encountered." "Auspicious signs?" Lu Mingting furrowed her brow. "What auspicious signs? I have not sensed any good fortune. Rather, misfortunes abound, and I even lost half a box of condoms I bought for my boyfriend." The crowd, Zhang Chu, however, focused intently on Lu Mingting's face, meticulously calculating. Chapter 4:200,000 in hand a few minutes later, Zhang Chu remarked, "What transpired at 6:30 this morning? Something distinct from the usual, perhaps a particularly memorable incident. I had just risen at 6:30. Ah, I remember now. After getting out of bed, I encountered something quite repulsive." "Do tell," Zhang Chu urged. "As soon as I stepped outside, I heard a magpie calling from above. I yawned and looked up at the magpie, and suddenly plop, a magpie dropping fell straight into my mouth, and it made me feel utterly nauseous. I immediately vomited it out." "You vomited?" Zhang Chu exclaimed, her expression one of sheer astonishment, as if she had just witnessed an absurd act. Seeing Zhang Chu's reaction, Lu Mingting hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Was that not the right thing to do? You should have swallowed it." Zhang Chu lamented. "Ah!" Lu Mingting gasped, "At that moment." Zhang Chu sighed, "Never mind, what's done is done. Some things are simply destined. Sir, you cannot be suggesting that because I vomited the magpie dropping, my windfall has vanished?" Lu Mingting asked anxiously. Zhang Chu shook his head. "Not quite. Since you have encountered me, the fortune that is meant for you shall remain yours." However, the remainder of his thought remained unspoken. Had she swallowed the magpie dropping, that fortune would have been preserved. Yet now, while the fortune still exists, it would merely pass through her hands, and she would be unable to retain it. Considering Lu Mingting's rather lackluster boyfriend, it seemed to follow a certain logic to at that moment. Zhang Chu continued, "Very well, let me reveal to you where your fortune lies." "Please, master, enlighten me," Lu Mingting said, her ears perked with anticipation. Around them, many passers-by grew curious, eager to witness whether this fortune-teller was truly as remarkable as rumored. Zhang Chu directly inquired, "Is your residence an ancestral home?" Lu Mingting nodded vigorously. "Indeed, my ancestral home is quite near Yipping Street, though it is rather old. I've been considering selling it in the coming days." In her determination to gather funds for her boyfriend, Lu Mingting was truly making an effort to at this juncture. Zhang Chu declared, "You should revisit the spot where you received the magpie dropping. A sign of good fortune descends from the heavens, and if I am not mistaken, your ancestral home has housed affluent individuals." Lu Mingting's expression suddenly brightened with excitement. "Could it be?" Without delay, she exclaimed, "Master, please follow me." Lu Mingting rose to lead the way, and Zhang Chu packed up his stall, preparing to accompany her in search of that windfall. Jiu, too, lost interest in his stall and declared, "I'm coming along. I have yet to witness a truly skilled fortune-teller." Some onlookers attempted to follow, but Zhang Chu halted them, bowing slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this art is not meant for public display. The sea does not reveal its depths, and those who merely skim the surface shall not witness the hidden treasures. You need not accompany us." With a single statement, Zhang Chu dissuaded the curious crowd, only taking Jiu and Lu Mingting to the old courtyard in the city. As they walked, Zhang Chu had already gathered ample information about Lu Mingting's situation. Her father had once worked for the Disabled Persons Federation, and through his position, had embezzled a considerable sum of public funds. With newfound wealth, he took a mistress, who subsequently bore him a son. This led to a divorce from Lu Mingting's mother. In a fit of rage, Lu Mingting's mother reported him, armed with undeniable evidence, and sent him to prison. While Lu Mingting's mother had her vengeance, she gained no benefit from it. The money divided during the divorce was all illicitly acquired and thus reclaimed, leaving the mother and daughter in increasingly dire straits. Eventually, Lu Mingting's mother remarried, and Lu Mingting sought her fortune elsewhere. After all, having once lived in affluence, it was not uncommon for valuable items to be buried within the old residence. Soon, the trio arrived at the ancestral home. "Where did you receive the gift?" Zhang Chu inquired. Lu Mingting approached a jujube tree. "Right here," Zhang Chu promptly instructed. "Take 3 steps east, then 9 steps directly south, and dig downwards. 3 meters and 3 centimeters, in search of unexpected wealth. Following Zhang Chu's guidance, Lu Mingting arrived at a peony plant. Could it be here? She asked. Zhang Chu nodded, glancing toward the entrance. Closed the door tightly. Fortune should not be exposed. Lu Mingting hurried to the entrance, securing the door and locking it with 2 additional locks. Next, Zhang Chu produced a red string and tied it around the base of the peony. I shall tether the flow of wealth. You two begin digging, Zhang Chu instructed. Half an hour later, Jioshi's shovel suddenly struck something hard, prompting him to halt. There is indeed something. Lu Mingting's eyes widened with excitement. Could it be that my wretched father truly buried a treasure? Before long, a specially crafted box was unearthed. With a firm strike of a hammer, the lock was freed, that a stack of 100 yuan bills appeared before them. Neatly arranged, a total of 1 million. My heavens, we've struck gold, Lu Mingting exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. In that moment, she felt as though she might leap for joy. She had intended to sell the old house to gather funds for her boyfriend, with the price already negotiated, set to conclude in the coming days. Had it not been for Zhang Chu, this money would have had no connection to her, this instant. Lu Mingting's gaze toward Zhang Chu transformed entirely. Now, even if Zhang Chu proposed to help her in the most intimate of ways, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Clearly, Zhang Chu held no interest in such a woman of questionable virtue. Lu Mingting, understanding her own standing, complied with the arrangement and willingly offered Zhang Chu 200,000. Jiushi also received a 2,000 yuan reward for his efforts. Once the task was complete, Zhang Chu prepared to take his leave. However, Lu Mingting, now viewing him as a divine figure, hurriedly stopped him. Master, please allow me to treat you to a meal before you depart. Evidently, Lu Mingting had further requests for Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu shook his head. There is no need for a meal. At that moment, Lu Mingting inquired once more, Master, I truly wish for you to discern the sincerity of my current boyfriend's feelings for me. This time, Zhang Chu spoke candidly. He is only sincere about your wealth. Then if I find a way to safeguard this money, he will be sincere toward me, yes? Lu Mingting asked. Zhang Chu shook his head. Hear me well. Lu Mingting immediately perked up, focusing intently on Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu articulated. The wise do not fall into the depths of love. A cast-iron pot can only stew a large goose. If you willingly choose to be that goose, to be consumed for meat and broth, then there is naught I can do. Having spoken, Zhang Chu left Lu Mingting in a state of bewilderment and departed with Jiushi. With 200,000 in cash nestled in a black tote bag, Zhang Chu felt elated. Monk, let us go. I shall treat you to a drink, he declared. At the Jinling Hotel, a plate of peanuts, a platter of beef, and 2 dishes of spiced broad beans were laid before them. Zhang Chu and Jiushi raised their glasses in a toast, downing their drinks in one go. Soon after, Jiushi remarked, Zhang Chu, do not take offense, but if you are considering opening a shop on Furong Street, you might as well abandon that notion. Upon hearing Jiushi's words, Zhang Chu's expression became peculiar. Monk, what do you mean by that? I have yet to even attempt to open a shop, and you're already cursing me. Jiushi shook his head gently. You are new to Jinling City and may not understand. Furong Street is no ordinary street. Opening a different type of shop is quite simple. But if you wish to open a feng shui or fortune-telling establishment, well, don't blame me for not warning you. It is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 5. I aim to make a name for myself. Is it difficult? Zhang Chu asked, astonished, as he gazed at Jiushi. Pray tell, in what way is it difficult? Jiushi inquired. Have you ever heard of the 3 prominent families of Jinling? Zhang Chu shook his head. I have just arrived in Jinling. I am unfamiliar with any notable families. The only thing I know is that Furong Street is quite famous and bustling. At this moment, Jiushi took a sip of his drink and continued. The 3 great families of Jinling are the Jin family, the Shangguan family, and the Zhou family. Furong Street is renowned for its illustrious young lady, Shangguan Qingxue, who oversees the street. That street is celebrated for its integrity. Should you ever encounter counterfeit goods or deception, you can directly lodge a complaint with the Shangguan family, and they will compensate you 100-fold for any fraud. I have indeed heard a little about the concept of 100-fold compensation, Zhang Chu remarked. It is precisely due to this esteemed reputation that Furong Street has become the most famous and prosperous thoroughfare in Jinling. Jiushi continued. Not long ago, a monk attempted to sell consecrated jade there, but he was expelled within 3 days. The monk lacked the requisite knowledge of consecration and was merely peddling ordinary jade. Shangguan Qingxue is intolerant of such incompetence and promptly dismissed him. Zhang Chu regarded the monk with a peculiar expression. Jiushi, tell me the truth. Was that monk you? That is of little consequence. Jiushi replied. What matters is that the street does not welcome fortune-telling or Buddhist shops. If you were to venture there, Shangguan Qingxue would surely expel you, and you might even end up receiving a beating. After saying this, Jiushi contentedly munched on a couple of peanuts, his face adorned with a smile as he looked at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow. It seemed there might be some difficulty involved. Nevertheless, since his witch master had instructed him to establish himself on Furong Street, he was determined to make it his own. If Furong Street were unwilling to accept him, he would find a way to purchase the entire street. What do the three great families of Jinling matter to him? At this moment, Zhang Chu raised his glass and declared, "Hey, monk, ordinary people may face restrictions when attempting to enter that street. However, there is nothing that can deter me, Zhang Chu, from achieving my goals." Jiushi smiled slightly. "Then I wish you good fortune. I shall reserve a stall for you on Yiping Street." "No need. Once I achieve success, I shall construct a temple for you, allowing you to lie back and rake in the profits." Ha ha ha. A mischievous yet handsome monk and a 1,000-year-old witch's apprentice shared a drink, creating a scene of harmony and contentment. On Furong Street, Zhang Chu located the street management office and rented a small shop. The rental process was unimpeded. They simply advised him to operate with integrity, and he did not disclose his intentions. It was not until Zhang Chu, accompanied by renovation workers, affixed a Bagua diagram to the door that things began to feel slightly amiss that he had commissioned a plaque inscribed with the words, "Iron Mouth Straight Judgment." Quickly informed the young lady. Someone intends to open a feng shui shop on Furong Street. A female manager at the street management office instructed a nearby girl. "Manager, why do we need to involve Miss Qingxue in this? Can't we just expel the person directly?" The girl replied. The female manager shook her head. "You are overthinking it. The Shengguan family has its own rules. Feng shui masters should not be easily offended unless we are certain they are charlatans. At present, we are unaware if this individual possesses genuine skills or is merely a fraud. It is best to let Miss Qingxue handle such decisions personally. I saw the shop owner. He appears to be at most 22 or 23 years old. He must be a fraud," the girl muttered. However, under Shengguan Qingshue's capable management, despite their suspicions, these individuals refrained from overstepping their authority and proceeded to report to Shengguan Qingxue. Zhang Chu's shop renovation progressed swiftly. He merely added a few tables and chairs, arranged some feng shui-related decorations and props, and was ready for business. Before long, the shop door swung open, and two young women entered. Zhang Chu looked up and was instantly struck with a sense of shock. Rising abruptly, with a changed expression, "Master," he nearly blurted out. Yet in the next moment he restrained himself. Indeed, one of the women bore an uncanny resemblance to his master. Her delicate features and cool countenance seemed as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. Although his witch master had claimed to be 3,000 years old, her appearance had remained that of a woman in her 20s. From the moment Zhang Chu could remember, his master, Shang Xianyu, had never changed her visage. Time seemed incapable of leaving a mark upon her. And now, this woman standing at the door looked exactly like his witch master. However, with a slight shift in perception, Zhang Chu immediately realized that she was not his master. Their auras were entirely different. The woman before him was tall and elegant, donning a loose, pristine white blazer on her upper half, paired with neat and tidy cropped trousers below, exuding an air of competence and authority. The other girl accompanying her held a folder, appearing to be dressed as a secretary, and was equally beautiful. Any man who beheld such a pair would undoubtedly steal glances, captivated by their allure. At this moment, the woman who resembled Shang Xianyu spoke. "Hello, I am Shengguan Qingxue, that I believe you have heard of my name to some extent." Shengguan Qingxue, upon hearing this name, Zhang Chu's heart plummeted. "Heavens, how could this be? Why must you resemble my master? Do you not realize that your face makes it difficult for me to sleep at night? Damn it, must I be governed by a woman who looks like this by nature?" But then Zhang Chu realized something. Wait, could it be that my master, Shang Xianyu, has deep connections with Shengguan Qingxue and the Shengguan family? Otherwise, how could their appearances be so similar? My master is named Shang Xianyu, with the surname Shang. The Shengguan family name also contains Shang. Good heavens, could it be that the Shengguan family is actually a descendant of my master? The more Zhang Chu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He then mentally grumbled, "No wonder my master instructed me to establish myself on Furong Street. It turns out she wants me to look after the Shengguan family." Well, although Zhang Chu was currently penniless, and the entire street belonged to Shengguan Qingxue, his mindset inexplicably shifted to become one of looking after the Shengguan family. After all, they were the descendants of his master. If his master were the ancestor of the Shengguan family, it would not be unreasonable for them to refer to Zhang Chu as their elder. It would be quite natural for an ancestor to look after their juniors, wouldn't it? Of course, Zhang Chu was not foolish. Despite internally acknowledging the Shengguan family as his distant kin, he had no intention of revealing his identity. Otherwise, they might think he was trying to take advantage of the Shengguan family. Thus, Zhang Chu slightly adjusted his mindset and nodded at Shengguan Qingxue. "Indeed, I have heard of you." At the same time, Zhang Chu internally recalibrated his goals. "My master said to establish myself on Furong Street. Merely making a little money and achieving some status seems insufficient. To be an elder opening a shop on the streets is hardly achieving a respectable stature. That would be an object of ridicule. At the very least, I must strive to present myself as a proper elder, mustn't I?" Meanwhile, Shengguan Qingxue had entered the shop and casually chosen a seat. She regarded Zhang Chu with a scrutinizing gaze. You're so young, yet you can tell fortunes. The female secretary added. Let me tell you, our Furong Street is renowned for its integrity. If you plan to use the guise of feng shui to deceive people here, you are sorely mistaken. Zhang Chu smiled slightly. Of course I can tell fortunes, that if you doubt my abilities, I can demonstrate one for you right here. Chapter 6. Shangguan Qingsnow. Upon hearing that Zhang Chu intended to read her fortune, Shangguan Qingsnow couldn't help but smile faintly. Very well. Do proceed, that I am quite curious to see what skills you possess. Zhang Chu cast a glance at Shangguan Qingsnow before articulating. When night falls, the tiger stirs dreams. As the hour of the tiger arrives, slumber becomes elusive. The crane stands tall, envied by many, merely a pawn in the schemes of petty individuals. Shangguan Qingsnow furrowed her brow slightly. What does that mean? At this juncture, Zhang Chu elaborated. Over the past month, you have been plagued by the same recurring nightmare, one that is intimately tied to a tiger. Furthermore, at precisely 3 a.m, the hour of the tiger, you are invariably jolted awake by this dreadful dream. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingsnow felt a jolt in her heart. Zhang Chu had hit the nail on the head. However, her expression remained composed, for as a scion of a prestigious family, she had long mastered the art of maintaining her composure in the face of adversity. Outsiders would find it impossible to glean her inner thoughts from her demeanor. Had it been an ordinary fortune teller, witnessing Shangguan Qingsnow's reaction might have led them to doubt their own accuracy. Yet Zhang Chu exuded confidence, even harboring a hint of admiration for her. Truly, she is a descendant of a formidable sorceress. Her mental fortitude is commendable. In that moment, Zhang Chu felt compelled to explain the latter part of his revelation. Given her recent nightmares, it was likely that she had fallen victim to the machinations of a malicious individual, an affront that bore the hallmarks of some nefarious sorcery. Over time, such a predicament could escalate into a grave issue. As the offspring of a master sorceress, and with a visage strikingly reminiscent of her mentor, it seemed plausible that her mentor had sent Zhang Chu to Furong Street specifically for her benefit. Thus, Zhang Chu felt a duty to look after her. However, before Zhang Chu could articulate his thoughts, Shangguan Qingsnow smiled gently and remarked, it would be prudent not to speak too freely about my affairs. Nevertheless, you do possess a certain intrigue. There was a hint of caution in Shangguan Qingsnow's demeanor. She neither confirmed nor denied Zhang Chu's assertions. She simply declined to allow him to delve further. The nightmares certainly troubled her, yet she was not one to seek advice from Zhang Chu based solely on a single utterance. Maintaining a degree of wariness towards others was an essential quality for those raised in illustrious families. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Zhang Chu was genuinely skilled in fortune-telling or had merely gleaned insights into her circumstances through other means? After all, her physician was well aware of her troubles. Thus, it was inconceivable for Shangguan Qingsnow to place her trust in Zhang Chu without reservation. Had she been so gullible, she would have long since found herself stripped of her possessions. Zhang Chu was acutely aware of her reservations, that if she chose not to listen, he would refrain from further comments, knowing that there would be ample opportunities to engage in the future. At that moment, Shangguan Qingsnow cast a glance at her female secretary and exchanged a knowing look. The secretary promptly stepped forward. Fortune teller, why not give me a reading? I wish to ascertain whether you are a charlatan. You. Zhang Chu surveyed the secretary with a bemused expression. Shangguan Qingsnow nodded slightly. Let's see you see your skills. If you make an error, I trust you comprehend the consequences. Zhang Chu chuckled inwardly, recognizing a hint of his mentor's assertiveness in Shangguan Qingsnow's demeanor. He countered, and what if I am correct? Shangguan Qingsnow replied, a single correct guess does not suffice, that if you accurately discern CU's situation, I shall grant you 3 days of my patronage. 3 days? Zhang Chu was taken aback, rendered speechless. What are you afraid? The secretary inquired. Zhang Chu couldn't help but swallow hard. He indeed felt a twinge of reluctance, that it wasn't that he feared making a mistake in his fortune-telling. Rather, Shangguan Qingsnow bore an uncanny resemblance to his formidable mentor. Having finally extricated himself from her grasp, he found it disconcerting that someone with such striking similarities would be in his establishment for 3 days, that it felt akin to escaping a snake's bite only to discover several eels lurking nearby. It must be said that Zhang Chu harbored a psychological aversion to his mentor, a shadow looming larger than the city of Jinling itself. Observing Zhang Chu's expression, Shangguan Qingsnow couldn't help but chuckle. It seems quite necessary to observe you for a few days. Zhang Chu felt a pang of annoyance, but given that Furong Street was under her dominion, he had little recourse but to acquiesce. Very well, 3 days it shall be. But mark my words, after 3 days, you are to cease your visits to my humble establishment. Shangguan Qingsnow replied, should you err even once within those 3 days, you must vacate Furong Street. And what if I am entirely correct? Zhang Chu inquired. Shangguan Qingsnow smiled. If you are correct in every regard, I shall personally craft a plaque for you, to be hung prominently, that I will vouch for your success, ensuring that your business flourishes and your reputation soars. Zhang Chu's eyes brightened. This indeed was an enticing proposition. After all, no matter how charming a young lady may be, she still relies on her mother's recommendations. With Shangguan Qingsnou's endorsement, his business would surely thrive. It is a promise, Zhang Chu declared. He then turned his attention to the secretary. Now, what is it you wish to inquire about? The secretary tilted her head slightly, a smile forming as she concocted a challenging question for Zhang Chu. I usually do not carry cash when I go out, but fortuitously, I have a bit of money today. Why don't you tell me how much cash I possess? Without hesitation, Zhang Chu responded, $72.85. Such was his confidence, a spark of insight lighting up his mind as he spoke without a moment's pause. Of course, this was not mere guesswork. Zhang Chu had honed his skill over a decade of diligent practice, requiring vast amounts of experience and knowledge. At that moment, Shangguan Qingsnou regarded him with a peculiar expression. Surely, this cannot be accurate. How could you possibly know? The secretary chimed in gleefully. It must be false. For starters, the last digit cannot be correct to 85 cents. No one uses 5-cent coins anymore. With that, she retrieved her wallet, laying out some coins on the table for Shangguan Qingsnou to verify. In short order, the secretary burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it was a ruse. I have $72.08, and not a single 5-cent coin. Shangguan Qingsnou pondered deeply. Although Zhang Chu's response was incorrect, the figure was surprisingly close, off by merely 5 cents. This fellow possesses some talent. Shangguan Qingsnou mused inwardly. At that moment, her gaze towards Zhang Chu shifted subtly. First, he accurately perceived my nightmares, and now he can estimate my cash with remarkable precision. Could he truly be that formidable? Yet Zhang Chu shook his head, focusing intently on the secretary. No, you definitely have a 5-cent coin on you. My wallet is right here. It is impossible for me to have any extra coins. The secretary protested, even emptying her pockets for Zhang Chu to see. Zhang Chu casually glanced at her before grinning. Last night, you went on dates with 2 boyfriends? The secretary's expression darkened. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhang Chu chuckled. One of your boyfriends is rather particular. After your rendezvous, he slipped you a 5-cent coin, though you may not have noticed. He gestured towards her left breast pocket. Check for yourself. It is likely tucked away. The secretary flushed with embarrassment. Are you a pervert? Do not tarnish my reputation. Zhang Chu raised his hands in mock surrender, feigning innocence as he looked towards Shangguan Qingsnou. If she is uncooperative, can it truly be said that I am mistaken? Shangguan Qingsnou maintained a stern expression, turning to the secretary. See you, do as he suggests. Reluctantly, the secretary bit her lip and reached inside. Moments later, her countenance transformed dramatically as she indeed extracted a 5-cent coin from a concealed pocket. Chapter 7. A clash of 2 sparrows over food. The female secretary was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that there would indeed be money inside. However, Shangguan Qingshua's expression morphed into one of amusement as she glanced at Zhang Chu, then at the female secretary, and suddenly inquired, You 2 aren't attempting to pull a fast one on me, are you? What are the odds of such a coincidence? The female secretary hastily shook her head. No, miss, I truly do not know him. Zhang Chu offered no explanation. He simply chuckled. Did you not say you would observe for 3 days? Since you have so much leisure, just keep a close watch. Shangguan Qingshu felt a stir in her heart. Indeed, the past few days had been rather free for her. She had been plagued by nightmares, leaving her in a rather poor state of mind, so she had delegated much of her work to subordinates. Moreover, if Zhang Chu truly possessed some talents, she would certainly have him assist her in deciphering the nature of her recent nightmares. Of course, Shangguan Qingshu would need to scrutinize Zhang Chu for a while. After all, certain matters touched upon her privacy. Thus, Shangguan Qingshu spoke nonchalantly. I am a woman of my word, since I have stated I would observe for 3 days, not a minute less. With that, she found a seat tucked away and sat down with the female secretary, preparing to watch how Zhang Chu would divine fortunes. Before long, the shop door swung open, and in walked a woman in her 40s. Oh, since when did a fortune-telling shop open here? She murmured as she entered. It just opened. Would you like to have your fortune told? Zhang Chu asked. How much does it cost to have my fortune told? The woman inquired. Zhang Chu replied, a glance at the past is free. For insights into the future, the cost for ordinary fortune-telling is 300 yuan per reading. Of course, if you wish for me to venture out, additional fees apply. In fortune-telling, if one merely wishes to know how many people reside in a household or what events they have encountered in the past, it is to demonstrate the diviner's abilities and requires no fee. Just as Zhang Chu had previously assessed how much money the female secretary possessed, this was to instill trust in the client and was free of charge. However, to gain insights into the future, one must pay. Zhang Chu had already inquired about the going rates while at Yuping Street. Generally, street stall readings were around 100 yuan per reading. Given that he had opened a shop, charging 300 yuan per reading was reasonable. A reading costing 200,000 yuan would be an exceptional circumstance. For ordinary folk, the fees would certainly not be that exorbitant. Upon hearing the price, the woman immediately addressed Zhang Chu. I would like to inquire about my romantic prospects. Oh. Zhang Chu glanced at the woman, preparing to cast her fortune. But before he could speak, the woman continued, I am 42 this year and have never been in a relationship, that I maintain my integrity. I am a good girl. I wish to find a man of a similar age, preferably one who has also never been in a relationship. As for conditions, he must own a house of no less than 150 square meters in Jinling, possess a car worth at least 300,000 yuan, and have a degree no lower than a master's. It would be best if he holds some social standing. I believe that a man in his 40s who cannot meet these criteria is utterly unsuccessful and worthless. Master, please guide me on how I can find such a man. With that, the woman pushed 300 yuan toward Zhang Chu. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qingxue and the female secretary stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. This inquiry was far more formidable than the female secretary's previous test of Zhang Chu. This moment, Shangguan Qingxue whispered to the female secretary. If he can resolve this for her, he must be a master-level individual. The female secretary nodded vigorously, expressing her strong agreement. However, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chu pushed the 300 yuan back to her, saying, This 42-year-old beauty, I am a fortune teller, not a wish granter. For that, please visit Yuping Street and seek a monk with the Dharma named Jiu Shi. The woman was taken aback. But she quickly stood up, anger flaring. What do you mean by that? If you lack the skills, don't take on jobs beyond your capabilities. What business do you have running a feng shui shop? Ridiculous. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door with a thunderous bang, that as soon as she left, Shangguan Qingxue laughed. Zhang Chu, you couldn't seize your first business opportunity. I see your skills are rather lacking. Zhang Chu's expression darkened. Clearly, she came to the wrong place, mistaking it for a wishing well. It must be said, the foot traffic on Furong Street was substantial. Within a short time, several more individuals entered seeking fortune-telling that a man in his 30s approached and immediately asked, Master, I just had a son. My last name is Liu, and I would like your assistance in naming him. Your son, Zhang Chu said, his expression peculiar. The man nodded. Yesterday, I had a marvelous dream in which I unearthed an imperial tomb and struck it rich, holding gold in one hand and jade in the other, but I would like you to name my son based on this dream. Zhang Chu responded, holding gold in one hand and jade in the other, let us name him Louis Shou. Shangguan Qingxue and the female secretary burst into laughter. Were you serious about that name? The man's face darkened. Master, are you joking? Zhang Chu replied. You were the one who began with the jest. How was I joking? The man retorted. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. Oh, you, a 30-year-old virgin, have likely never even seen a woman's thigh. How could you have a son? Why not show me proof? The man was left speechless. You. But how could you tell that? Zhang Chu waved his hand. Quickly leave. What nonsense are you here for? The man fled in embarrassment. Before long, a young man in a security uniform approached Zhang Chu's stall. Master, I earn 2,800 a month and could save 1,000 recently. I found a girlfriend, and I would like your help to determine if she is after my money. Zhang Chu scrutinized the young man from head to toe. I suspect that aside from your finances, you must possess some special talent. I have a particularly long tongue. Zhang Chu nodded. That's right. Leave me 10 yuan. Your girlfriend is not after your money. Thank you, master. The young security guard was immensely grateful, leaving behind 10 yuan before departing in high spirits. The young guard felt that as long as the woman wasn't interested in his money, it was worth pursuing the relationship. Zhang Chu found it somewhat absurd. Although there were many people on Furong Street, most came merely to amuse themselves, with few having genuine inquiries. Some individuals entered purely to tease Zhang Chu. However, there was little he could do. After all, his reputation had not yet been established. Once he gained notoriety, those who sought to play tricks would likely think twice before entering his shop. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue remarked, It seems ordinary folks do not believe you can truly tell fortunes. Can you still perform genuine readings? Just then, Zhang Chu suddenly noticed 2 sparrows fluttering down at the entrance, seemingly vying for food. The struggle between the 2 sparrows was quite fierce, and one of them appeared to be injured, leaving a few drops of blood on the ground. Zhang Chu's heart stirred. In the realm of divination, this phenomenon is referred to as 2 sparrows fighting over food. Blood is seen. Ordinary individuals witnessing this sign would often squander considerable time and effort for trivial gains, expending energy fruitlessly, yet achieving nothing of value. For merchants, this sign generally indicated that they would only be able to conduct one final transaction for the day, and that last transaction would likely bear little profit. Thus, Zhang Chu declared, 2 sparrows fiercely contend for food, a futile expenditure of effort. It appears that today, we can only conduct one last transaction before closing shop. The female secretary immediately frowned. Are you afraid of us supervising you? Hence the premature closure? Shangguan Qingxue inquired. Are you feeling guilty so soon? Zhang Chu chuckled softly. It is not guilt. Rather, the next transaction is problematic, and I will likely need to step out for a while. Cut it out. Are you trying to fool us? Just because you saw 2 sparrows fighting, you can predict business. The female secretary was somewhat skeptical. Shangguan Qingxue also became intrigued, her gaze fixed on the entrance, wearing a look of curiosity that a few minutes later, the shop door swung open once more, and a haggard young man stepped inside. Chapter 8. The young man seeking his mother. The young man who entered through the door appeared quite disheveled, his clothing worn yet relatively tidy, though his haggard expression betrayed a sense of urgency. Upon crossing the threshold, he inquired, "Who can tell fortunes?" "I can," Zhang Chu replied. The young man cast a glance at Zhang Chu and was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Zhang Chu's youthfulness belied any expectation of him being a fortune-teller. However, the young man soon dismissed his doubt and anxiously asked, "Can you help find someone? My mother has been missing for 3 days, and I am utterly at a loss." "Why not report it to the police?" Shangguan Qingxue interjected. The young man, visibly dejected, replied, "I reported it long ago, but there have been no leads." He then turned to Zhang Chu. "Can you truly help me find her? If you can locate my mother, He hesitated, perhaps intending to say, "I will pay whatever it takes," but the emptiness of his pockets rendered him speechless. Zhang Chu, however, was unconcerned. His fortune-telling shop had just opened, and his priority was not to make a quick profit, but to establish a reputable name. At this stage, whether one had money or not was inconsequential. What mattered was building a good reputation. Thus, Zhang Chu stated, 300 yuan will suffice. I can help you find her, and you may pay me afterward." "Ah, that would be wonderful," the young man exclaimed with delight. Zhang Chu prompted, "Now, tell me what happened." The young man, named Ma Guosong, recounted, "I really don't know how it happened, that my mother was perfectly fine, not suffering from any mental illness. 3 days ago, she suddenly left without a word. Initially, our family thought she might have gone for a run, so we didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until around 8 or 9 in the evening that she still hadn't returned, and we couldn't reach her by phone. That night, we reported her missing and began searching frantically. For 3 whole days, there has been no trace, and I was truly at my wit's end, so I came to the bustling city in hopes of luck, hoping to find some surveillance footage. That's when I saw this fortune-telling establishment and decided to come in." After listening, Zhang Chu nodded. "I see. Can you deduce where my mother might be?" Ma Guosong inquired. Zhang Chu scrutinized the young man's face and then spoke without hesitation. "The palace of parents is sunken. The moon corner tilted. Your mother has already passed away." This time, Zhang Chu utilized the standard method of physiognomy. The human face is divided into 12 palaces, with the palace of parents located at the forehead in the sun and moon corner areas. The left sun corner represents the father, while the right moon corner represents the mother. With just a glance, Zhang Chu could discern that the young man's mother had indeed passed away. "Ah?" The young man was taken aback, but he quickly retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. My mother has only been missing for 3 days. How could she possibly be dead?" Zhang Chu replied with conviction, "I do not make mistakes." He then rose. "Let us go. I will take you to find your mother." After saying this, he turned to Shangguan Qingxue. "Would you prefer to watch the shop or accompany us?" Shangguan Qingxue did not respond immediately, but instead asked Zhang Chu, "Is it far from Jinling?" "If we must leave Jinling City, then I want to go." Cautious by nature, she pondered the possibility of Zhang Chu deceiving her and kidnapping her. In such a case, whom would she turn to for help? Zhang Chu considered this while looking at Ma Guosong. "Do you live in Jinling City?" Ma Guosong hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, in Lizuang, a village within the city, about 10 kilometers from Furong Street." Zhang Chu further inquired, "You seem anxious. You must have sensed something. Have you encountered anything unusual recently?" Ma Guosong replied, "For the past 2 days, I have been having the same dream. In the dream, there is a well, and when I go to draw water, I always hear my mother calling my name from behind. When I turn around, I see a strange figure resembling my mother, but its face is flat, devoid of features, and it looks terrifying. I have been startled awake by that dream several times, unable to sleep soundly, and I continue to seek information about my mother, but to no avail." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingxue and her female secretary felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Shangguan Qingxue, who had also been plagued by nightmares recently. If dreams truly held meaning, did this not imply she too might be facing some peril? Consequently, Shangguan Qingxue's focus sharpened. She was particularly eager to ascertain whether dreams genuinely foretold omens. Zhang Chu continued questioning Ma Guosong. "Was the water in your dream clear, murky, or blood-colored?" "Murky," Ma Guosong replied. Zhang Chu nodded. "That settles it. Clear water signifies wealth, murky water indicates danger, and blood water suggests a homicide. At least for now, it appears your mother has not fallen victim to foul play." Then Zhang Chu analyzed, "The well signifies home. Your mother has not wandered far, yet the figure you saw, resembling your mother but without features, indicates that her whereabouts are difficult to discern." For Zhang Chu, interpreting dreams presented no challenge. His mind raced with analysis. Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, in that dream, was there anything else that left a strong impression, such as plants or furniture?" Ma Guosong thought for a moment before responding. "I remember that the featureless figure stood beneath the wall." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's eyes lit up, a stone, and a wall. This is often a sign of a frequently tread path, likely near the roadside or in a park. He continued, the fact that the face is hidden suggests it is facing downward, and there is water in the well. At this point, Zhang Chu abruptly asked, is there a park with water to the southeast of your home? The young man eagerly replied, yes, Shihua Park. Moreover, there is a small lake within Shihua Park. That's it, Zhang Chu exclaimed. Shengguan Qingshu interjected, Shihua Park? That's not far from Furong Street. Conveniently, my car is right outside. Let us go take a look. At this moment, Shengguan Qingshu was equally eager to determine the accuracy of Zhang Chu's interpretation of the dream. The group boarded the vehicle and headed toward Shihua Park. Inside the car, Ma Guisong appeared extremely anxious, his heart silently praying that Zhang Chu's predictions were incorrect. Yet, inexplicably, before long, the car arrived at the park. Shihua Park boasted a vast artificial lake, its surface adorned with a plethora of lotus leaves dancing in the breeze. Furthermore, numerous walkways meandered through the center of the lake, where many people were enjoying themselves. The railings along these walkways only reached waist height. Should anyone choose to leap into the water, it would require little effort. At that moment, the four stood at the edge of the lake, and Shengguan Qingshu asked, Zhang Chu, are you suggesting that someone is in the lake? Zhang Chu nodded, looking at Ma Guisong, kneel down and bow a few times towards the lake. Without hesitation, Ma Guisong knelt and began to bow towards the water. Zhang Chu intently focused on the lake's surface. As Ma Guisong bowed several times, ripples began to form across the lake, stirred by the ornamental fish within. Suddenly, a large koi. Chapter 9. A corpse in the lake as a large red and white carp leapt from the water. The female secretary exclaimed in surprise. Oh, what is happening? Meanwhile, Shengguan Qingshu remained. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck Zhang Chu, and he uttered a verse. Red and white carp convey parental affection, embracing the stone while surrendering to the water's embrace. Unwilling to see their offspring in poverty, he continued, I have discerned the whereabouts of your mother yet. Yet what? Ma Guisong inquired. Zhang Chu sighed. Yet your mother harbored a wish. She does not want you to find her. What? Ma Guisong's face expressed utter confusion. The female secretary interjected. Zhang Chu, you can't possibly be unaware of her mother's location and are merely fabricating a story to deceive us, can you? Ignoring her, Zhang Chu focused on Ma Guisong. Your mother indeed has such a desire. She does not wish for you to discover her remains. However, once life ceases, the light extinguishes. The ultimate decision lies with you. Whether to honor your mother's last wish or pursue other intent. I must see her in life or death. Zhang Chu nodded. Very well. Procure a boat for the retrieval. From the spot where the red and white carp leaped, head 30 zhang northeast. There, you shall find her. At that moment, Shengguan Qingshu declared, I will make the arrangements. Soon, a boat glided to the center of the lake. Zhang Chu, Shengguan Qingshu, and the female secretary remained on the bank. Numerous onlookers gathered, engaged in speculation. What is happening? Someone inquired. It seems someone has fallen into the water. Did the surveillance capture it? Just then, a mysterious voice chimed in. I heard that They consulted a fortune teller, who instructed them to search the lake. A fortune teller? What nonsense. This is true, and I heard it was ordered by the young lady of the Shengguan family, Shengguan Qingshu herself. Look over there. Isn't that Shengguan Qingshu? Could the young man beside her be a feng shui master? I heard that feng shui master is indeed quite young. At this moment, many tourists turned their attention towards Zhang Chu, intrigued. Shengguan Qingshu smiled slightly. I intentionally spread the word that a feng shui master predicted someone would be found here. If true, it will likely spread like wildfire, earning you some well-deserved recognition. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. You're thoughtful. Upon seeing the clothing of the corpse, Ma Guisong immediately burst into tears. Mother! The sight caused a wave of astonishment among the spectators. Heavens, is there really a dead body? What terrible luck! No wonder I felt a chill passing through that area this morning, as if leeches were crawling on my legs. Just last night, I ran along that corridor and thought I saw something on the water's surface, but dismissed it as a trick of the light. That fortune teller must be something extraordinary. Where is his shop? Furong Street. Surely, the fortune teller didn't kill her. Or perhaps he had seen the events unfold. I refuse to believe someone could predict so accurately. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each voice adding to the cacophony. On the shore, the female secretary, Lin Siyu, gasped in shock. My goodness, he truly got it right. This is astonishing. Shengguan Qingshu had turned to Zhang Chu, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. In that moment, she fully believed Zhang Chu was no charlatan, but rather an exceptionally skilled feng shui master. It is understood that families like the Shengguans place great importance on feng shui practitioners. They simply detest frauds. Yet should one possess genuine talent, they would earn sincere respect and friendship. Such families are notably humble, acutely aware that the longevity of their lineage is significantly influenced by fortune. Feng Shui masters are the pivotal figures capable of wielding that fortune. At this instant, Shangguan Qinxue felt a surge of excitement. I never imagined that Furong Street would attract such a remarkable individual. I must establish a good rapport with him. It is said that my family's standing in Jinling City is due to my great-grandfather's association with an influential Feng Shui master. Contemplating this, Shangguan Qinxue I had my doubts before, and I sincerely apologize. This statement left Lin Siyu in stunned silence. Shangguan Qinxue was known for her formidable and aloof nature. It was rare for her to even smile at others, let alone apologize to a young man. Yet now, it was evident to all that she had humbled herself significantly. Zhang Chu remained unfazed, recognizing that, by virtue of their familial ties, Shangguan Qinxue was indeed his junior, and her deference was entirely appropriate. He then remarked, "Since the body has been located, let us proceed to take a closer look." "Very well," Shangguan Qinxue replied quickly, leading the way. The body had already been brought to shore, and a crowd had gathered around it. The corpse was visibly bloated, with a stone tied around its chest. "There's been murder," someone gasped upon witnessing the scene. "With a stone tied to her body, it must be a homicide," a voice whispered. Beside Zhang Chu, the female secretary, terrified, hid behind the crowd, reluctant to approach. In contrast, Shangguan Qinxue observed with poise, showing no signs of fear. Turning to Zhang Chu, she asked, "Since you were able to ascertain the location of his mother, you should also be able to deduce the cause of her death, correct?" From within the crowd, someone chimed in, "It appears to be a homicide." Zhang Chu, however, shook his head. "I have stated before, it is not a homicide. It is a suicide." "Suicide? How could that be? Who would tie a stone to themselves and jump into a lake?" A voice from the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Guisong protested. "Impossible. My family never mistreated my mother. She would never take her own life." Zhang Chu replied, "Search for a note. There should be something akin to a farewell letter." Upon hearing this, Guisong immediately began rummaging through his mother's pockets. Before long, he produced a waterproof plastic pouch and, indeed, discovered a letter inside. After reading it, his eyes glazed over, and he slumped down, weeping uncontrollably. Zhang Chu reached out, taking the letter to examine it, while Shangguan Qinxue also glanced at it. After reading, a heavy silence enveloped them. The letter was brief, but filled with despair and resignation. In essence, Guisong's mother had taken her own life, and the sole reason was poverty. Chapter 10. Ensnared by a soul. The content of the suicide note was tragically simple. That a few days prior, Guisong's mother had felt unwell and sought medical attention, only to be diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. Not wishing to burden her children, she chose to forego treatment. Yet, she was acutely aware that once her family learned of her condition, hospitalization would be inevitable. For the impoverished, such a stay often meant the demise of their household. Financial ruin was a common consequence, with families fracturing under the strain. Illness leading to poverty and poverty resulting in divorce were all too frequent occurrences in the lives of the destitute. Thus, Guisong's mother opted for suicide. The reason she chose to drown herself while clutching a stone was her desire to avoid detection and cremation. It was not a fear of posthumous incineration, but rather due to the monopolization of the funeral industry by one of the city's three prominent families, the Zhou family. Death had become exorbitantly expensive. Just months earlier, a neighbor had jokingly collapsed, laughing himself to death, and the cost of the cremation services had amounted to a stack. The prices for urns and burial plots were outrageously high that if one dared to refuse the prescribed urn, the ashes would not be released. Should one wish to clandestinely bury the remains, the consequences were dire. If discovered, one would face fines and be compelled to cremate the remains anew, ultimately necessitating the purchase of an overpriced urn. Without a burial plot, the only option left was to scatter the ashes, fearing her children would spend money on her funeral. Guisong's mother chose to end her life in the lake. In her farewell note, she expressed that if her body were to be discovered after decomposition, she wished for it to be disposed of carelessly. She did not even inscribe her name in the note, wishing to prevent any subsequent financial burden on her family upon discovery of her remains. Upon reading the note, Shangguan Qinxue was struck with profound shock. Zhang Chu had been eerily accurate from the outset, stating that Guisong's mother did not want her son to find her body. Ordinary people truly cannot afford to die, lamented those around her. Zhang Chu mused inwardly. One must earn more money, otherwise life is unbearably harsh. At that moment, Guisong suddenly knelt before Zhang Chu, solemnly bowing his head in gratitude. "Sir, thank you, thank you." Zhang Chu accepted this act of reverence with grace, recognizing it as a merit he could bear. However, as Guisong completed his gesture, Zhang Chu felt a sudden disorientation, as though something ethereal had penetrated his consciousness. He realized this was the power of merit. when someone expresses heart. At that instant, Shangguan Kingsnow's visage appeared to waver in Zhang Chu's eyes. For a fleeting moment, her form seemed to merge with that of the sorceress master. Startled, Zhang Chu held his breath. What does my master intend? Is she attempting to resurrect through Shangguan Kingsnow's body? But in the next heartbeat, a luminous shadow erupted from Shangguan Kingsnow, piercing into Zhang Chu's forehead. He had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon that he hastily closed his eyes, scrutinizing the sorceress master's appearance within his mind. That it was a pitch-black expanse. Above her form, several dim, enigmatic symbols circled. Suddenly, one of the symbols shimmered and brightened, but just as quickly, all visions dissipated. Both the sorceress master Shang Xianyu and the symbols vanished without a trace. Anxious, Zhang Chu sought to recapture that moment. Yet no matter how fervently he searched within his mind, it was as if the image had flickered like a match flame, never to return. At last, Zhang Chu opened his eyes and turned to Shangguan Kingsnow, eager to comprehend what had transpired. Their gazes met in the void, and Zhang Chu noticed a hint of confusion and a trace of attachment in Shangguan Kingsnow's. By borrowing her spiritual energy, you inadvertently made her feel a natural affinity towards me. The essence of a soul is an extraordinarily mysterious entity. Once a portion of a person's spirit attaches to another. In folklore, those who encounter a bewitching entity often find themselves hopelessly infatuated, devoid of reason, due to a fragment of their soul being absorbed. The term soul-snatching aptly described. Thus, it could be said that her essence had been ensnared by him. The Zhang Chu gazed at Shangguan Kingsnow's somewhat dazed expression, hastily distancing himself. It was unintentional. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my master, and I harbor no ulterior motives. However, within Shangguan Kingsnow's heart, a fluttering sensation took hold, akin to the gentle collision of a fawn's heart. Could this be love at first sight? Shangguan Kingsnow found herself in a state of bewilderment. While she had not lost her rationality, whenever her gaze fell upon Zhang Chu, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind wandered into realms of fantasy that an irresistible urge to call him Father Zhang. Fortunately, her self-control proved strong enough to refrain from expressing this impulse openly. Thus, she quickly averted her gaze from Zhang Chu's visage, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to meet his eyes again. Unbeknownst to her, a fragment of her essence had already been ensnared by Zhang Chu. Unless he aided her in restoring her spirit, she would inevitably plunge into a love-stricken abyss, devoid of reason or rationale. Initially, Zhang Chu found himself at a loss, but upon reflection, he realized the situation might not be so dire. As the head of Furong Street, Shangguan Kingsnow's inexplicable attachment and affection for him could only yield benefits. Capturing her spirit might not be such a bad thing, Zhang Chu pondered, but why do I feel my master is a 3,000-year-old sorceress, and it is not unreasonable for her disciple to be a creature of the night. At that moment, Zhang Chu contemplated his master once more. Why had her essence suddenly borrowed from Shangguan Kingsnow's spirit to invade his consciousness? Had she encountered some extraordinary peril? Chapter 11. The troublemaker Zhang Chu pondered rapidly within his mind, struggling to comprehend why the shadow of his master, the witch Shang Xianyu, had entered his consciousness in such a manner. A few minutes later, he finally deduced a plausible explanation. The witch master is in danger, and there exists a mysterious connection between her and Shangguan Qingxue, allowing their souls to resonate in some way. The reason master summoned me to Furong Street is likely linked to her injuries, and this time, her condition may be exceedingly grave. In truth, the actions of the witch master this time bore a hint of recklessness. The 8 great mystical sects had convened to discuss the rightful ownership of a supreme treasure, and yet she thought to borrow it for her amusement. Would they be willing to lend it to her? Despite her 3,000 years of life and astonishing prowess, do the 8 great sects not possess their own secrets? Consequently, with her disappearance and the destruction of her sect, Zhang Chu narrowly escaped disaster through sheer luck. Thus, Zhang Chu understood that even if his master did not perish, she would certainly sustain severe injuries. Contemplating this, he felt a throbbing headache, lamenting the misfortune of having such a master. It appears that the power of virtue has granted her the ability to convey messages to me. Therefore, to uncover more information about her, I must acquire greater virtue. If I can illuminate all the mysterious symbols on her body, I should be able to obtain precise information. Although he had come to these conclusions, Zhang Chu did not harbor excessive worry for his master's predicament, nor did he feel an urgent need to acquire virtue. Why? Because his master, Shang Xianyu, was renowned as the world's foremost witch. As the saying goes, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. That a witch who has lived for 3,000 years would not easily meet her end. Furthermore, Shang Xianyu was fated to be a solitary star, possessing a remarkably resilient fate. She could vanquish all her foes while inadvertently bringing doom to her own loved ones. For 3 millennia, she had remained a solitary figure. That is for why this solitary star raised Zhang Chu. Do not inquire, for the answer lies in her unyielding destiny. At this moment, Zhang Chu cast another glance at Shangguan Qingxue, musing. A part of her soul has entered my body, and now her spirit is weakened. Given that she seems to have been schemed against recently, I wonder if she might encounter trouble. Naturally, Zhang Chu refrained from voicing these thoughts. After all, the young woman was beginning to grow attached to him, and it would not be long before she sought him out of her own volition. Thus, Zhang Chu declared, "All right, this matter has been resolved. Let us depart." Shangguan Qingxue, striving to compose herself, responded in a tone tinged with admiration. "Mr. Zhang is truly remarkable." She then added, "Since we brought Mr. Zhang here, it is only right that we escort you back. See you." The female secretary hastily affirmed, Yes, we should see you home." In the car, with the female secretary driving, Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu occupied the rear seat. Strangely, Shangguan Qingxue seemed a bit more reserved and ladylike, even stealing glances at Zhang Chu, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. That it was inevitable. Those whose souls have been drawn away often found themselves inexplicably attached to others. The fact that she had not yet approached him was already a sign of restraint. That as the day drew to a close, Shangguan Qingxue and her secretary bid farewell to Zhang Chu and returned to the Shangguan family. "Miss, shall we visit Zhang Chu's feng shui shop again tomorrow?" the secretary Lin Siyu inquired. Without hesitation, Shangguan Qingxue replied, "Of course." After parting with Zhang Chu, Shangguan Qingxue reverted to her decisive and commanding demeanor. "Miss, you haven't been sleeping well lately, often plagued by nightmares. That I believe Zhang Chu could certainly help with that. Why not ask him for assistance?" Lin Siyu suggested. Shangguan Qingxue smiled slightly. "You need not worry about that. I have my own plans." "He is indeed quite impressive," Lin Siyu remarked. Immediately, Shangguan Qingxue inquired, "So, is it true what he said about you having 2 boyfriends?" Lin Siyu's face fell. "Miss, you mustn't listen to that fellow's nonsense. I was merely playing around. I do not have 2 boyfriends." Shangguan Qingxue huffed. "Siyu, your position beside me is quite sensitive. You must be cautious about your personal life. You should clarify what those who approach you truly desire. I do not wish for anyone to use you to harm the Shangguan family. Rest assured, miss, I will no longer associate with them," Lin Siyu hastily promised. The following day, Shangguan Qingxue and Lin Siyu arrived punctually at Zhang Chu's feng shui shop. True to her word, Shangguan Qingxue was a woman of her word, and she never compromised on her commitments. After exchanging greetings, they settled into a seat further inside the shop. It must be said that Furong Street was bustling with people. The news of the body retrieval incident in the park had spread, and many had recorded videos, circulating them in local groups. Consequently, today, numerous individuals were already aware of the newly opened fortune-telling shop. The establishment had not been open long when patrons began to arrive for divination. Today's clientele appeared considerably more subdued, no longer merely seeking amusement. A middle-aged man sought to name the newborn twins of his neighbors. That a laborer, troubled by his boss's incessant harassment to work overtime, was contemplating quitting and had come to seek guidance about his future. A woman, pregnant and involved with a married man, inquired about when the man's wife might meet her end, as she was eager to secure her position. Another attractive young woman expressed her dissatisfaction with her current benefactor's financial support and sought to replace him, leaving her contact information with Zhang Chu in case any wealthy clients came seeking fortune-telling. There was even a devoted grandson inquiring about ways to render his grandmother senile, hoping to inherit her properties. Zhang Chu addressed each query, offering suggestions whenever possible, and most customers left thoroughly satisfied. In just 2 hours, he had earned 3,000 yuan. However, the matters faced by the majority of clients were relatively simple, failing to reveal Zhang Chu's true capabilities. Shangguan Qingxue and her secretary found the fortune-telling process quite fascinating, particularly Shangguan Qingxue, whose soul had been drawn to Zhang Chu, making her increasingly aware of his charm and allure, causing her heart to flutter. Heavens, could it be that I am truly developing feelings for him? Shangguan Qingxue pondered anxiously. If Zhang Chu could hear her inner thoughts, he would likely respond with a stoic expression. "No, you are not. That is merely a fleeting illusion brought on by the allure of your soul being drawn to mine." At that moment, a burly middle-aged man clad in a black tank top, adorned with dark tattoos, entered, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The man's imposing physique and the scar on his face gave him a fearsome appearance. Zhang Chu frowned slightly. He had little fondness for the smell of smoke. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon the intruder and stated sternly, "Step outside to smoke." The man, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Chu's words, advanced towards him, deliberately exhaling a puff of smoke in his direction. With a condescending tone, he remarked, "You're the fortune teller, right? I've heard you're quite skilled." Chapter 12. Scarred Lu looking for trouble? Zhang Chu felt a chill in his heart, unable to believe that on just the second day of opening, such a ruffian had come knocking. Not one to coddle him, Zhang Chu sternly commanded, "Get out." The scarred face immediately grinned menacingly. "Kid, it seems you don't want to survive on Furong Street anymore. You really ought to inquire about who I am." As soon as Scarred Lu finished his sentence, Shangguan Qingxue could no longer remain seated. She stood up abruptly, declaring, "Scarred Lu, since when did you have the final say on Furong Street?" Indeed, Shangguan Qingxue was familiar with this scoundrel. Scarred Lu was with no legitimate occupation, spending his days brawling. In the past, he had come to Furong Street to act like a bully, attempting to mooch food and drinks, throwing his weight around. However, Shangwan Qingxue would not tolerate his antics, and had once had him forcibly dunked headfirst into a toilet, nearly drowning him. Since that incident, Scarred Lu had not dared to show his face on Furong Street, but in Shangwan Qingxue's eyes, he was nothing more than a dog, an annoyance to be swiftly dealt with. Whenever Scarred Lu encountered her, he was like a mouse confronting a cat, too terrified to utter a sound. Yet today, he seemed to have gained some audacity. Upon seeing Shangwan Qingxue speak, a smile plastered itself on his face, albeit insincerely, as he said, "Oh, it's the esteemed Miss Shangwan. I didn't expect to see you here." Shangwan Qingxue's expression turned frigid. "Scarred Lu, it seems the lesson I imparted last time wasn't sufficient." Scarred Lu hastily retorted, "Miss Shangwan, I know it would be simple for you to end me, but we must adhere to reason, right?" However, Shangwan Qingxue coldly shot back, "Reason with you? What do you think you are? You worthless scoundrel." Scarred Lu lowered his voice submissively. "He is here running a fortune-telling business. I merely asked him for a reading. That is not illegal, is it?" Shangwan Qingxue remained icy. "If you wish to have a proper reading, speak respectfully. If you intend to cause a scene, you want to leave Furong Street in one piece today." As her words fell, her female secretary produced her phone, preparing to summon help. Scarred Lu raised his hands in surrender. "Don't call anyone. I'm just here for a fortune-telling, truly no trouble." Despite his conciliatory words, Scarred Lu wore a grin that revealed his lack of fear. Zhang Chu spoke coldly. "If you want a reading, extinguish that cigarette and deposit some money first, but if you refuse to extinguish it, then get out." All right. With a woman backing you, you think you're so impressive." With that, Scarred Lu chuckled as he extinguished a cigarette and sat down in front of Zhang Chu. He then slid 300 yuan across the table, saying, "I'm short on cash lately. Tell me tomorrow's lottery numbers that if you get it right, I'll buy you a drink, and from now on, you'll tell me the numbers every day. If you get it wrong, you'll just be a talentless swindler, and I'll smash your fortune-telling shop." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qingxue's gaze turned icy. Was this not a deliberate provocation? In truth, she understood the situation well. Scarred Lu had recently found a benefactor, who happened to be a member of the Shangwan family. Her cousin, Shangwan Xing, within the younger generation of the Shangwan family, a competitive relationship persisted, with Shangwan Qingxue and Shangwan Xing as direct rivals. Scarred Lu's ruckus on Furong Street was ostensibly aimed at bullying Zhang Chu, but in reality, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Shangwan Xing, seeking to tarnish the street's reputation. The true reason Shangwan Qingxue opposed the establishment of a Buddhist or feng shui shop on Furong Street was her fear of giving others ammunition against her. But Zhang Chu was different. Not only did his abilities leave her no room for criticism, but her feelings for him also compelled her to shield him from injustice. How could a common thug dare to stir trouble for someone who had captured her heart? At that moment, Shangwan Qingxue felt an urge to retaliate. However, before she could utter a word, Zhang Chu suddenly smiled. You think you deserve to know the lottery numbers? Who do you think you are?" Scarred Lu was instantly infuriated. He could tolerate Shangwan Qingxue's insults, but he did not fear her family. Yet why should a mere impoverished fortune-teller dare to insult him? Thus, Scarred Lu slammed his hand on the table, standing up and glaring wide-eyed. "Kid, how dare you speak to me like that? You re-asking for a death wish?" Zhang Chu looked at him with disdain. "You want to ask about wealth and fortune? You ought to consider your own pitiful existence. Abandoned by your mother as a child, orphaned at 9, living like a stray dog. You finally marry, only for your wife to cheat on you and run off with another man. I ask you, with a life as worthless as yours, what gives you the audacity to inquire about lottery numbers? Don't even mention lottery numbers. Even if someone dropped a wallet on the street, do you have the luck to find it? With a life as wretched as yours, do you even understand what it means to harbor delusions?" Scarred Lu was struck where it hurt and could no longer suppress his rage. He swung a fist at Zhang Chu, shouting, "I'll beat you to death, you bastard!" Lin Siyu screamed in fright. Shangwan Qingxue's heart sank, and she hastily admonished, "Stop!" Simultaneously, she reached for her phone, intending to call for assistance. But in the next instant, Zhang Chu raised his hand lightly, effortlessly grasping Scarred Lu's wrist, halting his fist in midair. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? You should consider your own standing." Zhang Chu spoke coldly. Though Zhang Chu appeared slender, his grip was like a vice, firmly holding Scarred Lu's wrist aloft. Scarred Lu pulled with all his might, yet no matter how hard he tried, his hand remained suspended in the air, as if welded in place. At that moment, Scarred Lu's expression shifted dramatically. "You," Zhang Chu smirked, "fool, with your feeble strength, you dare to challenge me? Your face is already marred with scars, yet you act like a dog without any sense." Although Zhang Chu primarily practiced the art of divination, he had never formally learned any combat techniques. However, over the years, he had endured countless beatings from his witch master. Each time, after nearly beating him to death, she would procure some medicinal herbs from reputable sects to strengthen his physique. Now, Zhang Chu had developed a body of iron and bronze, his physical capabilities far surpassing that of an ordinary person. While he had no means to retaliate against his master, facing off against a street thug was akin to courting death. At that moment, Zhang Chu tightened his grip on Scarred Lu's wrist, causing him to wail, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, brother, I was wrong." Veins bulged on Scarred Lu's neck, as he seemed to be enduring excruciating pain. At this instant, both Shangguan Qingxue and her secretary were left dumbfounded. They could not comprehend how Zhang Chu, who appeared so slight, could possess such immense strength. How formidable! Although Lin Xiyu had not been bewitched, she felt a surge of admiration. Shangguan Qingxue's gaze brightened. Witnessing Zhang Chu effortlessly subdue Scarred Lu brought her immense joy and relief. Zhang Chu held on to Scarred Lu's wrist and gently slammed it down onto the table, commanding, "Sit down." Scarred Lu, propelled by Zhang Chu's force, was unceremoniously forced into a chair, trembling in pain. Big brother, I realize my mistake. Please show mercy." Zhang Chu continued to grip Scarred Lu's wrist, showing no intention of releasing him. He then slowly stated, "Since I've accepted your money, I will certainly provide your reading, so listen closely." Chapter 13. A life of little worth cannot stifle sudden wealth. At this moment, Zhang Chu fixed his gaze upon Scarred Lu, his voice cold as he declared, "I can calculate the lottery numbers. However, just because I can decipher them does not imply that you possess the fortune to claim them. Every day, there are those who squander their money. Do you truly believe you have the luck to retrieve it? You are nothing but a worthless wretch, and yet you seek to pry into the lottery numbers. Do you think you are deserving?" Though Scarred Lu was grasped by Zhang Chu's wrist, he was on a mission. Trembling, he stammered, "Sir, are you saying you can discern the lottery numbers?" "Of course," Zhang Chu replied, and he continued. "However, your life is too insignificant. Even if I were to provide you with the numbers, you would not live long enough to benefit from them." Scarred Lu, disbelieving, hastily retorted, "Sir, if you provide me with the numbers, whether I have the fortune or not is my concern. But if you can indeed calculate them, I shall return tomorrow to bow to you 100 times in apology." Zhang Chu let out a cold laugh and released Scarred Lu's wrist. "Since you wish to live, I shall oblige. You desire the lottery numbers? Very well." Scarred Lu quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his wrist, his face a mask of apprehension and disbelief. That moment, Zhang Chu smirked, producing a slip of paper, and with a mere thought, he inscribed a series of numbers upon it. Scarred Lu immediately reached for the paper, but Zhang Chu swiftly withdrew it, denying him access. Zhang Chu then said, "There are a few rules you must remember." Scarred Lu's eyes gleamed with greed as he eagerly nodded. "You may dictate whatever you wish. Just provide me with the numbers." Scarred Lu's heart raced with excitement. If the lottery numbers were incorrect, his mission for the day would be accomplished, allowing him to spread the news of Zhang Chu's miscalculation, thereby tarnishing the reputation of Furong Street. Indeed, Scarred Lu had been sent by Shangguan Xing to create a disturbance, aiming to sully Furong Street's name and bring disgrace upon Shangguan Qingxue. Thus, at the clan meeting of the Shangguan family a month later, Shangguan Xing could leverage this incident against Shangguan Qingxue. Conversely, if Zhang Chu were to predict the numbers correctly, Scarred Lu would prosper. What could be better? Therefore, regardless of the outcome, as long as Zhang Chu dared to share the lottery numbers, Scarred Lu would not emerge at a loss. At this juncture, Zhang Chu stated, "First, the contents of this slip of paper are for your eyes only. Should anyone else behold it, it shall lose its efficacy." "I understand," Scarred Lu replied hastily. "Second, you must keep this slip on your person. It must not be lost, destroyed, or consumed, lest your fortune vanish." Very well, Scarred Lu quickly agreed. Zhang Chu then smiled slightly. "Good, now be gone." With that, he handed the slip to Scarred Lu. Upon receiving the slip, Scarred Lu eagerly unfolded it, intent on committing the numbers to memory. That moment, Zhang Chu suddenly added, "By the way, in addition to the lottery numbers, I offer you one free divination. Do not turn east when you leave, and today, refrain from looking upwards." Scarred Lu was taken aback and promptly queried, "If I turn east or look upwards, the lottery numbers will lose their validity?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "Even if you were to perish, as long as no one else sees the numbers, they shall remain potent. My warning against turning east or looking upwards is simply to indicate that there are those who seek to harm you in that direction. Consider this divination a complimentary gift." Should an expert in the craft have heard the phrase free divination, they would surely have been taken aback. I in the realm of fortune-telling, it is customary to charge a fee, as receiving payment is believed to secure good fortune. Only in rare instances is a divination given for free, typically when the person being read is on the brink of death or faces a dismal future. Scarred Lu, oblivious to this, laughed heartily at the notion of someone seeking to harm him. "Harm me? I shall see who dares to try." With that, Scarred Lu turned and, upon exiting the establishment, promptly headed east. Zhang Chu observed Scarred Lu's actions and smiled faintly. "If you wish for death, do not blame others." At this moment, Shangguan Qingxue inquired, "Zhang Chu, if he heads east, will he encounter danger?" Zhang Chu replied, "Initially, it matters not which direction he takes. As the saying goes, a worthless life is easily sustained. However, having obtained the lottery numbers, his insignificant life can no longer be contained. No matter which direction he chooses, he is bound to stray from the path. Shangguan Qingxue pressed. Then why do you say he will encounter danger by heading east? Zhang Chu casually remarked. Oh, by going east, he may meet his demise a bit sooner. Ah! Lin Xiu gasped, her mind swirling with questions. Zhang Chu elaborated. If Scar Lu had heeded my warning and not gone east, he might have had a chance to stumble upon a fortune of millions. Yet, he chooses to disregard my counsel and head east instead. I dare wager that within half an hour, he will surely face a calamity. Shangguan Qingxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned to her female secretary. Xiu, go and see. Curious, Secretary Lin Xiu discreetly followed suit. After Scar Lu exited, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. However, he quickly inhaled deeply and cast aside his chaotic thoughts. Damn it, Xing Yi sent me to stir trouble, and I shall see it through to the end. If I am forbidden from going east, then I shall defiantly go east. If I am told not to look up, then I shall do just that. If no one challenges me today, I shall return and smash his shop. Oh no, I shall wait until nightfall when no one is around and shatter his shop's windows. Scar Lu muttered to himself. After walking east for a while, Scar Lu's gaze began to wander upwards. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, he suddenly halted, his eyes fixating on the third floor of a nearby hotel that a woman was pinned against the glass window by a man, half of her body pressed against the pane, her skirt being lifted from behind. Though the woman's hair was disheveled and her face obscured, Scar Lu inexplicably felt that her figure bore a striking resemblance to his wife, who had abandoned him. In that instant, fury surged within Scar Lu. You wretched harlot! I will make you and your paramour pay. What Scar Lu failed to notice was a seemingly honest man approaching him with swift strides, a glint of steel concealed within the sleeves of his coat. Scar Lu, consumed by rage and fixated on the hotel, remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Suddenly, the ostensibly honest man lunged behind Scar Lu, plunging the dagger into his lower back. With a gasp, Scar Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Frozen in place did I end the next moment. The man wrapped his arm around Scar Lu's neck, whispering menacingly, Scar Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. With a swift motion, the blade was withdrawn, only to be thrust back into Scar Lu's back once more. The 2 stabs rendered Scar Lu incapable of resistance. Yet he did not die. He merely turned his head slowly, gazing at the unfamiliar face with terror. Who the hell are you? I am Yang Xiaolu's father. The seemingly honest man's eyes gleamed with the thrill of vengeance. In a sudden frenzy, he unleashed a flurry of stabs upon Scar Lu, striking him over a dozen times in mere seconds that I end that moment. An image of a freshly graduated female student materialized in Scar Lu's mind. Chapter 14. The demise of Scarred Lu. Yang Xiaolu remembered Scarred Lu that on that fateful day, Scarred Lu, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, stumbled upon a young girl peddling dolls in a narrow alleyway. Accustomed to his brazen demeanor, he disregarded the presence of onlookers and approached her with lewd remarks, only to be met with scorn from Yang Xiaolu. Fueled by liquor, Scarred Lu, without a moment's hesitation, attempted to strike her. In her frantic escape, Yang Xiaolu tragically fell victim to a passing truck. This incident was subsequently smoothed over by Scarred Lu's connections, allowing him to evade incarceration that he believed the matter to be resolved, until the girl's father sought vengeance, striking with brutal intent. As the blade repeatedly pierced his chest, Scarred Lu realized his fate was sealed. With a lingering glance at the blood-red numbers on the note in his hand, he recalled Zhang Chu's words. You, with your worthless life, think you deserve fortune? A murder! A startled bystander finally registered the scene, their scream echoing through the street. Not far off, Lin Xiu, Scarred Lu's ever-watchful secretary, felt her heart leap into her throat, frozen in shock. The seemingly meek man, after delivering dozens of stabs to Scarred Lu, made no attempt to flee. He simply discarded Scarred Lu's body to the side of the street and sat down, awaiting the arrival of the police to take him away. In Zhang Chu's fortune-telling shop, Lin Xiu trembled as she recounted the harrowing events to Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu. Shangguan Qingxue gasped in disbelief, turning to Zhang Chu. I have heard that fortune-tellers can kill without a blade, but this is truly remarkable. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. I do not harm those who do not harm me. Since he sought trouble here, I felt no hesitation in sending him on his way. Lin Xiu quivered incessantly, muttering to herself. This is terrifying. Zhang Chu is utterly fearsome. I must find my 2 boyfriends to accompany me tonight, or I shall be too frightened to sleep. Shangguan Qingxue, however, remained relatively unfazed. Her curiosity piqued. Zhang Chu, was the note you gave to Scarred Lu really tomorrow's lottery number? Indeed, Zhang Chu outfee. Is that truly calculable? Shangguan Qingxue found it hard to believe. Zhang Chu chuckled. It is not so much about predicting the lottery number. I merely calculated Scarred Lu's fatal numbers. Fatal numbers? What does that mean? Shangguan Qingxue inquired. Zhang Chu elaborated. For someone like Scarred Lu, there are specific elements that could lead to his demise, often represented by certain numbers. The fatal numbers are those that clash with his life force today. Shengguan Qingxue nodded slightly. So, you mean to say that what you calculated were not lottery numbers, but a set of numbers related to Scarred Lu? Zhang Chu clarified. That set of numbers is likely tomorrow's lottery numbers. Oh. Shengguan Qingxue appeared perplexed. Zhang Chu continued. Generally, such fatal numbers represent great wealth, for only sudden fortune can bring calamity to such individuals. Shengguan Qingxue tilted her head slightly. Yet, I still find it rather absurd that one can predict lottery numbers. Lin Siyu interjected. Miss, today is Tuesday, and the draw will occur tonight. We can simply compare then. Currently, the note lay beside Scarred Lu's lifeless form. While it bore a series of numbers, it was unlikely anyone would care about their significance. Given the simplicity of Scarred Lu's death, no convoluted investigation was necessary. Thus the note would likely go unnoticed. To ascertain whether Zhang Chu had truly predicted the lottery numbers, one would only need to wait until tomorrow. Very well, I shall observe tomorrow to see if your claims hold any merit, Shengguan Qingxue declared. Then she added, by the way, Scarred Lu was affiliated with Shengguan Xing, although he is now deceased. I suspect Shengguan Xing will still seek to trouble you. Who is Shengguan Xing? Is he unhinged? Zhang Chu Guivi? He is not mad. He is my cousin, a rival within the Shengguan family, Shengguan Qingxue explained. Zhang Chu's expression darkened. I warn you, do not use my establishment as a battleground for your family's disputes, or you shall bear the consequences. Shengguan Qingxue appeared conflicted. I do not wish for disturbances here either, but I cannot control others' intentions. Zhang Chu's countenance soured. Yet since Shengguan Qingxue had provided fair warning, he would not be caught off guard. Thus, he replied, if someone from the Shengguan family intends to come here, please inform me in advance. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings. It was not that Zhang Chu feared the Shengguan family, but rather, indications suggested a substantial connection between them and the enigmatic sorceress, Shang Xinyu. It could even be posited that the Shengguan family was a descendant of the sorceress, making their ancestors potentially akin to Zhang Chu's own lineage. Could a grandfather truly harm his own grandchildren? Regardless of their mischief, they remain kin, deserving of compassion and care. Such intergenerational bonds are profoundly influential. All right, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Shengguan Qingxue bid farewell to Zhang Chu, marking the end of the day. The following morning, Shengguan Qingxue and Lin Siyu arrived promptly at Zhang Chu's shop once more. Upon seeing Lin Siyu, Zhang Chu noted her rosy complexion and vibrant energy, indicative of a fulfilling personal life. In contrast, Shengguan Qingxue appeared pallid and weary, with faint dark circles betraying a restless night. Indeed, upon encountering Zhang Chu, Shengguan Qingxue wore an expression of hesitation. Zhang Chu directly inquired, did you awaken from another nightmare? Shengguan Qingxue nodded slightly. Zhang Chu waited 3 seconds, realizing that she did not intend to ask for his assistance. Thus, he gestured encouragingly. Keep your spirits up. I believe you can endure. Shengguan Qingxue was left bewildered, her mind racing with confusion. Is this how one speaks? According to common logic, when a beautiful woman finds herself in distress, a gentleman ought to immediately step forth, unreservedly offering his aid. Once the trouble is resolved, perhaps a meal or an intimate moment would ensue, leading to a delightful outcome. Why then did he suggest that she bear it alone? Is he even a normal man? In that instant, Shengguan Qingxue found herself at a loss for words, wondering how someone could be so unorthodox. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Fool, idiot, oblivious man. Zhang Chu chuckled inwardly, well aware that Shengguan Qingxue seemed displeased. She had anticipated him to propose assisting her with her nightmares. However, she clearly required help, so why should he be the one to speak up? If she herself was not anxious, neither was he. After all, those who suffer know their own burdens best. Chapter 15. Shengguan Xing. Moreover, Zhang Chu was indeed quite busy. With countless people bustling about on Furong Street, patrons would come to his shop in mere moments, and with just a few casual words, he could effortlessly earn 300 yuan, far less taxing than specifically resolving Shengguan Qingshue's troubles. Wouldn't you agree? Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone arrived that it was an elderly gentleman accompanied by an elderly lady. The two had met through their shared passion for square dancing and sought Zhang Chu's assistance in determining their compatibility based on their birth dates. Naturally, such trivial matters posed no challenge for Zhang Chu. After noting their birth dates, he candidly suggested, Dear sir and madam, your birth dates are indeed quite compatible, yet in the coming days, it is not an opportune time for you to wed. He then advised the gentleman, before marrying, I recommend that you transfer the title of the house to your own name for your son as property. After all, it would be remiss for the madam, who will be by your side, to be without a home, wouldn't it? Following this, Zhang Chu turned to the lady and advised, Madam, I suggest that prior to your marriage, you formally divorce your husband. Although you are of mature age, bigamy is still a legal offense, and it is vital to avoid such a taboo. After offering his counsel, the gentleman readily produced 1,000 yuan for Zhang Chu, while the lady rolled her eyes, muttering her thanks as she departed. Shangguan Qingxue and Lin Xiyu stood there, utterly astonished. Indeed, Zhang Chu's insights as a feng shui master were remarkably reliable, even encompassing legal matters. One could hardly wonder how he managed to earn a living. Gradually, the number of Zhang Chu's clients began to swell. Almost every visitor left with the answers they sought, and within a mere morning span, he had accumulated another 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It was likely that the landlord, upon witnessing Zhang Chu's flourishing business, was contemplating a rent increase at but the landlord was Shangguan Qingxue. She probably wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Before long, noon approached. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue suddenly turned to Lin Xiyu and said, "Xiyu, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Could you fetch me 2 skewers of stinky tofu?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt an overwhelming headache. How could this person's taste be so similar to that of his master? No, that's not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that you wish to eat stinky tofu in my establishment? Zhang Chu hurriedly exclaimed. Are you joking? I warn you, if you want to eat stinky tofu, go outside. Do not eat it in my shop. Those who are unaware might think I've brewed a pot of foulness. Shangguan Qingxue chuckled. Oh please, you haven't yet passed your probationary period. If my craving for stinky tofu leads to a decrease in your customers, it could inadvertently help you sail through my evaluation. Are you serious? Zhang Chu found himself at a loss for words. Shangguan Qingxue then called out, "See you go on." Lin Xiyu, feeling bashful, stuck out her tongue at Zhang Chu before turning to leave the shop. I curse you to be doused with foot-washing water the moment you step outside, Zhang Chu declared. In the next instant, a deluge of water suddenly cascaded from the sky, drenching Lin Xiyu and leaving her looking like a drowned rat. What the heck? How accurate! Shangguan Qingxue exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Chu was equally bewildered. He had merely been grumbling without casting any spells. That, of course, the torrent from above was not foot-washing water, as the water gushed forth continuously, as though a pipe had burst. Thus, Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue rushed outside to assess the situation. Indeed, a water pipe had inexplicably protruded from the rooftop, spraying water downwards. What on earth is happening? Shangguan Qingxue's expression darkened. Soon after, personnel from the street management office arrived to explain to Shangguan Qingxue that it turned out that the rooftops along this street had developed leaks, prompting the hiring of waterproofing specialists for repairs. After completing their work, the workers needed to test the waterproofing's efficacy. However, in a moment of carelessness, the pipe joint came loose, resulting in a deluge that soaked Lin Xiyu. It was merely an accident, and normalcy was swiftly restored. Naturally, the street management staff repeatedly apologized to Lin Xiyu and Shangguan Qingxue. After such a commotion, Shangguan Qingxue lost her appetite for stinky tofu and urged Lin Xiyu to quickly change into dry clothes before returning to Zhang Chu's shop. Upon returning, Shangguan Qingxue noticed Zhang Chu meticulously adjusting his attire, as if preparing for a formal occasion, ready to address an audience. She was taken aback and inquired, "What are you up to?" "In case the police come to investigate, I want to look presentable. I cannot appear disheveled," Zhang Chu replied. "Wait, the police?" Shangguan Qingxue was utterly perplexed and did not grasp Zhang Chu's insinuation that that moment. Zhang Chu pointed at the water at the shop's entrance and continued, "Sudden water falling from the sky signifies a legal dispute. Generally, it indicates dealings with the authorities. In the I Ching, one of the 64 hexagrams is the litigation hexagram. The upper trigram represents Qian, which symbolizes heaven, while the lower trigram represents Qian, which symbolizes water. When heaven and water are separated, it signifies litigation and trouble. Upon witnessing the water from above, Zhang Chu felt an ominous premonition and thus tidied his attire. Shangguan Qingxue regarded him with an odd expression, dismissing his words as superstitious nonsense. However, scarcely had Shangguan Qingxue finished speaking when the door to Zhang Chu's shop was suddenly pushed open. Several police officers, accompanied by a young man, entered. The young man had a prominent nose, sharp eyes, and an undeniably handsome appearance. He was tall and impeccably dressed, the type that would undoubtedly appeal to many young women. Shangguan Qingxue huffed, her tone clearly displeased. Zhang Chu's realization dawned upon him. This was Shangguan Qingxue's cousin, Shangguan Xing, her rival in competition. The scarred Lu from yesterday must have been sent by this fellow. Now, with police officers in tow, he surely harbored ill intentions. Zhang Chu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He certainly looked the part, yet why not engage in something worthwhile? Shangguan Xing, with a stern countenance, directly addressed Zhang Chu. "You are Zhang Chu, the fortune teller, correct?" Zhang Chu chose to ignore Shangguan Xing and instead turned to the police officers. "Is there something you need?" At that moment, one of the officers spoke up. "We are here to gather some information because," as he spoke, he produced a slip of paper, the very note Zhang Chu had written for the scarred Lu the day before. The officer then inquired, "This note was written by you, correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Chu confirmed. "Why was it found on the scarred Lu?" "Because he sought my fortune-telling services, hoping to obtain the winning lottery numbers for that evening. I merely provided him with a reading," Zhang Chu explained. Upon hearing this, the officers' expressions froze, disbelief evident on their faces. Shangguan Xing interjected, "Kid, do you realize you've landed yourself in a predicament?" "What predicament?" Zhang Chu questioned. One officer replied, "We discovered that the numbers you provided corresponded precisely to yesterday's lottery results." Another officer added, "However, these numbers were found on the scarred Liu, and he had not yet received the lottery results at the time of his death." At this moment, Shangguan Qingshue's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom that Zhang Chu's set of numbers had indeed been accurate, even attracting the attention of law enforcement. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu wore a puzzled expression. "So, what does that mean?" Shangguan Xing bluntly stated, "Do you not think you owe us an explanation? The scarred Liu is deceased, and the numbers you provided were indeed the winning lottery numbers for that evening." Zhang Chu smiled faintly, casting a bemused glance at Shangguan Xing. "You wouldn't be suggesting that the scarred Liu's death is somehow connected to me, would you?" Before Shangguan Xing could respond, an officer hastily interjected, "His death is not your responsibility. We merely find it curious. I mentioned it was merely a prediction. If you doubt my words, you can inquire with Shangguan Qingxue. She is a witness," Zhang Chu asserted. Shangguan Qingxue stepped forward and nodded slightly. "Indeed, I can attest to that." "That is impossible," Shangguan Xing exclaimed, incredulous. He could not fathom how Zhang Chu could possibly predict the lottery numbers. Chapter 16. Helping Zhang Chu achieve fame. Although Shangguan Xing wore a look of disbelief, Shangguan Qingxue crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is the undeniable truth." She then turned to several police officers and asserted, "I believe the circumstances surrounding scarred Liu's death are abundantly clear. Can this possibly be blamed on Zhang Chu?" One of the officers quickly interjected, No, it's just that this situation seems rather peculiar, so we came to inquire." Initially, according to Shangguan Xing's intent, they planned to take Zhang Chu in for questioning. Even if Zhang Chu had no connection to scarred Liu's demise, the existence of that note would easily justify holding Zhang Chu for a few days. Yet now, with Shangguan Qingxue stepping in, it was evident that she aimed to protect Zhang Chu, making it impossible for them to take him away. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue asked, "Once you've finished your inquiries, will that be all?" After recording the necessary information, the officers replied, "That will suffice. Should there be any further developments, we will return for another investigation." However, Shangguan Xing remained obstinate. "Hold on. I refuse to believe that he could predict the lottery numbers without something dubious at play." He then clenched his teeth and proposed, "I suggest we detain this Zhang Chu for a few days to uncover the truth." Zhang Chu chuckled, bemused by the unwarranted animosity directed at him. What had he done to provoke this individual? Was there an unspoken secret between him and scarred Liu? Despite the Shangguan family's possible lineage from Shangxianyu, Zhang Chu was unwilling to indulge his unreasonable grandson. Thus, Zhang Chu coldly inquired, "The truth? What truth do you seek?" Shangguan Xing retorted, "Any person of even modest intelligence knows that predicting lottery numbers is utterly impossible. Therefore, I suspect you are hiding something. Moreover, if you can indeed predict the lottery numbers, why did you share them with scarred Liu instead of purchasing the ticket yourself? This is profoundly illogical. You must be involved in something far more sinister. I suspect that scarred Liu's death has far deeper implications." Shangguan Xing's continuous tirade struck a chord of guilt within Zhang Chu, for there was a kernel of truth to his assertions. The circumstances surrounding scarred Liu's death were indeed not as they appeared. Zhang Chu had given him a nudge that led to his unfortunate fate. Nevertheless, the officers shook their heads, one of them stating, "The facts surrounding scarred Liu's death are quite clear. He was murdered in a public act of vengeance, and this has nothing to do with Zhang Chu. We're merely here to clarify the situation regarding that note. As it stands, it appears to be a mere coincidence." Having said that, the officers turned to leave. They would have considered taking Zhang Chu in if he had been alone and vulnerable, as suggested by Shangguan Xing. However, with Shangguan Qingxue evidently defending him, they were unwilling to become entangled in the internal disputes of the Shangguan family. Thus, the officers departed without further complicating matters for Zhang Chu, as there was no justification to detain him simply because he had guessed the lottery numbers correctly. After all, those numbers had not even been claimed and were now worthless scraps of paper. Before long, Lin Siyu returned, leaving only Shangguan Xing, Shangguan Qingxue, and Lin Siyu in Zhang Chu's shop. Shangguan Xing showed no intention of leaving, and at that moment, Shangguan Qingxue smiled and asked, "Shangguan Xing, what else do you intend to do?" Shangguan Xing, visibly frustrated, snapped back, "Shangguan Qingxue, don't be so smug. There is definitely something amiss here." He then turned to Zhang Chu, "You claim you can predict the lottery numbers, right? Go ahead and prove it, that if you can get it right, I will acknowledge your abilities." Zhang Chu let out a cold laugh. "You wish to predict the lottery numbers too? It seems scarred Liu's demise has taught you nothing." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xing's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" he demanded, fixing his gaze on Zhang Chu, his mind racing with uncertainty. In truth, as a scion of a prominent family, Shangguan Xing had heard tales of fortune-telling and its implications that he understood the saying that a life of humble means cannot contain great wealth. Zhang Chu's words sent a shiver down his spine as he suddenly grasped the underlying message. Zhang Chu smiled slightly. "Come closer. You seek the lottery numbers, do you not? I can certainly accommodate you." Shang Wanxing instinctively took a step back, feeling that something was amiss at that moment. Shang Wanqingshue's expression also changed. Although she and Shang Wanxing were rivals, their competition was not one of life or death. The familial rivalry was merely a means to outshine one another, without resorting to direct confrontation. Even if Shang Wanxing's conduct was somewhat lacking, he would not openly attack Shang Wanqingshue, but rather create obstacles in areas she managed. The children of the Shangwan family might discreetly undermine one another, but they would never resort to outright hostility. Thus, Shang Wanqingshue hastily cautioned, Zhang Chu, do not provide him with the lottery numbers. He means you no harm. Zhang Chu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, his life is far more valuable than scarred Lu's. Even if he were to obtain the lottery numbers, he would emerge unscathed, albeit perhaps with a streak of misfortune for a few years. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing felt a wave of apprehension. The adage, a gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall, echoed in his mind. A wise man does not pursue a married woman. Engaging in perilous endeavors was an absolute no-go. Yet, despite his trepidation, he could not afford to show weakness. As the eldest son of the Shangwan family, he could not allow himself to lose face. Thus, Shang Wanxing's eyes darted as a scheme formed in his mind. He pulled out his phone and smirked. I may not predict the lottery numbers, but rest assured, someone will soon come to seek your expertise. With that, he dialed the number of a local female journalist. As the call connected, a soft and excited voice greeted him. Brother Xing, what a pleasant surprise. I'm so thrilled to hear from you. Shall we have dinner together tonight? I could prepare something. Shang Wanxing replied, Little Sue, I've stumbled upon something quite intriguing. Would you be interested in reporting on it? A fortune teller has appeared on Furong Street, and it said he can predict the lottery numbers with remarkable accuracy. Before long, Shang Wanxing relayed the events at the police station, requesting the journalist to promote Zhang Chu's fortune-telling shop. Zhang Chu was taken aback by Shang Wanxing's maneuver. He had initially worried about his business prospects, yet here was Shang Wanxing seemingly offering him free publicity in that instant. Zhang Chu regarded Shang Wanxing with newfound admiration. Truly, as the eldest grandson of a master, his acumen was commendable. Soon, the call ended, and the journalist set off to gather material to publicize Zhang Chu's fortune-telling establishment. At that moment, Shang Wanqingshue remarked, Shang Wanxing, is your only skill stirring the pot? Shang Wanxing chuckled. Isn't this a good thing? As long as I promote this fortune-telling shop, many will flock to seek lottery predictions. That it's a boon. With that, Shang Wanxing looked at Zhang Chu with a grin. You claim to predict the lottery numbers? Well then, I'll let all of Jinling come to seek your services, that I am eager to see how you perform. Having said that, Shang Wanxing casually found a table and sat down, adopting an expression of eager anticipation. Chapter 17. I want to find an 18-year-old bride for my father. The abilities of Shang Wanxing are indeed formidable. Within less than half an hour of a single phone call, a piece of news was broadcasted on the local traffic radio channel. Zhang Chu's fortune-telling prowess spread initially among the taxi drivers. Soon, the news circulated, prompting many to discuss the matter. Have you heard? That fortune teller on Furong Street is astonishingly accurate. He actually predicted the lottery numbers. What? Someone in Jinling won the lottery. No one won. It's just that the recently deceased scarred Lu calculated the numbers at the fortune teller shop, but tragically met his end on the street before he could buy the ticket. What a pity. Can it be true? Is there really such a remarkable fortune teller? The female host on the traffic station confirmed it. I have relatives in the police department, and they have heard about this. It's not a hoax. Let us go find that fortune teller and have him predict our lottery numbers. However, some blind, crippled, or hunchback fortune tellers sneered. You think you can predict lottery numbers? Can you guess why scarred Lu met his demise on the street? Indeed. Why? Could it be that he lacked the fortune to receive such wealth? Hiss. Many fell silent, contemplating their own fortunes. That in truth, most merely treated the news as a joke. None were fools, believing such good fortune would fall upon them. Besides, if the fortune teller were truly so gifted, why wouldn't he predict the numbers for himself and buy a ticket? Of course, there were some less astute individuals who ventured into Zhang Chu's shop in search of luck. A disheveled middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, barged in, exclaiming, Fortune teller, help me predict tomorrow's lottery numbers. I want to win big and protect my female host. She said if I donate another $1 million, I could meet her offline. Zhang Chu, with a scowl, replied, a standard fortune-telling costs $300. If you want the lottery numbers, it's $2 million. Pay up front. I do not extend credit. The middle-aged man was instantly bewildered. If I had $2 million, would I still come to you? A boy, seemingly a high school student of about 17 or 18, entered and inquired, can you tell me tomorrow's lottery numbers? If I win, we'll split it 70-30. Oh no, 80-20. I take 80, you take 20. An elderly man in his 70s nearly dropped to his knees before Zhang Chu, insisting on the lottery numbers, claiming his lifelong dream was to reunite with his long-lost sister-in-law, which would require a substantial amount of money. In less than an hour, 2 or 3 dozen odd customers had entered Zhang Chu's feng shui shop. Zhang Chu's sole response to these individuals was to demand $2 million. That soon enough, all the peculiar characters were sent away empty-handed. Observing Zhang Chu's refusal to accommodate these customers, Shang Wanxing scoffed. Zhang Chu, I told you there is something wrong with you. You're not even capable of fortune-telling. He then turned to Shengguan Qingxue, saying, Shengguan Qingxue, ISNT Furong Street supposed to be a reputable area? How can you allow a fraud to operate here? Surely, you two aren't involved in any underhanded dealings. Shengguan Qingxue's expression turned icy. Stop spouting nonsense. Zhang Chu merely smiled faintly. Fortune-telling for those who possess fate. Only those with the fortune to have wealth can I guide. Many lack that fortune. If they are not destined for wealth, why should I guide them? Shengguan Qing sneered. What a flimsy excuse. He continued. I dare wager that you are merely a charlatan with little skill. What kind of fool do you think you can deceive with your young fortune-telling shop? A wager? Zhang Chu chuckled. Then what will you give me if I truly possess the skill? Shengguan Qing replied with a cold laugh. If you cannot make someone rich overnight today, you shall kneel and bow to me, calling me father. In truth, Shengguan Qing was quite astute. He did not challenge Zhang Chu on whether he could predict correctly, but rather if he could make someone wealthy. This condition was extremely restrictive. Shengguan Qingxue retorted angrily. Shengguan Qing, you've gone too far. Zhang Chu has already declared those people lack the fortune. In the end, it's still about his inability, Shengguan Qing sneered. However, Zhang Chu felt a twitch in his eyelids and declared directly, if I can make someone rich overnight, you shall kneel and call me ancestor. Shengguan Qing burst into laughter. Ah, very well. It's a deal. Remember today. If I don't see it today, you'd better kneel and bow. With that, Shengguan Qing settled at a table. Shengguan Qingxue felt exasperated. Why were the stakes between men so peculiar? Shouldn't wagers involve monetary stakes, with the winner gaining tangible benefits? Why was it that after their clash, the wager was merely about calling each other sweet names? She couldn't comprehend. But soon, Shengguan Qingxue remarked, Zhang Chu, how can you gamble like this with him? You're at a disadvantage. Zhang Chu pondered for a moment and nodded seriously. Indeed, I am at a disadvantage. Well, according to seniority, Zhang Chu was indeed the ancestor of the Shengguan family. For him to call him ancestor was only fitting. Thus, even if Zhang Chu won, it would be a hollow victory. However, reflecting on it, a true elder should possess some generosity. Therefore, Zhang Chu replied, all right, let it be so. Let us see if I can await a fated individual. In truth, ever since Shengguan Qing began promoting Zhang Chu, he sensed today would indeed bring forth a significant gift. It was merely that the person capable of receiving such a gift had yet to appear. Just then, a slender young man entered the shop. This young man was quite short, comparable in stature to some petite girls, likely only reaching Zhang Chu's chest. He was very thin, wearing large black-rimmed glasses and oversized shoes, appearing somewhat comical, yet he was undoubtedly an adult. I heard you can help people predict lottery numbers. Is that correct? The young man asked Zhang Chu. Before Zhang Chu could respond, Shengguan Qing interjected. Looking to ask about the lottery? Sure, 2 million. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned despondent. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, Zhang Chu suddenly grew intrigued and asked, before we discuss the lottery, tell me, are you in dire need of money? The young man replied, yes, I desperately need a large sum of money because he paused momentarily, summoning his courage to continue. I want to find my father an 18-year-old bride. The young man's statement left everyone in the shop utterly speechless. They were all filled with questions. What on earth? You want to find your father an 18-year-old bride? The female secretary, Lin Xiu, was the first to recover from her shock, giving the young man a thumbs up. How filial. Shengguan Qingxue also face-bombed, wondering how she had never noticed such peculiar individuals on this street. Shengguan Qing widened his eyes, enviously exclaiming, goodness, your father is fortunate to have a son like you. He certainly didn't raise you in vain. At that moment, Zhang Chu interjected. You may be fated to miss out on the lottery, but today, you indeed have an unexpected... The young man's eyes lit up with excitement. Sir, are you saying I can earn a substantial sum of money? Zhang Chu nodded confidently. Absolutely. Moreover, it will happen today. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, results will be evident within half an hour. Shengguan Qing, hearing this, felt a sense of suffocation, growing tense. Shengguan Qingxue and Lin Xiu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. After spending several days with Zhang Chu, they had yet to witness him miss a prediction. Now, they were all eager to see how Zhang Chu would help this young man, who wished to find a bride for his father, to strike it rich. Chapter 18. Bitten by a dog, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Chu, eager to see if he could help the young man fulfill his wish. Zhang Chu, with a swift thought, spoke rapidly. Now, when you exit, take a left turn, and you will encounter an elderly woman selling zongzi. Upon meeting the old woman, purchase 10 yuan worth of zongzi. Open one, but do not eat it. Instead, carry the zongzi and run forward. Upon spotting a woman dancing in the street, make an immediate right turn. Then, continue straight without stopping, and fortune shall come to you. After Zhang Chu finished speaking, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Shengguan Qing could not help but exclaim, what kind of nonsense is this? Buying zongzi and not eating it. Are we playing charades? Shangguan Qingxue also wore a peculiar expression. There are rarely any street vendors on this street. The regulations are quite stringent here. Zhang Chu, however, did not respond but turned to the young man. Have you memorized it? The young man nodded. I have. He then promptly turned and walked out. Shangguan Xing and Shangguan Qingxue exchanged curious glances, but being of status, they refrained from following him. Shangguan Qingxue cast a knowing glance at Lin Siyu, who quickly rose and discreetly followed the young man outside. Indeed, after turning left, the young man had only taken a few steps when he encountered an elderly woman pushing a cart, calling out, Zongzi, sweet Zongzi, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3. Most customers bought only one, but the young man approached the old woman and handed her 10 yuan, purchasing 3 Zongzi. Following Zhang Chu's instructions, he opened one of the Zongzi and continued walking straight ahead. Before long, he came across a disheveled woman, seemingly disturbed, dancing and grinning brightly as she moved. Upon witnessing this, the young man made a right turn into a narrow alley, keeping his head down and walking straight ahead, almost losing Lin Siyu in the process. Not long after, a very thin stray dog suddenly darted out from the roadside, blocking the young man's path and barking at him. The young man, startled by the barking, shivered and dropped the Zongzi. Having been afraid of dogs since childhood, he instinctively turned to flee. But in the next moment, he recalled that the Zongzi was given to him by Zhang Chu, tied to his fortune, and he couldn't let the dog have it. Thus, he bent down to retrieve the Zongzi. However, the starving stray dog lunged forward, snatching the sweet Zongzi. The young man's hand grasped the Zongzi just in time, and his heart leapt with joy. Yet the stray dog, desperate after days of hunger, focused solely on the fallen Zongzi. Seeing the young man attempting to reclaim it, the dog bit down on his hand. Ah! The young man cried out in pain, blood flowing from the wound. The Zongzi fell, and the stray dog swiftly devoured it. The young man was instantly filled with panic. To him, the 3 Zongzi represented his fortune, and he could not allow the dog to eat them. In a fit of desperation, he lunged at the stray dog, determined to make it regurgitate the swallowed Zongzi. After consuming one, the dog noticed the young man still had 2 Zongzi left and immediately sought them as well. Thus, a chaotic scuffle ensued between the young man and the dog. Meanwhile, Lin Siyu watched in disbelief, and her thoughts echoed. With the Zongzi taken by the dog, surely the promised fortune is lost. With this realization, Lin Siyu hurriedly turned to leave. Back at Zhang Chu's feng shui shop, as Lin Siyu recounted what she had witnessed, Shangguan Xing burst into laughter. Ha! This is hilarious! The so-called windfall resulted in him being bitten by a dog. I can't stop laughing. Shangguan Qingxue, however, appeared bewildered, gazing at Zhang Chu with an expression of confusion, as he had never erred before. Yet Zhang Chu remained unfazed. What is there to fret about? It hadn't even been half an hour. Shangguan Xing chuckled. I heard from Lin Siyu that the young man's Zongzi fell, and he ended up fighting with the dog that he may need to get a rabies vaccine later, which could cost him thousands. Is this what you call a windfall? Zhang Chu did not reply, instead sitting in contemplative silence as if awaiting something. Shangguan Xing glanced at his watch and remarked, 15 minutes have already passed. I am curious to see how the young man will achieve his fortune in another 15. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of barking. Shangguan Xing sprang to his feet. Haha, he's back. And he has brought the dog that bit him along. Haha. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue, Zhang Chu, and others joined him outside. Indeed, the young man stood there, blood dripping from his hand, with the dog clamped under his arm, leading it towards Zhang Chu's shop. As he approached, he yelled, That fortune teller deceived me. He conned me. Come quickly, everyone. The fortune teller is a fraud. The young man was visibly enraged. He followed Zhang Chu's instructions. Yet instead of fortune, he had been bitten by a dog. Was this not a deceit? Hence, he had captured the dog, bringing both filth and fury along. Onlookers gathered, drawn by the spectacle. What is happening? What is going on? Many inquired. The young man dragged the dog towards the feng shui shop, recounting his fortune-telling experience to the crowd. Soon, the onlookers grasped the situation, and before long, the crowd encircled Zhang Chu's shop that at the entrance. The young man, with his arm securing the dog's neck, did not enter, but instead stood outside, shouting, Is this the fate you predicted? Where's the promised wealth? Around him, many raised their phones, filming the scene. The crowd murmured, I heard this shop could predict lottery numbers. I always thought it was dubious, and now look what has happened. Exactly. Today's swindlers are outrageous. Their advertisements even reach the traffic stations. This is unbelievable. They should compensate him. He was bitten by a dog, that if they don't pay him several thousand, this is unacceptable. Expose him, drive him out of Furong Street. We cannot allow such a menace in our midst. Meanwhile, Shangguan Xing nonchalantly pulled a chair from the shop, sitting beside it with an air of relaxation. Shangguan Qingxue, however, frowned deeply, genuinely concerned about Zhang Chu's predicament. Involuntarily, she found herself empathizing with Zhang Chu, her spirit drawn into the unfolding drama. At that moment, the young man finally ceased his complaints to the crowd and directed his gaze at Zhang Chu, shouting, Fortune teller, I followed your advice. And not only did I not gain wealth, but I was also bitten by a dog. What do you have to say about this? A heavy silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned to Zhang Chu, many pointing their phones at him, eager to witness his explanation. Chapter 19. Bebe of the Jin family. Zhang Chu cast a fleeting glance at the young man who had been bitten by the dog, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not bad. You brought the dog along, he remarked. It bit me. I only wanted it to bear witness, the young man shouted in protest. He then continued to bellow. Fortune teller, you caused me to be bitten by that dog. Compensate me, or this matter will not end here. Zhang Chu chuckled. What is the fuss over a mere dog bite? Just wait a moment. A mere dog bite. Do you have any idea about rabies? Do you know how painful a dog bite can be? I must have been out of my mind to believe that a fortune teller could make me rich. The young man was filled with grievances. All he desired was a windfall to marry a youthful bride for his father. Why should he be the one to suffer a dog bite? At that moment, many bystanders looked at Zhang Chu and began to voice their discontent. Fortune teller, how can you act so irresponsibly? One should not be so negligent at the very least. Though being bitten by a dog was an accident, it only serves to prove that this fortune teller is nothing but a fraud. Just then, Shangguan Qingsnow approached Zhang Chu and inquired softly, Zhang Chu, what is happening? Perhaps it would be best to offer some compensation. Had it been a few days prior, Shangguan Qingsnow would have dismantled Zhang Chu's shop with a single word, but now, things were different. Her soul had formed a mysterious bond with Zhang Chu, and upon seeing him, she found herself instinctively wanting to defend him. But among the crowd, some recognized Shangguan Qingsnow, and in that instant, many directed their ire towards her. Isn't she the matriarch of Furong Street? What brings her to this feng shui shop? So she is Shangguan Qingsnow? No wonder this fortune teller is so brazen. It seems he is backing. Oh no, Furong Street used to be called Credibility Street. Who would have thought she would support a swindler? What a farce. Credibility Street is just a facade to deceive ordinary folks. It is all about who is close to her. As the crowd's accusations grew increasingly absurd, Shangguan Xing felt a surge of delight. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Furong Street was Shangguan Qingsnow's commercial stronghold, and if its reputation suffered, her standing within the Shangguan family would undoubtedly decline, allowing Shangguan Xing to overshadow her. In 2 months, the old patriarch of the Shangguan family would celebrate his 80th birthday, and there would surely be evaluations among the younger generation, potentially determining their future standing within the family. Whoever excelled in that assessment would likely become a candidate for inheriting the Shangguan family legacy. Thus, Shangguan Xing would seize any chance to undermine Shangguan Qingsnow, and now that events had unfolded to this point, it would be all too easy for him to tarnish the reputation of Furong Street. Shangguan Qingsnow, feeling anxious, turned to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, you need to say something? Zhang Chu merely shook his head gently. Not enough yet. Not enough. What do you mean not enough? Shangguan Qingsnow exclaimed, bewildered. Not enough chaos, Zhang Chu replied. Shangguan Qingsnow was utterly perplexed. What did he mean? Was the commotion not large enough? You're not trying to sabotage me, are you? She gasped. Meanwhile, the young man, realizing Zhang Chu had no intention of providing a resolution, sat on the ground with the dog in his arms, wailing, Everyone come and see. This fortune teller is bullying me. Instantly, the crowd swelled. Even a few internet celebrities from Jinling squeezed in, setting up live streams to broadcast the unfolding drama. Shangguan Qingsnow felt a sense of urgency. If this continued, the rumor of a swindler on Furong Street would spread at that moment. Lin Xiu, gritting her teeth, said to Shangguan Qingsnow, Miss, we can't let this go on any longer. You must give the order. With just a word from you, security will rush over and demolish his shop. The reason no one had appeared from the street was precisely because they knew Shangguan Qingsnow was present. Yet, she felt torn. Rationally, she should close Zhang Chu's shop and expel him immediately. But inexplicably, every time she looked at Zhang Chu, a profound and inexplicable sentiment stirred within her, leading her to trust him unreservedly. Caught in a dilemma, Shangguan Qingsnow was at a loss. Just as the situation escalated, a plump woman suddenly burst forth from the crowd, exclaiming loudly, Bebe, my Bebe. Upon hearing her voice, everyone turned to look at her. She appeared to be a well-to-do woman. Though her figure had rounded, her posture remained upright, and even without ostentatious jewelry, she exuded an air of affluence. Yet, at that moment, her expression was one of sheer agitation, as she rushed towards the stray dog while calling out its name. The stray dog, upon hearing the woman's voice, perked up, turning its head and struggling towards her, as if it had spotted its owner. Bebe, Bebe! The affluent woman wept tears of joy, as if she had found a long-lost child. The young man, still in shock, released the stray dog. The dog immediately leaped into the woman's embrace, licking her neck with abandon. The woman held the dog tightly, exclaiming, Bebe, you've finally returned. Bebe, sob. It's all my fault for not keeping a better watch over you, that don't be afraid. We're going home. At the same time, Shangguan Qingsnow and Shangguan Xing stood up in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Sixth mistress, Shangguan Qingsnow suddenly cried out, her expression incredulous. Xing too, transformed into a model of decorum, his demeanor one of utmost respect, as if he were an obedient child. Clearly, the suddenly appearing affluent woman held a significant status. The young man bitten by the dog was utterly bewildered. He had thought the one who bit him was merely a stray, only to discover she was a wealthy heiress. In that moment, the affluent woman turned to the young man and asked, "Did you help me find Bebe?" The young man nodded eagerly, extending his bitten hand for her to see. "It bit me too," he conveyed, his meaning unmistakable, a request for medical expenses to be addressed. Without hesitation, the affluent woman replied, "Rest assured, since Bebe bit you, I will take full responsibility. And furthermore, after Bebe went missing, I issued a reward. Whoever finds Bebe will receive 2 million. The Jin family keeps its word and will never go back on it." As soon as she finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The Jin family, a reward of 2 million. At that moment, the expressions of everyone around froze in astonishment. Chapter 20. The financial fortunes of the youth, to speak of nothing else. The mere mention of the Jin family is sufficient to astonish. For Jinling is renowned for its 3 prominent families: the Jin, the Zhou, and the Shangguan. Among these illustrious lineages, the Jin family stands out as the most enigmatic and low-profile, yet undeniably the most powerful. A saying once echoed through Jinling: "The city is steadfastly the Jin family's, while the noble families flow like water." It is said that since the inception of Jinling, the Jin family has perpetually held its position as the preeminent clan, never witnessing a decline. In contrast, other families have experienced both prosperity and downfall. To illustrate, 2 decades prior, Jinling was home to 4 major families, including the Jin and 3 others. Over time, the latter 3 waned, while the Zhou and the current Shangguan ascended, shaping the present landscape. Thus, in Jinling, the 2 characters Jin family unequivocally symbolize a unique heritage and grandeur. At this moment, the wealthy lady proclaimed a bounty of 2 million for her dog, a sum that is indeed substantial, complete with all necessary taxes arranged to ensure the recipient receives the full amount. Instantly, a wave of envy washed over the hearts of many, as they murmured, "How enviable!" In the next breath, someone exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. Wasn't there a bounty for a lost dog over 10 days ago? I recall flyers being distributed in every alley." A flurry of activity ensued as individuals hastily retrieved their phones to check the news from days past. Soon, someone raised their phone and announced, "I found the bounty notice. It indeed offers 2 million as a reward, but this large dog does not match the description of the one in the notice." At this juncture, many had also uncovered the bounty notice from days prior. The dog depicted therein was grand and imposing, plump as a pig, with a coat gleaming as if oiled. Truly a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji, radiating comfort. In stark contrast, the stray dog appeared emaciated and filthy, resembling something pulled from a refuse bin. How could these 2 possibly be related? Of course, upon closer inspection, one could discern similarities between the stray and the dog in the bounty notice, such as the distribution of fur color and the gaze. However, these observations were rather abstract. It seemed only the stray's owner could recognize the connection at a glance. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue stepped forward with urgency, exclaiming, "Sixth madam, please come in." Shangguan Xing also appeared quite formal, stating, "Sixth madam, congratulations. Please do enter." Zhang Chu, recognizing the affluent lady's status, also gestured for her to proceed. Soon, Zhang Chu, along with several others, including the young man who had been bitten by the dog, entered the establishment. Outside, Lin Xiyu called out, "All right, everyone, please disperse. Today, the feng shui shop has esteemed guests and will be closed for business." The crowd understood that with a prominent figure from the Jin family present, the fortune teller would no longer attend to other patrons. It was only at this moment that many outside began to comprehend the situation, and someone exclaimed, "Goodness, bitten by a dog, and yet earned a 2 million reward? I wouldn't mind being bitten by a dog myself. Forget just one dog. If someone offered me 2 million, I'd gladly endure a pack of dogs. Now, that is what I call a stroke of luck." However, some began to grasp the deeper implications, with one person exclaiming, "Heavens! The fortune teller truly is remarkable. He predicted that young man's financial windfall, and lo and behold, it has come to pass. Indeed, who could have anticipated that a dog would bring such fortune? Incredible." In that moment, Zhang Chu's reputation underwent a dramatic transformation. Those recording videos on site and various online influencers began to extol his virtues without charge. The name Zhang Chu swiftly spread throughout Jinling, garnering attention from many. Inside the feng shui shop, the wealthy lady took a seat, while Shangguan Qingxue and Shangguan Xing stood respectfully to the side, hesitant to sit themselves. In contrast, Zhang Chu sat casually, appearing quite at ease. The reason Shangguan Qingxue and Shangguan Xing referred to her as Sixth Madam was due to her husband's distinguished status, known as Jin Lui. Jin Lui, now 73, is a figure from the elder generation of the Jin family and one of the prominent magnates of Jinling. Not only Shangguan Qingxue and Shangguan Xing, but even the head of the Shangguan family would approach Sixth Madam with utmost deference. Sixth Madam exuded a friendly demeanor, cradling the large dog without concern for its dirtiness, showering it with affection and uttering words of comfort, lamenting the hardship endured by her baby. In response, the dog seemed to exhibit a sense of understanding, quickly settling down. At this juncture, Sixth Madam requested the young man's bank account details and arranged for a transfer of funds. Moreover, she had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Upon learning that it was Zhang Chu who had foretold this young man's financial fortune, her gaze toward him shifted, suggesting an increased interest. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the young man's hand was bandaged, and at that moment his phone chimed with a notification. The transfer of 2 million had been completed. Overjoyed, the young man exclaimed, "The money has arrived." Sixth Madam then stated, "This 2 million is the reward for helping me find Bebe. And in addition, I shall provide you with 30,000 for your medical expenses due to the dog bite. Does that sound agreeable?" The young man quickly replied, "Absolutely." In no time, Sixth Madam transferred an additional 30,000 to the young man, that he then approached Zhang Chu, expressing sincere gratitude. "Sir, I must apologize. I misjudged you earlier." Zhang Chu smiled gently. "There is no need for concern. This windfall was destined for you. Had you not caused a commotion at my doorstep, it is unlikely Bebe's owner would have been drawn to you." At that moment, the young man inquired, "Sir, I have heard that fortune tellers typically claim a portion of the windfall. I wonder how much I should offer you as a fee." Zhang Chu shook his head. "No need. I shall not accept any fee from you." Surprised, everyone around fell silent, not anticipating Zhang Chu's refusal of the fee. In truth, Shangguan Qingxue, Shangguan Xing, and even Sixth Madam were familiar with the basic customs of fortune-telling. The refusal of a fee is not regarded as a good omen. It is typically reserved for those on the brink of death or devoid of future fortune, at which point the fortune-teller abstains from collecting their fee. Consequently, the expressions of those present grew somewhat peculiar. The young man gazed at Zhang Chu in confusion. Zhang Chu explained, "In the realm of fortune-telling, there exists a rule. One does not collect fees from those nearing death. Therefore, your fee is waived." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically, especially Sixth Madam, who stood abruptly, interpreting Zhang Chu's words as suggesting that the dog would prove fatal to the young man. However, the young man himself displayed little emotional upheaval, sighing, "So that is how it is." Turning to Sixth Madam, who appeared perturbed, Zhang Chu quickly clarified, "Do not misinterpret. He is not afflicted with rabies, but rather, he is terminally ill." At this moment, the young man finally spoke. "What this gentleman has said is correct. I am indeed nearing the end." He then began to disclose his circumstances, revealing his story piece by piece. Chapter 21. The mysterious little tower. It turns out that this young man hails from a single-parent family. When he was merely 2 years old, his mother eloped with her brother-in-law, leaving her whereabouts unknown to this day, that in order to raise him, the young man's father never remarried. After enduring countless hardships, the young man believed that he and his father had finally managed to persevere through their struggles. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when the young man was diagnosed with a terminal illness, leaving him with little time left to live. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards his father and resolved to acquire a windfall to secure a bride for him. By chance, he learned of Zhang Chu's ability to predict lottery outcomes and decided to try his luck. Upon hearing the young man's tale, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, the young man took a few steps back and suddenly knelt before Zhang Chu, bowing deeply several times. In the next moment, a mysterious force unexpectedly surged into Zhang Chu's mind from the void. "Here we go again." Zhang Chu's heart leapt with joy. He was no stranger to this enigmatic force, which seemed to embody a form of merit. He immediately calmed his mind and allowed this mysterious energy to enter his consciousness. Soon, the figure of his witch master, Shang Xinyue, materialized in his mind. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, with his master's body lying amidst a cluster of red candles, 10 mysterious symbols hovering above her. One of these symbols had already been ignited to AT that instant. Another symbol flickered and ignited as well. Now, 2 symbols glowed above Shang Xinyue's form. However, this time, the witch master did not vanish immediately. Rather, she underwent a transformation. Suddenly, she sat upright, her tightly shut eyes snapping open. Yet instead of pupils, her eyes resembled a raging sea of flames, emanating a crimson glow. Abruptly, the seated figure extended her hand, revealing a mysterious little tower. The tower was entirely black, exuding a weighty aura that seemed to transcend the passage of time, appearing both enigmatic and shadowy, with a total of 9 tiers. What astonished Zhang Chu the most was the palpable sensation the tower evoked within him, as if it were not merely an apparition, but a tangible treasure. He even felt an urge to reach out and grasp it. Treasure! Zhang Chu's heart raced with excitement as he inwardly beckoned. "Come to me." Yet, the tower and his master's figure vanished without a trace. A wave of disappointment washed over Zhang Chu. He had a strong intuition that the tower was not an illusion, but rather a precious gift left for him by his master. In that moment, Zhang Chu quickly deduced, "I understand now. My master borrowed the soul of Shang Guantingshu to bequeath me this treasure. The very tower. He recalled his witch master mentioning that the 8 great mystical sects convened to deliberate over the ownership of a legendary treasure, which was indeed a tower. Moreover, Shang Xianyue had hinted that this treasure was fated to be connected to him. My goodness, I never imagined my master truly managed to seize the tower. Impressive, truly impressive. This is definitely a win. Zhang Chu felt a surge of admiration. After all, his witch master had always been formidable to AT that moment. Zhang Chu mused, "It seems that my master's shadow and those 10 symbols are crucial for me to acquire that treasure." The key to illuminating the 10 symbols appeared to be the force of merit. But soon, Zhang Chu shook his head in contemplation. No, defining it simply as the force of merit seems inaccurate. Over the past few days, I have divined many fortunes for others. Why didn't anyone trigger the symbols? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that only when others sincerely bow to me will those mysterious symbols activate? Indeed, that must be it. It has not an ethereal force of merit, but rather requires the other party to bow. One bow, one mysterious symbol. Zhang Chu felt he had grasped the truth this time. With that said, in the future, when I read fortunes or assess feng shui, I must be sure to guide them accordingly. I should encourage those who can bow to kneel before me. Naturally, these thoughts and reflections flitted through Zhang Chu's mind in an instant, unnoticed by those around him. Soon, Zhang Chu's awareness returned to the present, noticing that the young man who had earnestly bowed before him had yet to rise. Thus, Zhang Chu spoke, "You may rise." After the young man stood, he turned to leave AT that moment. Zhang Chu glanced at Shang Guantingshu, smiling slightly. "Are you convinced now?" Shang Guantingshu's expression stiffened, and he begrudgingly replied, "I concede, you possess some skill." Zhang Chu chuckled. "Merely possessing skill is not enough. We had a wager, and I have won. You owe me a bow and must address me as grandfather." Now, Zhang Chu was curious to see if Shang Guantingshu's bow would yield him a mysterious symbol. Upon hearing this, Shang Guantingshu immediately bristled with indignation. "You wanted to call you grandfather? You should take a good look at your own status. Do you wish to be ostracized from Furong Street?" Zhang Chu smiled. "What, do you intend to renege?" Before Shang, not only he, but even Shang Guantingshu and Lu Nai felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding that in that instant, Shang Guantingshu recalled some frightful tales that it was said that someone had once hired a feng shui master to assess their home, promising to share half of their wealth should they prosper. However, once they became wealthy, the individual reneged, claiming the money was earned through their own efforts, refusing to part with half, and even sending the feng shui master away. As a result, the feng shui master buried a few nails in their ancestral grave, and soon after, the wealthy household experienced a series of calamities, leading to their demise within 3 months. Rumors abounded that, 7 or 8 years prior, a once mighty family in Jinling, the Feng family, was decimated after offending a powerful feng shui master, leading to their extinction. Such tales were numerous, and thus, prominent families were exceedingly cautious when it came to offending feng shui masters, especially those of genuine skill, for they were truly not to be trifled with. At this moment, Shang Guantingshu's legs weakened, and he knelt before Zhang Chu, bowing several times while saying, "Mr. Zhang, I apologize." However, Zhang Chu furrowed his brow, displeased, for Shang Guantingshu's bow did not trigger a mysterious symbol. What the heck? What is going on? Why didn't this fool's bow activate the symbol? Zhang Chu pondered. Feeling frustrated, he gazed at Shang Guantingshu, irritated. If a bow didn't yield a symbol, what use was he? Consequently, Zhang Chu snapped, "Call me grandfather. Grandfather." Shang Guantingshu uttered the words, albeit begrudgingly. Beside them, Lin Xiu gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Shang Guantingshu would genuinely kneel. Was this what they referred to as gambling integrity? Zhang Chu casually waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Get up and scram. You've gained nothing from this." After rising, Shang Guantingshu turned and left, thoroughly humiliated and unable to bear remaining any longer. After he had exited the establishment for some time, he couldn't help but slap himself. "Damn it, I truly am a fool. Why did I come to provoke a feng shui master's establishment?" He then tugged at his hair in frustration. "Oh no, I made a mistake. From the very beginning, I shouldn't have confronted Zhang Chu. I should have greeted him warmly and tested whether he possessed any genuine skill." At this moment, Shang Guantingshu began to reflect on his missteps. In truth, he had always been this way, an armchair strategist, understanding everything only after the fact. Yet when faced with a situation, he couldn't help but become muddled. In summary, Shang Guantingshu possessed a modicum of cunning, yet not much. He excelled at post-event analysis but struggled with real-time adaptability. Chapter 22. The agreement with Grandmother Lu. As Shangguan Xing departed, the quaint little shop was left with only Grandmother Lu, Shangguan Xingxue, and Lin Xiu. In that moment, Grandmother Lu naturally assumed the role of the protagonist. Shangguan Xingxue personally poured a cup of tea for Grandmother Lu and then, with utmost respect, inquired, "Grandmother Lu, I truly did not anticipate your arrival at Furong Street. Grandmother Lu gently sipped her tea before responding. Grandmother Lu sighed. About 10 days ago, I returned to my maternal home in Yuancheng, bringing Bebe along, and then... At this point, Grandmother Lu shook her head sorrowfully. Every family has its own troubles. Alas, Bebe went missing in Yuancheng. Shangguan Qingxue gasped in astonishment. Yuancheng? That's over 200 kilometers away. Could it be that Bebe ran back on its own? Grandmother Lu, filled with concern, responded. Indeed, though I issued a reward in Jinling, I must confess, I never imagined Bebe would traverse such a distance to return. Zhang Chu interjected. I suspect it only made its way back in recent days. It appears quite thin, indicating it must have endured considerable hardship over the past 10 days. Grandmother Lu, cradling her large dog, lamented. Yes, it is truly hard to fathom how it managed to return. My heart aches for it. At that moment, a vehicle arrived at the shop's entrance, and several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged. These were Grandmother Lu's guards, here to escort the large dog to a veterinarian. Soon, the dog was taken away by the bodyguards, yet Grandmother Lu chose to remain in the shop. She then said to Zhang Chu, Mr. Zhang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in this matter. To express my gratitude, my husband and I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. May I inquire if you are available? Zhang Chu felt indifferent towards Grandmother Lu's invitation. However, Shangguan Qingxue's expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Grandmother Lu, are you suggesting that you and Mr. Jin Lu wish to invite Zhang Chu to dinner this evening? Who is Mr. Jin Lu? He is the head of the Jin family in Jinling. Countless individuals wish to meet him, and even the head of the Shangguan family would likely need to book an appointment a week in advance. Yet now, Grandmother Lu casually proposes to invite Zhang Chu to dinner with Mr. Jin Lu tonight, disrupting who knows how many of Mr. Jin Lu's subsequent engagements. This seems incredibly presumptuous. Thus, Shangguan Qingxue found it hard to believe that Mr. Jin Lu's schedule could be altered so easily. Moreover, she had heard from outsiders that Grandmother Lu was a very traditional woman, who typically refrained from involving herself in any affairs of the Jin family, spending her days either walking her dog or playing mahjong. It was even said that she would turn a blind eye to disputes among the Jin family members, embodying the essence of a woman without a strong personality. Many claimed that only such passive women could marry into affluent families. However, now Grandmother Lu appeared to be orchestrating Mr. Jin Lu's schedule, leaving Shangguan Qingxue utterly perplexed. Could she truly manage such arrangements? Would Mr. Jin Lu not resent it? Consequently, Shangguan Qingxue could not help but ask, will Mr. Jin Lu be available this evening? Grandmother Lu replied amiably, as long as Master Zhang is free, my husband will be as well. If necessary, we can ask others to wait a day or two. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue's heart skipped a beat as a sudden realization dawned upon her. No, Grandmother Lu is not as indecisive as the outside world claims. Immediately, a wave of regret washed over Shangguan Qingxue. Oh dear, I truly am foolish. Inviting Zhang Chu to dinner. How could I have been so dim-witted? Zhang Chu has showcased his abilities here for the past 2 or 3 days. I should have seized the opportunity to invite him for a meal and draw closer to him. At this juncture, Shangguan Qingxue felt immense regret, lamenting her missed opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Chu. It is essential to recognize that a truly skilled feng shui master could influence the fortunes of a prominent family for decades, even centuries. Thus, when a remarkable feng shui master appears, who among the core figures of any family would not approach respectfully in search of guidance? Yet what of Shangguan Qingxue? She had allowed Zhang Chu to remain for 2 or 3 days without making any overtures, a blatant misstep. Look at Grandmother Lu. She had only exchanged a few words with Zhang Chu and had not even tested his abilities before swiftly altering Mr. Jin Lu's schedule to invite him to dinner. Such decisiveness was astounding. It was clear that Grandmother Lu was extending an olive branch on behalf of the Jin family to Zhang Chu. In that moment, Shangguan Qingxue finally comprehended that Grandmother Lu was far from the uninvolved figure of rumor. Her discernment and decisiveness were qualities that surpassed those of ordinary individuals. She merely presented a facade of amiability while remaining astute when faced with peculiar circumstances. Having realized this, Shangguan Qingxue felt compelled to ensure Zhang Chu did not meet Mr. Jin Lu before her. She resolved to act swiftly. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to forge a bond with Zhang Chu. Thus, Shangguan Qingxue immediately adopted an apologetic tone and said to Grandmother Lu, Grandmother Lu, I regret to inform you that I have already made arrangements with Zhang Chu for this evening. Having said this, she subtly cast a glance at Zhang Chu, hoping he would comprehend her intentions. Zhang Chu, of course, understood Shangguan Qingxue's thoughts. However, her concern seemed somewhat unwarranted. Regardless, Zhang Chu would undoubtedly look after the Shangguan family to ask for Grandmother Lu's invitation. To be honest, Zhang Chu found it quite intriguing. He too recognized that Grandmother Lu was a person of significant stature. Given that his master had advised him to establish a presence on Furong Street, Zhang Chu understood the necessity of connecting with influential figures in Jinling. Otherwise, how could he truly make a name for himself? Thus, Zhang Chu did not respond to Shangguan Qingxue's remark. Grandmother Lu smiled slightly, recognizing that there was no prior commitment between Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu. She then addressed Zhang Chu with a smile. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire about your culinary preferences? Is there anything you wish to avoid? I will ensure the chef is informed. Zhang Chu replied casually, I have no particular aversions. Having grown up in the mountains, I have not experienced many delicacies. Just serve me some hearty fare to broaden my horizons. Grandmother Lu beamed with delight. That is splendid. Our Qiangbin Lu specializes in hearty dishes. Shangguan Qingshue's expression was one of turmoil and dismay. She realized that tonight, Zhang Chu would not be hers at tea that moment. Her heart brimmed with regret as she continually berated herself. Oh, why am I such a fool? Just a few days ago, numerous opportunities lay before me, and I could have merely spoken a word. Why did I not do so? From the very first day, I witnessed Zhang Chu's ability to locate individuals. I should have understood that he is a formidable feng shui master. This is disastrous. I will not be able to sleep tonight, that a prime opportunity has been snatched away by Grandmother Lu, and due to her unique status, I cannot confront her. What a calamity. I must ensure that once Grandmother Lu departs, I have a proper conversation with Zhang Chu. Chapter 23. The support from the Jin family regardless of what thoughts occupied Shangguan Qingshue's mind. Zhang Chu had already finalized the evening's itinerary with Granny Lu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Granny Lu took her leave. In the small establishment, only Zhang Chu, Shangguan Qingxue, and the female secretary Lin Xiu remained at tea that moment. Shangguan Qingxue looked at Zhang Chu with a conflicted expression and said, Why are you like this? Others readily accept invitations. Zhang Chu shrugged. When others treat, why not enjoy a good meal? Only a fool would decline. Is this merely a chance to dine for free? Shangguan Qingxue replied, somewhat speechless. She continued, Zhang Chu, listen to me. The Jin family is not like ordinary prominent clans. When they invite you for a meal, there is undoubtedly a deeper purpose behind it. I understand, Zhang Chu responded. Observing his demeanor, Shangguan Qingxue felt a chill in her heart. She suspected Zhang Chu might be attempting to climb the Jin family's social ladder. Nevertheless, she said, Zhang Chu, I recognize that everyone has their own aspirations, and I have no right to question your choice of lifestyle. However, you must contemplate carefully how to interact with the Jin family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu inquired, Is the Jin family particularly special? Shangguan Qingxue nodded slightly. Indeed, the Jin family is quite extraordinary. There's a saying in Jinling, the Jin family is as solid as iron, while other noble families are mere flowing water. In other words, while the Jin family has consistently maintained its supremacy in Jinling, other prestigious families have rapidly risen and fallen every 2 or 3 decades. The Jin family, however, has never declined. I've heard. At this point, Shangguan Qingxue lowered her voice and whispered, I have heard that the Jin family harbors a terrifying secret. Every 10 or 20 years, a formidable feng shui master voluntarily sacrifices their life to enhance the family's fortune. Zhang Chu's eyelids twitched. What nonsense is this? A powerful feng shui master willingly dedicating their life to the Jin family. Shangguan Qingxue continued in a hushed tone. Of course, this is merely a vague rumor I've come across, but such tales have circulated in Jinling for years. Even over a decade ago, there was a renowned feng shui master who supposedly perished due to the Jin family's demands. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. That's intriguing. Shangguan Qingxue then remarked, In any case, the Jin family's wealth is not easily acquired. Their influence is not so readily borrowed. Zhang Chu nodded lightly. Thank you for the warning. Through these rumors, Zhang Chu could infer a general understanding. It seemed that the Jin family placed particular importance on feng shui, and their circumstances might be unique enough to require human sacrifice. However, Zhang Chu was not overly concerned. He merely intended to engage with the Jin family without selling his life to them. Moreover, even if he encountered traps designed to ensnare feng shui masters, he was undaunted. After all, his sorceress master, Shang Xianyu, was reputed to be a celestial calamity star, capable of bringing misfortune to those around her. Yet Zhang Chu had grown up safely by her side. A mere Jin family was nothing. Even if they possessed fearsome fangs, he could easily disarm them. Shangguan Qingxue sighed, still harboring concerns for Zhang Chu's situation. However, there was little she could do. Having missed the opportunity to take action earlier, she could only watch as Zhang Chu engage with the Jin family. Nevertheless, she resolved in her heart, tomorrow, I must find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Zhang Chu. Then a thought struck her. I haven't even added Zhang Chu's contact information yet. How insincere of me. Simultaneously, she felt a bit bashful. In the past, it was always others who sought her contact details, and she had never proactively asked for a young man's information. Yet, Zhang Chu had never sought hers either. However, contemplating Zhang Chu's capabilities, she cast aside her momentary shyness and reticence. She turned to Zhang Chu and said, Zhang Chu, could you share your WeChat with me? Let's add each other as friends and keep in touch. Sure. After they exchanged contact information, night had fallen, and Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue bid farewell, preparing to attend the appointment. Just as Zhang Chu stepped outside, a luxury sedan pulled up in front of him that a neatly dressed female driver exited the vehicle and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Zhang, are you headed to Cheongbin Tower? Granny Lu asked me to wait for you nearby." Zhang Chu was taken aback by the thoughtfulness of the arrangement, realizing someone had been waiting for him. Then he nodded. "That's right, let's go." In the evening, at Cheongbin Tower, within an elegantly appointed private room, Jean Liuyi and Granny Lu were already waiting for Zhang Chu. Jean Liuyi, in his 70s, possessed a shock of black hair, a tall stature, and broad shoulders, appearing quite vigorous and robust. Upon seeing him, Zhang Chu understood immediately. So he is a martial artist skilled in genuine techniques. At that moment, both Jean Liuyi and Granny Lu rose to their feet. Jean Liuyi clasped his hands in greeting, his expression filled with astonishment. "Ah, I truly did not expect the renowned feng shui master of Furong Street to be so young." Zhang Chu, rarely humble, replied, "I hardly deserve such a reputation." Yet, Jean Liuyi interjected, "There is no need for modesty, Mr. Zhang, that I have heard of your exploits, from recovering bodies in the lake to your prophecy that sealed the fate of scarred Lu. I have been aware of your prowess for quite some time." After a few exchanges of pleasantries, the waiter began to serve the dishes. After sharing a few toasts, Jean Liuyi directly stated, "In truth, ever since I heard of your deeds, I have been eager to pay you a visit. Is there a specific matter at hand?" "Zhang Chu inquired." Jean Liuyi replied, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, I have a great appreciation for talent and hold those from your mystical order in high regard. Thus, I wish to offer my support to you." Support? Upon hearing this term, Zhang Chu felt a peculiar sensation. Jean Liuyi hastily clarified, "Yes, indeed, support. From now on, whatever you wish to eat, drink, or where to reside, the Jean family will take care of everything. Furthermore, I will provide you with 10 million a year." Zhang Chu's eyelids flickered. Good heavens, 10 million a year. The Jean family truly had a wealth of resources. He smiled slightly, but did not immediately agree. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If someone offers you 10 million, it certainly comes with strings attached. Thus, Zhang Chu asked, "If I accept the Jean family support, what conditions would be attached?" Jean Liuyi responded, "Mr. Zhang, given your remarkable abilities, there is no need for you to toil away in a shop, providing fortune-telling to so many individuals. It is far too exhausting. The Jean family cannot bear to see capable individuals struggle, so we offer you this financial support, and in return, you need only provide guidance to the Jean family when absolutely necessary." Zhang Chu's heart suddenly enlightened. This was not support, but rather a form of captivity. Once he accepted the funds, he would be obligated to offer counsel exclusively to the Jean family, in euphemistic terms. This was akin to being a guest or employee of the Jean family. However, in stark reality, it was nothing less than servitude, a mere household servant of the Jean family. Chapter 24. The aspirations of Lord Jean Lu. How could Zhang Chu possibly accept such patronage? Even if he wished to take a step back, Zhang Chu's master would not allow such a disgrace at this moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Chu declined, saying, "I appreciate Lord Jean Lu's kindness, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom and cannot abide by constraints. Therefore, I would prefer that we refrain from discussing any form of patronage." Upon hearing Zhang Chu's refusal, Lord Jean Lu's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression seemed to betray a hint of displeasure. In Lord Jean Lu's eyes, this young man before him appeared somewhat ungrateful. Although Lord Jean Lu feigned respect and was well versed in Zhang Chu's affairs, it was merely a facade of politeness. Was 10 million not satisfactory? What more could one desire? What value could one possess? It truly seemed an embodiment of ingratitude. At that moment, though Lord Jean Lu remained silent, the atmosphere around him abruptly turned frigid, revealing the imposing aura that comes with long-held power. Any ordinary individual, confronted with such a presence, would likely be struck with fear. This kind of aura was simply insurmountable for the common man. Yet, Zhang Chu felt no pressure whatsoever, leisurely picking up a crab leg and gnawing on it, as if he were unbothered by the unfolding tension. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Madame Lu quickly interjected with a smile, "Darling, I have heard that Mr. Zhang has recently arrived in Jinling and may not be fully aware of its intricacies. Some matters cannot be rushed." Lord Jean Lu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. However, a chill lingered in his demeanor in his view, a geomancer who could not be of service to him, regardless of their expertise, was hardly worth the effort to befriend. Sometimes, when given face, one must know how to accept it. Failing to do so would sever future ties. Nevertheless, Madame Lu found Zhang Chu quite intriguing. She then spoke up, "Mr. Zhang, did that girl, Shengguan Qing Snow, say something to you that led to any misunderstandings regarding our Jean family?" While continuing to eat crab, Zhang Chu chuckled. "This matter has nothing to do with anyone else. I have said it before. I am accustomed to a carefree existence and cannot tolerate constraints for serving anyone as an aide. I would prefer that we do not broach the subject." Upon hearing Zhang Chu's resolute tone, Lord Jean Lu snorted. "Very well, each to their own ambition." At this moment, Lord Jean Lu was already contemplating leaving. His time was invaluable. Madame Lu, perceiving his intent, hastily said, "Darling, Mr. Zhang is no ordinary person, that we just happen to have a matter at hand. Perhaps we could ask Mr. Zhang for assistance." Zhang Chu immediately paused, looking towards Madame Lu, curious about what she had in mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lord Jinling finally spoke. "Our situation may be beyond Mr. Zhang's capabilities." Zhang Chu's interest was piqued. "Oh, please do share." Lord Jinling replied nonchalantly, "We wish to have a son." Zhang Chu was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. "Goodness, you are already in your 70s and still desire a son? No wonder you say you cannot seek my help at your age. Even if you consume ginseng daily as if it were a carrot, it is unlikely to yield a child." However, out of professional habit, Zhang Chu took a glance at Lord Jinling and Madame Lu. Soon after, he shook his head. "That may not be feasible. 9 years ago, both of you lost your ability to conceive. If I am not mistaken, you must have ingested some form of medication." Though Zhang Chu's words were casual, both Lord Jinling and Madame Lu sprang to their feet in shock. At that moment, Lord Jinling's eyes widened. "What did you say? 9 years ago?" Immediately, Lord Jinling and Madame Lu exchanged a glance, as if they simultaneously recalled something significant. At this juncture, Lord Jinling's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze toward Zhang Chu was no longer that of superiority, but filled with astonishment and disbelief. Finally, he asked, his voice somewhat strained, "Mr. Zhang, are you certain that we lost our ability to conceive 9 years ago?" Simultaneously, Zhang Chu nodded lightly, quite certain. From the facial features, it is evident that both of you lost your ability to conceive 9 years ago. There is no mistake. Lord Jinling seemed to seek further confirmation, his face contorted with concern as he asked, "Can you specify the month or season?" Zhang Chu replied directly, "Mid-July." This. Madame Lu's expression darkened profoundly. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip as she said, "I understand now. 9 years ago, my elder brother transferred the position of head of the Jin family to you and made us drink that potion. It was all for this reason. My elder brother is truly ruthless." Lord Jinling trembled as he spoke. 9 years ago, Lord Jinling had maneuvered to obtain the position of head of the Jin family from his elder brother. On that day, his elder brother had stated that to attain that position, they had to be united as a couple, never to divorce, and both must consume a bowl of the secret loyalty potion. At the time, Lord Jinling thought little of it, as it had been a long-standing tradition in the Jin family. All those in power within the Jin family were required to partake in a special concoction. Little did they know, that potion was designed to render them infertile. In that moment, Lord Jinling comprehended the implications. The elders of the Jin family permitted him to take charge, but they would never allow him to have his own children. The reasoning was quite simple. The issue lay with Madame Lu, who, in her youth, had been a minor film star and had garnered a fair share of scandals. The Jin family held a bias against her background, deeming her unworthy. Should Madame Lu bear a child while Lord Jinling presided over the Jin family, that child would almost certainly ascend as the next head of the Jin family. Allowing a woman with a history of scandals to become the matriarch of the Jin family was utterly unacceptable to them. Thus, they would never allow such a scenario to unfold. However, Lord Jinling was resourceful, and the younger generation of the Jin family was in disarray, which was why such an event transpired 9 years ago. Previously, neither Lord Jinling nor Madame Lu had questioned the potion, as the Jin family had always adhered to such customs. But now, both realized the truth. Moreover, no one had ever confidently informed Lord Jinling, as Zhang Chu did. Thus, at this moment, Lord Jinling and Madame Lu regarded Zhang Chu as a beacon of hope. Lord Jinling eagerly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, do you believe there is any way out of our predicament?" Zhang Chu shook his head. "There is no way out." Lord Jinling's features indicate that he will have no children in his old age. No matter how hard he tries, it will be futile. Upon hearing this, Lord Jinling seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his chair. Madame Lu's expression mirrored his despair, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Heaven knows the lengths they had gone to in their quest for a child of their own. Over the years, they had consulted numerous divine doctors and prayed at countless temples. In their desperate desire for a child, they had even stayed for a month at a temple of a living Buddha in a hidden region. Yet, despite Lord Jinling's efforts to restore his vitality, there had been no signs from Madame Lu. Now, hearing Zhang Chu pronounce their fates so definitively, they were filled with bitterness. For a wealthy and powerful elder like Lord Jinling, the greatest aspiration was to pass on his power to his biological son. Yet now, that hope had been extinguished. The most heart-wrenching was Madame Lu, who had finally outlived those from the Jin family who had looked down upon her, believing she could finally breathe again and prepare to have a son to solidify her status, only to find. Eventually, Lord Jinling appeared to come to terms with his reality, that he stood up, wearing a weary expression. "Mr. Zhang, I apologize. I am feeling somewhat unwell and must take my leave." Madame Lu hastily rose to assist Lord Jinling in departing. In that moment, both individuals found themselves stripped of hope for the future, seeking to retreat. However, just then, Zhang Chu interjected. Wait. Madame Lu quickly replied. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we have already taken care of the expenses. You will not incur any costs. Zhang Chu, taken aback, thought to himself. Although he currently had little money, he certainly wasn't worried about their paying the bill. But at this juncture, Zhang Chu curiously asked, May I ask, why are you both so insistent on having another child when you already have a biological son? As soon as Zhang Chu's words fell, both Lord Jinlu and Madame Lu were rendered speechless. Chapter 25. The son of Master Jinlu? We have a biological son. Are you joking? Master Jinlu turned his head. A look of confusion etched on his face. Sixth Madam, with an expression of distress, gazed at Master Jinlu and inquired, Do you have a son? In the next moment, she directed her attention to Zhang Chu. Mr. Zhang, could you please clarify? What do you mean by my husband having a biological son? Is it possible that my husband has fathered a child with another woman? Before Zhang Chu could respond, Master Jinlu hastily interjected. Don't jump to conclusions. Over the years, aside from you, I've been extremely cautious. He then turned to Zhang Chu. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by this? What son? Zhang Chu replied, Please do not misunderstand. I am referring to your biological son, the one who has been lost for many years, not one fathered with another. A lost biological son? Are you kidding? Sixth Madam exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief. Master Jinlu frowned in agreement. A lost son? Are you jesting? My wife and I do not have a lost son. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Zhang Chu was taken aback. Is that not the case? He scrutinized Master Jinlu and then Sixth Madam closely. Soon enough, he was filled with perplexity. You too do not have a son who has been lost for many years? Master Jinlu, in disbelief, chuckled. What nonsense! Even if I were unaware of a lost son, my wife would surely know. Sixth Madam shrugged her shoulders. Am I not aware of whether I gave birth to a son? Zhang Chu was equally baffled. Why did their features clearly suggest that they had a son who was merely lost, yet they themselves seemed oblivious to this fact? It was somewhat acceptable for a man to be unaware, but for a woman to be ignorant of such a matter seemed rather absurd. Yet their expressions did not betray any signs of deceit. Thus, Zhang Chu examined their features more closely, and it was evident that they indeed had a son. Could it be that my reading is incorrect? Zhang Chu mused internally. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, convinced that he was unlikely to be mistaken. Generally, only those with a certain level of cultivation could obscure the truth, as such individuals often veil parts of the celestial secrets. Although Master Jinlu was a skilled practitioner with some martial prowess, he had not reached the level of true cultivation. Zhang Chu then suggested, Both of you, please take your chopsticks, dip them in a few drops of wine, and mix them on the table. I will cast a temporary divination for you. Though Master Jinlu and Sixth Madam were utterly perplexed, they complied with Zhang Chu's instructions, each dropping a few drops of wine onto the table. At that moment, Zhang Chu spoke. Now, each of you should take a strand of hair and place it in the mixed wine, then ignite the drops with a lighter. The couple followed Zhang Chu's guidance, placing their hair into the mixture and igniting the drops of wine on the table. With a pop, blue flames spread across the surface, forming a burn area the size of a palm. Zhang Chu glanced at the flames, and a phrase spontaneously flowed from his lips. A sorrowful lotus, a child of fate, lovebird struck apart by fate, deceiving the heavens, a switch of children, 22 years lost to sight. In the next moment, Zhang Chu turned to Master Jinlu. No, you must have a son. Master Jinlu continued to look perplexed. How can we not know if we have a child? Zhang Chu spoke rapidly. 22 years ago, he was lost just after birth. Think carefully about what happened 22 years ago. As soon as Zhang Chu finished speaking, Master Jinlu's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, 22 years ago. Sixth Madam suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if recalling an unbearable past. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 22 years ago? How could that be? Zhang Chu, however, stated firmly. Both of you, the divination reveals that indeed, 22 years ago, you lost your biological son. As for why you refuse to acknowledge this, I have no interest. If you do not wish to reunite with him, I shall not interfere. Yet Sixth Madam exclaimed, That is impossible. The child was clearly a girl, and she died at birth. In that moment, Master Jinlu's expression shifted again, and he could not help but say, Mr. Zhang, do not misunderstand. 22 years ago, something did happen, but it did not involve a son. At this point, Master Jinlu unveiled the truth of that event from 22 years prior. At that time, he was in his early 50s, wealthy, but not yet the head of the Jin family. Sixth Madam, at that time merely in her 20s, was a budding film star. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, and soon she found herself pregnant. However, family opposition ensued. Eventually, at Master Jinlu's insistence, Sixth Madam gave birth to a baby girl in a remote city. Tragically, the infant was born with congenital issues and was stillborn. The couple endured immense sorrow over this event. Thus, the number 22 years was indeed accurate. Such an incident had transpired, but the notion of a son was mere nonsense. Zhang Chu shook his head. That is not correct. Your child was not a girl, But a boy. That child did not die. How could that be possible? Master Jinling gasped. Zhang Chu shrugged. Believe it or not, but I have already calculated that the child is very much alive. Sixth Madam's heart raced, and she murmured, how can this be? How is it possible? Master Jinling's expression was equally riveting. A man in his 70s appeared utterly at a loss, resembling a child. Could it be that the child was switched at birth? Master Jinling murmured repeatedly. In fact, incidents of hospitals mistakenly exchanging infants were not uncommon over 20 years ago. Some even sought to swap their children after discovering congenital conditions. Thus, upon realizing they had a son, their thoughts inevitably gravitated towards this direction. There was no denying that Zhang Chu's assertion had a profound impact on them. They had never imagined that events from over 20 years ago would resurface today. Yet, Zhang Chu's words rang with such authenticity, devoid of any semblance of fabrication. Zhang Chu, unfazed, took a bite of steak, determined not to waste the exquisite meal before him, that a little over 10 minutes later, Sixth Madam suddenly rose and bowed deeply to Zhang Chu, earnestly stating, Mr. Zhang, since you can discern these truths, could you lead us to find our child? Master Jinling, too, showed deep respect as he bent slightly toward Zhang Chu. Mr. Zhang, if what you say is indeed true, and we once had a son, and if you can assist us in locating him, I, on behalf of the Jin family, shall always support you and wish to be your friend. At this moment, Master Jinling no longer... Chapter 26. The fortune of the delivery man. Master Jinling's demeanor toward Zhang Chu had undergone a complete transformation, adopting an air of inquiry. Zhang Chu offered a faint smile, assuring them, rest assured, since I have perceived certain insights, I will undoubtedly assist you in your search. Is that truly the case? How splendid, exclaimed Madame Lu, her voice tinged with excitement and a hint of tears. Master Jinling inhaled deeply, suppressing all his emotions. It was not that he wished to maintain a facade, but rather that he feared this might be a mere illusion. To harbor excessive expectations at this juncture could lead to disappointment, especially if Zhang Chu were unable to locate the child, or if the genetic testing yielded erroneous results. Such a scenario would result in nothing but futile joy. The weight of high hopes, if met with genuine failure, could leave him breathless and overwhelmed. Despite his emotional restraint, Master Jinling's eagerness was palpable as he inquired, Mr. Zhang, when might you be able to divine the whereabouts of that child? As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Lu. Understanding his intent, she produced a sleek, dark card and handed it to Zhang Chu, saying, Sir, this is a token of our respect. Please accept it. This is an anonymous card containing 5 million. Zhang Chu accepted the card without hesitation, his heart swelling with delight. Indeed, engaging in business with the affluent is a swift path to prosperity. However, he understood that wealth from the rich was not easily acquired. One must execute the task flawlessly for such funds to truly find their way into his possession. Thus, Zhang Chu remarked, once we finish our meal, I can immediately assist you in divining the child's recent circumstances. Finding the child should pose no challenge. That would be absolutely wonderful. The couple reacted with overwhelming joy, enjoying a delightful meal together at that moment. Both Master Jinling and Madame Lu were utterly convinced of Zhang Chu's abilities, nearly requesting him to bless Madame Lu's womb. After their meal, Zhang Chu suggested, let us take a stroll. Perhaps tonight we shall find that child. His favorite method of fortune-telling was the direct and decisive approach, which often relied on serendipitous encounters to gauge outcomes. In truth, if one harbors a concern and subconsciously ventures out, the unexpected events that transpire may serve as omens regarding their worries. Practitioners of this art can predict fortunes based on seemingly random occurrences. For instance, consider a man who is separated from his girlfriend. One night, consumed by longing, he takes a walk. While reminiscing about their time together, he is startled by the yowl of a cat, causing him to twist his ankle. This is interpreted as the white tiger startling the spring, left hoof sprained, suggesting that his girlfriend is perhaps leading him astray. Tio put it simply, this method of divination is akin to mixed divination, where virtually anything could serve as a sign. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Master Jinling and the others exited their private room, eager to take a walk. However, as they descended the stairs and approached the hotel entrance, a delivery man unexpectedly barreled towards the glass doors. The hotel boasted pristine glass doors, and in a moment of confusion, the young man collided with them, producing a resounding crash as the glass shattered, scattering fragments across the floor. The once bustling lobby fell into an eerie silence. Both Master Jinling and Madame Lu were taken aback, while the delivery man stood in a daze, utterly stunned. This hotel was the most luxurious in the city. The cost of such a shattered pane of glass was incalculable. Observing this scene, Zhang Chu felt a stirring within him, and instinctively recited, the glass at the northern door shatters, startling the sparrows into silence. The celestial beings point the way, all amidst the debris. He then urged Master Jinling to step closer, inquiring, what do you perceive in this scattered glass? Without hesitation, Master Jinling replied, it resembles a camel. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. How could such a mess of shards resemble a camel? In truth, Zhang Chu could discern no likeness to a camel either. Often, a certain omen is specifically tailored for an individual. While others may see chaos, one person may perceive a significant image that is the essence of a personal omen. Zhang Chu continued, camels dwell in arid deserts, where the landscape is parched and filled with endless yellow sands. The delivery man approached from a diagonal direction. By tracing back the direction from which he came, we may uncover a city related to deserts and droughts, the place we seek. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Jinlu exclaimed, "Could it be Huangxiong City?" Zhang Chu's interest was piqued. Although Huangxiong held no direct connection to deserts, it was the city that immediately sprang to Master Jinlu's mind. Typically, the first city that comes to mind is the destination. Moreover, upon closer analysis, the character for bear inherently carries the element of fire, due to its radical, while yellow pertains to sandy hues. Geographically, it aligned as well. Thus, Zhang Chu declared, "It must indeed be Huangxiong." However, Master Jin Lu shook his head, muttering, "Yet that does not seem correct. The incident occurred in a different city, that if that child is indeed alive, they should not have sought refuge in Huangxiong." Madame Lu interjected, "Let us heed Mr. Zhang's guidance and refrain from questioning further." Master Jin Lu promptly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, we shall follow Mr. Zhang's lead." At that moment, the lobby's occupants, including the delivery man, remained bewildered, uncertain how to respond to the unfolding events. The delivery man, on the verge of tears, feared he would face financial ruin should he be held. Meanwhile, hotel security and the lobby manager approached. Master Jin Lu would never allow the delivery man to bear the cost. The shattered glass was a sign in his quest to find his son. To demand compensation would be utterly ungracious. Thus, he approached the delivery man saying, "No need to worry, no need for concern. This door need not be compensated." Upon hearing Master Jin Lu's words, the delivery man gazed at him with gratitude, yet remained oblivious to his identity, hastily shaking his head. "No, no, sir, I made a mistake. I shall take responsibility." But in the next moment, the lobby manager rushed over, bowing deeply before Master Jin Lu. "Master Lu." Indeed, this hotel was part of the Jin family's estate. Master Jin Lu asserted, "This delivery man is commendable. He shall not be held accountable for the door, and moreover, provide him with a $3,000 red envelope to ease his shock." Of course, the lobby manager readily acquiesced. The delivery man stood in disbelief, grappling with the reality that he had just shattered a glass door, yet was being gifted a red envelope of $3,000. "Should I go ahead and break another one?" he pondered, feeling utterly confounded. Chapter 27. A young couple. The anxious Jin Liuye and Lu Nainai hastily arranged for a driver, determined to rush to Huangxiong City overnight. Huangxiong, a small and underdeveloped city, lies merely 2 hours away from Jinling. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Chu occupied the front passenger seat, while Jin Liuye and Lu Nainai sat in the back, their hands tightly clasped together. Though silence enveloped them, the palpable excitement between them was unmistakable. Approximately half an hour into their journey, Jin Liuye suddenly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Zhang, how shall we go about finding someone once we reach Huangxiong?" Zhang Chu replied with a slight smile, "Rest assured, I have my methods." 2 hours later, the group arrived in Huangxiong City. As they passed through a grove of maple trees, Zhang Chu commanded, "Get out." Jin Liuye and Lu Nainai promptly followed suit. The night was already deep, and the ground was strewn with fallen maple leaves. At that moment, Jin Liuye patted his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, in my haste I forgot. It's so late now. Even if that child exists, surely he must be asleep." Lu Nainai suggested, "Shall we find a hotel to stay in for the night and seek out the person tomorrow?" However, Zhang Chu interjected, "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. These matters are born of the heart. Once the thought arises, it must be acted upon swiftly, that if we allow ourselves to relax now, it will be all the more difficult to find them later." Hearing this, Jin Liuye cautiously asked, "Mr. Zhang, do you have a plan?" Zhang Chu replied, "Each of you should collect 8 maple leaves and hand them to me. I shall cast another divination for you." "Very well." The pair quickly bent down, carefully gathering the leaves scattered on the ground. Before long, they presented the leaves to Zhang Chu. After gathering the leaves together, Zhang Chu quietly recited, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, parents seeking their child, divine leaves guide the way, disperse." Simultaneously, Zhang Chu subtly channeled his energy, causing the leaves in his hand to tremble in unison. In the next moment, he cast the leaves onto the ground, where they scattered into an unusual formation. This was the leaf divination that I in the realm of divination. Employing leaf divination is a relatively straightforward method for locating loved ones, as leaves fall and return to their roots. Once the leaves settled, a geomancer could analyze their arrangement to discern the whereabouts of the desired individual. At that instant, Jin Liuye and Lu Nainai eagerly scrutinized the ground, though they could not decipher the pattern, only noting the chaotic dispersion of the leaves. Zhang Chu carefully observed the arrangement of the fallen leaves and suddenly declared, "Eureka! Proceed straight from here, past 3 intersections, then turn right. After a short distance, you will encounter a large tree. We shall stop beneath it. and within half an hour, we shall surely meet the person we seek. Swiftly, the group returned to the vehicle, and the driver, following Zhang Chu's directions, soon located the large tree. It was a broad willow tree, easily recognizable due to its hollow trunk in several places. The vehicle halted beneath the willow, and the group sat quietly inside, peering out as it was now late at night. The streets were nearly deserted, and the sides of the road were lined with parked cars, allowing them to remain unnoticed within the vehicle. Lu Nai felt a twinge of anxiety, asking, "Will they truly arrive?" Zhang Chu reassured her, "They will come. Often, there exists an inexplicable connection between people." Seeing Zhang Chu's unwavering confidence, the group fell silent, gazing outward. After approximately 10 minutes, a young couple strolled hand in hand from a distance. Could it be them? Jinling and Lu Nai craned their necks for a better view. Zhang Chu's heart stirred, and he remarked, "It is possible. If they stop beneath the willow, then they are indeed the ones. If they do not, then they are not." At that moment, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing as they watched the approaching couple. Finally, the pair arrived at the base of the willow tree and came to a halt. "Indeed, it is them!" Zhang Chu exclaimed. Jinling and Lu Nai were both exhilarated. Jinling then mused, "If it truly is him, that would be wonderful. Quick, see if he resembles me." Lu Nai donned her glasses and peered intently. In the next moment, she gasped softly, "It's him!" Jinling and Zhang Chu turned to Lu Nai, and Zhang Chu inquired, "Do you know him, Lu Nai?" Jinling frowned. "What is happening?" Lu Nai replied excitedly, "Dear, do you remember I told you about an incident 2 years ago? I was driving home from my family's house, and my tire blew out that a young man happened to pass by and helped me change the tire." Upon hearing this, Jinling's expression shifted intriguingly. "Is it him?" Lu Nai confirmed, "Yes, it is him. I remember it vividly. What a coincidence." Jinling was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Chu reflected inwardly. Sometimes, those with blood ties encounter such serendipity. Jinling, though equally pleased, replied, "Since we have found the person, there is no need to rush. The child is currently engaged in a romantic encounter. Why should we intrude? Indeed, that girl is quite lovely and appears to be of good character." Lu Nai added in agreement. "Crack the window slightly. Let us hear what they are saying," Jinling instructed. The driver lowered the window a fraction, and the group strained to listen to the dialogue between the young couple. However, little could be discerned, as the two were engrossed in each other's company, rendering any conversation nearly inaudible. Thus, Jinling and Lu Nai found themselves unable to approach and identify the young man, necessitating patience. Naturally, their spirits remained high. After all, their cherished pig was about to root through the cabbage. Who could be unhappy? Although this pig was not raised by them, it still felt inappropriate to interrupt the child enjoying the feast, did it not? At that moment, Jinling felt a surge of impatience. That foolish child. The girl has already let you kiss her. Why are you hesitating? Why so timid? This is driving me mad. Yet, just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from afar. "What are you doing? Separate. You shameless creatures. Part ways at once." The sudden outburst startled not only the young couple, but also caused Jinling and Lu Nai to frown in discontent. "Who is that madwoman?" Jinling remarked, his displeasure evident. Lu Nai, with a scowl on her face, turned to discern the source of the ruckus. Approaching was a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, clutching a gaudy phone, striding toward them with purpose. As she ran, she shouted, Lin, what do you think you're doing? I've told you repeatedly not to associate with children from poor families. Why won't you listen? I'll tell you this. These children from impoverished backgrounds can only sweet-talk you. They possess nothing of substance that if you follow him, you'll be destined to a life of hardship." At this moment, the garishly adorned woman reached the couple, seizing the girl's hand and pulling her close. Upon witnessing this, Lu Nai felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. It was evident that this woman was no good. Dressed provocatively in the dead of night, her shoulder exposed and adorned with incomprehensible tattoos, a cigarette dangling from her lips, she exuded an air of disrepute. However, Jinling firmly grasped Lu Nai's arm, his voice low and steady. "Let us observe first." The group held their breath, remaining inside the car, watching the unfolding scene outside. Chapter 28. The sudden appearance of a wealthy father at this moment. A woman covered in tattoos shouted at the young man, "Su Song, do you even consider your background? Lin is so beautiful. Do you truly think you are worthy of her? Older cousin, what are you doing?" the girl named Lin exclaimed, her feet stamping in agitation. Her cousin retorted, Lin, I'm doing this for your own good. I tell you, when it comes to finding a boyfriend, you must never settle for someone like this impoverished fool. I have suffered from such mistakes before and will not let you fall into the same trap. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Had I come later, you might have been deceived into a hotel room, and you would have had to cover the expenses yourself. Do you understand? Su Song immediately defended himself. That's not true. Lin, and I haven't done anything. Thank goodness nothing happened. If it had, I would have someone beat you to a pulp. The tattooed woman threatened fiercely. Both Su Song and Lin Lin appeared rather intimidated by her. At that moment, the tattooed woman took a drag from her cigarette and promptly dialed a number on her phone. Before long, the call connected. The tattooed woman adopted a sycophantic tone. "Young Masterby, I've found Lin Lin. Rest assured, she hasn't gone anywhere with Su Song. They were merely walking and chatting. Someone like Su Song is too poor to afford a hotel. Yes, she's right under the big poplar tree on Cheetong Road. You can come now." Once the call ended, Lin Lin and Su Song's expressions turned grim. Lin Lin then inquired, "Cousin, who did you call?" The tattooed woman, exhaling smoke, nonchalantly replied, "Who else could it be?" "Of course, it's young Masterby." With a look of exasperation, she continued, "Lin Lin, do you know how much young Masterby cares for you? Today, when he heard you were meeting another boy, he was furious." Lin Lin retorted angrily, "What does that have to do with me?" The tattooed woman replied, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Don't you realize young Masterby has feelings for you?" As she extinguished her cigarette, the tattooed woman adopted a knowing expression. "Lin Lin, listen to me. Young Masterby comes from a wealthy family, and for him to be interested in you is something that countless girls would envy. How can you be so oblivious to your own worth?" She then turned her disdainful gaze towards Su Song, warning, "I advise you to keep your distance from Lin Lin, that a pauper like you dreaming of swan meat might just end up with broken teeth. What does that mean when you have no money? Young Masterby can buy Lin Lin a handbag worth 50,000, book her a hotel room at 6,000 a night, and purchase candles costing 600 each, or belts priced at 800. What can you offer? Perhaps just a 6 yuan spicy hot pot. Get lost quickly, or I'll have someone deal with you." Su Song clenched his teeth, silent, filled with anger, yet unwilling to argue, for he knew the tattooed woman was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, Jin Liuyi and Lu Nai realized Su Song's predicament. Lu Nai remarked, "I dislike that tattooed girl. She is far too superficial." However, Lu Nai did not exit the car, knowing that when the time was right, Jin Liuyi would take action. Jin Liuyi remained silent, his face cold. Zhang Chu glanced at the tattooed woman and remarked, "That tattooed girl is quite eloquent. I imagine Yama would certainly take a liking to her. It won't be long before she is summoned to the underworld." Jin Liuyi snorted. "Such trash deserves to be tossed into the rubbish heap." "Dear, shall we go down and have a look?" Lu Nai inquired. Jin Liuyi replied, "Rest assured, we will intervene in this matter today. Regardless of whether he is our child or not, given that he once helped you, we cannot stand by and watch him suffer." He then added, "However, I wish to observe that girl's character." Lu Nai, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Look at you. We aren't even sure if this child is ours, and you're already assessing potential daughters-in-law." Jin Liuyi chuckled. "We cannot allow the child to have any regrets." In truth, Jin Liuyi secretly hoped that the girl, named Lin Lin, would abandon Su Song. For if Su Song were indeed Jin Liuyi's biological son, he would certainly seek a suitable match for him, that if Lin Lin left Su Song for a wealthy heir, it would perfectly align with Jin Liuyi's wishes, allowing him to sever ties. Thus, he remained patient. However, at that moment, Lin Lin suddenly shouted, "Cousin, do not interfere in my relationship with Su Song. I truly like him." The tattooed woman exclaimed, "You foolish girl. You are being deceived. Someone like Su Song, with nothing but sweet words, has nothing to offer. What can you achieve with him?" Yet Lin Lin, infuriated, broke free from her cousin's grip and rushed to Su Song's side, grasping his hand. "Su Song, let's go, ignore her." The tattooed woman seized Lin Lin again, sternly admonishing, "Lin Lin, do not be ungrateful. Young Masterby is a person of significance. If he has taken an interest in you, that is your fortune. Listen to me, break up with Su Song immediately, and follow young Masterby. You will live a life of luxury, and your parents will benefit too. What can you gain from a pauper? He can only paint you dreams, nothing more." Nevertheless, Lin Lin stubbornly clung to Su Song's hand, wanting to leave, that Su Song also wished to depart quickly, not wanting to be entangled with this tattooed woman. Just then, several luxury cars suddenly sped toward them, moving at breakneck speed, akin to a racing event. Upon nearing, the luxury cars screeched to a halt, producing an ear-piercing sound. Moments later, 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the cars, the leader donned in a pristine white suit. Though young, he exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing the newcomers, the tattooed woman brightened, her demeanor shifting to one of flattery. "Young Masterby, you've arrived. Hurry, my cousin is in the midst of breaking up with this Su Song, who has been pestering her to no end." The young man in the white suit shouted, "Beat him! How dare he compete with me for a woman? He should know who I am." The other young men, clearly obedient to young Masterby, brandished black clubs and advanced toward Su Song. Lin Lin, terrified, urged Su Song, "Su Song, run quickly." Yet Su Song held tightly to Lin Lin's hand, unwilling to let go, fearing that if he fled, she would fall in. At this moment, Jin Liuyi could no longer remain seated. He could not allow his first encounter with his biological son to witness him being beaten like a stray dog. Thus, Jin Liuyi pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. Lu Nai, Zhang Chu, and the driver followed suit. Although the young men noticed their exit, they acted as if they were oblivious, continuing to approach Su Song and Lin Lin with their clubs raised. "Stop!" Jean Liu bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Zhang Chu internally mused. What in the world is this absurd scenario of a sudden wealthy father appearing? If Jean Liu overexerts himself and collapses tonight, Su Song might effortlessly step onto the path of the protagonist in a tale of a miraculous rise to wealth. Chapter 29. The foolish Bai Yifan with a commanding shout of "Stop!" from Jean Louis. The group of young men wielding clubs momentarily froze. That moment. Bai Yifan cast a glance at Zhang Chu and the others, followed by a scrutinizing look at Jean Louis' license plate. An outsider, Bai Yifan remarked, shaking the cigarette in his hand. He then, with an expression of impatience, declared, "Old man, mind your own business, or you'll get a beating too." Zhang Chu, upon hearing this, was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he thought this fellow showed some wit by noting the license plate, considering it somewhat unique. Yet, what was this? Zhang Chu shook his head, realizing that once some individuals choose folly, there's no stopping them. Jean Louis, with a darkened expression, inquired, "Your surname is Bai? Then tell me, who is your father?" Jean Louis intended to establish a connection and let the matter rest. However, to Bai Yifan, it sounded like an insult. Thus he shouted back, "What kind of dog dares to act tough in front of me? Boys, teach this old man a lesson, so he knows that posing as a big shot comes with consequences." The young men, armed with their clubs, turned and advanced towards Jean Louis. Zhang Chu sighed, feeling disheartened by the lack of sophistication in the rich second generation of this small city compared to those in Jinling, who wouldn't resort to such brutish behavior. He took a step back, adopting a spectator stance, knowing it was Jean Louis' personal affair and not his place to intervene. Jean Louis' face grew cold. "Kid, don't overstep your bounds." Yet, one of the young men lunged forward, raising his club to strike Jean Louis. "Get down! Run, old man!" Su Song shouted anxiously from a distance. But in that instant, the driver clad in black stepped forward, lifting his hand with precision to seize the young man's wrist. In the next moment, the club was snatched from him. This driver was no ordinary chauffeur. He was Jean Louis' personal bodyguard, a man seasoned in combat to TO him. The group of young men were akin to children playing a game. Once the driver had the club in his possession, he swiftly struck the first young man on the neck. With a resounding thud, the young man crumpled, his neck contorted in pain, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Without pause, the black-clad driver charged at the other young men, his movements swift and fierce, like a tiger among sheep, dispatching them one by one. Within mere breaths, the young men lay vanquished on the ground. Everyone present was left in shock. Bai Yifan, leaning against a car and attempting to appear tough, was so startled that his cigarette fell onto the car's hood. The tattooed woman nearby gasped, holding her breath in fear that Su Song and Lin Lin, however, wore expressions of astonishment, feeling as if they were trapped in a dream. Yet, the black-clad driver showed no intention of sparing Bai Yifan, approaching him directly. Bai Yifan, terrified, shouted, "Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? Do you know?" Thud. The driver struck Bai Yifan on the head with the club, blood splattering as he crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. The driver then turned his attention to the tattooed woman. Trembling, she saw him approach and fell to her knees with a thud. "Coward!" The black-clad driver scoffed. That Su Song and Lin Lin held their breath, knowing that although the driver was on their side, witnessing him mercilessly smash Bai Yifan's head left them shaken. Jean Louis approached Su Song, attempting to appear affable. "Do not fear. I mean no harm," Su Song quickly urged. "You all should leave. They are not ordinary people. Their family is wealthy, that if you don't leave, it could spell trouble." Jean Louis smiled slightly. "If we leave, what will happen to you?" Su Song's expression froze. He could easily imagine that if Jean Louis and his entourage departed, Bai Yifan, lacking a target for revenge, would surely retaliate against him. Su Song felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Jean Louis, still smiling, patted Su Song's shoulder before turning to face Bai Yifan. This moment, Bai Yifan sat on the ground, blood gushing from his head, clutching his phone as if to call for help. But upon seeing Jean Louis approach, he could only feign unconsciousness. Jean Louis stood before him and kicked his leg. "Hey kid, can you still speak?" Bai Yifan, in terror, looked up at Jean Louis and pleaded, "Grandpa, spare me. Iem sorry. Jean Louis repeated his earlier question. "Who is your father?" Bai Yifan's expression stiffened, still failing to grasp Jean Louis' intent. He was left in a daze. Thus, Jean Louis presented him with a choice. "Fool, I listen to your surname Bai? I ask you, is your father by Nan or by Kaifeng?" Huangxiong City was not far from Jinling, and Jean Louis was well acquainted with the influential figures there. The only capable Beis were these two, both of whom he knew personally. Upon hearing these names, Bai Yifan clenched his teeth. "Old man, you're bold to know my uncle's name and still dare to strike me. Your uncle, Bai Kaifeng?" Jean Louis inquired. "Exactly," Bai Yifan shouted. Jean Louis scoffed and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. When the call connected, a middle-aged man's sycophantic voice came through. Jean Yi, what a surprise to receive your call. By Kaifeng, right? Jean Louis asked. Yes, it's me. Jean Yi, if you need anything, just have your secretary let me know, and I'll come right over and no need to trouble yourself with the call. Jean Louis stated directly. You know the big willow tree on Chidong Road? Come over. The middle-aged man's heart raced with alarm. 60 you're in Huangxiong? I'll be there immediately. In a private room of a grand hotel, a middle-aged man hastily pushed away the two women atop him, scrambling to dress himself. Minutes later, a luxury vehicle arrived. Bai Kaifeng, the most powerful figure in the Bai family of Huangxiong City, stepped out. Upon seeing Bai Yifan sitting at the front of the car, his expression changed drastically. Despite the cold night, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. In that moment, Bai Kaifeng was so frightened that his legs felt weak that he hurried over to Jean Louis, bending deeply in deference. Jean Yi, did this unworthy nephew of mine offend you in any way? I apologize. I deserve to be punished. He then proceeded to slap his own face, not in a feigned manner, but with genuine force, leaving a crimson handprint with each strike. Jean Louis did not intervene, merely observing coldly. Meanwhile, Bai Yifan, sitting in stunned silence, could only watch in disbelief as his uncle relentlessly struck his own face, his emotions shifting from shock to confusion, ultimately spiraling into despair. Chapter 30. Su Ying's weight. Bai Yifan had never witnessed his second uncle in such a state. In his mind, Bai Kaifeng was akin to a deity, a figure before whom all bowed and greeted with smiles. Yet now, without uttering a word, that old man had struck his own face with considerable force. What did this signify? Bai Yifan dared not even contemplate the implications. After Bai Kaifeng had slapped his own face 5 times, Jean Lugong finally grunted. Enough. Bai Kaifeng ceased his actions, but with his head bowed, he dared not utter a single word. At this moment, Jean Lugong remarked, Kaifeng, I do not wish to escalate today's matter. These are our own children, so let us discipline them properly. Yes, Lugong. I shall certainly ensure proper discipline upon my return. After speaking, Bai Kaifeng unexpectedly delivered a kick to Bai Yifan's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Following this, Bai Kaifeng bellowed, Fool! Who told you to sit? Kneel before Master Jean and kowtow. Bai Yifan had no choice but to comply. He hastily knelt and bowed to Jean Lugong. Around him, his subordinates and the tattooed woman were left in a state of shock. Who was Bai Kaifeng? In the entire Huangxiong region, he was a preeminent figure, frequently gracing the headlines of local news. Yet that evening, facing the elderly man, Bai Kaifeng exhibited such fear that they could hardly fathom Jean Liugong's true identity. Jean Lugong, seemingly unfazed by the proceedings, adjusted his attire and donned a smile, approaching Su Song. Child, do not be afraid. Come, I shall drive you home, Jean Lugong instructed. Grandma Lu also stepped forward, gently taking Su Song's hand and softly reassuring. Child, you have suffered over the years. Let us meet your parents. At that moment, the expressions of all present shifted as they regarded Su Song. Even the most dim-witted among them understood that this young man shared a special relationship with Jean Lugong and his wife. Su Song appeared both honored and bewildered, unable to grasp Jean Liugong's identity or why he was being treated so kindly. Beside him, Lin grasped Su Song's hand tightly, vaguely sensing the significance of the situation. Meanwhile, the tattooed woman wore a face of despair, realizing she had landed in deep trouble. Even if Jean Lugong dismissed her lightly, the Bai family would likely not let her off easily. After all, if it were not for her meddling, this incident would never have occurred. Indeed, when the tattooed woman turned her head slightly to glance at Bai Yifan, she found his gaze filled with resentment. Bai Yifan knew he could not exact revenge on Su Song or Jean Lugong, but surely he needed an outlet for his pent-up fury. Clearly, the tattooed woman was the most suitable target for his wrath. In truth, the most wronged individual at the scene was Bai Kaifeng, who had been engaged in a pleasant exchange with 2 beautiful women, only to be inexplicably dragged into this mess, left in ignorance, forced to slap himself across the face. Who could he turn to for justice? Nonetheless, Bai Kaifeng had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Jean Lugong, however, paid no further attention to these matters. He and Grandma Lu took Su Song and Lin to the car. Inside the vehicle, the space felt cramped, yet Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu radiated joy. Grandma Lu, ever perceptive, inquired of Lin. Your name is Lin, is it not? That tattooed woman, she's your cousin, correct? Lin nodded gently, yes. Why does she have the authority to dictate whom you may date? Is that not a matter for parents to decide? Grandma Lu questioned. Lin replied, in truth, she is merely my distant cousin. We are not close. Before long, Lin recounted the details concerning the tattooed woman. This so-called cousin was nothing but a societal miscreant. She often leveraged her connections with a few wealthy heirs to procure beautiful girls for their amusement, but in essence, she was nothing more than a matchmaker for illicit liaisons. Initially, the tattooed woman and Lin were not well acquainted. Later, Bai Yifan happened to encounter Lin, learn of her distant relation to the tattooed woman. and thus summoned her to approach Linlin. The tattooed woman's interference in Linlin's romantic affairs stemmed not from concern for Linlin, but rather from a desire to please Bai Yifan by presenting him with an attractive plaything. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu immediately remarked, "In that case, we need not concern ourselves with her." Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu were acutely aware that if they intervened, the tattooed woman might have a chance at redemption. However, if they remained silent, the Bai family would undoubtedly ensure her demise. At this juncture, the tattooed woman's fate was clearly of no consequence to Jean Lugong. Now, Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu began to inquire about Su Song's background. According to Su Song, he had been raised solely by his mother, lacking a father figure. His mother had once told him that his father owned a leather factory and, after Su Song's birth, had eloped with his secretary. Thus, Su Song had grown up without a father. Zhang Chu and the others exchanged glances, finding Su Song's story rather absurd. Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu did not reveal their identities. They preferred to first converse with Su Song's parents to ascertain the specifics. 20 minutes later, following Su Song's guidance, the group arrived at an old residential building. This was the abode of Su Song and his mother, situated in a dilapidated hospital staff quarters with subpar conditions. The hallway lights were out in disarray. Knock, knock, knock. After several attempts, they finally encountered Su Song's mother. She was a woman in her 50s, her face kind and gentle. Upon seeing Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu, her expression shifted dramatically, and she whispered in surprise, "It's you. Do you know us?" Jean Lugong asked keenly. At that moment, Su Song's mother suddenly instructed Su Song, "Su Song, you and Linlin should step aside. I need to discuss some matters with them." "Okay." Su Song promptly took Linlin's hand and left. Inside the room, a heavy silence enveloped the group as they awaited Su Song's mother to speak. After an indeterminate period, she finally said, "My name is Su Ying, and I am aware of your purpose here. You are Su Song's biological parents." Upon hearing this, Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu sprang to their feet, their expressions filled with a complex mix of emotions as they fixed their gaze upon Su Ying. In that instant, they envisioned a loathsome scenario. This woman had stolen their child, substituting him with a dead infant, and had concealed the truth from them for 22 years. At that moment, Jean Lugong felt a surge of murderous intent. However, Zhang Chu suddenly interjected, "Jean Lugong, Grandma Lu, do not jump to conclusions. The reality may differ significantly from your assumptions. From my perspective, this lady is your son as savior." Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Jean Lugong and Grandma Lu suppressed their rising anger, focusing intently on Su Ying, awaiting her explanation. Then Su Ying began, 22 years ago, I was the nurse responsible for delivering your child, which is how I came to know you. In fact, I have been waiting for your arrival all this time. To ensure I did not forget you, I even kept photographs of you." As she spoke, Su Ying rose and retrieved a small safe from another room. Upon opening the safe, it indeed contained photographs of Grandma Lu and Jean Lugong. Chapter 31 The Truth from 2 decades ago. Upon witnessing, Su Ying unveiled the photographs of two individuals, both Grandmother Lu and Mr. Jean Lu were enveloped in confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" Mr. Jean Lu inquired, that if the woman before them was indeed a child abductor, there would be no reason to retain their images, would there? A genuine kidnapper would undoubtedly wish for the child to remain oblivious to their biological parents. At that moment, Su Ying inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. 22 years ago, when we assisted in your childbirth, we encountered a harrowing incident. On that fateful day, each of us in the department was discreetly handed a sum of 100,000 yuan to undertake a particular task. The individual in question wished for your esteemed wife to deliver a stillborn infant. Upon concluding her statement, Mr. Jean Lu sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What did you say? Someone sought to harm our child." Su Ying affirmed, "Indeed, that person not only offered us money but also threatened our lives. Should anyone refuse or disclose the matter, we would face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jean Lu gasped in shock. In that instant, he had come to believe Su Ying's account entirely. Their marriage had never been sanctioned by the family, prompting him and Grandmother Lu to escape to a distant city in hopes of secretly welcoming their child. Had Mr. Jean Lu been a mere collateral branch of the Jean family, it might have been a different matter. Yet his position within the clan was uniquely significant. From the very outset, there had been murmurs within the family, adamantly opposing the notion of a performer bearing Mr. Jean Lu's child. At this juncture, both Mr. Jean Lu and Grandmother Lu were wholly convinced by Su Ying's words. Indeed, Su Ying sighed. "Do you comprehend how terrifying it is for someone to casually possess hundreds of thousands of yuan 22 years ago? Do you realize how effortless it was for the wealthy to eliminate an ordinary medical practitioner back then?" But Su Ying continued, "However, we are physicians, not butchers. We cannot take a life. Thus, we made a bold decision." "What decision?" Mr. Jean Lu inquired. That Su Ying elucidated. "We resolved to substitute your child with the corpse of a deceased female infant from 2 days prior. We surmise that the person intent on your child's demise merely wished to deprive you of parenthood. Therefore, after the delivery, we informed you that your daughter had been born, but alas, she had perished. Meanwhile, the male infant was discreetly hidden away. We could not bring ourselves to kill a living boy. Hearing this, Mr. Jean Liu and Grandmother Liu were overwhelmed with emotion. The truth was unveiled. They indeed had a son who still walked the earth. That child had been safeguarded by a group of benevolent medical staff. In truth, given the management and conditions of that modest hospital at the time, executing such a plan was not particularly arduous to AT that moment. Grandmother Liu rose to her feet, and with a thud, knelt before Su Ying, bowing deeply as tears streamed down her face. Thank you, thank you. You are truly a living bodhisattva. All of you are living bodhisattvas. Mr. Jean Liu, equally unable to contain his emotions, also knelt, bowing deeply. No, 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 what are you doing? Su Ying exclaimed in a flurry, hastily assisting both Grandmother Liu and Mr. Jean Liu to their feet at Mr. Jean Liu sighed. Over 20 years ago, I was powerless. There were those who sought to harm my son, and I truly lacked the ability to intervene. Were it not for your intervention, I cannot fathom the outcome. Grandmother Liu, clutching her handkerchief, wiped away her tears. At that moment, Zhang Chu asked, by the way, why did the child ultimately end up with you? Su Ying offered a bittersweet smile. Perhaps it was destiny. Initially, we intended to place the child in an orphanage. However, this child became deeply attached to me. No one else could hold him without eliciting tears. Yet when I cradled him, he would smile and easily drift into slumber. Thus, I resolved to raise the child myself. Later, fearing that the individual intent on his demise might discover us, I requested a transfer to a physician in another locality and came to Huangxiong. She continued, in the early years, I genuinely hoped you would come searching for him. But upon reflection, I realized that this matter had been concealed from you. You likely had no inkling of a child living in the world, and thus, my hope gradually faded. I never anticipated that one day you would indeed seek him out. It is nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Jean Liu and Grandmother Liu turned their gaze toward Zhang Chu, realizing that without his single utterance, they might have never contemplated such revelations. That it was evident that Su Ying was reluctant to part with the child, having nurtured Su Song herself. In fact, she had refrained from marrying to keep him close. At that moment, Grandmother Liu spoke. Rest assured, Dr. Su, although we have found him, you will forever remain Su Song's mother. Mr. Jean Liu concurred. Indeed, you have endured much over the years. Our Jean family shall never neglect you. Su Ying merely exchanged pleasantries, making no demands. Subsequently, both families deliberated on how to convey this matter to Su Song, facilitating his recognition of his biological parents. Naturally, Zhang Chu chose to withdraw from these discussions, as they pertained solely to the families involved. He had no desire to witness their reunion or the ensuing joy. Thus, he casually sought accommodation at a hotel. The following morning, Mr. Jean Liu and Grandmother Liu contacted Zhang Chu, returning to Jinling without Su Song. However, observing the rejuvenated countenance of both Mr. Jean Liu and Grandmother Liu, Grandmother Liu even hummed a cheerful tune. Zhang Chu understood that the acknowledgement between Mr. Jean Liu and Su Song would likely remain private for the foreseeable future, given the complexities within the extended family. Of course, these matters were of no concern to Zhang Chu, as his task had been accomplished, and the 5 million yuan was securely in his possession. At that moment, Grandmother Liu expressed, Mr. Zhang, we are truly grateful for your assistance. Mr. Jean Liu added, Mr. Zhang, your expertise in physiognomy is nothing short of extraordinary. I have encountered many fortune tellers, yet none have discerned my son's existence. Rest assured, if you are polite with me, then you surely do not consider me a true friend. Mr. Jean Liu laughed heartily. Yet within Zhang Chu's mind, a wave of skepticism surged. How naive! They undoubtedly feel immense gratitude for resolving this matter, yet they have failed to trigger my master's mysterious sigil. Thus my suspicions were confirmed. To illuminate the enigmatic sigil above my master's being, it is not mere acts of virtue or heartfelt gratitude that are required, but rather a physical bow. Only through a tangible bow can that mysterious sigil be activated. Then, Zhang Chu mused, I wonder how they could be so oblivious. A simple bow would have sufficed. However, he soon reassured himself. Though they did not bow, they have bestowed upon me a significant sum. 5 million yuan is no small fortune. Ha ha ha. I can now consider myself wealthy. At that moment, Zhang Chu's attention was drawn to a telephone pole outside the car window, where a yellow snake was coiled, sliding downwards in reverse. As the vehicle sped along the highway, this scene flickered before Zhang Chu's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chu's heart stirred. The yellow dragon retreats. Could it be that my fortune is the yellow dragon retreating from the pillar in general? Snakes are incapable of moving in reverse. However, on occasion, they may ascend peculiar pillars and, unable to descend, might coil around them, retreating downwards. This phenomenon is referred to in feng shui as the yellow dragon retreating from the pillar, a highly auspicious omen. Typically, when one encounters this sign, within 3 days, they are bound to meet a loyal and devoted servant, one willing to follow them unto death. It is important to note that such a servant's loyalty surpasses that of even the closest friends, representing a significant stroke of good fortune. At this moment, Zhang Chu could not help but murmur to himself, "It seems that after departing from my master, that accursed solitary star, my fortunes are about to rise dramatically." In truth, Zhang Chu possessed an exceptionally noble fate. However, having remained by the side of his witch master, Shang Xianyu, he had been compelled to expend his destiny combating the influences of that solitary star. Now, having temporarily escaped its shadow, his fortunes were naturally surging. Of course, Zhang Chu did not immediately attempt to divine the origin of this loyal servant, that on one hand, feng shui practitioners often misjudge their own destinies, that on the other, should one become aware of impending good fortune, it is imperative not to chase after it, lest one inadvertently miss the opportunity. Allowing things to unfold naturally is the most prudent approach. The vehicle sped along swiftly, and the scene was one that Zhang Chu alone noticed. The others remained oblivious. Thus, the yellow dragon retreating from the pillar served merely as an omen presented to Zhang Chu. Master Jinling displayed considerable thoughtfulness by personally escorting Zhang Chu back to Furong Street. The only source of discontent for Zhang Chu was that throughout the entire encounter, neither of the two had shown any inclination to bow to him. Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed. Thus it is said, spending money makes one the master. At the wonton shop adjacent to the feng shui establishment on Furong Street, Shang Xianyu and her secretary, Lin Xiyu, gazed absently out the window, awaiting Zhang Chu's return. "Miss, look, Zhang Chu is back," Lin Xiyu exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting him first. Shang Xianyu felt a weight in her heart as she observed Master Jinling and his wife alight from the vehicle, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation with Zhang Chu. This is bad, Shang Xianyu thought to herself. If so, he would no longer be able to remain on Furong Street. She was acutely aware of the Jin family's domineering nature and their penchant for retaining feng shui masters. At this moment, Zhang Chu had already bid farewell to Master Jinling and returned to his own establishment. Shang Xianyu stood up, declaring, "Let us go inquire with Zhang Chu." Upon entering Zhang Chu's feng shui shop, Shang Xianyu and Lin Xiyu pushed the door open. Upon noticing their entrance, Zhang Chu immediately remarked, "Shang Xianyu, 3 days have passed. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise and crafted me a plaque?" Shang Xianyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon her worries dissipated, replaced by a sudden thrill. "You mean to say you will continue to operate your shop on Furong Street?" She understood that as long as Zhang Chu remained there, it indicated he had not accepted the Jin family's patronage. Zhang Chu chuckled. "Of course I shall remain here. I've already paid 3 months' rent. It's only been a few days." Shang Xianyu joyfully replied, "Wonderful. I shall prepare a plaque for you immediately, using my personal reputation as a guarantee." Simultaneously, Shang Xianyu felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. She could not comprehend why Zhang Chu had declined to become the Jin family's exclusive feng shui master, yet was personally escorted back by Master Jinling. If the negotiations had not been fruitful, surely Master Jinling would not have bothered to spare Zhang Chu a glance. Such esteemed individuals value their time and energy highly. Of course, Shang Xianyu was prudent and refrained from prying into matters that were not her concern. In that moment, she hurriedly arranged for the staff to replace Zhang Chu's plaque, affixing the Shang family's official seal. Once everything was in order, it was nearing noon. Shang Xianyu then proposed, "Zhang Chu, let me treat you to lunch. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Certainly, Zhang Chu agreed. It was evident that today, Shang Xianyu was not in the best of spirits. That on one hand, she had been grappling with various issues that had disrupted her sleep. That on the other hand, a portion of her soul had been drawn into Zhang Chu's consciousness, intertwining with Shang Xianyu's own spirit in a mysterious manner. Consequently, her soul had suffered partial damage, rendering her more susceptible to malevolent forces. Thus, her situation was, in fact, quite dire. "See you. Please reserve a private room for me and Zhang Chu. I need to speak with him alone," Shang Xianyu instructed. Lin Xiyu acknowledged the request and set off to make arrangements that in a small private room at a hotel on Furong Street. Only Zhang Chu and Shang Xianyu were present. Once the dishes were served, Shang Xianyu rose and locked the door from the inside. Turning to Zhang Chu, she inquired, "Zhang Chu, could you tell me what you discern from me?" As she spoke, Shang Xianyu took a seat beside him, drawing close. At that moment, a subtle fragrance wafted from her, and Zhang Chu could even feel a hint of her warmth. Shang Xianyu felt an innate affinity toward Zhang Chu, unconsciously leaning closer to him. After all, her soul had been entwined with his. Zhang Chu replied, "The issue at hand is not what I can perceive, but rather what you have encountered. If you wish to resolve this matter entirely, you must divulge everything without reservation." Zhang Chu furrowed his brow. "Is there something you cannot share?" Shang Xianyu hesitated. "It's just rather embarrassing." Zhang Chu's interest was piqued at the mention of embarrassment. However, he maintained a serious demeanor. "Shang Xianyu, do not regard me as merely a man. Consider me a doctor, a problem solver. If you do not reveal everything you have encountered, how can I assess your situation? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianyu suddenly asked, will you promise not to laugh at me or disclose anything you see to anyone else? Zhang Chu assured her, I will absolutely keep it confidential. Rest assured. With that, Zhang Xianyu steeled herself and confessed, actually, your divination was accurate. I indeed awaken from nightmares at 3 in the morning every day. But, Zhang Xianyu paused. But what? Zhang Chu pressed. She continued, but you have no idea how severe and embarrassing my situation is. Zhang Chu frowned, struggling to grasp her meaning. Zhang Xianyu then quietly asked, have you heard of sleepwalking? Of course, Zhang Chu replied. Zhang Xianyu then retrieved her phone and pulled up a video for him to see. Take a look. Ever since I sensed my sleep was abnormal, I installed a monitor in my room. I recorded some of my sleep behaviors. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Zhang Chu, her face flushing, as if those videos contained something deeply embarrassing. Chapter 33. Zhang Chu's offer. Zhang Chu took the phone and casually opened a video, while advising, you should first take down the camera in the bedroom. Installing a camera where you sleep is quite puzzling. Are you intentionally seeking discomfort for yourself? Shengguan Qingxue replied, I understand that having a camera in the bedroom is inappropriate, but my situation is unique. I need to observe how I am sleepwalking. At that moment, Zhang Chu had already started watching the first surveillance video. Initially, Shengguan Qingxue appeared to be sleeping peacefully on the bed, which seemed normal. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and then, with her body rigid, she sat up, looking decidedly abnormal. Following this, she descended from the bed and walked towards a nearby vanity. Before the vanity stood a modest mirror. At this moment, Shengguan Qingxue sat before it, mechanically combing her hair, as if preparing to apply makeup. She continued to comb her hair slowly and methodically. But although Zhang Chu was a feng shui master, the eerie scene sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, at one point, Shengguan Qingxue shuddered violently, and the comb slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor. Immediately after, she sprang to her feet, as though startled by something immense, knocking over the stool she had just occupied. Shengguan Qingxue then stumbled back several steps, gasping for breath. In that instant, Zhang Chu glanced at the timestamp on the surveillance footage. It was precisely 3 in the morning. The video concluded at this juncture. Zhang Chu then looked at Shengguan Qingxue, pondering, this footage, while unsettled, why does she appear so embarrassed? Shengguan Qingxue bit her lip and said, the initial segments of the video were relatively normal. Each time I was startled awake while sleepwalking, I would always see my own face at the moment of awakening, which is quite frightening. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt compelled to locate the more unusual videos. Thus, he quickly scanned through, skipping ahead to the latter segments to this point. Zhang Chu nearly had a nosebleed. There was Shengguan Qingxue, clad in a nightgown, resembling a little dog as she crouched before the mirror, swaying back and forth as if engaged in a playful tussle with an invisible entity. Goodness, what on earth? Zhang Chu et Galim, Astonitz? He then turned to Shengguan Qingxue, who was blushing profusely, murmuring, well, you must keep this a secret. Zhang Chu hastily rewound the video to the beginning, which was similar to the previous one, with her abruptly sitting up. However, the subsequent scenes grew increasingly bizarre. After sitting up, Shengguan Qingxue appeared to be embracing an invisible lover, turning her head as if planting kisses in the air. Then, she stumbled off the bed, arriving at the mirror, seemingly performing a synchronized dance with an unseen partner, which led to the scene Zhang Chu had just witnessed. Nevertheless, this provocative display did not last long, for Shengguan Qingxue suddenly jolted awake, screaming in fright and collapsing to the floor. Zhang Chu quickly reviewed the subsequent footage and discovered that as time progressed, the content became more risque, culminating in her being without her nightgown. To put it plainly, had these snippets been uploaded to a proper website, they would be flagged in an instant, and a throng of enthusiasts would be clamoring for the source. Zhang Chu couldn't help but admire. It is quite impressive how one can conjure such antics. However, each segment was brief, consistently commencing with some strange occurrence and concluding with Shengguan Qingxue being startled awake before the mirror. After casually viewing a few more clips, Zhang Chu finally spoke earnestly. Please send me the videos. Send them to you? Shengguan Qingxue's expression stiffened, incredulous. What on earth for? Just to keep as a memento? Oh no, I need to study your situation in detail. Zhang Chu replied with a serious demeanor. Shengguan Qingxue snatched her phone back, exclaiming crossly, you can forget it. At that moment, she deleted all those videos without hesitation. The night is long, and dreams can be unpredictable. She certainly did not want this material to leak out. Zhang Chu felt a pang of regret. Such valuable content, just like that gone. Yet, prioritizing the matter at hand, Zhang Chu asked, given that you were startled awake in front of the mirror each time, why do you still keep that vanity in your bedroom? Wouldn't it be better to move it out? Shangguan Qingxue appeared embarrassed and replied, "That is not an option." "Why not?" Zhang Chu inquired to AT this. Shangguan Qingxue explained, "Actually, I did move the mirror out once, placing it in the living room. However, that day, when I was startled awake, I found myself in a rather disheveled state before the living room mirror." Understanding dawned on Zhang Chu that she were to remove the mirror from the bedroom and sleepwalk outside. Encountering others who might witness her in such a state in front of the mirror would lead to utter disgrace. Zhang Chu then asked, "So, when you were sleepwalking, are you always dreaming about a tiger?" Shangguan Qingxue nodded slightly. "Yes, I often dream of a tiger. It feels very close to me." Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed. Close was hardly the word. It seemed far more intimate. However, Shangguan Qingxue quickly clarified, "Zhang Chu, don't misunderstand. It's a female tiger." Zhang Chu found her words utterly unconvincing. "I can hardly believe that. A female tiger makes you sway back and forth on the ground?" Seeing Zhang Chu's expression, Shangguan Qingxue became anxious, insisting, "I'm telling the truth. It is a female tiger, but it has no skin, and it particularly enjoys treating me like a little tiger." All right, let us call it a female tiger," Zhang Chu acquiesced. At this juncture, Shangguan Qingxue continued, "During this period, I have consulted several doctors. Some Western physicians prescribed sleep medications, but they were ineffective. Some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have also provided me with calming herbs, yet none yielded results." Zhang Chu nodded slightly. "I have a clear understanding of the situation now. Can you help me?" Shangguan Qingxue asked, filled with anticipation. Zhang Chu smiled gently. "Help? No. How can that be called help? This is business. You must pay." Shangguan Qingxue laughed. Right. You are in business. How much do you want?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chu replied, "Your case is somewhat complex. If I were to resolve it entirely, I offer you 2 payment options." "Speak," Shangguan Qingxue said without hesitation to AT this. Zhang Chu stated, "First pay me." "Oh no, 1 million. Why don't you just rob a bank?" Shangguan Qingxue was taken aback, genuinely believing that RMB was not money. 1 million. Even if she were wealthy, she could not be taken for a fool. That IT was akin to ordering a bowl of spicy noodles on the street. If others were paying 10 yuan per bowl, should she be charged 1,000 simply because she had money? Wealth should not justify such exploitation. Thus, Shangguan Qingxue huffed, "It seems you want me to choose the second payment method, that is so. What is it?" Zhang Chu grinned mischievously. "The second option is simple. You just need to bow to me." Shangguan Qingxue. Her mind was awash with confusion. Bow? What kind of nonsense was that? Chapter 34. The figure on the second floor after Zhang Chu made his offer. He gazed expectantly at Shangguan Qingxue, eager for her decision. For someone like Shangguan Qingxue, it was certain that a mere million would suffice. However, Zhang Chu was not in need of money at present. Rather, he yearned to receive the message his master had conveyed to him. Consequently, Zhang Chu made it clear that he wished for Shangguan Qingxue to bow to him. Besides, given Zhang Chu's standing, was it unreasonable to request a bow from Shangguan Qingxue? Thus, he continued to watch her intently. Shangguan Qingxue, too, locked her gaze on Zhang Chu's eyes, their faces drawing uncomfortably close. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something embarrassing, her complexion flushing. "You are utterly insufferable." Zhang Chu chuckled. "Hurry up and choose." Taking a deep breath as if steeling herself, Shangguan Qingxue finally declared, "First, help me with my somnambulism issue. Then you shall kneel and bow before me." Zhang Chu deeply. Shangguan Qingxue bit her lip, her face reddening as she retorted, "Fine, I understand. Why must you be like this?" Upon uttering those words, her neck flushed crimson, and her body temperature seemed to rise slightly. In that moment, Zhang Chu could almost feel the warmth radiating from her. Clearly, Shangguan Qingxue had misunderstood Zhang Chu's intent. She believed he wanted her to kneel and open her mouth. Yet, Zhang Chu merely wished for her to bow her head. Strangely, she had seemingly acquiesced. Though what could she do? Her heart had been captivated by Zhang Chu, leaving her utterly defenseless against him. Zhang Chu mused inwardly. Even the wealthy must keep accounts. A bow could save 1 million. Shangguan Qingxue. Do you realize how fortunate you are? At that juncture, Zhang Chu stated, "Since we have reached an agreement, let us proceed to your residence. The issue appears to lie within your room." "All right," Shangguan Qingxue responded. After finishing their meal, the two made their way directly to the Shangguan family estate. Given the private nature of the matter, Shangguan Qingxue did not bring her secretary, Lin Siyu, nor did she alert the other members of the Shangguan family. As they drove, the two engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, their vehicle arrived at the grand entrance of the Shangguan estate. The entrance was impressively constructed, vast and imposing, capable of accommodating 10 trucks side by side. The guards at the entrance were equally alert. Upon spotting Shangguan Qingxue's car, they promptly granted them passage. Shangguan Qingxue suddenly inquired, "Zhang Chu, do you think our Shangguan family's feng shui is quite good?" The location was indeed favorable, situated in the heart of Jinling City, with the entire villa complex belonging to the Shangguan family. However, Zhang Chu cast a glance at the estate's entrance, and a realization struck him as he remarked, "It seems your family's fortune may have encountered some difficulties." "Difficulties? What sort of difficulties?" Shengguan Qingxue inquired. Zhang Chu refrained from answering her directly, instead engaging in a mental calculation before stating, "Your ancestral home must have been guided by a wise individual, correct? Furthermore." "Furthermore what?" Shengguan Qingxue pressed. At this moment, Zhang Chu continued, "Moreover, the timing of your family's rise to prominence may coincide closely with your birthday." "You know this?" Shengguan Qingxue exclaimed softly. She then added, "I heard from my family that on my birthday, a mysterious person visited our home and consulted my grandfather regarding our feng shui." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's heart stirred. "Could it have been my master?" He quickly asked, "Was this mysterious person male or female? Old or young?" "My grandfather described him as an old man," Shengguan Qingxue replied. "Then it seems it was not my master." Zhang Chu thought, as his master, the sorceress Shang Xianyu, had never deigned to disguise herself. Shengguan Qingxue then inquired, "You mentioned that our family's feng shui has issues. What kind of issues?" Zhang Chu replied, "Your grandfather should be quite knowledgeable about this matter. It is not my place to elaborate." The Shengguan ancestral home was evidently a meticulously arranged feng shui setup. When faced with a deliberately constructed feng shui arrangement, unless the homeowner earnestly sought guidance, one ought to refrain from offering unsolicited opinions. Noticing Zhang Chu's reticence, Shengguan Qingxue spoke up. "Actually, in recent years, my grandfather has been visiting various feng shui masters, seemingly quite anxious. When my grandfather returns from the south, I will introduce you to him. Perhaps you could engage in business with him." She added that as they conversed, the two entered the villa complex and arrived at a 3-story villa. The surroundings were pleasant, featuring a charming little courtyard and a small river, where several elderly men were fishing on the opposite bank, creating an elegant and distinctive atmosphere. At that moment, Shengguan Qingxue remarked, "I live with my parents. They occupy the first floor, while the second and third floors are mine." "Are your parents home?" Zhang Chu inquired. Shengguan Qingxue shook her head. "They are usually not at home. My father goes fishing daily, and my mother plays mahjong during the day. They are quite busy." With that, the two pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. However, the instant they stepped inside, Zhang Chu seized Shengguan Qingxue's wrist and exclaimed, "Wait! What is it?" Shengguan Qingxue turned to look at Zhang Chu. Without uttering a word, he gently pointed toward the second-floor window. Following his gesture, Shengguan Qingxue's face suddenly drained of color, and she instinctively covered her mouth, her expression filled with terror, as if fearing she would scream. At the second-floor window, behind one of the curtains, stood a shadowy figure. It was a woman, clad in white garments, her long hair cascading to her waist, obscured behind the curtain, facing away from the outside. Her form, Shengguan Qingxue pressed close to Zhang Chu, whispering in fear, "There is something." Zhang Chu nodded gently, his expression growing serious, Tob lurking behind the curtains in broad daylight. This entity had clearly gained a foothold, unafraid of the sun. If left unresolved, it could lead to significant trouble. "What should we do?" Shengguan Qingxue asked in a hushed tone. Zhang Chu reassured her, "Do not panic. I am here." With that, he gently pulled Shengguan Qingxue along toward the villa's entrance. Although she was frightened, Shengguan Qingxue felt a sense of calm wash over her upon sensing Zhang Chu's confidence. Their footsteps were light as they ascended to the second floor. The door was gently turned, creating a narrow opening. Then, Zhang Chu and Shengguan Qingxue crouched by the door, peering inside. They soon noticed that a figure seemed to be concealed within the curtains by the window. Below the curtain, a small portion of a woman's leg was visible, clothed in what appeared to be a shroud, with her entire form shrouded in white attire. Even the shoes were white cloth. Most of her body remained hidden behind the curtain, rendering her full appearance unclear, yet they could vaguely sense her long hair. "There!" Shengguan Qingxue whispered. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. "Let us proceed inside." Cautiously, they pushed the door open and slowly entered the room. At that moment, Shengguan Qingxue held her breath in nervous anticipation. Even with Zhang Chu by her side, she was terrified. Zhang Chu, however, was not afraid of the entity. Rather, he felt a thrill of excitement, as this was his first encounter with such a being. In the past, he had always lived with his sorceress master, who had deterred any malevolent spirits from approaching. Now, about to confront this entity, Zhang Chu was undeniably exhilarated. With bated breath, Zhang Chu led Shengguan Qingxue stealthily toward the window. Suddenly, a sharp clink resonated from beside their feet. The sound was so unexpected that both Zhang Chu and Shengguan Qingxue jumped in alarm, Zhang Chu's heart racing. Shengguan Qingxue, overcome with anxiety, felt her hair stand on end. Chapter 35. Another enchanter. Both individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, only to discover that Shengguan Qingxue had accidentally knocked over a metal coat rack at the entrance, which clattered to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the two of them exhaled a sigh of relief. "Careful," Zhang Chu whispered urgently. Shengguan Qingxue felt her heart racing wildly. She nodded in acknowledgement as they both redirected their attention towards the curtains. However, the legs and the figure they had seen earlier had vanished without a trace that I in that moment. Both held their breath in apprehension. Shangguan Qingxue was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, a chill coursing through her body as if that entity lurked in the shadows, fixating on her with a pair of cold, penetrating eyes, and she had no idea where it was hiding. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Shangguan Qingxue called out, "Who's in there? I see you, come out." Although her voice was loud, she was terrified, gripping Zhang Chu's hand tightly. Zhang Chu scanned the room, realizing they were not in a bedroom, but a small living area furnished with a television and a coffee table, that he sensed the atmosphere and remarked, "The aura here feels quite heavy." At that moment, Zhang Chu abruptly turned his head towards a particular direction, as the oppressive aura emanating from that way was particularly intense. Shangguan Qingxue instinctively followed his gaze that it was the direction of her bedroom. Just as their eyes swept over, the door to Shangguan Qingxue's room suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang. "In the bedroom," Zhang Chu declared. At that instant, he strode purposefully towards Shangguan Qingxue's bedroom. Spurred on by his determination, she followed suit, albeit with trepidation, and soon they arrived at the threshold of her bedroom. Without hesitation, Zhang Chu pushed the door open to in that fleeting moment. Both he and Shangguan Qingxue caught sight of a figure clad in white flickering before the mirror. Yet, Zhang Chu's attention was drawn to the foot of Shangguan Qingxue's bed, where he sensed a stream of negative energy emanating from that spot. Without delay, Zhang Chu approached her bed and lifted one corner of the mattress, revealing a small purple sachet nestled beneath. The surface of the sachet was partially obscured by a few curled strands of black hair. "This is it," Zhang Chu exclaimed, seizing the purple sachet. Shangguan Qingxue's expression soured. "What is this?" "This is the reason for your restless nights and inexplicable sleepwalking," Zhang Chu explained as he spoke. He tore open the sachet, pulling out a clump of long, curled, slightly yellowed hair that bore no resemblance to human hair. "What a disgusting thing." Shangguan Qingxue recoiled in revulsion. Zhang Chu continued, "These hairs belong to a deceased individual, likely a tiger." Shangguan Qingxue's complexion grew even more pallid. "You've been plagued by nightmares because of this entity. Someone has set a trap for you." Zhang Chu smiled wryly. "Whoever placed this item in your room is the one you should question. There can't be many who can casually enter your space. Even if we destroy it, that energy won't dissipate easily. It has already become entrenched." "What then?" Shangguan Qingxue pressed. Zhang Chu replied, "Since this malevolence was brought in by this item, it must be expelled by it as well." He then instructed, "Fetch a bowl, fill it halfway with clear water, and bring some yellow talisman paper." "Understood." Shangguan Qingxue quickly complied, retrieving the requested items. Zhang Chu laid out the yellow talisman paper and dipped his fingers in the water, inscribing several eerie characters upon it. Each symbol appeared to resemble a ghostly visage or a spectral posture, creating an unsettling tableau. This was Infeng, a script reserved for writing on yellow talisman paper, distinct from the runes used on yellow charms. According to legend, Infeng constituted the written language of the underworld and proved effective against supernatural entities when inscribed on yellow paper. The water Zhang Chu used was scarce, and as soon as he completed the writing, the ink dried quickly, leaving behind only faint traces on the yellow paper, that he then scattered the inscribed talisman papers at the four corners of the room, as well as at the window and door. Next, Zhang Chu held one of the yellow talisman papers aloft, inscribed with Infeng, and ignited it gently in that moment. He traced a peculiar symbol in the air with the burning talisman while reciting a chant to summon spirits. As the incantation reached its conclusion, Zhang Chu completed the special symbol in the air with the flaming talisman in hand, in the next instant. The yellow talisman in his grasp erupted into brilliant flames, as if gunpowder had exploded, instantly reducing it to ashes. Zhang Chu quickly grabbed the half-filled bowl of water, shaking the ashes into it, and simultaneously tossed the earlier clump of hair into the bowl, as well. The moment the hair touched the water, the yellow talisman paper scattered around the room spontaneously ignited. This spectacle astonished Shangguan Qingxue, who suddenly felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Though the flames were minimal, they radiated a peculiar warmth that enveloped her very spirit. She observed as the yellow smoke generated by the flames did not disperse, but instead began to coalesce, forming a vaguely human shape. "Gather!" Zhang Chu commanded suddenly. Immediately, Shangguan Qingxue witnessed the smoke figure, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, drifting toward the bowl of water, as though the bowl possessed some dreadful allure. She even faintly heard the anguished cries of a woman, the smoke appearing to struggle like a tormented spirit. Yet, in the end, all the smoke converged into the bowl. Zhang Chu then retrieved a book and covered the bowl of water, before proceeding to the balcony, where he poured the contents out. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue felt the entire room brighten considerably, as if the lingering gloom had been swept away. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Is it over?" Zhang Chu glanced at her and shook his head slightly. "Not yet." He then produced the purple sachet once more and extracted a small animal figure about the size of a thumb. The object appeared rather grotesque, crafted from a small amount of silicone, resembling a newborn mouse. Yet Shangguan Qingxue gasped, "Oh my, it's it. You recognize it?" Zhang Chu inquired, astonished. Shangguan Qingxue nodded, her expression darkening. "The tiger I dreamed of, it's this." Zhang Chu's expression morphed into one of incredulity. "That's quite a revelation. No wonder you were so entranced." "Gudi," Shangguan Qingxue retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her cheeks. At that moment, Zhang Chu forcefully struck the small, skinless tiger, shattering it instantly. Simultaneously, he whispered, "Come forth." In the next instant, a glimmering white light materialized in the palm of his hand, shooting directly into Shangguan Qingxue's forehead. She froze for a moment, then suddenly felt a clarity of mind that she had not experienced in a long time, as if fragments of her essence were returning to her. "What is happening?" Shangguan Qingxue questioned. Zhang Chu explained, "This is a portion of your soul." "A portion of my soul? What do you mean?" she pressed. Zhang Chu held up the purple sachet and elaborated. "This is a trap. The sachet serves two purposes. The first purpose is to use the hair of the deceased to bring you malevolent energy, disrupting your sleep and destabilizing your spirit. The second purpose is to utilize this little tiger to siphon off part of your soul. Once a sufficient amount is collected, it will end up in the hands of someone who will absorb your essence. And the effect? Quite simple. It compels you to fall in love with the person who possesses it, thus ensnaring your spirit." As he spoke, Zhang Chu couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The plot against Shangguan Qingxue bore an uncanny resemblance to the very thing he had already accomplished. The only difference being that Zhang Chu had ensnared Shangguan Qingxue's spirit due to a special connection she shared with her witch mentor, and it had not been a deliberate act on his part. Chapter 36. Shangguan Qingxue's mother. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's analysis, Shangguan Qingxue's expression turned icy. "So that's how it is. Someone has bewitched me into liking them." In that moment, several male figures flickered through her mind. Yet, despite the suspicions swirling within, Shangguan Qingxue could not ascertain who it might be. Thus, she declared, "Please keep that sachet safe for me. I must investigate who seeks to harm me." Zhang Chu complied, handing the sachet to her. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Zhang Chu nodded. "Your matters here are resolved that if no one else is plotting against you, you can rest easy." Shangguan Qingxue understood well that the troubles she faced were ultimately the result of someone's scheming. Until she unearthed the shadowy puppeteer behind it all, she could not rule out future complications. However, Zhang Chu's role was effectively concluded. He was merely a geomancer, dispelling malevolent forces, not a private investigator to capture her adversaries. As she recalled her agreement with Zhang Chu, her heart raced uncontrollably. Am I truly to fulfill that promise? Shangguan Qingxue felt a tumult of emotions. Biting her lip, she gazed at Zhang Chu, her heartbeat quickening. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have felt shy, found it difficult to express herself, or even resisted the notion. Yet, in her current state, a part of her spirit seemed to be entwined with Zhang Chu's. Averting her gaze would have sufficed, but once her eyes landed on him, an irresistible urge to draw closer surged within her. In that instant, Shangguan Qingxue resolved, "Since he has feelings, and I reciprocate, we are both adults. What is there to be shy about? It's merely a matter of intimacy, after all. Why not seize the opportunity?" She mused. "Moreover, as a mature woman, I have my own desires, and this could lead to a lasting relationship." With that thought, she spoke up, "Zhang Chu, should I fulfill my promise now?" In truth, Zhang Chu did not believe their affair was complete, as the true culprit remained at large. The situation was far from resolved. However, since Shangguan Qingxue expressed her desire to fulfill the promise, he was more than willing to oblige, even if it meant an early payment. "Very well, let us proceed," he replied, gesturing for her to bow her head. At the same time, he felt a surge of anticipation, curious about what message his master might convey through this encounter. Yet Shangguan Qingxue blushed, glancing at Zhang Chu and asking, "Right here? Where else would we go?" "To a temple," he retorted. "How vexing," she exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. In truth, she yearned to express that the floor was hard and would surely bruise her knees. However, seeing that Zhang Chu showed no inclination to utilize the bed, she retrieved a soft cushion from her chair and placed it before him, preparing for a prolonged engagement. Seeing her preparation, Zhang Chu was left speechless. Was it truly necessary to be so delicate for merely bowing? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that her affluent background warranted such considerations. Finally, with the cushion laid out, Shangguan Qingxue knelt before Zhang Chu. Yet, she averted her gaze, appearing conflicted, as though awaiting his cue. Zhang Chu, equally bewildered, noticed that she seemed a tad too close for comfort. At this proximity, would their foreheads collide during the bow? Before he could retreat, Shangguan Qingxue suddenly reached out, grasping the waistband of his trousers. In that moment, Zhang Chu comprehended that she had misinterpreted his intentions. As the saying goes, one who has never encountered a pig cannot recognize a pig's trot. Zhang Chu was all too familiar with the implications of her gesture. Initially taken aback, he soon resigned himself to the situation. Goodness, the atmosphere has escalated to this point. If I do not proceed, will Shengwan Qingxue not lose face? Though she bears a striking resemblance to my sorceress master, she is not her, and it was she who initiated this. As the adage goes, a good friend's invitation cannot be declined. Countless thoughts raced through Zhang Chu's mind, and he resolved that, come what may, he could not allow Shengwan Qingxue to suffer embarrassment. Otherwise, their friendship might be irreparably damaged. Thus, he pressed one hand to her head, prepared to embrace the folly. However, just then, a sound of the door creaking open interrupted them. Immediately after, the voice of Shengwan Qingxue's mother, Xiaolan, echoed, Xiaoxue, why aren't you at work today? Ah, bah. The door slammed shut. Both Zhang Chu and Shengwan Qingxue were left in shock, unable to fathom that Xiaolan would return at such an hour. They instantly found themselves unable to proceed any further. Shengwan Qingxue sprang to her feet, her face aflame. Oh no, oh no, oh no, my mother saw us. This is disastrous. Zhang Chu quickly adjusted his waistband, feeling exasperated. Swiftly, Shengwan Qingxue straightened her posture, tidying her clothing before assisting Zhang Chu in doing the same. Grasping the purple sachet, the two descended the stairs together to their surprise. They found Xiaolan hastily preparing to leave, her pace brisk. Realizing that her mother had misunderstood the situation, thinking she desired some private time with Zhang Chu, Shengwan Qingxue called out urgently, Mom, don't go. Xiaolan turned back, observing Zhang Chu. Please continue. I didn't see anything. Mom, Shengwan Qingxue elongated her words, signaling her mother to cease. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu silently admired Xiaolan's understanding nature, recognizing her as a model of tact and diplomacy. At that moment, Shengwan Qingxue exclaimed, Oh Mom, you've misunderstood. Please don't leave. Let me introduce you. Xiaolan paused, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaoxue, it's my fault for not realizing you were home. All right, enough about that. Shengwan Qingxue interjected hastily, wishing to avoid further complications. Zhang Chu cast a brief glance at Xiaolan, noting her graceful intellect. She wore glasses and, despite being in her 40s, maintained a poised figure, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. In truth, Xiaolan had long fretted over her daughter's romantic endeavors and marital prospects. Thus, upon seeing Shengwan Qingxue with Zhang Chu, she naturally wanted to afford them a bit of privacy. Mom, I need to ask you something, Shengwan Qingxue called out, her expression now composed. Xiaolan, still somewhat awkward, replied, Oh dear, you're all grown up. Why be so shy? I understand. Shengwan Qingxue felt a wave of frustration. Hadn't she just implied that this matter was behind them? Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the purple sachet and asked her mother, Mom, do you recognize this item? Upon seeing the sachet, Xiaolan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Xiaoxue, how did you come to possess it? Chapter 37. The enchantress, upon observing the expression on Xiaolan's face, Shengwan Qingxue and Zhang Chu immediately discerned that this matter was somehow linked to her. Did you place this small pouch for me? Shengwan Qingxue exclaimed, taken aback. As anticipated, Xiaolan conceded. Indeed, it was I who placed it, but, at this juncture, Xiaolan suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I've completely forgotten something important. Has today surpassed the 6th? As she spoke, Xiaolan hurriedly glanced at her phone, muttering, Oh no, it's already the 10th. My mind. Shengwan Qingxue, perplexed by Xiaolan's ramblings, shouted in exasperation, Mom, what on earth are you babbling about? Do you realize you nearly put my life in jeopardy? In rapid succession, Shengwan Qingxue recounted her recent struggles with sleeplessness and mental fatigue. Yet, Xiaolan appeared unfazed, as if she had known about her daughter's plight all along. I was aware that you have been having trouble sleeping lately, but I assure you, this is all for your own good, she stated. For my own good? Are you jesting? Shengwan Qingxue retorted, incredulous at her mother's reasoning. Zhang Chu regarded Xiaolan with an expression akin to disbelief, pondering how someone who seemed so cultured could be so out of touch. However, Xiaolan pointed at Zhang Chu, declaring, Look, your romantic fortune has already arrived. What? Shengwan Qingxue was left utterly confused at that moment. Xiaolan continued, Xiaoxue, listen to me. This pouch was specially sought for you, procured from... The sorceress instructed that it must be returned promptly, that I forgot it was due back on the 6th. Shengwan Qingxue was left speechless. What are you talking about? What romantic fortune? What boyfriend? Xiaolan pointed at... However, reflecting on her recent compromising position before Zhang Chu, she concluded that claiming they were merely friends would be even more absurd. Thus, she refrained from responding to that question and instead insisted, Let's first discuss the pouch. I merely wish to help you find a boyfriend. Xilan et Golim. Soon, she divulged her intentions that it turned out that Xiaolan hoped Shengwan Qingxue would find a suitor, more specifically, a son-in-law who would marry into their family. Given Shengwan Qingxue's exceptional qualities, she held a significant... Should she marry, all her status and wealth would be transferred to her husband's family. The Shengwan family would never bestow an entire commercial street or a company as a dowry. However, If Shangguan Qingxue could find a son-in-law, the scenario would shift dramatically. In that case, she would essentially retain her position and power, with the potential to contend for the head of the Shangguan family. Thus, Xiaolan had long desired for her daughter to find a suitable son-in-law, ideally one without family ties, who could seamlessly integrate into their family. Coincidentally, Xiaolan had heard from a card-playing acquaintance about a powerful sorceress renowned for her efficacy in granting wishes for children, healing ailments, and facilitating romantic connections. Consequently, Xiaolan sought the sorceress's guidance, hoping to attract romantic fortune for Shangguan Qingxue and secure a son-in-law. The small pouch was a gift from this sorceress. Upon hearing this revelation, both Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu suddenly comprehended the situation. It appeared that the individual behind the scenes, intending to cause harm to Shangguan Qingxue, was indeed this so-called sorceress. Shangguan Qingxue, infuriated, exclaimed, "Mom, how can you believe in such nonsense? But it has proven effective." Xiaolan responded, gazing at Zhang Chu with delight, convinced that he was the result of the pouch's magic. Shangguan Qingxue, now fuming, retorted, "Effective? That so-called sorceress is trying to harm me. Zhang Chu is here to assist me." Xiaolan scrutinized Zhang Chu for a moment before realization dawned on her. "Oh, he is the Zhang Chu who has recently stirred quite a commotion on Furong Street, isn't he? I've heard tales of his supposed prowess, even claims that he can predict lottery numbers." "Indeed," Shangguan Qingxue affirmed. Zhang Chu rubbed his nose, surprised at how swiftly his reputation had spread. Xiaolan continued, "Xiaoxue, consider this. Doesn't the sorceress possess genuine skill? Without this pouch, would you have been able to invite Zhang Chu into your home? Moreover, the sorceress mentioned that placing the pouch beneath your mattress might affect your sleep, though it wouldn't cause significant issues. She also stated that the pouch must be returned after a month for the magic to remain potent. See, I haven't returned it yet, and you've already acquired a boyfriend. How miraculous." Shangguan Qingxue was momentarily at a loss. Xiaolan's reasoning seemed to form a flawless loop, unassailable. Even Shangguan Qingxue herself could not discern whether the sorceress had true abilities or was simply intent on causing her distress. Thus, she turned to Zhang Chu, seeking his perspective. Zhang Chu, having grasped the entire situation, silently thought, "Thank goodness Xiaolan forgot the time and didn't return the pouch promptly. Otherwise, a part of Shangguan Qingxue's soul might have been whisked away by that sorceress." What could transpire if a woman's heart were simultaneously captured by two individuals? Zhang Chu shuddered at the thought. A woman caught in a tumultuous love triangle. What a tragic scenario. The imagery was far too vivid, too unsettling to contemplate. Thankfully, Xiaolan had delayed for a few days, allowing Zhang Chu to intercept that little tiger. At that moment, Zhang Chu declared, "That sorceress must be dubious." Yet, Xiaolan remained obliviously cheerful. "It must be effective. It has brought you to our home. Come, sit down. Have you eaten lunch yet? Annie has prepared a meal for you." "We've already eaten," Shangguan Qingxue quickly replied. Zhang Chu added, "Annie, we should pay a visit to this so-called sorceress." Xiaolan, however, countered with a smile, "You needn't concern yourselves with that. Although your romantic connection originates from the sorceress, it is not advisable for young people to meet such individuals." Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue recognized that convincing Xiaolan of the sorceress's dubious nature was futile, given how serendipitous these events seemed. Thus, Zhang Chu merely exchanged a knowing glance with Shangguan Qingxue, signaling her to refrain from trying to persuade her mother. Understanding his intent, Shangguan Qingxue acknowledged that since Xiaolan had been deceived, it was unnecessary to create discord. They could instead devise a plan to confront the sorceress. Shangguan Qingxue shifted her approach, wrapping her arm around Xiaolan's shoulder and inquiring, "Mom, is that sorceress truly remarkable?" Of course, in her eyes, Zhang Chu was merely a novice, destined to return home to become Shangguan Qingxue's son-in-law. Zhang Chu, taken aback, asked, "This sorceress is of similar age to me?" "Yes, but she is female," Xiaolan clarified. Shangguan Qingxue expressed her desire. "Then I wish to meet her. Perhaps she could help us determine our compatibility and check our astrological signs. Would you take us to see this sorceress?" Xiaolan replied, "I must first inquire whether she would consent. Her temperament can be quite peculiar. If we are not introduced by a mutual acquaintance and do not obtain her permission, she may take offense." Zhang Chu promptly suggested, "This is simple, that we can all visit the sorceress together. You can enter first, and if she agrees to see us, we will join it. If not, we shall not intrude." "All right." Xiaolan readily accepted this proposal. Chapter 38. The remote courtyard. Before long, the trio boarded the vehicle, heading straight for the residence of the renowned female diviner. Inside the car, Xiaolan exhibited a keen interest in Zhang Chu, peppering him with questions. "Zhang Chu, how old are your parents? Where are they from? What? You've never seen your parents since childhood and grew up with your master? What about your master? Ah, your master has gone missing. Well, that is splendid. So, you're currently a solitary soul?" The more Xiaolan inquired, the more satisfied she became. Zhang Chu's background made him the ideal candidate for a son-in-law. Orphaned and with a missing master, coupled with his handsome appearance, he could certainly cause her daughter to willingly kneel before him, and if he didn't he become the esteemed son-in-law of the Shangguan family. It would be a waste of such a compelling background. At that moment, Xiaolon turned to Zhang Chu and said, Zhang Chu, you are aware of our Xiaoxue situation, so let us do this. Choose a date and finalize matters soon. Ah, finalize? Zhang Chu was taken aback. He was not naive and understood Xiaolon's implication. However, the issue was that he had no romantic feelings for Shangguan Qingxue to him. The Shangguan family members were merely the descendants of his master whom he was slightly inclined to care for, but he felt no stirring emotions towards Shangguan Qingxue, except perhaps for that moment when she knelt to grasp his belt. Moreover, the most significant concern was that the generational hierarchy was all wrong. According to the familial lineage, even if Shangguan Qingxue's grandfather were to address him, he would need to refer to him as an ancestor. Marrying Shangguan Qingxue, that would only complicate the generational order. At this juncture, Zhang Chu could only say, Auntie, you seem to be misunderstanding something. As soon as Xiaolon heard this, she grew anxious. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You've already had that kind of encounter with our Xiaoxue. What more misunderstanding can there be? I must inform you that you cannot engage in such intimacy and then deny it. Our Xiaoxue is not the kind of girl who is easily swayed. Zhang Chu felt a headache coming on. How had it escalated to such a point? He hadn't even unfastened his belt. Moreover, even if something did occur, it would be Shangguan Qingxue who had initiated it. Shangguan Qingxue's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly exclaimed, Mom, stop, please don't say anymore. However, Xiaolon persisted, Why should I stop? You are not a child anymore. It's high time you found someone and settled down. Then, Xiaolon grasped Zhang Chu's hand. Child, let us make it official. However, I must make it clear that if you marry our Xiaoxue, you will undoubtedly be the son-in-law living in our household. Living in your household? Zhang, before he could voice his thoughts, Xiaolon hastily assured him, Rest assured, I am a very open-minded mother-in-law and will not treat you with disdain or humiliation as depicted in those online novels. Our Shangguan family is well-to-do. If you join our family, you will be as good as my own son, and we will treat you well. Furthermore, if you have children in the future, I can assist in taking care of them. You can confidently have children, as many as you desire. I guarantee I will help you with the children, ensuring you have your own private space to enjoy the joys of parenthood. Before Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue could express their opinions, Xiaolon had already envisioned herself as Zhang Chu's mother-in-law, even planning which school the children would attend, and had already made arrangements for a preschool. What absurdity! Both Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue were left speechless, unable to interrupt Xiaolon, and could only manage a forced smile. Eventually, a few minutes later, the three exited the city and arrived at a dilapidated village on the outskirts. The area appeared to be on the verge of demolition, with many houses half collapsed and neglected. Narrow alleys seemed impassable for vehicles, and despite it being broad daylight, the locale exuded an eerie atmosphere. Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu exchanged glances, frowning. This place did not seem inhabited. Is this the place? Shangguan Qingxue inquired. Mom, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Xiaolon replied, This is indeed the place. Just stop the car up ahead. We can't drive in. Can people even live here? Shangguan Qingxue murmured. Xiaolon explained, You wouldn't understand. This diviner is not an ordinary person. Although she is wealthy, she prefers to live in a simple house, claiming it connects her to the earth. Connects to the earth, but it shouldn't connect to the underworld. Shangguan Qingxue muttered. Xiaolon's expression turned serious. Shh, don't speak carelessly. It would be disastrous if the diviner overheard. The vehicle came to a halt at that moment. Xiaolon whispered, You two stay in the... I will go in and greet the diviner first. If she is willing to see you, I will come back to call you. If she does not wish to meet you, please refrain from intruding. As she spoke, Xiaolon held a small purple sachet in her hand and retrieved a small red box from her bag. What is that? Shangguan Qingxue asked. Xiaolon replied, A gold bar. This diviner possesses genuine skills. She does not charge money for fortune-telling. She only accepts gold bars, one bar weighing 100 grams per reading. My goodness, that is quite steep. Zhang Chu's heart raced. This was far more exorbitant than his own pricing. Based on the current gold price of around 400 yuan per gram, this reading would cost 40,000 yuan. Indeed, the wealthy have no trouble making money. Shangguan Qingxue clearly expressed her discontent with the price, scoffing, How outrageous. Xiaolon, however, maintained a grave demeanor. Do not speak ill of her behind her back. You two stay in the car and do not follow me. If she agrees to meet you, I will call for you. Understood. Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu nodded in agreement. Xiaolon then took the gold bar and the purple sachet, walking towards a narrow alley. Once Xiaolon's figure disappeared, Shangguan Qingxue whispered, Should we follow? Zhang Chu slightly nodded. Let us go, but be cautious. The two stealthily exited the car, carefully trailing behind, peering around the alleyway, and saw Xiaolan entering a low, modest courtyard. Thus, they crept forward, holding their breath, approaching the small courtyard. The courtyard's walls were low earthen barriers, reaching only to their chests, and appeared dilapidated and neglected. The buildings within the courtyard were equally low, resembling not a residence, but rather an enormous grave mound from afar. Crouching behind the earthen wall, they cautiously observed the interior of the courtyard. That moment, Shangguan Qingxue whispered, charging a gold bar for a reading. How could someone live in such a place? This diviner can't possibly be a transformed rat, can she? Zhang Chu quietly responded. Some who nurture divinities do not choose to reside in such dismal conditions. Rather, it is their divinity's limitations that confine them. If they were to reside in a high-rise, they would lose their abilities. In fact, such practitioners of divination were not uncommon in folklore. Most of the time, these individuals would remain close to home, never straying too far, for the power of the divinity is limited. Should one venture beyond a certain range, the divinity's influence would wane. Zhang Chu speculated that this so-called female diviner was constrained by the limitations of her divinity, allowing her to inhabit such a place. While they conversed, a sudden scream pierced the air from within the courtyard. Ah! Shangguan Qingshue's expression shifted in alarm. Oh no, the diviner must have realized something was amiss with the sachet. Zhang Chu's gaze hardened as he forcefully kicked down the earthen wall, striding into the courtyard and rushing towards the lowly dwelling. Chapter 39. The affection of Zhou Yunling. Zhang Chu charged towards the entrance of the small house, delivering a powerful kick to the modest wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered apart. However, in the next moment, two figures clad in black abruptly burst forth from within. Each of them wielded a machete exceeding a meter in length, and without uttering a word, they lunged at Zhang Chu, aiming their strikes at his vital points. Behind him, Shangguan Qingxue felt an icy chill run down her spine. She shouted, "Zhang Chu, be careful!" Yet, the very next second, her mouth fell agape in shock. Zhang Chu, rather than retreating, advanced with the agility of a panther. With a sweeping kick, he deftly evaded the blades of the two assailants, sending them crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, the two men remained undeterred. One of them swiftly rose, raising his machete once more to strike at Zhang Chu. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhang Chu executed a daring maneuver, barehandedly seizing the assailant's wrist. With a swift application of force, he commanded, "Let go." The man winced in pain, relinquishing his grip on the machete. Zhang Chu seized the weapon and, with a swift motion, swung it around. Thud! The machete struck the assailant's neck, and he collapsed lifeless, a pool of blood forming beneath him. The second assailant, undeterred, scrambled to his feet, charging recklessly at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu snorted disdainfully and hurled the machete like a javelin, piercing the man's chest. In an instant, both assailants lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Chu then plunged into the dimly lit interior of the lowly abode. The room was shrouded in darkness, the lights seemingly suffocated by a thick layer of dust, casting an oppressive gloom. Within this murky space, a strangely adorned young woman, her expression twisted in malice, was gripping Xiaolan's neck, causing her to roll her eyes in distress. The woman's attire was excessively vibrant, a riotous array of colors reminiscent of paper cutouts, both clean and otherworldly. Her face was pale, with lips painted a deep crimson. Altogether, she resembled a paper figure meant for the dead, invoking an unsettling sense of unreality. "Stop!" Zhang Chu bellowed, rushing towards the so-called sorceress. Yet, in an instant, she brandished a dagger, pressing it against Xiaolan's forehead. "Don't move, or I will kill her." The sorceress's tone was ominous, her demeanor peculiar. Zhang Chu halted, his gaze icy as it bore into her. Xiaolan finally regained her breath, trembling in fear. "Please don't kill me." At that moment, Zhang Chu's mind raced, seeking an angle to deliver a decisive blow to this sorceress. Just then, Shangguan Qingxue burst into the room. The next second, she gasped, "Zhou Yunling!" Zhang Chu furrowed his brow and turned to her. "Do you know her?" Shangguan Qingxue swallowed hard, her expression one of terror, and stammered, She is my high school classmate." Zhou Yunling. In truth, Zhou Yunling was more than just a mere classmate. She harbored a morbid infatuation for Shangguan Qingxue, obsessively pursuing her. In that moment, a twisted semblance of obsession crossed Zhou Yunling's previously menacing vision. He finally comprehended everything. Zhou Yunling had developed feelings for Shangguan Qingxue, and in a calculated scheme, she had manipulated Shangguan's mother, placing the small fragrant pouch in Shangguan's room, intending to lure her spirit away and win her affection. Zhang Chu was left speechless. I had thought some man, perhaps a wealthy heir, was behind this. Who would have imagined it was a woman? Shangguan Qingxue, clearly understanding the situation, turned pale, glaring. In that moment, Zhou Yunling trembled. "Qingxue, I miss you so much, truly. But why did you destroy that fragrant pouch? Why? Isn't it better to be with me? Why reject my love?" A barrage of questions left Xie Lan utterly bewildered. Shangguan Qingxue roared in fury. You lunatic! Let go of my mother! She began to advance forward. However, Zhou Yunling pressed the dagger firmly against Xie Lan's temple, frantically declaring, I want tea, and let come here to my side. Shangguan Qingxue felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively sensing that approaching would lead to something dreadful. She inched closer to Zhang Chu, grasping his arm, and implored, First, release my mother. Zhang Chu gently patted her hand, signaling for her to remain calm. However, this small gesture incensed Zhou Yunling, who reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming, Let go of her hand! You filthy man! Who do you think you are? How dare you touch Xiao Xue's hand? You should die, you wretched creature! Zhang Chu was left speechless, astonished by the intensity of Zhou Yunling's possessiveness. Fearing that provoking Zhou Yunling might endanger her mother, Shangguan Qingxue quickly stepped away from Zhang Chu. Zhou Yunling's expression reverted to that of obsession, coaxing Shangguan Qingxue, Xiao Xue, come closer, I only need a drop of your blood to release your mother. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yunling, Zhang Chu concealed a finely crafted dagger behind his back. Shangguan Qingxue, however, had noticed that a glimmer of hope surged within her, realizing Zhang Chu was poised to act. Yet, fearing Zhou Yunling would be on guard, Zhang Chu needed to create an opportunity that would cause her to lower her defenses. At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue and Zhang Chu seemed to share a silent understanding. She recognized her role in this precarious situation. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Zhou Yunling. Yunling, please don't be agitated. Actually, I have always held feelings for you, Shangguan Qingxue said, her voice filled with trepidation. Zhou Yunling's heart soared at this declaration, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Zhou Yunling pressed further. Then tell me, when did you start liking me? Shangguan Qingxue replied, It was back in high school. With that, she launched into her recollections. Do you remember when we lived in the same dormitory? One time, I fell asleep, and you quietly tried to remove my pants, wanting to bury your head inside. As she recounted this, Zhou Yunling's excitement surged. So you like me too, right? I promise, as long as you agree to be with me, I will treat you that way every day. In that instant, Zhou Yunling was overcome with joy, her gaze fixated solely on Shangguan Qingxue. And just then, Zhang Chu made his move. Chapter 40. The arrival of darkness in a fleeting moment when Zhou Yunling's mind was momentarily at ease, Zhang Chu suddenly struck, flinging the dagger in his hand. In the next heartbeat, the blade pierced through Zhou Yunling's wrist, splattering blood across Xie Lan's face. Ah! Zhou Yunling let out a harrowing scream as the knife clattered to the ground. Xie Lan, seizing the opportunity, struggled fiercely and broke free from Zhou Yunling's grasp. Zhang Chu strode forward, seizing Xie Lan and pulling her towards him. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Yunling's chest, sending her flying with a resounding thud. Zhou Yunling's body crashed into a table, and she screamed as she fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Chu shouted to Xie Lan and Shangguan Qingxue, You two get out first. I will handle this madwoman. Zhang Chu sensed that despite having kicked Zhou Yunling, a mysterious force enveloped her, preventing her from losing her ability to resist. However, Zhou Yunling suddenly screamed frantically. Trying to escape? None of you will get away. You will all die. As her words echoed, a deafening crash reverberated from the door, which unexpectedly collapsed. At the same time, the dim lights in the room extinguished, plunging the small, windowless chamber into utter darkness. The sudden darkness sent Xie Lan and Shangguan Qingxue into a panic, fearing the house was collapsing. Qingxue, run! Xie Lan cried out. Shangguan Qingxue, in a state of urgency, shouted, Zhang Chu. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Chu took a step back and grasped Shangguan Qingxue's hand. At that moment, Xie Lan also sensed Zhang Chu's presence, and the two women hurriedly huddled closer to him. Trembling, Xie Lan exclaimed, What should we do? The house is collapsing. We can't let Qingxue get hurt. Shangguan Qingxue clutched Zhang Chu's arm tightly, maintaining a semblance of composure as she whispered, Zhang Chu, don't panic. I'm here. Zhang Chu reassured them. Just then, he felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere around him, as if something unknown lurked nearby. Suddenly, Xie Lan shrieked, something is touching my leg. Shangguan Qingxue tightened her grip on Zhang Chu's arm, whispering in his ear, Something is brushing against my back, blowing cold air on my neck. Zhang Chu scoffed. A mere parlor trick. In the next instant, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals, raising his index fingers to merge them, while the other fingers bent slightly, intertwining in a mysterious manner. This was the immovable king seal. Once formed, it rendered him unyielding as a mountain, impervious to all evils. Simultaneously, Zhang Chu chanted the incantation. Lin. In the pitch-black darkness, as he uttered this word, a faint golden light began to emanate from his mouth. Shangguan Qingxue observed closely, realizing that the golden glow was a series of mysterious golden symbols that in that moment, the eerie presences in the darkness seemed to encounter a formidable nemesis, dissipating instantaneously. Moreover, a warm current naturally surged from Zhang Chu's dantian, spreading throughout his body and flowing through the contact with Shangguan Qingxue and Xiaolian in this environment. The two women felt the warmth and became increasingly reliant on Zhang Chu, instinctively drawing closer to him. As this warm current persisted, Shangguan Qingxue and Xiaolian gradually calmed down, their panic subsiding. At this juncture, Zhang Chu maintained the immovable king seal and spoke. Take out your phones to assess the situation. Shangguan Qingxue hastily retrieved her phone, using its light to illuminate the surroundings. The faint glow revealed the scene around them, causing a collective gasp of astonishment, for they beheld that the space was draped in white cloth, cascading from the ceiling and covering the entire room, many pieces bearing bloodstains, creating a chilling spectacle. However, with the two women clinging to Zhang Chu and under the influence of the warm current, they did not display excessive alarm at this moment. Shangguan Qingxue used her phone to scan the area, attempting to locate Zhou Yunling. Yet, she found no trace of her. Zhang Chu, what should we do? Shangguan Qingxue asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Xiaolian stammered, shall we call the police? The phone has no signal. Shangguan Qingxue replied. Zhang Chu surveyed the surroundings, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Zhou Yunling was not nurturing a celestial being, but rather conjuring spirits. There exists a fundamental distinction between nurturing celestial beings and spirits. Those who nurture celestial beings do so by offering sustenance to certain sentient creatures, such as weasels, snakes, or eels, that choose a particular individual to accept their offerings, thereby imparting a portion of their spiritual essence to that person. Such individuals gain prophetic abilities, a practice known as nurturing celestial guardians. Conversely, some encounter not corporeal creatures, but rather insubstantial objects. For instance, a hearse designated for the deceased, when sustained by someone, may grant them peculiar abilities. Similarly, a dagger that has claimed many lives, if offered to be nurtured, might also bestow foresight. Individuals who sustain malevolent instruments are, therefore, engaging in spirit nurturing. With this understanding of Zhou Yunling's true nature, Zhang Chu felt empowered. He declared, spirits fear the Wuxing Peak, that in any room. There are 9 positions corresponding to the 9 star peaks. Follow me. With that, Zhang Chu stepped forward, moving with a mysterious cadence, leading the two women through the labyrinth of white cloth. Despite the cramped confines of the house, they should have easily collided with walls or furniture. Yet peculiarly, after several minutes of following Zhang Chu, they encountered nothing. No walls, no furniture, and no sign of Zhou Yunling, only the endless white fabric, as if they had entered a maze. However, Zhang Chu soon came to a halt. Surrounding them were still the hanging sheets. Yet with unwavering confidence, he shouted, "Break!" As his voice rang out, the white cloth emitted a series of tearing sounds. In an instant, the three felt a flash before their eyes as all the white fabric vanished, revealing a beam of light. They found themselves once again at the entrance of the small room, where the door. Everything they had witnessed was merely an illusion. At that moment, yellowish paper money began to gently fall from the ceiling. Zhang Chu understood that the white cloth they had seen was a diversion created by these paper offerings. Those who nurture spirits often possess unique methods, none of which could ensnare Zhang Chu. He stated, "Let us exit this room." With that, the three stepped out of the small chamber. Just as they did, the door slammed shut behind them. To their astonishment, Zhou Yunling had somehow appeared in the courtyard, clutching a worn-out rattle drum, seemingly casting a spell. Upon seeing Zhang Chu emerge with the two women, Zhou Yunling's expression shifted dramatically, her voice rising in disbelief. "You managed to escape." Chapter 41. The art of borrowing meals at Maoshan. Upon hearing Zhou Yunling's words, Zhang Chu instantly realized that the white cloth formation was beyond Zhou Yunling's control. She was unable to manage the circumstances within the array. This implied that Zhou Yunling was not the master of the ghost, but rather a potential servant to At that moment, Zhang Chu coldly commanded, "Come here." Yet, Zhou Yunling turned and fled. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Chu's expression hardened as he stepped on the hilt of a cleaver. With a swift flick of his foot, the cleaver soared into the air, but he then kicked the hilt, sending the blade hurtling towards Zhou Yunling's calf. With a sickening sound, the cleaver pierced through her leg, causing Zhou Yunling to scream in agony as she collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chu strode towards her, his face a mask of icy fury. Zhou Yunling, now half lying on the ground, turned over, her face etched with terror, pleading, "Please don't kill me. Please don't." Zhang Chu fixed his gaze upon her. "Speak. What is the story behind those two men in black?" Zhou Yunling, trembling with anxiety, replied, "They are from the Zhou family, here to protect me." The Zhou family? Zhang Chu frowned slightly, that he had heard Shangguan Qingxue mention that there were three prominent families in Jinling. The Jin family, the Shangguan family, and the Zhou family, that he had already encountered Jin Liuye from the Jin family, The AS for the Zhou family. Shengwan Qingxue had cautioned Zhang Chu against associating with them, as they seemed particularly fond of monopolizing certain livelihoods. At that moment, Zhang Chu inquired, "Are you a member of the Zhou family?" Zhou Jinling nodded slightly. "Yes." However, Shengwan Qingxue interjected, "Although you belong to the Zhou family, given your status within it, it is unlikely that they would send someone specifically to protect you." Zhang Chu sensed something amiss. Those two men in black appeared more like assassins than protectors. "Explain yourself," he demanded coldly. Zhou Yunling hastily pleaded, "I'll tell you everything. Zhou Chong made me do this that he learned that I had feelings for you and gifted me a treasure that allowed me to become a diviner. Then, he instructed me to find a way to obtain you as my slave, and those two men in black are my bodyguards provided." His standing was exceedingly high, surpassing even Shengwan Qingxue's position in her own family, effectively making him the designated heir apparent of the Zhou family. Furthermore, Zhou Chong was known for his cunning and had effectively subdued the younger generation of the Zhou family to his will. At that moment, all the young members of the Zhou family looked up to Zhou Chong as their leader. Shengwan Qingxue's mind raced, her expression chilling. "Zhou Chong intends to use such despicable means against me. Does he have ulterior motives regarding my Shengwan family?" Zhou Yunling, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected, "Xiaoxue, this has nothing to do with me. I was merely following Zhou Chong's orders, and I genuinely care for you. Please spare me. I promise I won't say a word." Shengwan Qingxue did not respond to Zhou Yunling, but turned to Zhang Chu. "Do you have any further questions?" Zhang Chu nodded slightly and asked Zhou Yunling, "Tell me about the treasure Zhou Chong gave you that enabled you to suddenly read fortunes." Zhou Yunling eagerly replied, "It's a painting." Without needing further prompting, Zhou Yunling trembled as she divulged everything about the painting. According to her, it depicted a beautiful woman who, strikingly, had no lower half, resembling a ghost with only the upper part of her body. After Zhou Yunling began to nurture the painting, she acquired certain extraordinary abilities, particularly related to matters of marriage, which proved remarkably effective. With the Zhou family's backing, Zhou Yunling's reputation spread within affluent circles of women, leading many to seek her assistance. Widows wishing for surrogate sons, women whose husbands were often absent seeking young lovers, or those who had repressed their desires in youth, now yearning for a trustworthy companion. All found themselves drawn to Zhou Yunling's expertise. While the painting provided Zhou Yunling with assistance, it also demanded that she perform various peculiar tasks, such as wearing vibrant clothing, residing in a lowly, desolate cottage, and even offering it gold as tribute. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's eyes gleamed with intrigue that a fondness for gold. Gold is not consumable. Thus, it must be hidden away by the painting. And that painting, at this very moment, lay concealed within that cottage. In that instant, Zhang Chu turned to gaze at the small house, musing, "This painting appears to possess some remarkable abilities, and it may also be a source of wealth." Then a thought struck him. "Furthermore, I've recently witnessed the manifestation of the yellow dragon retreating from its pillar, signifying that I may acquire an exceptionally loyal servant. Could this omen be linked to that painting? A truly loyal servant may not necessarily be human. It could very well be a ghostly servant." Thus, Zhang Chu felt a stirring desire to subdue it. He then asked Zhou Yunling, "That painting is still inside the cottage, isn't it?" Zhou Yunling hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, it's inside the cottage." She then added, "I've told you everything. May I leave now?" Zhang Chu glanced at Zhou Yunling before coldly responding, "You may go." However, Zhang Chu had already for anyone who raises a ghost, from the moment they begin to nurture it, they are destined for a short lifespan. The saying goes, inviting a ghost is easy, but sending it away is difficult. As she had made the ghost her master, the painting would undoubtedly demand her life. Now that Zhou Yunling had revealed all the secrets of the painting, it would not spare her. Zhang Chu, disinterested in dealing with her any further, allowed her to depart. Zhou Yunling, upon receiving Zhang Chu's permission, hurriedly stood up and stumbled towards the exit. However, as she dashed into the alley, an old dilapidated house, seemingly unable to bear its own weight, collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying Zhou Yunling beneath a cascade of rubble. Blood pooled from the cracks in the earth. This, Shengwan Qingxue and Xia Lan looked on in horror, their scalps tingling. Zhou Yunling was dead at this moment. Zhang Chu turned to Shengwan Qingxue. "You both should leave." "I have matters to attend to." Shengwan Qingxue took a deep breath before responding. "Rest assured, I will handle the situation regarding the deceased. You will face no trouble." With that, she grasped the dazed Xia Lan and strode towards the vehicle. Zhang Chu remained in the courtyard, casting another glance at the cottage that he felt a flicker of movement within. Zhang Chu smiled. Indeed, something was inside that in truth, Zhang Chu's decision to stay in search of the painting was not born of arrogance, but of confidence. At the age of 8, His witch master had once infiltrated Longhu Mountain and borrowed various secret texts on ghost catching and demon slaying for Zhang Chu to study. When it came to dealing with such matters, Zhang Chu possessed ample means. Yet at that moment, Zhang Chu did not rush into the cottage, as it was the domain of that entity. The first rule for confronting such spirits is to avoid battling in their territory. One must find a way to lure them out. To knowingly enter a haunted place is tantamount to courting death. Now, Zhang Chu positioned himself beneath a tree in the courtyard, gathering several broken bowls and placing some dirt within them. He then produced a talisman, which he flicked lightly, igniting it spontaneously. Subsequently, Zhang Chu recited an incantation. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord appear. With jade plates brimming in an instant, the dirt within the broken bowls shimmered, transforming into a variety of delectable dishes, as though celestial delicacies had descended from the heavens. That, of course, this vision was fleeting, soon reverting to the bowls filled with dirt. This was a Maoshan technique known as the art of borrowing meals. After its invocation, in the eyes of malevolent entities, these bowls of dirt appeared as divine feasts meant for immortals, each morsel promising to enhance one's cultivation for a century, each sip capable of granting a dream lasting a millennium. At that moment, these bowls of dirt held a fatal allure for many a ghostly being. Chapter 42. The temptation of the handsome man. After Zhang Chu meticulously arranged the small bowl, the little room remained eerily silent, yet it attracted an assortment of peculiar entities. First, the snake, adorned in a striking pattern of red and black, slithered out from a crevice in the courtyard wall. The it perched upon the wall, its head turned towards Zhang Chu, flicking its tongue incessantly. Shortly thereafter, from beneath the base of the wall, several white-furred mice emerged, seemingly materializing from nowhere. These mice appeared remarkably sentient, their two front paws resembling human hands as they cupped them before their mouths, their tiny eyes darting about curiously. Next, near the entrance of the courtyard, at the very spot where Zhou Yunling had met her demise, appeared an elderly woman clad in gray. Her eyelids drooped, her face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and she grinned vacantly at Zhang Chu, revealing her toothless gums while drooling with desire. Soon after, a filthy little boy appeared at the entrance, clutching a tattered copper cicada, its surface tarnished with verdigris and marred by dried blood. The boy stared hungrily at the broken bowl before Zhang Chu, saliva dripping from his mouth. Despite the throng of peculiar creatures gathering at the entrance of the courtyard, none dared venture inside, sensing the aura of danger emanating from Zhang Chu. With a look of displeasure, Zhang Chu cursed under his breath. Damn it, this place is indeed thick with malevolence. No wonder this painting sought such a location for Zhou Yunling to reside. However, the contents of the bowl were not intended for these bizarre entities at the entrance. With a dismissive wave, akin to swatting away flies, Zhang Chu barked, "Get the hell away from me! You wretched creatures are unworthy of this divine delicacy. Keep staring, and I shall gouge out your eyes." His voice was robust and commanding, a masculine timbre that effectively suppressed the sinister atmosphere in broad daylight. Upon hearing his words, the old woman, the little boy, and the snake and mice instantly recoiled, vanishing in an instant. After driving these entities away, Zhang Chu turned his gaze towards the diminutive cottage, a grin spreading across his face as he called out, "Hey, fellow cultivator inside, it's time to dine. I share a bond with the Supreme Lao Jun, and the food and drink outside are celestial delicacies. Come out and partake." Yet the cottage remained silent, its occupants refusing to emerge. Zhang Chu shouted several more times, attempting to coax them out, but the inhabitants remained steadfast, showing no sign of yielding. Zhang Chu mused, "Damn it, these beings have some resolve. They can resist the allure of gourmet food. It is well known that enticing restless spirits with delectable offerings is the quickest method to lure them, a tactic frequently employed by many folk geomancers. Yet, it seemed that the entities within the cottage were immune to such temptations. However, Zhang Chu was undeterred. Every being, be it human or spirit, possesses its own vulnerabilities and desires. If culinary delights would not suffice, he would resort to another means that moment. Zhang Chu waved his hand, scattering the soil from the bowl onto the ground, and removing several old bowls. He then procured a few half-person-height wooden stumps from nearby. After placing the stumps beneath a large tree, Zhang Chu began to inscribe peculiar symbols upon them. Ultimately, he drew an abstract representation on each stump. 2 adjacent eggs, with a thick, elongated mushroom depicted between them. Upon completing his artwork, Zhang Chu chuckled to himself. "If food fails, then let it be the allure of beauty. I refuse to believe you can withstand this temptation." At that juncture, Zhang Chu retrieved a talisman and invoked the art of borrowing beauty from the Maoshan tradition. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Holding the burning talisman, Zhang Chu traced a mysterious symbol in the air, reciting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lao Jun reveal his presence. I beseech the heavens to open the celestial gates and summon a handsome man to descend." Upon uttering the incantation, the talisman erupted with a resounding pop, disintegrating into ash while radiating brilliant light. As the luminous glow enveloped the stumps, they began to shimmer, transforming into stunningly handsome men, their physiques robust and powerful, as if sculpted by the gods. Distinctly, the sound of male laughter echoed faintly in the air. Zhang Chu grinned. Here come the handsome men. Now let us see if you're stirred by their presence. However, a moment of concern washed over him. Wait, could it be that the handsome men are not the right choice? The previous Zhou Jinling favored Shangguan Qingxue. Could it be that the beauties in this painting have a preference for women? Just then, Zhang Chu sensed a shift in the eerie aura emanating from within the cottage, a tumultuous disturbance breaking the previous stillness. Instantly, he felt relieved, his spirits lifted. So, it turns out you were a lecher. Meanwhile, the commotion outside the courtyard escalated, a cacophony of voices resonating. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the sounds of numerous footsteps accompanied by the laughter of women. Zhang Chu peered outside, only to be met with a grimace. The narrow alley beyond the courtyard was densely packed with an assortment of women. Or rather, female spirits. Each spirit bore a unique appearance, yet they all crowded at the entrance, peering inside. Zhang Chu observed some with disheveled hair and bare feet, their faces obscured, while others, with pallid complexions and vibrant red lips, gazed at him intently. Several spirits appeared disheveled, emitting a series of eerie and lascivious giggles, seemingly mocking the wooden figures beside Zhang Chu. Among them, the toothless old woman who had previously sought food was grinning widely, clearly delighted by the wooden figures. Zhang Chu felt unsettled. How could these aged spirits still crave handsome men? Such audacity. Yet the situation escalated further when he spotted two burly male spirits with bushy beards, inexplicably drawn to the scene. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Could it be that even spirits were inclined towards same-sex attraction? Suddenly, a significant realization struck him. While he had attracted very few spirits with his culinary offerings, the allure of handsome men had drawn a crowd. It seems that in this modern age, these spirits are not lacking in sustenance. Gourmet food no longer holds the same allure, he pondered. The notion of being well-fed breeds desires. In today's society, the temptation of handsome men far surpasses that of food. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu had no intention of allowing these restless spirits to revel in the scene. He bent down, picked up a tattered shoe, and hurled it towards the entrance, shouting, "Get lost!" The moment the shoe sailed through the air, the unruly entities dissipated. They were merely insignificant spirits, easily banished with a few choice words. Yet, the eerie aura within the cottage grew increasingly chaotic, as if several small creatures were rampaging inside. Zhang Chu chuckled, and then called out towards the cottage. "I am the elder brother of these handsome men, seeking to find them wives. I asked the young ladies within, do any of you have a suitor? Would you consider being a little wife for my brother?" Chapter 43. A black symbol having uttered his tempting words to the female ghost, Zhang Chu began to listen intently, hoping to catch a response from within. Soon, faint sounds emanated from the small cabin, the voice muffled and indistinct, yet he could discern a woman's laughter. Hee. What utter nonsense! Zhang Chu muttered under his breath. Without hesitation, he called out again. "Young lady inside, if you are willing to become my brother's little wife, come forth. I have 4 brothers. Choose whichever you desire, or marry them all, as long as you can endure it." The atmosphere within grew increasingly chaotic, accompanied by an urgent female voice that chimed in. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sensing the commotion within, Zhang Chu realized that the entity was indeed intrigued, perhaps too bashful to reveal itself. He continued his coaxing, "Come out, dear lady. I assure you, my brothers are as handsome as Panin, robust as oxen, and possess remarkable skills. Women queuing to marry my brother stretch all the way to the southern heavenly gate." The tumult within escalated, yet the door to the cabin remained stubbornly shut. Zhang Chu decided it was time to instill a little fear. He shouted, "If you refuse, we shall take our leave. With my brother's good looks, finding a bride is hardly a challenge." No sooner had he spoken than the cabin door finally stirred. Shortly after, a figure clad in white, with a red veil draped over her head, emerged. Zhang Chu couldn't help but think, goodness, this foolish girl is quite particular, truly believing she is to be a bride. With a smile, he beckoned, come here. You may choose from these 4 brothers at your leisure. Marry whomever you wish." The figure in white, veiled in red, approached the 4 wooden stumps without the slightest hint of suspicion. Despite Zhang Chu performing his incantations in close proximity within the courtyard, the female ghost remained oblivious to his deceit. Such is the prowess of the Maoshan arts. When deceiving ghosts, one can do so with absolute certainty. At this moment, the female ghost stood before the 4 stumps, examining them left and right, even daring to lift her red veil to sneak a glimpse at the abstract painting Zhang Chu had created. It appeared as if the white-clad figure had become enamored, utterly at a loss as to whom to choose. She even emitted a series of shy giggles. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chu stealthily entered the cabin. The 4 wooden figures could distract the ghost for a while. He needed to locate the painting. For acquiring it would mean seizing the very lifeblood of the female ghost. Inside the dim cabin, Zhang Chu quickly spotted the painting hanging on the wall. However, at that moment, the visage of the beauty depicted was obscured, her features entirely lacking definition. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chu plucked the painting from its place and rolled it up, encasing it within its scroll. At the instant the painting was secured, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air outside. The white-clad figure with the red veil finally realized that her treasure had been stolen. In that moment, she vanished without a trace. Zhang Chu felt a sudden chill as a cold, eerie aura surged into the scroll he held. Simultaneously, the scroll seemed to gain weight, sinking slightly in his grasp. Ah, back already? How unfortunate, Zhang Chu thought to himself, tightening his grip on the scroll. Yet it began to tremble violently, as if attempting to unfurl on its own. The surface of the scroll began to bulge, resembling human faces and small hands, as if a tiny figure within was desperately trying to break free. Zhang Chu understood that if the scroll were to open, the entity within would gain strength, potentially unleashing all manner of bizarre abilities that as long as he held the scroll firmly. However, there was no hope for a reversal. Of course, if Zhang Chu were to act decisively and incinerate the scroll, both it and the entity within would vanish into smoke. Yet, Zhang Chu had no intention of doing so, for he believed that his loyal servant might just manifest through this very painting. He had encountered in certain ancient texts from Longhu Mountain that ghostly servants were exceedingly difficult to subdue. However, once conquered, they would remain loyal and steadfast, never betraying their master. Thus, Zhang Chu was prepared for a protracted struggle with the entity within the painting, hoping to ultimately subdue it, thus justifying his encounter with the yellow dragon retreating the pillar phenomenon. At that moment, the entity within continued to writhe. Zhang Chu spoke, "Cease your movements. You cannot escape." The entity finally calmed, yet the chilling aura continued to swirl around Zhang Chu, as if casting a curse upon him. Undeterred, he said, "Stop pretending that I know you can emerge. Shall we have a chat?" The scroll fell silent, but ultimately, a shadowy figure emerged from within, landing gracefully and transforming into a woman clad in white. She appeared strikingly beautiful yet pitiable, clad only in a white nightgown, her lower half completely bare, her feet unshod. Her legs were pale, with veins resembling black threads embedded beneath her skin, an unsettling sight. At this moment, the female ghost lowered her head slightly, yet her eyes glared fiercely at Zhang Chu, as though poised to lash out at any moment. Zhang Chu remained unfazed. With the scroll in hand, the entity could only manifest its appearance and lacked any significant offensive power. "Release the scroll," the female ghost screeched. Zhang Chu remained silent, merely mimicking the action of tearing the scroll. Instantly, the female ghost trembled violently, crying out, "No! Kneel!" Zhang Chu commanded coldly. With a thud, the ghost knelt without a hint of resistance. Then, to Zhang Chu's astonishment, she bowed her head and beseeched, "I beg you, do not tear that painting." At the moment the ghost bowed, Zhang Chu suddenly felt a mysterious force surge into his mind from the void. In the next second, the image of his sorceress master reappeared in his consciousness. At that moment, the sorceress sat cross-legged, cradling a mysterious little tower in her hands. Above her, 10 symbols glimmered, 2 of which were already illuminated, radiating a golden light. Just then, a dim symbol began to quiver, and Zhang Chu realized it too was on the verge of illumination. Sure enough, the symbol flashed with a dark gleam, transforming into a shadowy essence that emitted a chilling, eerie glow. This newly illuminated symbol appeared entirely distinct from the others, as the previously lit symbols radiated golden light, while this one manifested in an inky blackness, resembling the most profound darkness of the cosmos. Witnessing this, Zhang Chu exclaimed in his heart, "What on earth is happening? Why does a ghost bow to me, and it results in the illumination of such a mysterious symbol? And why does this illuminated symbol differ in color? Is something amiss?" Before Zhang Chu could ponder further, the image of the sorceress began to shift once more. This time, the little tower in her hands suddenly levitated, breaking free from her grasp. Simultaneously, Zhang Chu sensed that this tower was no longer an ephemeral illusion, but rather a tangible entity. In the next instant, the sorceress and the symbols vanished, yet the little tower remained, suspended within Zhang Chu's mind. Now, he could simply close his eyes and feel the presence of the tower within him. What in the world? How did a little tower end up in my mind? Zhang Chu was left utterly stunned. Chapter 44. The false acknowledgement of mastery. The small black tower unexpectedly came to a halt within Zhang Chu's mind, ceasing its fluctuations. Zhang Chu made several attempts. As long as he opened his eyes, he perceived no anomalies. However, upon closing his eyes, his consciousness could distinctly sense the tower standing tall within his mind. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the tower, even slightly. It hung there, suspended in his consciousness, like an eternal black hole in the vastness of the universe. At this moment, a multitude of speculations surged within Zhang Chu. Indeed, my master has employed some special means to bestow the tower upon me. Does this imply that as long as I acquire sufficient... It should be noted that when his master had sought the tower, he declared it to be the foremost treasure of the Xianmen. And now, this treasure was within his grasp. To prostrate. All I need is for someone to bow before me, or for a ghost. Simultaneously, he pondered why, during his previous coercion of Shangguan Xing to bow, the mysterious symbols had not illuminated. Was it due to Shangguan Xing's lack of sincerity? And why were the golden and black symbols equivalent? Zhang Chu was beset by countless conjectures, accompanied by a sense of uncertainty. Ultimately, he shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, for at this moment, the female ghost still knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Since she has bowed and illuminated a mysterious symbol, this female ghost should indeed be my ghostly servant, Zhang Chu contemplated. At this juncture, he perceived a significant softening in his demeanor towards the female ghost that he addressed her. Please rise. Rest assured, I shall not destroy your painting. The female ghost did not rise but remained on the ground, saying, I beseech you, exalted one, have mercy upon me and release me. Once I have escaped, I shall visit you in your dreams daily to repay your kindness and perform tricks for you. Zhang Chu was taken aback. What is this? Are you expressing gratitude or seeking revenge by haunting my dreams? Suddenly, he found the female ghost to be somewhat endearingly foolish. At that moment, Zhang Chu inquired, if I were to release you, what would your intentions be? The female ghost replied, as long as the painting remains undamaged, I will do anything you ask of me. A wave of joy surged through Zhang Chu. It seemed that the augury of a devoted servant was to be fulfilled through this female ghost. Thus he spoke, since you harbor no ulterior motives, would you be willing to acknowledge me as your master? The female ghost paused momentarily, but soon lowered her head and replied, you possess genuine abilities. If you are willing to take me in, I would, of course, acknowledge you as my master, provided you do not harm the painting. Zhang Chu's eyes gleamed. Indeed, she was the servant. He felt satisfied and said, very well, since you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Come with me. With that, Zhang Chu prepared to rise and depart with the painting. However, at that moment, the female ghost suddenly interjected. Wait, is there something else? Zhang Chu asked. The female ghost continued. Master, during this time, I have accumulated some gold, that if you are to leave, please take the gold with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's delight intensified. This surely signified her complete acknowledgement of him, as she even offered her gold. How loyal she must be. Without feigning politeness, Zhang Chu directly inquired, where is the gold? The female ghost pointed to a wall adorned with two protruding heads carved into the stone. She explained, as long as you place your hands on the statues and twist them simultaneously, a mechanism will open, revealing the gold within. Without suspicion, Zhang Chu approached. He exerted force attempting to twist them. However, the statues remained rigid, utterly immovable. In that instant, a sensation of unease washed over Zhang Chu. His scalp prickled. Something's amiss. He swiftly turned around, only to discover that the painting he had just placed down had vanished without a trace. Behind him, the female, ghost-clad in white, wore a grotesque smile, her fingernails elongated like blades, advancing step by step toward Zhang Chu. How dare you scheme against me? You shall perish, the female ghost proclaimed, her elongated nails gliding ominously toward Zhang Chu's throat. Zhang Chu's gaze turned icy. You seek death. In the next moment, rather than retreating, he advanced, seizing the female ghost's wrist and swiftly locking her wrist joint. This pressure point, seemingly inconsequential to the living, would instantaneously freeze the power of any formidable ghost or spirit ensnared within its grasp. The female ghost, taken aback by Zhang Chu's knowledge of ghost-catching techniques, underwent a drastic change in expression. Typically, when an ordinary ghost fell victim to this technique, they would lose virtually all their strength, rendered helpless. However, this female ghost was different. With the painting as her foundation, she could retreat at any moment as long as she was near it. Thus, she shot Zhang Chu a chilling smile and declared, I shan't play with you any longer. With that, she suddenly vanished, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the chilling atmosphere within the small room evaporated, and Zhang Chu felt that the painting and the female ghost had escaped. Zhang Chu smacked his forehead. Damn it, how could I be outsmarted by a ghost? In his mind, yet unexpectedly, this female ghost had taught him a lesson. Well, you think you can outwit me? After crossing paths with me, do you believe you can flee? Dream on. With that, he gently shook the talisman in his hand, igniting it once more, and then waved the burning talisman through the air, sketching a small, bird-like symbol. Concurrently, he called out, Heaven and earth boundless, tracking from afar go. As his voice resonated, the talisman in his grasp suddenly exploded, sending talisman ash spiraling into the air, transforming into a smoky little owl. This small owl perched upon Zhang Chu's shoulder, its head pointing in a specific direction, the direction in which the painting had fled. Zhang Chu followed the direction indicated by the owl's head, striding forth with determination. The area was already on the outskirts, and soon he found himself within a dense forest. Upon entering, he glimpsed shadows flitting about, seemingly concealing various chaotic forms within that a white figure flitted through the thicket. While not far off, a tree bore the unsettling sight of a person hanging lifelessly. Yet, Zhang Chu did not linger, pressing onward. Since the painting had once again fallen under the female ghost control, she could employ certain special techniques to manipulate human perception. Thus, he chose to disregard them. Indeed, as Zhang Chu ventured deeper, the bizarre visions faded away, and the owl on his shoulder began to ascend slowly, that a surge of joy filled Zhang Chu. Within the Maoshan tracking technique, if the owl landed upon a person's shoulder, however, if the owl took flight, it signified proximity to the target, ensuring that following it would lead him to the female ghost at this moment. The owl soared toward a specific direction. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the sounds of a woman weeping resonated ahead. Zhang Chu's heart leaped. The female ghost was clearly out of tricks, resorting to mere charms to ensnare him, utterly incapable of hindering his pursuit. Before long, the smoky owl fluttered into a graveyard, and the mournful cries of a woman emanated from that very place. Zhang Chu approached, soon spotting a fresh grave not far away. The wreaths were not only new, but there were also 7 or 8 dishes prepared for offerings, including roast chicken and pork knuckles, all intact, with the remnants of burnt paper still warm. Before the grave, the white-clad female ghost knelt beneath the vibrant wreath, sobbing profusely. Beneath her, the painting had already unfurled. Chapter 45. The talking dog. Upon seeing the female ghost, Zhang Chu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Unleash them all. Trying to escape? That's simply impossible. Zhang Chu understood that this entity would not be easily subdued. Her decision to wait for him here undoubtedly concealed some sort of trap. Indeed, the ghost slowly turned her head, revealing a different visage, a grotesque countenance marred by pockmarks and a dark birthmark on her neck, rendering her quite fearsome. "Ah, you have arrived, my husband," the ghost suddenly intoned in a chilling voice. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, vanishing completely. The painting on the ground was swept away by the wind, as if it had turned to dust, scattering into fragments. Zhang Chu, captivated by the ghost and the painting, felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing their disappearance. As he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find that the surroundings had transformed dramatically. What had once been a graveyard now revealed itself as a dense bamboo forest, devoid of any tombstones. Another illusion. Is it? Pathetic. Zhang Chu scoffed internally. With determination, he summoned his celestial power and gripped the imprint of the unmoving king, embarking on his journey. For Zhang Chu, breaking such a maze was a trivial task. The only challenge lay in the time it would consume. After a few minutes, he emerged from the labyrinth. The bamboo forest dissipated, and before him once again materialized the graveyard. At this moment, Zhang Chu noticed that the painting had somehow found its way onto a new floral wreath adorning a freshly dug grave. The ghost remained elusive, yet from the base of the new grave, dark blood began to... Zhang Chu stepped forward, intending to reclaim the painting. However, he was taken aback as the pool of foul blood exuded a nauseating stench. Just a whiff of the putrid odor sent a sharp pain coursing through his abdomen. What the hell, this is intense. Zhang Chu et golim, hasti vetenti. He quickly channeled his internal energy to suppress the pain. This place feels wrong, he muttered to himself. That as he focused intently, he discerned a palpable aura of menace surrounding the painting, cloaked in a mysterious energy. Simultaneously, he sensed an eerie presence emanating from the nearby old graves. Are they attempting to unite this graveyard against me? Zhang Chu thought, a smirk curling his lips, that he then surveyed the graveyard, assessing its feng shui. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This location. It's actually one of the 10 peculiar graves, the Shaking Fist grave. Intriguing. In burial practices, it is widely sought that one's ancestral grave resides upon a dragon vein. However, true dragon veins are elusive, and ordinary families cannot simply inter their loved ones within such sacred grounds. That in truth, aside from dragon graves, there exists the concept of peculiar graves. There are numerous kinds of peculiar graves, most of which are considered ill-fated, potentially bringing misfortune to descendants. Only under certain exceptional circumstances might individuals be interred within such graves. This particular grave, known as the Shaking Fist grave, signifies the assistance of spirits. Typically, those buried here are of a more nefarious origin. That a distinguishing characteristic of this burial site is its ability to attract various restless spirits, providing them with sanctuary. The greater the number of spirits sheltered, the more potent the grave's aura becomes. The notion of peculiar graves possessing strange fortunes refers precisely to this phenomenon. No wonder this painting chose to manifest here. It seeks the protection of this peculiar grave. Zhang Chu contemplated that moment. A nearby large grave trembled slightly, and a wisp of green smoke emerged from its apex. Zhang Chu instinctively took a step back. Even he had to proceed with caution in the presence of such a peculiar grave that he reflected. To dismantle this peculiar grave, I must either employ unusual tactics or resort to sheer force. No matter how formidable the grave, a few tons of explosives could easily level it. As he pondered whether to leverage a favor from Jinling for some explosives, a sudden bark interrupted his thoughts. Woof woof! Out of nowhere, a large black dog charged forth, lunging at the wisp of smoke and snapping at it. In an instant, the smoke was scattered, and the dog stood triumphantly atop the old grave. With a swift motion, the black dog bit down on the grave's apex, tearing it away and spitting it aside. The moment the dog bit down, the old grave appeared to wither, as if all its energy had been drained, leaving it aged and desolate. Zhang Chu was overjoyed. That single bite by the black dog was remarkable. It was akin to a black dragon probing for pearls. One bite, and the aura of the peculiar grave had been completely devoured. In other words, the formation of the shaking fist grave had been obliterated by the dog as single action. What a splendid dog! Zhang Chu couldn't help but exclaim. The large black dog, noticing Zhang Chu, barked a couple of times and dashed toward the floral wreath that held the painting. Alarmed, Zhang Chu shouted, "Don't damage that painting." Despite the ghost's earlier pretense of allegiance, Zhang Chu wished to make an earnest effort to claim the painting as a servant. However, the black dog seemed oblivious to Zhang Chu's warning, knocking over the vibrant wreath and sinking its teeth into the painting. With a dramatic roll, the dog tore the painting in half with a resounding rip. "What the hell?" Zhang Chu gasped in disbelief. The painting was utterly ruined, and he surmised that the ghost within would soon perish. Indeed, a faint scream echoed from within the new grave. Ah! As the painting was destroyed, the foul blood seeping from the new grave rapidly dissipated, along with the malodorous stench. Zhang Chu approached the remnants of the painting, only to discover that the torn sections were oozing black blood. Damn it, it's over. This painting is completely ruined. Even the ghost's blood is leaking. Zhang Chu lamented. With the painting destroyed, the spirit within would not linger long before dissipating entirely, rendering it devoid of value. Turning his gaze away from the ruined painting, Zhang Chu instead focused on the large black dog. The dog glistened with a sheen, standing taller than a person, with eyes as dark as night and brimming with intelligence. After tearing the painting, the dog made its way to the offerings laid before the grave, snatching a braised pork knuckle and beginning to gnaw on it. While feasting, it kept a wary eye on Zhang Chu, as if to say, "This knuckle is mine. Don't even think about taking it." Zhang Chu found himself both amused and exasperated by the dog's antics. "Just enjoy your meal. I am not about to rob you of your food in a graveyard." "That's right," the black dog replied, somewhat indistinctly. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Had the dog just spoken, he stared at the black dog in astonishment. "Hey pup, can you talk?" The black dog continued to devour the pork knuckle, remaining silent. "I'm talking to you." Zhang Chu insisted. The dog ignored him, but its eyes darted around, clearly indicating a high level of intelligence. Zhang Chu's expression darkened. It was evident that the dog understood his words, but chose not to respond. Thus, Zhang Chu remarked, "I could really go for some dog meat hot pot right now. This dog must weigh as much as a calf. Imagine how much meat I could bring home for a feast." As soon as he uttered those words, the black dog bristled, dropping the pork knuckle and leaping away from Zhang Chu, as if to escape. However, upon catching sight of an entire roast chicken and other meat dishes, the dog hesitated to flee. Reluctantly, the black dog placed the knuckle on the ground and, in a surprisingly articulate manner, exclaimed, "Woof woof woof. Kid, I saved you, and you don't even want to bow your head in gratitude before trying to eat me. Do you have no conscience? Holy crap, you really can talk." Zhang Chu gaped, staring at the black dog in disbelief. Chapter 46. The big dog hot pot. Upon realizing that his ability to speak had been exposed, the large black dog immediately hushed. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Ever since the founding of the nation, it's forbidden for creatures to gain sentience. If anyone discovers that I can talk, they'll surely imprison me. Do you understand that I've committed a crime?" Zhang Chu, intrigued, noted that while talking parrots were common, a speaking dog was indeed a rarity. However, he was not overly surprised, as he had encountered talking animals before. He recalled that on the occasion of his 9th birthday, his witch master, Shang Xianyu, had captured a talking toad. That toad was as tall as Zhang Chu and called him brother. Zhang Chu had taken a liking to the toad and spent an entire day as its friend. That very night, Shang Xianyu had made a delicious soup from the toad. Now, gazing at this talking dog, Zhang Chu couldn't help but drool. But the large black dog sensed the shift in atmosphere and regarded Zhang Chu with sudden caution. "Kid, what's with that expression? Have you ever eaten a talking animal?" Zhang Chu hastily shook his head. No. I am a person of great compassion, and I cherish friendships with talking creatures." The black dog, alarmed, stepped back several paces. It's to me. You must have eaten a talking animal. As it spoke, the dog sniffed the air, seemingly trying to discern Zhang Chu's scent. Soon, it exclaimed, "Indeed, you have." With a grin, Zhang Chu replied, "Don't panic, I haven't eaten a dog." The black dog retreated a few more steps, clearly perceiving Zhang Chu as somewhat intimidating. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu took a few steps forward, presenting what he believed to be a benevolent smile that he lowered his voice. "I say, dog, you ruined my painting, that we ought to settle this account." The black dog retorted, "I saved you, didn't I? If I hadn't torn that painting, the thing inside would have emerged and could have incapacitated you with a mere glare, or even crippled you with a breath." Zhang Chu chuckled. "Is that so?" The black dog felt increasingly threatened, sensing that this young man might not be as... Thus, the dog changed its tone. "Brother, let's have a civil conversation." Noticing the black dog's improved attitude and lack of flight, Zhang Chu said, "All right then, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate for my painting?" The black dog began, "Brother, I didn't mean to... I had no idea that painting was yours, that I merely saw something within it that could harm you. So I acted. Are you suggesting I should thank you for this?" Zhang Chu inquired. The black dog, shrinking its neck, replied softly, "That's not what I meant. I merely meant that whether one is human or canine, one must adhere to reason." Zhang Chu's expression darkened. "Enough, how will you make amends?" The black dog confessed, "I have no money." Then, with a glint in its eye, it proposed, "How about I provide you with meals, brother? From this day forth, I shall cover all your dining needs." "Meals?" Zhang Chu frowned at the black dog. Suddenly, the dog became animated. "Brother, I know every graveyard within 30 miles. There are almost daily funerals. Whenever someone passes away, the sound of the swona reaches my ears instantly. Once the mourners leave, whatever offerings remain, be it roasted chicken, pork knuckles, fruits, or even wine, belong to me. The more mouths, the merrier. It's more than enough for the two of us. From now on, you won't need to cook or buy food. I will bring you packed meals from the graveyard daily, guaranteed organic and pollution-free." Zhang Chu's face darkened. No wonder this dog could speak. It was a scavenger at graveyards, naturally gaining sentience over time. The black dog, growing increasingly animated, seemed to envision a bright future where it would feast and then bring meals to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu hastily interrupted the dog's daydreams. "Wait a moment, dog. Spare me. I refuse to eat offerings from graveyards." The black dog quickly retorted, "Then I can steal takeout to sustain you." It then boasted about its exploits. "Brother, let me tell you, in this day and age, as long as one's thoughts remain unyielding, ideas will always outnumber difficulties. There were a few days recently with no deaths, and I couldn't bear the hunger. Then I noticed that many people ordered takeout and had it left at their doors. Do you know what that meant? I could steal takeout without anyone noticing. Those days, I feasted on many delectable dishes I had never tasted before. Except for those idiots who insisted on ordering extra spicy, which left my backside in pain." Zhang Chu couldn't help but ask, "Why do you eat spicy food with your backside?" The black dog paused, momentarily bewildered. However, it quickly asserted, "Brother, rest assured, as long as I have food, you'll have soup that I can ensure you'll be plump and healthy." Zhang Chu was slightly taken aback, realizing that the black dog seemed to wish to follow him. He soon recognized that this so-called loyal servant was not the ghostly servant from the painting, but rather the black dog before him. Yet, the thought of the black dog wanting him to accompany it to feast at graveyards or steal takeout left Zhang Chu feeling exasperated. Nevertheless, upon reflection, having a talking dog did carry a certain appeal. At that moment, Zhang Chu looked at the black dog and finally nodded. "Very well. From now on, you shall stay by my side." "All right, brother. From now on, I will steal takeout to feed you," the black dog exclaimed. Zhang Chu's expression darkened again as he quickly replied, "That isn't necessary. I can afford my own meals." The black dog insisted, "Brother, you don't understand. Stolen food tastes better than purchased food." Zhang Chu was left with a head full of question marks. Was there truly such a theory? Soon enough, the black dog finished off the pork knuckles and roasted chicken, letting out a satisfied belch. Then, the pair, one man and one dog, departed the graveyard together. As they walked, Zhang Chu engaged the dog in conversation. "Big dog, do you have a name?" The black dog shook its head. "No name, but you can call me Dog Lord. In the past, when people encountered me speaking, they would bow and call me Dog Lord." Thus he replied, "If you wish to perish, just say so directly. No need for roundabout hints." The dog, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "Brother, I have no name. Why don't you bestow one upon me?" "Very well," Zhang Chu said. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be Hot Pot." The excited black dog, upon hearing this name, suddenly halted in its tracks. "Hot Pot? What purpose would I serve in returning with you? To deliver meat, perhaps? Or should I bring along a companion named Peppercorn?" Dog meat paired with peppercorn. Absolutely divine. Noticing the black dog had stopped, Zhang Chu turned back and called out, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." The black dog appeared quite displeased. Brother, are you serious about this name? Zhang Chu chuckled. It's just a name, merely a title, if winter comes. Oh no, a humble name is easier to live with. The name Hot Pot will ensure you live a long life. The black dog pondered for a moment, but ultimately, it hastily followed suit, accepting the name. Hot Pot, tell me your story. How did you become a stray dog? Zhang Chu Ingui? Chapter 47, The Past of Hot Pot. I am not a stray dog. I am a canine deity, declared Hot Pot. Zhang Chu curled his lip. What the hell is a canine deity? This is the first I've heard of it. A being that has attained divinity, yet spends its days crashing funerals for free food and drinks. I don't just crash funerals. Sometimes I also attend rural weddings and birthday banquets, where I can indulge in delightful feasts. Hot Pot corrected him. Goodness, you can mooch off both weddings and funerals. You're almost on par with those local scoundrels, Zhang Chu remarked with admiration. As they walked, Hot Pot sighed. In truth, I once had a warm home. However, in my pursuit of freedom and dignity, I rebelled against the injustices of fate, and thus found myself wandering the streets. My life has been a battle for freedom, refusing to bow to the heavens. At that moment, Hot Pot exuded an air of mastery. Zhang Chu, with a dark expression, shouted, "Speak like a dog." Hot Pot barked, "Woof woof woof." "Speak human language." Zhang Chu reiterated, still frowning. It was then that Hot Pot recounted his tale. Originally, Hot Pot's master was a beautiful widow from the countryside, and as Hot Pot grew older, the widow insisted he sleep in her bedroom, often making unwelcome advances. Hot Pot resolutely refused, preferring the comfort of his doghouse. Eventually, the widow grew furious, claiming Hot Pot was of no use, and replaced him with a large Pekingese, thus banishing Hot Pot. One day, he heard the sound of a swona and went to investigate, discovering a funeral taking place. After the ceremony, the gravesite was left with a plethora of delicious offerings. From that day forward, Hot Pot became wise. Upon hearing the swona, he would rush to the gravesite to feast. Gradually, he honed his skills and thrived until the present day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu nodded in approval. Quite impressive. From now on, you shall stay by my side. Wherever there is meat for me, there shall be a bowl for you. Hot Pot's eyes sparkled with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, big brother. The duo, a man and his dog, wandered through the wilderness, with Hot Pot trailing behind Zhang Chu. Soon, Zhang Chu led Hot Pot back to the small courtyard of Zhou Yunling. Although the painting had been destroyed, the gold it once contained should still be here. Such treasures cannot be wasted. Hot Pot stood in the courtyard, sniffing the air with fervor, before exclaiming, "Woof woof woof. This is the birthplace of that painting. Your nose is quite useful," Zhang Chu praised. Hot Pot beamed with pride. "Of course. My nose can discern which widow has welcomed a man within a 3-kilometer radius." Zhang Chu gave Hot Pot a thumbs up. Impressive. At that moment, an idea struck Zhang Chu. Given Hot Pot's remarkable sense of smell, perhaps he could help locate the hidden gold bars. Hot Pot, see if you can find any gold here. Zhang Chu instut. Hot Pot immediately began to sniff around the courtyard, intently examining the scents. After a few breaths, Hot Pot suddenly strode purposefully toward a small house, prompting Zhang Chu to hurriedly follow. Before long, Hot Pot arrived at the earthen Kong inside the small house, pressing his nose against the pillow area and barking, "Brother, it's here." Indeed, Zhang Chu discovered a hole in the Kong, revealing a dark wooden box within. Upon retrieving the box and opening it, he was astonished to find over 40 gleaming gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. "We've struck gold," Zhang Chu exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement, wishing he could embrace Hot Pot in gratitude. Hot Pot sensed Zhang Chu's exhilaration and suggested, "Brother, since we've come into fortune, shall we treat ourselves to a lavish meal?" Without hesitation, Zhang Chu replied, "Sure, tonight, I'll treat you to Hot Pot." Hot Pot's expression immediately faltered, and he quickly shook his head. "Forget it, brother. We should live frugally, let's save the money. What if you have a son in the future? This money could fund our nephew's university education." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt a swell of admiration for Hot Pot. Even without being married, this loyal dog was already planning for the future, as if he were a steward. Such loyalty is hard to come by. After obtaining the wooden box, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot returned to his small shop. By then, it was afternoon, and Shangguan Qingxue had been patiently waiting for Zhang Chu, possessing the key to his establishment. But as soon as Zhang Chu entered, Shangguan Qingxue laid eyes on the large dog and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you get this dog?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "I found him. He's quite clever. His name is Hot Pot." As he spoke, Hot Pot scampered over to Shangguan Qingxue, nudging her thigh with his neck. Unaware of Hot Pot's remarkable intelligence, Shangguan Qingxue smiled. "He certainly seems quite bright." She reached out. Zhang Chu, with a stern expression, interjected, "Perverted dog, keep your distance from her." At his command, Hot Pot lowered his head and hurriedly retreated to a corner, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Wow, he really is clever," Shangguan Qingxue exclaimed. Naturally, Hot Pot was quite aware. Except in Zhang Chu's presence, he refrained from speaking casually that moment. Zhang Chu shifted his focus from the dog and inquired of Shangguan Qingxue, "Have you resolved the matters at hand?" Shangguan Qingxue's demeanor turned serious as she nodded. The issues regarding Zhou Yunling and those two black-clad assassins have been thoroughly dealt with. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Chu acknowledged. However, Shangguan Qingxue cautioned, but be careful. I can only assure you that the authorities will not investigate this matter. However, with a death in the Zhou family, they will certainly not let it go easily. Especially Zhou Chong. You must be cautious of him, that he is fiercely protective and likely suspects our involvement. Zhang Chu responded nonchalantly. I don't care if it's Zhou Chong, Li Chong, or Ling Hu Chong, that if he does not provoke me, he won't pique my interest in the slightest. But if he dares to cross me, I wouldn't hesitate to make him disappear from this world. Shangguan Qingxue nodded in understanding. All right, as long as you are aware of his presence. Then, a faint blush crept across Shangguan Qingxue's cheeks. In that case, this matter is completely settled, and your reward. Now, Zhang Chu insist. Shangguan Qingxue's expression froze. Now? Zhang Chu affirmed. Indeed, now come. Bow to me. You are insufferable. Shangguan Qingxue stomped her foot. Though Zhang Chu's shop was empty, it was still situated on the street with the door wide open. Even if she hid behind the counter, outsiders could still catch a glimpse, making it quite thrilling, and she was momentarily taken aback. Yet seeing Zhang Chu's eager expression, Shangguan Qingxue felt a twinge of temptation. Since it was inevitable, what difference did it make where it happened? If she was cautious behind the counter, surely no one would see. Moreover, with the matter completely resolved, Shangguan Qingxue felt a sense of relief and desired to relieve some stress. Chapter 48. The information from the Witch Master in the heart of Shangguan Qingxue. A flurry of chaotic thoughts swirled. Yet Zhang Chu understood that she had misconstrued his intentions at this moment. Zhang Chu harbored no desire for any ambiguity with Shangguan Qingxue. His sole aim was to illuminate 10 mysterious symbols and discover whether the little tower would become his treasure. Thus, he spoke plainly. Do not overthink it. I merely wish for you to bow your head without any ulterior motives. Shangguan Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, vaguely grasping Zhang Chu's meaning. However, uncertainty lingered within her, just a simple bowing of the head? What else would you presume? Zhang Chu countered. Shangguan Qingxue found herself in disarray, exclaiming, Then why did you press my head? Shangguan Qingxue, visibly irate, felt an urge to eliminate Zhang Chu. Setting aside the facts, was this truly how one conversed? Zhang Chu, unwilling to engage in further banter, urged, Hurry, bow your head. I saved you, and you should sincerely express your gratitude. Now bow. Being astute, Shangguan Qingxue recognized from Zhang Chu's serious expression that this matter held significance for him. She straightened her attire, and solemnly, instantly, Zhang Chu sensed a surge of mysterious energy emanating from Shangguan Qingxue. This force was more intense than ever before, as if it conjured a gust of wind that rushed into Zhang Chu's mind. With this influx of power, the figure of the Witch Master, Shang Xianyu, materialized once more in his consciousness. That moment, the Witch Master remained seated, while the dark little tower floated beside her. Above her head, 10 mysterious symbols hovered, 3 of which had already been illuminated, 2 glimmering in golden brilliance, and 1 shrouded in a dark, cold mystery. The remaining 7 symbols remained dim. Suddenly, one of the dull symbols flickered, and in an instant, it glowed golden. Now, for symbols had been illuminated. Zhang Chu also realized that when a living person bowed to him, the symbol that lit up was gold, while when a spirit bowed, it glowed black. At that moment, the figure of the master, still seated, underwent a transformation. She abruptly stood up. Master, Zhang Chu exclaimed joyfully in his heart that he felt that his master's spirit had revived within his consciousness, and he was eager to pose questions. Yet, the Witch Master's figure appeared devoid of emotion as she swiftly struck Zhang Chu with a palm, exclaiming, Zhang Chu, you worthless wretch, after all my efforts, you still managed to lose the Star Tower. I ought to smite you for your ineptitude. Zhang Chu internally shouted, Master, what are you talking about? What do you mean by losing the Star Tower? Just then, the Witch Master halted, followed by an awkward smile. Oh, the Star Tower is not lost. I simply mixed up the discs. In the next moment, the Witch Master's figure stood still, her aura shifting as if she were brewing some emotion. Zhang Chu was left speechless, realizing that this apparition was not his master. The information she had imparted must pertain to 2 scenarios. 1. The message following the tower's disappearance, primarily scolding Zhang Chu. The other, concerning the tower's continued existence, perhaps to commend him. With this thought, Zhang Chu steadied his mind, ready to hear his master speak words of praise. Indeed, at that moment, Shang Xianyu donned a heroic attire, clad in red, with 2 long braids cascading gracefully, exuding an air of carefree audacity. In a calm yet confident tone, she addressed Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, I knew you would safeguard the Star Tower. It is no surprise, for with a master like me, how could a foolish disciple emerge? Zhang Chu intonali sakop. Had I not witnessed your first projection, I might have believed your words. Shang Xianyu continued. When you see me, it signifies that you have attained 40% of the Star Tower's acknowledgement. And as long as you achieve complete recognition from the Star Tower, it shall naturally accept you as its master. Zhang Chu's heart leaped with joy. This meant that if he could find 6 more individuals or spirits to bow before him, he could acquire this mystical treasure. This seemed simple enough. He could leisurely await clients, certain that he would eventually gather them all. However, the next moment, Shang Xianyu doused Zhang Chu with cold water. Yet do not rejoice too soon. The question of who shall possess the Star Tower remains uncertain. Zhang Chu frowned, pondering her words. Did this imply that others might also have the opportunity to claim the little tower? At that moment, Shang Xianyu continued. Initially, I clashed with several leaders from the authentic sect of the Xianmen to seize the Star Tower, but it vanished into the void. However, the Star Tower dispersed 9 beacons. These 9 beacons were claimed by 8 members. The little tower you now see is merely one of those beacons. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Chu felt a jolt of realization. There were a total of 9 beacons, which meant he now had 8 competitors. Shang Xianyu continued. The beacons serve as tests from the Star Tower. Whoever first garners complete acknowledgement from the Star Tower shall claim it. At this, she smiled gently at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, the path is already laid out for you. Should anyone dare to snatch the Star Tower from your grasp, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. As for you, Zhang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. His master was indeed a woman of her word, the to prevent her from eradicating others. He had to secure the Star Tower at all costs. Shang Xianyu's figure gradually faded, and the special symbols vanished as well. Only in Zhang Chu's mind did the small Star Tower emit a faint, shadowy glow at that moment. Zhang Chu opened his eyes, feeling a surge of anxiety. He had never anticipated that there would be competitors for this treasure. Damn, master, you are truly a burden. Oh no, a burden to your disciple. Why did you not inform me of such a crucial matter sooner? Zhang Chu felt a wave of frustration. He had initially not rushed to acquire the golden symbols, causing his progress to lag. Yet his competitors likely already understood their shared rivalry, considering they belonged to the authentic Xianmen, a group abundant in numbers. Such information would undoubtedly have been well disseminated. Alas for Zhang Chu, ever since Shang Xianyu had been injured, his rate of acquiring information had significantly declined. Now, he felt a sense of urgency. I cannot afford to delay. I must illuminate those symbols with fervor. Currently, it appears that having someone bow to me activates the symbols, so the key now is to have people bow fervently. If 1 bow isn't enough, then 2. If 2 won't suffice, then 10. I must be the first to illuminate all the symbols. Otherwise, the longer I wait, the more perilous it becomes. Regrettably, I have no knowledge of my competitor's progress. Regardless. Chapter 49. A deceitful acquisition at this moment. Shangguan Qingsnow remained kneeling on the ground, her head tilted back as she gazed curiously at Zhang Chu. Just moments ago, upon the activation of Zhang Chu's symbols, she had sensed an aura that drew her in deeply. She was still savoring that feeling, her eyes slightly glazed and tinged with a hint of admiration. However, Zhang Chu had no desire to engage in any entanglement with Shangguan Qingsnow. He merely cast a glance in her direction and said, "Rise." Eagerly, Shangguan Qingsnow stood up and remarked, "By the way, I have something else to discuss. Your matters can wait. I have pressing issues to attend to in the coming days." Zhang Chu interrupted her directly. His immediate priority was to illuminate those mysterious symbols without being outpaced by others. Everything else must take a back seat. Seeing Zhang Chu's urgency, Shangguan Qingsnow could only reply, "Very well, please be cautious in the meantime." Zhang Chu nodded. "I may need to close the shop for a few days, so you may leave now." Shangguan Qingsnow furrowed her brow slightly. "Is it that urgent? Do you require my assistance?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chu replied, "Not at this time, but should the need arise, I will certainly call you." "All right then, should you need anything, do not hesitate to consider me. I am willing to assist in any way," Shangguan Qingsnow declared. Intelligent and decisive, she recognized Zhang Chu's urgency and promptly took her leave, in that instant. The small shop was left with only Zhang Chu and the hot pot. Zhang Chu quickly pondered. The golden symbols must be related to living beings bowing, while the black symbols pertain to the bowing of spirits. Thus, I must have someone bow before me. With a clear objective in mind, Zhang Chu felt a surge of inspiration. He then called out to the hot pot, "Hot pot, come here." The big black dog hurried over to Zhang Chu's side, lowering its head submissively. "Brother, is there something you need?" Zhang Chu explained, "I need your assistance. I require someone to bow before me. Here is the plan. You will scare people, and I will masquerade as a demon hunter capturing you, compelling them to kneel and bow." Upon hearing this, the hot pot wagged its tail with excitement. "Sure thing, brother. I love frightening children." Then, with a mischievous glint, it asked, "Brother, if I scare people, will the police come after me? I've heard that animals aren't allowed to speak nowadays." Zhang Chu shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, if you get caught and imprisoned, I will bring you your meals." Red Street is a renowned district in Jinling, bustling with life and vibrant nightlife. filled with bars where countless men and women embrace one another, making it one of the most lucrative streets for spending. In a dim alley nearby, beautiful young women clad in short denim shorts and off-shoulder tops stood on either side, each with their own reasons for being there. Some were impoverished university students, others had sick grandmothers in need of funds, and some were simply working to support younger siblings in school. At this moment, these young women awaited the benevolence of kind-hearted patrons. The hot pot strutted confidently down the street, exuding an air of bravado. That moment, one of the young women tossed a sausage towards the hot pot. "Hey, big dog, here's a treat for you." Upon receiving the sausage, the hot pot grinned widely and shouted back, "Thank you." The young woman, startled by the talking dog, froze in place, having never encountered such a phenomenon. Noticing her shock, the hot pot beamed at her and exclaimed, "You're truly beautiful. I adore you." The young woman screamed in terror, "Help! There is a dog demon." Her cries startled many, drawing the attention of other young women in the alley. The sausage girl pointed at the hot pot, shouting, "It can talk! It's a dog demon! Everyone run!" With that, she turned to flee, but as she did, she felt as though her feet were weighed down by lead, unable to move. The hot pot bellowed, "Stop yelling." Upon hearing its voice, many of the young women were rendered speechless, and they too began to flee in panic. The hot pot continued to shout, "Now, all of you, strip off your clothes and present me with your delicious treats. Otherwise, I'll take a bite out of you, and you'll never work again." The young women understood clearly now that it was indeed the big dog speaking. Panic ensued as the street descended into chaos. Some young women discarded their shoes, others lost their pants, and some simply collapsed to the ground in tears. That moment, Zhang Chu appeared at the end of the street, shouting, "Where did this demon dog come from? I'll give it a punch." As he approached the hot pot, his voice rang clear, causing many fallen young women to turn and look at him. Zhang Chu's gaze was piercing, his physique robust. He stepped forward, igniting a wave of excitement among the young women, who viewed him as their savior. "Handsome, save us," one cried out. "Please help us, that dog is a monster." "Handsome, if you defeat the dog demon, I'll give you a discount at my foot massage shop. I'll give you a bigger discount." Upon seeing Zhang Chu, the hot pot behaved as if it had encountered its nemesis, dramatically tucking its tail and exclaiming, "Kid, do you have the guts to protect them for a lifetime? I'm out of here. I'll come back another day." With that, the hot pot dashed away, leaving Zhang Chu alone in the alley. The surrounding young women remained terrified, some trembling uncontrollably, having even soiled themselves. Zhang Chu reassured them, "There is no need to fear. It's merely a dog demon. It might bite, but it won't steal your business." With that, he turned to leave, but the young women were dumbfounded. They were not afraid of the dog stealing their business. They feared the dog demon itself. Moreover, the dog had just stated it would return in a few days. What would they do now? In that moment, a few assertive young women shouted, "Handsome, don't go." Zhang Chu paused, turned, and with a serious expression, stated, "Call me master, not handsome." Instantly, many young women began to chant, "Master, don't go. Master, we need help." Zhang Chu faced them, saying, "The dog demon is not frightening. It has already left, and I cannot stay here to guard you." One bold young woman stepped forward, pleading, "Master, please, you cannot abandon us. Master, if you agree to stay and help us slay the dog demon, I will give you a free foot massage of the more intimate kind." Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. Such an offer? Yet his primary objective was to have these individuals bow before him, hoping to acquire the golden symbol once more. Thus, he assumed an air of importance, feigning busyness. "I cannot." Previously, the villagers of Liu family village knelt before me, beseeching my protection, that I cannot go back on my word. "We will bow before you, master," one young woman exclaimed, immediately dropping to her knees in front of Zhang Chu. As she knelt, the others quickly followed suit, repeatedly bowing, "Master, please help us, master, please." Dozens of young women simultaneously knelt, creating a rather spectacular scene. As they bowed, Zhang Chu suddenly felt a mysterious force emanating from their bodies. "Excellent, this is useful." Zhang Chu internally. This was the power to illuminate the mysterious symbols. Simultaneously, he chuckled inwardly. "Haha, indeed, having others bow before me will light up the symbols. Even if deceitful, a bow is still a bow. Could it be that this is what they call a good cat, regardless of color, as long as it catches mice?" At that moment, the mysterious power surged directly into Zhang Chu's mind. Chapter 50. The little tower communication platform. As this peculiar power surged into Zhang Chu's mind, the figure of his sorceress master re-emerged within his consciousness. However, this time, her image remained unchanged, with only the little tower flickering incessantly, emanating a faint, chilling glow. Suddenly, one of the dim symbols illuminated, transforming into a brilliant gold. Zhang Chu couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. "What in the world? This doesn't make sense. With so many beautiful ladies bowing before me, how is it that only one symbol lights up?" Yet, reality was as such. Once a symbol was activated, It consumed all the mysterious power that as of now. Zhang Chu had illuminated 5 symbols, thereby gaining half of the Star Tower's recognition that very moment. The enigmatic little tower began to flicker once more, and a beam of starlight shot forth from the tower's apex. This beam was resplendent beyond measure, instantly connecting the Star Tower to Zhang Chu's soul at this juncture. The Star Tower appeared to him in an entirely new light. Zhang Chu quickly realized that this starlight not only linked him, but also radiated 8 additional beams that connected to others. Goodness, it seems they are far quicker than I am. I am the last to connect to the Star Tower. A surge of pressure enveloped Zhang Chu that he meticulously attuned himself to the starlight, eager to discern its purpose. As Zhang Chu's consciousness melded with the beam, he suddenly felt as if his soul had traversed countless miles, arriving directly at the pinnacle of the Star Tower. There, a mysterious platform awaited him. With his consciousness anchored to this platform, he was able to see the general progress of the other 8 individuals. He could even discern how many symbols they had illuminated. On the other side of the starlight, someone had astonishingly accumulated 9 golden symbols. Of course, only one had achieved this feat, while the others had 7 or 8. It was evident that their progress far surpassed Zhang Chu's. However, he could not linger, for many lovely ladies remained kneeling on the ground. He could not afford to dawdle here. Moreover, he needed to step up his efforts. With others having 9 symbols, if he continued to lag behind, he would likely miss his opportunity. Thus, Zhang Chu's consciousness withdrew from this space, returning to the external world, but he looked at the beautiful ladies before him and declared, "You may all rise. Tonight, I shall surely vanquish the demons." This declaration was, in fact, a covert signal to his companion, Hot Pot, indicating that it was time for him to emerge. Indeed, Hot Pot reappeared, materializing on the street. Some sharp-eyed ladies immediately spotted him, prompting one to shout, "Master, the dog demon has arrived." Hot Pot called out to Zhang Chu, "Kid, this street belongs to me now. I've thought it over, and I'm no longer afraid of you." Zhang Chu feigned a dramatic shout, "Foolish dog, seeking death." With that, Zhang Chu charged after Hot Pot, pretending to engage in a brief duel, while Hot Pot pretended to be defeated, tucking his tail between his legs and fleeing. Zhang Chu followed suit, and soon, both vanished from the sight of the onlookers. In a quiet little room, Zhang Chu sat cross-legged on the ground, while Hot Pot stationed himself at the door, keeping watch. At this moment, Zhang Chu once again scrutinized the transformations within his sea of consciousness, feeling that these changes might possess additional significance. With a beam of starlight connecting him, Zhang Chu's consciousness reattached itself to this luminous strand. In an instant, he felt his soul traverse vast distances once more. Arriving at the summit of the little tower, he examined this structure closely, perceiving it as a colossal mountain. Standing at its apex, he found he could not see its base. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the emptiness, as if this little tower stood resolutely in the eternal expanse of the cosmos, surrounded by boundless void. The entire tower appeared pitch black, as if forged from obsidian, exuding a unique sense of power. At this moment, Zhang Chu's gaze drifted towards the other 8 beams of starlight. The individual who had illuminated 9 golden symbols stood out glaringly. Zhang Chu, observing the 9 golden symbols, muttered in his heart, "What a despicable creature! I've only just begun my preparations, and you're already nearing the finish line. Are you a donkey, galloping so fast?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a ripple of consciousness surged back from across the starlight. "Who the hell are you? How dare you insult me?" Zhang Chu was momentarily taken aback. This starlight could actually transmit messages between them? At that instant, another beam of starlight also rippled, followed by a thought. "Haha, the 9th marker has finally arrived. This fellow's progress is dreadfully slow." At this juncture, the other beams of starlight awakened, and waves of souls began to surge forth. A young boy's voice chimed in, coming in and immediately hurling insults. "A person with such poor manners must be from the sorceress Shang Xianyu's faction." A middle-aged man's voice followed. "Such slow progress surely indicates that he has received the marker from the sorceress Shang Xianyu. She was gravely injured and could not relay the information. Hence this fool has only just arrived." Another young woman's voice interjected. "Wow, could he be the lover or disciple of the sorceress Shang Xianyu?" "But I haven't heard of her having any companions." "Don't be ridiculous. Shang Xianyu is fated to be a solitary star. How could she have anyone by her side? I suspect this kid has no connection to Shang Xianyu whatsoever." "So, you're saying this fool merely has Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhang Chu was astonished. This place could facilitate a group chat. However, he did not respond immediately, instead rapidly analyzing his situation. Firstly, the individuals on the other side of the 8 beams of starlight were undoubtedly the unparalleled disciples. Secondly, they were completely unaware of his true identity. They did not even know that the sorceress Shang Xianyu had a disciple like Zhang Chu. Moreover, Even though the other party had illuminated 9 symbols, they could not detect his true form. After all, he had just insulted the one with 9 symbols, and they were unable to pinpoint his identity. Since they could not discern his true identity, Zhang Chu felt reassured and thought, "Are you all a bunch of fools? Do you not understand the concept of fair competition? Accumulating symbols at such a rapid pace. Are you trying to kill me?" Once Zhang Chu finished speaking, a flurry of thoughts surged from the 8 beams of starlight. "Wow, you're quite bold. Don't you know to respect your seniors? Humph. Only the weak bark like dogs. Kid, who are you? Do you have the guts to tell us your address? I'll send you some local specialties." Zhang Chu remained unfazed. "I live at 72 Longhu Mountain. My surname is Zhang, known as Zhang Tianshi. Come and pay your respects. Zhang Rue, he claims to be your ancestor." I knew this coward wouldn't dare reveal his true name. Since they were unaware of Zhang Chu's identity, he certainly would not foolishly disclose his connection to the sorceress. Now, Zhang Chu sought to engage them in conversation, hoping to glean more information about their situation. After all, they had already gained a significant lead, so a slight delay on his part was inconsequential. He might as well go with the flow, this moment. Zhang Chu turned his attention to the individual who had illuminated 9 golden symbols, inquiring, "I say, you who has lit up 9 symbols, why are you not hastening to gather the last one? Is it merely to show off here?" Chapter 51. Gathering information upon hearing Zhang Chu's inquiry, a thought resonated from the 9 symbols. "Indeed, I am deliberately waiting for you, inept fools. Once any one of you obtains the 9 symbols, I shall promptly acquire the 10th, infuriating you all." Zhang Chu. The later symbols become increasingly difficult to obtain, a newcomer. You may not understand, but this fool has been stuck on the 9th symbol for 10 days. Who is Xiaoxi? Zhang Chu inquired. "Xiaoxi is you. You possess only 4 symbols, the woman's voice replied. "Ah!" Zhang Chu's expression turned peculiar. He clearly had 5 symbols, 4 golden and 1 black. Did they perceive him as having only 4? He then scrutinized the symbols of the others, only to discover that apart from his own, all the other symbols were entirely golden. He was the only exception, possessing a black symbol. It seemed that the 8 of them had not allowed the ghost to bow before them. That moment, Zhang Chu's mind sparked with realization. The later symbols are indeed more challenging to acquire. No wonder so many young ladies bowed to me. I only managed to obtain 1 golden symbol. In that instant, the 9 symbols began to mock him collectively. So what if I've been stuck on the 9th symbol for 10 days? I was the first to reach 9 symbols. Acquiring the star tower could happen at any moment. And you, some are still stuck at 7 symbols. Knowing that the later symbols are harder to obtain, you should give up at once. A bunch of delusional fools. The other star beams retaliated. You imbecile, you acquired the first 9 symbols in just 3 days, yet the 10th remains elusive. What does that signify? It indicates that the star tower is indifferent to you, deliberately hindering your progress. Exactly. Stuck here for 10 days without progress? You should realize that you are fated to be apart from the star tower. Stop trying to force your way in. Desire for speed leads to failure what if you were the first to gather 9 symbols? If you have the ability, tiptoe to the star tower. But you can't, can you? Ha ha, it's driving you mad. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a mocking frenzy, launching attacks on one another. Amidst the chaos, someone took pity on Zhang Chu. A woman's voice called out, "Xiaoxi, don't be discouraged. Work hard to illuminate your symbols. Let's strive together to obtain 9 symbols and make him jealous." Zhang Chu replied, "I am not called Xiaoxi. I have a name." "What is it?" someone asked. Zhang Chu stated, "My surname is Ba, single character Ba. You may call me Fathered." Wow, this newcomer is asking for a beating. Make sure I don't find out who you are. Otherwise, once I locate you, you'll be in for a thrashing. A mature woman's voice chimed in. Wow, this newcomer has such low quality. I quite like him. Do you think this fellow is truly connected to the witch Shang Xianyu? It makes no sense for her beacon to end up in a stranger's hands. Zhang Chu feigned ignorance regarding Shang Xianyu, asking, "Who is Shang Xianyu?" Instantly, someone saw through Zhang Chu's ruse. Ha ha ha, this kid has been exposed. How disingenuous. He is indeed related to Shang Xianyu. Quickly tell us, what is your relationship with Shang Xianyu? Are you her lover? Her disciple? Or perhaps her illegitimate child? Zhang Chu felt overwhelmed. None of the 8 competitors were fools. They were all sharp-witted and were probing for his identity. Seeing this, Zhang Chu decided to be forthright. "I am a disciple of Shang Xianyu. My name is Baba. Please try to call me by my name." Curse it. I also have the surname Yi. Yet, Zhang Chu could discern that no one took his words seriously. They merely assigned him a nickname. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhang Chu withdrew his consciousness, preparing to continue pursuing golden symbols. Initially, he thought his hopes were dashed, but now it appeared that anything was possible. Thus, Zhang Chu rose and addressed the hot pot. Hot pot, get up. Let's get back to work. The hot pot responded affirmatively and promptly stood up. Together, they prepared to intimidate the young ladies on the streets again, hoping to elicit their bows. Half an hour later, amidst the commotion of a dimly lit alley, yet another group of young ladies knelt before Zhang. However, this time, nothing transpired. The power to illuminate the mysterious symbols failed to manifest. Zhang Chu remained undeterred. He and the hot pot scoured 8 streets, and not only the young ladies but even several men and sweeping Andes were frightened into submission. Yet the outcome was still barren. Merely 4 golden symbols and 1 black symbol to AT this moment. Zhang Chu scratched his head perplexed. Why is this? Even if it becomes increasingly difficult, I shouldn't be stuck at the 5th symbol. In the next instant, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Chu. Damn it, those 8 competitors seem rather friendly. Perhaps I should ask them. It was already deep into the night when Zhang Chu returned to his small shop with a hot pot. Then, Zhang Chu's consciousness once again followed a beam of starlight, entering the apex of the star tower. Observing the star beams, Zhang Chu noticed that some had dimmed, while others remained bright. He speculated that the dimmed beams might be sleeping or otherwise indisposed to be disturbed. The illuminated beams, however, should be awake, awaiting his inquiry. Thus, Zhang Chu focused on a bright star beam and poked it with his mind. Hey buddy, are you asleep? Get lost, came the impatient voice of a middle-aged man. Zhang Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Not sleeping, huh? I have a question for you. I don't have time, the middle-aged man retorted, and the star beam promptly dimmed, as if it had lost connection. Zhang Chu muttered under his breath. Hell, did he fall into a pit and drown? Next, Zhang Chu hastily corrected himself. Handsome guy, let's chat. Chat with your sister. I like women. What the hell? Why has everyone suddenly become so aloof and cold? What's wrong with having a little chat? Zhang Chu et Galim. At that moment, a mature woman's voice sounded. Oh, the ill-mannered disciple of the witch has arrived. Little brother, what would you like to discuss? I can keep you company. Zhang Chu quickly replied. Sister, I'm truly in trouble. I want to ask if there are any special techniques for illuminating these symbols? Before the woman could respond, a man's disdainful voice interrupted. Idiot. What techniques would we tell you? Exactly, don't be delusional. Someone like you, with no master and no heritage, has no chance to obtain the Star Tower. Just accept your role as a mascot. Dreaming of illuminating symbols? Think again. Come on, we are competitors. How can you expect us to tell you how to illuminate symbols? What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Many mocked Zhang Chu, refusing to answer. Zhang Chu retaliated. If you don't want to talk, then scram. You're all like dogs. Don't waste my time chatting with this lovely sister. Upon hearing this, the mature woman burst into laughter. Ha ha. Little brother, I adore your lack of decorum. Chapter 52. Providing aid on the opposite shore of a certain starlight beam, there appeared a rather peculiar and mature woman to AT this moment. She was extolling Zhang Chu, saying, That's right, if you dislike them, scold them. After all, they cannot traverse the starlight to bite you. You're the best, sister. Zhang Chu flattered her. How should I address you? My surname is Gu, and my given name is Nai Nai. You may call me Gu Nai Nai, she replied. Zhang Chu's expression darkened. It seemed she was trying to take advantage of him. However, considering that this somewhat eccentric sister might provide answers to his queries, he continued to flatter her. Sister Gu, may I pose a question? Speak, Gu Nai Nai replied. Zhang Chu began. Initially, I intimidated a group of young ladies into bowing to me, which allowed me to illuminate symbols. But later, why was I unable to light up the symbols despite frightening countless young ladies? As soon as Zhang Chu finished speaking, an astonished voice came from Gu Nai Nai. What on earth? You intimidated others into bowing to you? And you illuminated symbols? Yes, I felt that as long as others bowed to me, I could light up the symbols. Hence, I frightened them into submission, Zhang Chu explained. Is that even possible? Who taught you that? That is utterly absurd. Gu Nai Nai's voice was filled with incredulity. No one taught me. I discovered it on my own. At that moment, several individuals who had not logged off became intrigued, having overheard the conversation between Zhang Chu and Gu Nai Nai. One remarked, Wow, this kid doesn't seem like a good person at all, yet he can play it like this. This line of thought can actually illuminate 4 symbols. That is utterly outrageous. Believe it or not, this fool's reasoning bears some resemblance to that of the witch Shang Xianyu. Could it be that he genuinely has some connection to Shang Xianyu? How could he possibly stray so far? Zhang Chu was somewhat bewildered and couldn't help but ask, Sister Gu, is my reasoning flawed? Gu Nai Nai pondered for a moment before responding. To be precise, your thoughts and reasoning align most closely with nature. Could you elaborate? Zhang Chu requested. Gu Nai Nai explained. This pertains to the dialectics of heart and trace. The initial symbols are easy to obtain, as long as there is a trace, but later on, it requires a heart. I'm still lost, Zhang Chu admitted, feeling perplexed. The meaning is quite simple. What the Starlight Tower demands is, in fact, the power of virtue. Zhang Chu's mind raced at this revelation. The power of virtue? Could it be that his initial thought was correct? It wasn't simply bowing, but rather virtue. At that moment, Gu Nai clarified. In the beginning, as long as someone bowed to you, a symbol would light up. This was essentially the Starlight Tower guiding you. The Starlight Tower uses this method to inform you that when someone bows, there is a reward. Zhang Chu nodded in understanding. Gu Nai continued. However, later on, if you wish to illuminate the symbols, it requires not just that others bow to you, but that they do so with genuine sincerity. Using deceit to elicit heartfelt gratitude from others can only light up the first 4 symbols. From the 5th symbol onward, it necessitates a heart-to-heart exchange. To be precise, it is about virtue. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the Starlight Tower wants me to become a paragon of virtue? Gu Nai replied. You may consider it so. The further along the symbols you go, the more sincerity and virtue are required. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu exclaimed, Goodness, then the individual with the 9 symbols must be an incredibly virtuous person. Indeed, Gu Nai confirmed. But I feel, aside from you, Sister Gu Nai burst into laughter. Haha. Dear brother, as long as you act with sincerity, there is no need to constantly worry about others. Others chimed in with their own comments. Kid, with your mindset, don't even think about gaining. How ridiculous. Kid, just watch us compete for the Starlight Tower. When someone wins, you can just shout 666 for us. That Zhang Chu grumbled internally, cursing these individuals under his breath. Nevertheless, he still inquired, Sister Gu, may I ask if you spent a considerable amount of money to obtain so many symbols? Gu Nai replied, not only did I spend a substantial sum, but I also invested a tremendous amount of resources. The further you progress, the more resources are needed to illuminate those symbols. For instance, when I illuminated the 7th symbol, I had to part with 300 million in cash and support several Hope primary schools before I barely managed to light up the 7th symbol. Zhang Chu was astonished. Wow, Sister Gu, you're so wealthy. You casually spend hundreds of millions. Gu Nai chuckled. To me, money is merely a number. At that moment, a man's voice interjected. Gu Nai, are you foolish? Why would you? Regardless, Gu Nai's words indeed offered him significant insight. Zhang Chu continued. Sister Gu, I see you have now illuminated the 8th symbol. How did you achieve that? Gu Nai replied. The cost for that was even greater, but moreover, it was highly likely that these were individuals capable of altering the course of history. Indeed, when considering the 8 great mysterious sects, what level of existence were they? Anyone from there could easily rise to power or enter prestigious families. They could readily interact with the upper echelons of society, a privilege Zhang Chu simply did not possess. His connections were not that profound. While Zhang Chu aspired to climb higher, the dilemma remained. By the time he reached the top, the individual with the 9 symbols might have already met the conditions to claim the Starlight Tower. Nonetheless, Gu Nai had indeed unveiled some secrets to Zhang Chu. Thus, Zhang Chu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Sister Gu, among these people, you are the kindest, and I am truly thankful. With your assistance, I wish you illuminate the 9th symbol in the next moment. Gu Nai responded with laughter. Haha, thank you for your blessings. In the next moment, Zhang Chu witnessed the end of Gu Nai's light beam, as 8 golden symbols transformed into 9. What the heck? Zhang Chu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Is this for real? She received the 9th golden symbol merely for assisting him. The others were equally shocked. What is going on? Could it be? This kid's background is extraordinary. Simply assisting him can illuminate a golden symbol? Kid, what is your identity? How is it that Gu Nai lights up a golden symbol just by helping you? At that moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless in astonishment. The Gu Nai herself was momentarily stunned, then broke into joyful laughter. What on earth was this? While Gu Nai had indeed provided him with valuable information, that didn't he justify rewarding her with symbols? Wasn't he that aiding the enemy? Now, the individual who had illuminated 9 symbols had doubled in number. Yet Zhang Chu still declared, what kind of person am I? I'll tell you, I am the true master of the Starlight Tower, so no matter who assists me, they can illuminate symbols. Get lost! Everyone shouted in unison. Chapter 53. The return of an old guest. Zhang Chu temporarily severed his connection with the star cluster and returned his consciousness. The big dog, Hot Pot, lay by Zhang Chu's feet. Sensing his return, it quickly stood up and joyfully exclaimed, Woof woof woof, brother, have you found a solution? Zhang Chu nodded gently. I have devised a few strategies. At that moment, the first idea that sprang to Zhang Chu's mind was to spend money. Although he didn't intend to spend in the billions like Gu Nai, he did recall that Jinling had once given him 5 million in cash, along with those gold bars, which provided him with a modest capital. If he invested these funds, acquiring the 6th symbol should not pose a problem, right? Let us play the fool and do something good, Zhang Chu thought to himself. Despite knowing that he was already starting late, he still hoped to make a valiant effort, believing that one must not give up until the final moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Chu first called Shangwan Qingxue, inquiring if there were any Hope Project primary schools or orphanages nearby that were in need of funds. Shangwan Qingxue was taken aback by Zhang Chu's question. You wish to do something benevolent? Zhang Chu did not conceal his intentions. I need some merit, and unfortunately, I must resort to spending money. Very well. Shangwan Qingxue agreed, and began compiling a list for Zhang Chu. Shortly thereafter, a lengthy list was handed to Zhang Chu. Holding the card in one hand and the list in the other, he found himself in a quandary. What if I just spent all my money and someone else snatches the Star Tower away? That would render my expenditure utterly futile. I feel like a complete fool for spending money like this, he mused. While others have 9 symbols, I only have 5 that there's no way I can catch up by blindly throwing money at it. The more Zhang Chu thought, the more he felt a sense of loss. Furthermore, those 8 competitors spent money on symbols without a care, as their wealth was not hard-earned. They had the backing of the 8 major sects, making it easy for them to spend without feeling the pinch. But Zhang Chu was different. His money was either earned through hard work or acquired through risk, making it painful to part with. After about half a minute of internal struggle, Zhang Chu's eyes suddenly brightened as he murmured, Right, it's the middle of the night. Those orphanages and Hope Project schools must be closed, right? Hot Pot promptly confirmed. Yes, brother, they are welfare institutions and close on time. Only we, who work for ourselves, have no rest, busy as dogs all day long. Zhang Chu immediately returned his card in gold, muttering, Let's think of another way. We can't spend money until the very last moment. Hot Pot chimed in, yes, let's save our money. It can help us in the future. Don't be so sarcastic. Zhang Chu shouted at Hot Pot, then fell back into contemplation, pondering what method could more efficiently illuminate the symbols. At that moment, a series of knocks suddenly echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was deep and powerful, accompanied by a chilling aura. Zhang Chu quickly turned to look outside. It was already late at night, and all the shops on Furong Street had long closed, including his own. The one knocking did not seem like a living person. Hot Pot also turned to stare at the shop door, whispering, Brother, it seems like a ghost is knocking, and we haven't done anything wrong, have we? Zhang Chu replied, We run a feng shui shop. Isn't it normal for ghosts to knock? Saying this, Zhang Chu returned to the counter, retrieved a dagger, and placed it on the left side of the table, covering it with a red cloth. He then took out a stick of incense, placed it on the right side of the table, and lit it. Once everything was in place, Zhang Chu declared, All guests are welcome. The door is not tightly shut. Please enter freely. The door did not move, but a stubborn creaking sound of it opening was heard. Shortly thereafter, an old man appeared at the entrance. The old man was slightly hunched and looked quite frail, yet he exuded a calm and steady aura, bearing the demeanor of someone of high status, clearly not an ordinary wandering spirit. Upon entering, the old man slightly bowed to Zhang Chu and said, Old man pays his respects to this esteemed gentleman. Today, I have come specifically to apologize. Zhang Chu, taken aback, asked, Wait, you're apologizing to me? Why? The old man smiled wryly. Earlier today, my junior offended you due to their ignorance, that I humbly ask you to show mercy and let us go. Zhang Chu's interest was piqued as he recalled what had transpired at the Yaoquan cave earlier. Thus, he inquired, Are you the master of the Yaoquan cave? Indeed, I am the master of the Yaoquan cave. The old man responded promptly. He then turned to Hot Pot and said, Earlier today, this esteemed spirit bit off my top 3 flowers. Hot Pot immediately bared its teeth. Woof, 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 old man, if you are dissatisfied, I can bite off the top 3 flowers from other graves as well. The old man quickly reassured him. No, I concede. I truly concede. He then looked at Zhang Chu. I hope you can overlook my junior's transgression and help me restore the 3 flowers that I promise a generous reward in return. The so-called top 3 flowers refer to the small mound of earth atop a grave, significant for spirits hidden within the burial ground. Do not assume that restoring the 3 flowers merely involves piling the earth back on. There are many intricacies involved that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Moreover, it is a task that only a skilled feng shui master can undertake. At that moment, Zhang Chu was struck by a thought and asked the old ghost, Are you here to make peace with me? The old ghost slightly bent his back. No, this is not about making peace. It is a plea for mercy, begging for your forgiveness. Pleased with the old ghost's attitude, Zhang Chu asked, I can help you restore the 3 flowers, but what benefits can you offer me in return? The old ghost raised his head slightly and gazed at Zhang Chu, his eyes gleaming with a certain wisdom. Soon he spoke, In my Yaoquan cave, a total of 108 of my children are buried, along with 308 wandering spirits. As long as you assist me in restoring the 3 flowers, I am willing to bring all my children. This old ghost seemed to understand precisely what he lacked. Deal. Zhang Chu immediately agreed. Thank you, esteemed sir. The old ghost was elated. Soon, Zhang Chu, accompanied by Hot Pot, left the feng shui shop and followed the old ghost to the Yaoguan cave. As they walked, Zhang Chu chuckled. You old ghosts are quite amusing. Typically, when graves suffer misfortune, they rely on dreams to inform their descendants, urging them to repair the grave. Yet here you are, seeking out a feng shui master yourself. The old ghost sighed. What can I do? My descendants are inept. As their ancestor, I can only seek my own fortune. Then, as if complaining, the old ghost continued. Being an ancestor is exhausting. I worry endlessly for my descendants. Hot Pot, hearing this, immediately chimed in. Isn't that the truth? When children are in school, we worry about early romances. When they graduate, we fret about their inability to find partners. And when they finally marry, we have to buy them a house. When the elders fall ill, they worry about spending their children's money. Even after parents pass away, we still hope for our children to achieve success. If they face difficulties, we contemplate moving our graves to ensure they find peace. After Hot Pot finished, Zhang Chu looked at him in astonishment. Wow, Hot Pot, how do you know so much? The old ghost sighed. The dog's spirit speaks the truth. We ancestors are perpetually burdened with concern for our descendants. It is indeed difficult. Zhang Chu was left with a head full of questions, utterly baffled that Hot Pot could share a common language with an old ghost. Chapter 54. A sudden clarity of thought. A solitary man and his dog, accompanied by a ghost, traversed the dimly lit streets, engaged in conversation. Zhang Chu inquired. Old ghost, were you not once involved in a business devoid of capital? For an ordinary person, daring to occupy the shaking fist spot is quite audacious. The old ghost, filled with admiration, replied, Your Excellency is truly astute. Once I robbed a newly appointed official, killed him, and took his seal, assuming his position. Eventually, I prospered as I neared death. I sought the counsel of a sage, who revealed that I had risen through underhanded dealings, and due to my righteousness, he indicated the shaking fist spot. From a distance, the cemetery appeared bustling, with numerous lamenting voices echoing. The old ghost remarked, Forgive my intrusion, but the top 3 flowers were bitten by the dog immortal, and my family cannot endure the cold. Though the cemetery seemed lively from afar, it appeared, at that moment, the old ghost bowed to Zhang Chu, saying, Esteemed sir, I implore your assistance. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. Rest assured, this shall be straightforward. With that, he approached the grave where the 3 flowers had been bitten off by the Hot Pot. In truth, once the top 3 flowers of a grave are bitten, they escape. Point 1 simply needs to locate the essence of those 3 flowers and invite it back. Thus, the crux of the matter was to find that escaping essence. At this juncture, Zhang Chu produced a talisman, giving it a gentle shake, causing it to spontaneously ignite without flame, that he then held the burning talisman aloft, inscribing a mysterious symbol in the air while chanting, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the great Lord appear. The celestial hound has taken the essence of the 3 flowers. Guide me to where it may be found. Go. In that instant, the talisman exploded, transforming into a swirling mist, akin to a flickering flame. This small flame darted off in a particular direction. Zhang Chu immediately urged, Hot Pot, follow closely. The man and his dog promptly pursued the wisp of smoke, which soon settled in a drainage ditch filled with yellow mud. Zhang Chu's eyes brightened as he hurriedly scooped up the mud. He then procured some dry earth to cover the mud and recited an incantation, effectively stabilizing the essence of the 3 flowers. In that moment, the cemetery regained its cold, eerie ambience. The old ghost, sensing the restoration, was overjoyed and exclaimed, Thank you, esteemed sir. Please take your seat. Zhang Chu nodded gracefully and positioned himself at the backing of the cemetery. The Hot Pot, understanding the situation, distanced itself from Zhang Chu, refraining from claiming any credit. The old ghost then called out, Come forth, my children, and express your gratitude to the esteemed sir. At his summons, the cemetery was instantly filled with a multitude of men and women, young and old. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Chu noted that while most spirits appeared relatively normal, there were peculiar entities among them, such as an elderly woman with a tail, a man with a neck as slender as a rolling pin, and a chubby child donned in a tiger skin cap. The presence of these oddities rendered the cemetery chillingly cold. Zhang Chu counted, and there were nearly 500 spirits present. However, their spiritual prowess seemed low, many appearing on the verge of dissipating. In truth, the shaking fist spot was originally intended as a sanctuary for wandering souls. Truly powerful spirits would not be confined to such a place. Thus, Zhang Chu was uncertain whether these spirits could provide him with symbols. After all, he had already reached the 5th symbol, and who knew how challenging it would be to attain the 6th. Just then, the gathered spirits collectively knelt before Zhang Chu, bowing their heads. They must grant me a symbol. Zhang Chu ferventin said. Suddenly, a mysterious and immense force surged forth from the void. Zhang Chu's heart soared with joy. It truly is possible. Moreover, this force seems even stronger than before. In the next moment, the power surged into Zhang Chu's consciousness. The figures of his witch-mentor and the small tower materialized. Simultaneously, 3 dim symbols trembled, emitting a cold, eerie light. In an instant, the 3 dim symbols were ignited. Zhang Chu was momentarily perplexed. How could I receive so many? Was it not said that as one progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to illuminate symbols? Initially, Zhang Chu believed that these spirits might not be able to grant him even one symbol. Yet now, suddenly a realization struck him. I understand now. The difficulty of acquiring golden symbols and black symbols is calculated independently. If the difficulty of obtaining the first golden symbol is 1, the second's difficulty is 10, the most effective way to obscure this truth was to seize the celestial tower before anyone could react. Now, gazing at the 4 illuminated golden symbols and 4 black symbols, Zhang Chu fell into contemplation. Golden symbols are too conspicuous. If I forcefully acquire them, I will surely attract the attention of my rivals. To avoid drawing attention, the best strategy would be to acquire 6 black symbols in one go, thus discreetly obtaining the Yin-Yang Tower. In that moment, clarity washed over Zhang Chu's mind. The notion of purchasing symbols was a fool's errand. He was determined to engage with the spirits. Chapter 55. A blend of fright and deceit. Zhang Chu gazed with satisfaction at the multitude of dark, kneeling spirits before him. It was astonishing that such a host of feeble ghosts had bestowed upon him 3 black talismans. That moment, Zhang Chu called out, "Rise!" The elder spirit immediately spoke up. "Everyone, stand up and withdraw." All the spirits rose, their forms swiftly dissipating into the ether, until only the elder spirit remained in the center of the graveyard. Zhang Chu gestured for the elder to approach him. The elder bowed humbly, inquiring, "What is your command, esteemed one?" Zhang Chu asked, "Are you familiar with this vicinity?" The elder nodded. "I am somewhat acquainted. After all, I reside in the Yaoquan cave and am well versed in the geography of the surrounding mountains and waters." Zhang Chu then queried, "If I seek to find some formidable vengeful spirits, where should I look?" Though the elder spirit had a fair number of companions, their strength was lacking. They were mere shadows that could hardly survive outside the graveyard. Zhang Chu reasoned that by aiding powerful beings, he could procure more challenging golden talismans. Conversely, if he subdued vengeful spirits and compelled them to bow before him, he would surely acquire more challenging black talismans as well. Thus, he sought something fiercer to contend with. The elder spirit interjected, "Esteemed one, there truly aren't any particularly formidable spirits nearby. However, in the evening, there are certain locales that possess unique characteristics. Perhaps you might wish to investigate. Speak." Zhang Chu commanded. The elder promptly provided Zhang Chu with several locations. After receiving the addresses, Zhang Chu nodded. "Very well, you may return." With that, Zhang Chu turned, clutching a hot pot, and departed, while the elder's "Hot pot, do you know where I might find vengeful spirits around here?" Zhang Chu inquired as he walked. The hot pot tilted its head. "I'm unfamiliar with vengeful spirits, as I don't associate with them. However, I do know of an old hedgehog residing in a cemetery who is quite formidable, and once sought to recruit me in old hedgehog." Zhang Chu's interest was piqued that moment. The hot pot continued. "However, that apparently he keeps it at home now. I wonder how the old hedgehog is faring." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu shook his head. That was a family spirit, and he had no desire to engage with such beings. He then followed the route provided by the elder spirit, making his way towards a mass grave. Half an hour later, Zhang Chu and the hot pot arrived near the location of the mass grave. The area was bustling with at least 20 men and women gathered around a bonfire, singing and dancing that a gust of wind swept through, causing both Zhang Chu and the hot pot to shiver, sensing a chill in the air. The hot pot drew in its neck, saying, "Brother, those people seem suspicious. We cannot approach that. I have a premonition that it may be dangerous." Zhang Chu glanced at the scene from a distance and whispered, "Indeed, they are likely roasting ghostly flames. There is something amiss that in folklore. There exists a superstition regarding nighttime travelers. One should never approach strangers roasting by the roadside. Those who do so may be enticed into joining the bonfire, a temptation that is exceedingly difficult to resist. Once one joins the gathering, they will grow ever colder, ultimately succumbing by the next day." This moment, the hot pot fearfully asked, "Big brother, what should we do? Should we try to get close?" Zhang Chu replied, "There is no time for idle chatter. We shall simply demand they bow before us." With that, Zhang Chu bent down, scooped up a handful of earth, and smeared it on his forehead. He then retrieved a talisman, whispering an incantation. "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, reveal your presence. May the true monarch Erlang manifest." Upon completing the incantation, Zhang Chu affixed the talisman to his chest. In the hot pot's eyes, the earth on Zhang Chu's forehead seemed to shimmer, transforming into a third eye. The Zhang Chu was employing a summoning technique that would lead the spirits to mistakenly believe he was the true monarch Erlang. With the hot pot at his side, It could easily masquerade as the celestial dog, and while such a ruse would not fool humans, deceiving spirits was a far simpler task. At this juncture, Zhang Chu turned to the hot pot. From now on, your name shall be Celestial Dog. Woof woof. The hot pot barked twice, indicating its understanding. Thus, the pair approached the dancing men and women. As they drew nearer, the spirits, who had been joyfully dancing hand in hand around the bonfire, suddenly noticed Zhang Chu and the hot pot. The group halted, turning in unison to face them. Quickly, a young girl in a red cotton jacket, around 7 or 8 years old, called out to Zhang Chu, "Big brother, are you cold from traveling at night? Come warm yourself by the fire." Soon after, a graceful woman beckoned, "Handsome guy, come join us for some fun. Isn't it lonely to be out here alone at night? Come, let us play a game together." Zhang Chu and the hot pot remained silent, steadily advancing toward the gathering of spirits that as they approached, the aura of the true monarch Erlang emanating from Zhang Chu began to resonate with the spirits. The once exuberant spirits gradually fell silent, frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Finally, Zhang Chu and the hot pot stood before them. Why the sudden silence? Why not smile? The spirits, terrified, trembled and fell to their knees, bowing fervently before Zhang Chu, exclaiming, "Grandfather, spare us, please." As the spirits prostrated themselves, Zhang Chu sensed a peculiar surge of power surrounding them, which flowed into his mind. However, the energy felt insufficient, failing to trigger any changes in the talisman. Zhang Chu contemplated, it's effective but not abundant enough. It seems that these malevolent spirits can indeed provide me with some power, but I shall need to engage with more of them. With that thought, Zhang Chu scolded, "You may all leave, a bothersome bunch." Upon realizing Zhang Chu had no intention of retaining them, the spirits bowed in gratitude once more before vanishing in an instant. The once vibrant bonfire now flickered a ghostly blue, resembling clusters of tiny blue flowers. This was the ghostly flame. Zhang Chu pressed on without hesitation, leading the hot pot directly to the next location. As the man and his canine companion traversed the desolate wilderness, the night was far from tranquil, and they encountered a myriad of peculiar occurrences that by a small grave, a young boy squatted, weeping. Upon seeing Zhang Chu and the hot pot, he showed no fear. "Why are you crying?" Zhang Chu inquired. The boy looked up, tears brimming in his eyes. "Big brother, I lost my toy dog. Could you burn me a toy dog? Bow to me, and I shall grant your wish." Zhang Chu replied. The boy hastily knelt and bowed to Zhang Chu, who distinctly felt a trace of that mysterious energy manifesting. Without hesitation, Zhang Chu gathered some wild grass and crafted a grasshopper on the spot, offering it to the boy. Upon receiving the grasshopper, the boy erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother." Zhang Chu and the hot pot continued on their journey. The hot pot puzzled, "Brother, the boy clearly wanted a toy dog. Why did you give him a toy grasshopper?" Zhang Chu smiled faintly. "He is crying, mourning not for the loss of his beloved toy, but for the absence of something familiar. As long as he has a substitute, he will forget the original." The hot pot pondered this insight as they continued their path. Chapter 56. The revelation of the black symbol. Zhang Chu and Huoguo departed from the little boy and continued their journey. After walking only a few steps, they unexpectedly encountered a large rat standing on a castor bean shell. This rat was as corpulent as a hefty orange cat, erect on its hind legs, standing atop the castor bean shells, as if it were adorned with a pair of slippery shoes, presenting a rather comical sight. At that moment, the rat obstructed Zhang Chu and the dog, raising its voice to inquire, "Hey, Erlang Grandpa, Sentient Dog Grandpa, do you think my shoes are beautiful?" Zhang Chu felt a stir within. This was a plea for recognition. In the wilderness, certain small creatures occasionally cultivate a trace of spirituality, but this essence is fleeting and easily dissipated. During such moments, these little beings seek validation from passersby, asking if they resemble humans or if they are attractive. A positive affirmation would allow them to retain this flicker of spirituality and potentially evolve into a more refined form. Conversely, if one were to insult them or declare them unappealing, that essence would inevitably disperse. Gazing at the rotund rat, Zhang Chu remarked, "Bow to me, and let me see if you can kneel like a servant." Upon hearing this, the plump rat immediately retorted, "Pa, you think I would kneel? Dream on. Now tell me, do my shoes look splendid or not?" Zhang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the rat's utter lack of decorum in seeking validation. Thus, he scolded, "What you have on your feet is not footwear. Those are castor bean shells, grotesque as a specter. Scurry away, you foolish creature." Upon hearing this, the rat emitted a shriek, smoke rising from its body. Simultaneously, Zhang Chu observed that it could no longer maintain its upright stance. Its hefty form bent, and it stumbled clumsily to the ground. Nevertheless, the creature remained fierce, baring its teeth at Zhang Chu and Huoguo. Huoguo, however, was not inclined to show mercy. With a decisive crunch, the rat's neck was severed, and it perished on the spot. "Foolish creature," Zhang Chu scolded, resuming his journey. A few minutes later, Zhang Chu and Huoguo arrived beneath a crooked elm tree. There, a woman garbed in a pale yellow dress squatted, weeping. Upholding his principle of not overlooking any opportunity, Zhang Chu approached her, pondering if she might be willing to bow to him. Hey, I say, spirit of the weeping woman, why do you cry? Zhang Chu inquit? The woman slowly lifted her head, her tear-stained face gazing at Zhang Chu. You know I am a ghost, yet you are not afraid of me? Huogua immediately chimed in. My master is Erlang Shen. Why should I fear you? The woman stood, addressing Zhang Chu. I have encountered Erlang Shen. My child has gone missing. Could Erlang Shen assist me in finding my child? With that, she burst into tears once more. Zhang Chu's expression turned peculiar. Searching for your child? Do you not know where your child has gone? At this moment, the woman pointed to a nearby well. Grandpa, my child was just playing by the well, and now he has vanished. I beseech you to help me find him. By the well. Zhang Chu's expression remained curious as he and Huogua approached the well. This was a rural well used for irrigation, deep yet narrow at the top, scarcely wider than an adult's waist. If an adult were to leap in, they could easily become wedged at the armpits. Huogua remarked. I suspect the child has fallen into the well. Such incidents were common in rural areas where adults... As Zhang Chu reached the well's edge and peered down, despite the darkness of the night, he clearly discerned a child sitting at the bottom, gazing up at him with a grin. Big brother, come down and play. It's so much fun down here. At that moment, the mother, having approached Zhang Chu from behind, suddenly pushed him with all her might, attempting to send him tumbling into the well. However, in the next instant, Zhang Chu's wrist twisted, and he firmly grasped the ghostly woman. With a slight smile, Zhang Chu remarked, You think to drag me down to take your place? You ought to consider your own abilities. The woman, now caught, was thrown into a panic. Spare me, Zhang Chu huffed, releasing her. Bow to me, or I shall take both you and your child right now. In that instant, as Zhang Chu relinquished his grip, both the woman and her son knelt before him, bowing deeply. Zhang Chu once again sensed that mysterious power coursing through him. However, the accumulation of power still fell short, and the fifth black symbol remained unlit. Yet, he had an inkling that the fifth symbol was on the verge of awakening. Choosing not to impose further on the mother and child, Zhang Chu allowed them to depart. Continuing on his path, that I end the ensuing stretch of road, Zhang Chu endeavored to make every spirit he encountered kneel and bow to him. Ultimately, after visiting the last chaotic burial site, he pretended to be Erlang Shen and collected the final bows that I end that moment. As the surge of power flowed into Zhang Chu's consciousness, the fifth black symbol finally illuminated. Now, within Zhang Chu's mind, 9 symbols gleamed, 4 golden and 5 black. Overjoyed, Zhang Chu reveled in joining the ranks of those with 9 symbols. That instant, a distant crow of a rooster echoed, heralding dawn, and all the peculiarities of the wilderness vanished without a trace. Zhang Chu felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to gather all the symbols in one go, that he mused to himself. No, the night is long and dreams manifold. I must illuminate this final symbol at once. Before him lay 2 choices. First, to continue seeking malevolent spirits to ignite the black symbol. Second, to spend money in hopes of acquiring a golden symbol, akin to Gu Nai Nai. After weighing his options, Zhang Chu concluded, as for the black symbol, the 6th one presents an extraordinary challenge. Conversely, with my current resources, perhaps I can attain it. Furthermore, with only 1 symbol remaining, he no longer had to worry about others discovering his efforts to illuminate the golden symbol. Thus, Zhang Chu swiftly resolved, for the last symbol, I shall go all out and spend. At that moment, within the communication platform of the little tower, someone finally discerned Zhang Chu's anomaly. A voice suddenly prodded Zhang Chu's starbeam. Hey, the uncouth apprentice of the sorceress, doesn't your symbol seem a bit peculiar? Zhang Chu's nerves instantly tightened. Someone had noticed. His mind raced to the little tower's space, and indeed a loudmouth was exclaiming, Look, his symbol seemed to be not 4, but 9. In that moment, nearly all the star beams erupted into discussion. My heavens, his symbols truly are off. At first glance, they appear to be for golden symbols, but upon closer inspection, 5 black symbols have also been ignited. Good grief, 9! Damn it, this kid is too cunning. He intends to play a grand game quietly. This is outrageous. How can he conceal the color of his symbols? Who exactly is this lad? Uncouth fellow, get online and answer our questions. Zhang Chu Panik. These 8 competitors were the Sea Army de Lasar, me selected from the 8 great mystical sects, each one sharper than the last, but he understood that once they detected the anomaly, the secret behind the black symbols would soon be unraveled. Chapter 57. The assistance of Shangwan Qingsno. At this moment, Zhang Chu, without a moment's hesitation, dialed Shangwan Qingsno's number. As the call connected, he exclaimed at a rapid pace, Shangwan Qingsno, I have an urgent matter of utmost importance. You must assist me. There is some gold and cash in my small shop. You must help me donate this money to those in need as swiftly as possible. Remember, it must be in my name, whether it be for Hope Elementary School, a welfare institution, or a rescue station. In short, it must be credited to my name for the sake of accumulating merit. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The repetition of hurry jolted the somewhat groggy Shangguan Qingsnow awake. Being an elite individual, she wasted no time with pleasantries and promptly replied, "Understood." Rest assured. After hanging up, Shangguan Qingsnow took a deep breath and called her secretary, Lin Siyu. Once the call connected, she inquired directly, "Siyu, transfer all the funds we can access to me immediately, regardless of the amount." Although Shangguan Qingsnow was unaware of the specifics, she could sense Zhang Chu's urgency. Collecting gold bars from a shop, exchanging them for cash, and then donating, that would be far too time-consuming. Shangguan Qingsnow resolved to use her own funds to assist Zhang Chu without delay. Lin Siyu expressed her concerns. "Miss, while we do have funds on hand, some of it is earmarked and cannot be touched. The implications are significant." Without allowing Lin Siyu to finish, Shangguan Qingsnow asserted in an authoritative tone, "I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Now, transfer all the accessible funds to me at once." "Yes." Lin Siyu quickly acquiesced. Once Lin Siyu fully transferred the company's financial authority to Shangguan Qingsnow, she did not pause to wash her. She immediately began contacting relevant parties. "Hello, Principal Wang. This is Shangguan, Zhang Chu's secretary. Did I heard that our school is looking to build a library but lacks sufficient funds? How much are we short?" 2 million. "All right, I will transfer that amount to you right away. Please confirm receipt." "Hello, Elderly Care Center. I understand you wish to purchase a batch of massage devices for the elderly." "What? There are no such plans." No, you will have plans now. I have 3 million to donate to you. By the way, I am Zhang Chu's secretary. Indeed, the one with the shop on Furong Street. Please remember this clearly. I am not someone else. Hello, Professor Li. I heard you are conducting research on cancer cells and are in need of funding, correct? In truth, when Zhang Chu had requested a list of sponsorship opportunities from Shangguan Qingsnow yesterday, she had already done extensive homework. She had even suspected that Zhang Chu might be inclined to do some good deeds. Thus, she retained a list of potential beneficiaries and their direct contact information. Now, this morning, many were pleasantly surprised, feeling as though a great fortune had suddenly fallen into their laps, awakening even those still lost in slumber. Even those with morning grumpiness could not help but feel gratitude towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, meanwhile, sensed a series of unique energies entering his consciousness from the void. It seems I owe a significant favor to Shangguan Qingsnow this time. Zhang Chu was not naive. Having only been on the phone for a few minutes, he could already perceive the presence of extraordinary power and surmised what Shangguan Qingsnow was up to at this moment. Within the mysterious realm of the little tower, 8 competitors were gradually drawing closer to the truth. It is important to note how easy it was to manipulate black symbols. None of the 8 had acquired a single symbol, yet if they stumbled upon the method to obtain black symbols, they could swiftly reap the rewards. Of course, these competitors had yet to realize this. They were simply perplexed and inundating Zhang Chu with questions. "Hey, how did your symbol turn black? Could it be some sort of technique?" Zhang Chu understood that he must stabilize their curiosity and mislead them. He could not allow them to discover the truth. Thus, he responded nonchalantly, "Hey, I didn't want to discourage you, but it seems your eyes are quite perceptive. All right, I will stop pretending. The technique I practice is called the 9 divine art. Once I transform the remaining 4 golden symbols into black, it will mark the day of my mastery. What do you think? Are you envious? Jealous? Did you truly believe I was as foolish as you? I had long acquired 9 symbols. I was merely playing with you." Zhang Chu's, "I can sense it. I recall that this uncouth individual was seeking advice on how to illuminate symbols just yesterday, which means although we did not notice yesterday, he likely did not possess so many symbols then. Indeed, the analysis holds merit. Could it be that this black symbol is actually another avenue for illuminating symbols?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu felt a pang of anxiety. It must be said that anyone who could become a candidate for the Star Tower was no fool. In just a few exchanges, someone had already guessed the truth. However, Zhang Chu had no choice but to continue with his ruse, attempting to mislead them at every turn. Meanwhile, he silently prayed, "Shangguan Qingsnow, I am counting on you. You must succeed, as long as you help me obtain the last golden symbol. The next time you kneel before me, I promise to press your head." In the realm of the Star Tower, Zhang Chu continued his ramblings. "You lot are indeed clever. Your imaginations run wild. Let me tell you, I possess extraordinary talent, and that Star Tower will surely belong to me." Yet at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that an individual with only 7 golden symbols had unexpectedly acquired a black symbol. "What the hell?" Zhang Chu exclaimed involuntarily. He had not anticipated that someone would so quickly uncover the results. Of course, it was not just Zhang Chu who noticed. Others did as well. Someone exclaimed, "No, there must be another way to illuminate black symbols. I've got it. Goodbye. I'm off to get a black symbol." In an instant, 4 beams of star light dimmed, indicating that 4 individuals had realized the method and rushed off to obtain black symbols. Zhang Chu felt a creeping sense of dread. Comparatively speaking, acquiring black symbols was far too easy. Once those individuals obtained one, the remaining ones would practically be given away at this moment. Within a hidden mountain gate, a petite and remarkably beautiful girl gasped. So that's how it is. Then she burst into laughter. Ha ha, as long as I have the Ean's spirits bow to me, I can obtain a black symbol. That's too simple. Ha, the Star Tower is mine. With that, the girl turned to an old servant beside her and commanded, Go, bring that group of spirits from the back mountain to me. But in the next instant she smacked her forehead. Oh no, I'll go myself. Chapter 58. A sudden departure, what had nearly devolved into a stagnant competition, abruptly ignited with fervor. Zhang Chu observed, with astonishment, that an individual adorned with 8 golden symbols had unexpectedly illuminated a black symbol. Damn it, you lot are truly beasts. Zhang Chu exclaimed in exasperation. Those who had yet to decipher the method shouted at him. You, the most uncouth among us, swiftly reveal the truth. If you remain silent, others will claim the Star Tower. Indeed, from my observations, you are certain to lose the Star Tower. Speak the truth, and let us assist you in catching up. In truth, those who were equally perplexed by the black symbol were also agitated, attempting to provoke Zhang Chu into revealing something. However, Zhang Chu was no fool. He had no intention of aiding them at that moment. He felt a surge of anxiety, praying fervently that Shangguan Qingshua's speed would surpass that of the few who had grasped the truth. Suddenly, Zhang Chu noticed that 2 individuals, each possessing 9 golden symbols, had also seen their star beams dim. Clearly, they too had realized the need to acquire the black symbol. A chill ran down Zhang Chu's spine as he thought, Oh no, this is disastrous. Those 2 only need 1 symbol to gain the Star Tower's acknowledgement. Shangguan Qingxue, come on, you must persevere. Zhang Chu continued to pray in his heart. At that moment, a mysterious force began to ripple above his head. It's here! Zhang Chu exclaimed joyously, laughing heartily as he spread his arms wide to welcome the arrival of the power. In an instant, this force surged into Zhang Chu's mind. Moments later, the 10th symbol illuminated with a golden radiance in his consciousness. It worked! Zhang Chu felt a rush of exhilaration that he closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to sink entirely into the sea of consciousness, awaiting the Star Tower's recognition. Zhang Chu beheld the 5 golden symbols swirling around 5 black symbols in a mesmerizing dance. Following this, the Star Tower, situated billions of miles away, quivered gently, and a tremendous force yanked Zhang Chu's spirit toward it. He felt as though his soul had traversed an immeasurable distance, landing directly beneath the Star Tower. The Star Tower loomed over an infinite plaza, which appeared to be forged from molten iron, the ground smooth, frigid, and endlessly vast, with no visible end. Standing before the tower, Zhang Chu felt as though he stood before an immeasurable wall, unable to discern its boundaries in any direction, upward or sideways. The sheer magnificence of it left him breathless. Lowering his gaze to the plaza beneath his feet, he discovered countless enigmatic runes inscribed upon the surface. These mysterious symbols flickered erratically, their intricate patterns resembling glowing iron wires, desperate to ignite, but momentarily stifled. Perhaps the lengthy passage of time has rendered the acknowledgement process somewhat challenging, Zhang Chu mused. Just then, he sensed another spirit being drawn from afar by the same force. Damn it, it seems someone has nearly coincided with my timing in acquiring a symbol and is being drawn over as well, Zhang Chu thought. He would not allow anyone to seize the treasure from him. Thus, Zhang Chu's spirit readied itself. As the other spirit descended, he discerned her visage, an enchanting young lady, petite and graceful, with a round face that exuded charm and beauty. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chu delivered a swift kick. Begone! Thud! His foot connected with the young lady's face, sending her flying. Though this was merely a spiritual encounter, Zhang Chu felt the impact was remarkably solid. The sensation of combat within the spiritual realm felt akin to that of the external world. The young lady had not anticipated such an ambush. Before she could revel in her fortune, she felt a sudden blow to her face. Incredibly, before she could react, her spirit was unceremoniously propelled back to her body. That it was as if her spirit had been a ball, having just traversed billions of miles to reach its destination, only to be kicked back immediately. In a secluded area behind a mysterious mountain gate, the petite beauty abruptly opened her eyes, furious enough to claw at the walls. I am so infuriated. How dare you kick my face? I shall remember you. Your appearance is etched in my mind. You scoundrel, you must have gained the Star Tower's acknowledgement just half a second before me. Just wait, I will not let you off the hook. With that, the young lady, upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Chu. With gritted teeth, she declared, You better wait, I will surely find you, you rogue. Then, I shall pluck every single hair from your body, one by one, to feed the ants. Before her, thousands of indistinct souls knelt, trembling in fear. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chu, his likeness had been memorialized, present. He stood in the boundless plaza, vigilantly scanning the skies that he had already dispatched two beautiful ladies, one with a kick to the face, and the other to the backside. He was oblivious to the identity of the lady he had struck in the face, but he recognized the voice of the one he had kicked in the rear. It belonged to the mature and alluring Gu Nai. At this moment, Zhang Chu stood resolutely in the plaza, his expression fierce, resembling a protective young tiger, refusing to allow anyone to approach. Suddenly, the light atop the star tower extinguished. Instantly, Zhang Chu felt the connection between the star tower and others dissipate. Ha ha ha, it is finally over. Zhang Chu rejoiced inwardly. Meanwhile, within the 8 great mysterious gates, someone ground their teeth in frustration. Cursed be the one who has acquired the star tower. I am enraged. I was but a step away from illuminating the final symbol. The heavens are unjust. The star tower is the ultimate treasure of the mysterious gates. It cannot fall into another's hands. Investigate. Regardless of who possesses it, it must be reclaimed. The young lady who had sketched Zhang Chu's likeness felt a stirring in her heart. After stealing a few lingering glances at the drawing, she swiftly erased it with her foot. Then, with a glint in her eye and a pair of adorable little tiger teeth revealed, she smirked. Humph, little thief, I have memorized your appearance. No one shall take you from me. Regardless of the malice others harbored, it was of no concern to Zhang Chu. Now, he found himself in the mysterious plaza of the Star Tower, his spirit beginning to commune with it. At that moment, countless mystical symbols illuminated the ground beneath him. The symbols shimmered with golden light, their radiance soaring skyward, and soon, innumerable enigmatic symbols encircled Zhang Chu, transforming into the most primal essence of spiritual power, nourishing his soul. Zhang Chu suddenly felt as though his spirit were a parched sponge, utterly devoid of substance. The primal spiritual energies surged into him like a divine nectar, fervently replenishing and fortifying his essence. Chapter 59. The 9-layered star tower in the plaza of the Star Tower. The divine soul energy that emanated seemed boundless, continuously nourishing Zhang Chu's spirit. He comfortably closed his eyes, sensing his soul flourishing rapidly. It was as though a mere speck of dust had been nurtured into a seed, which then took root, sprouted, and thrived. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Chu finally perceived that his soul had reached a certain limit of growth. He opened his eyes to discover his spirit had become remarkably solid, its surface gleaming with golden radiance, surrounded by countless mysterious symbols. Did I end that moment? Zhang Chu was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Goodness! Not only can my soul now leave my body, but it might even be able to emerge and strike." It is well known that the soul is the most enigmatic and unpredictable aspect of a person. Any substance that slightly nourishes the soul is considered priceless. Yet now, Zhang Chu's spirit was not merely nourished. It had undergone a profound transformation. The notion of advancing one's soul? Truthfully, many sect leaders would scarcely dare to dream of such a possibility. Truly deserving of its reputation as the supreme treasure revered by the 8 great sects, this is astonishing. Zhang Chu felt an exhilarating thrill in his heart. Simultaneously, he sensed his soul expanding significantly. Previously, he could not discern the boundaries of the Star Tower, but now he could tilt his head and behold its pinnacle, still immensely magnificent. Suddenly, the dark Star Tower illuminated, as if innumerable stars within were radiating their brilliance. Subsequently, countless starlights converged, transforming into a colossal symbol that surged into Zhang Chu's soul, merging as one. In an instant, Zhang Chu felt a profound connection. The Star Tower belonged to him, as if it had become an integral part of his being. At the same time, a flood of information inundated Zhang Chu's mind. The Star Tower comprised 9 layers, each housing countless treasures and wonders. The higher the layer, the more treasures and marvels it contained. Intrigued, Zhang Chu's spirit was irresistibly drawn to the first layer. He soon sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, as if an endless sea of spiritual force lay within, available for his taking. Zhang Chu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement that in the modern world, spiritual energy had dwindled to near extinction. Even in the most blessed mountains, the spiritual force found was scant. Yet within the Star Tower, the energy appeared to coalesce into a vast ocean, boundless and eternal. Then, with a mere thought, he reached out to the second layer. To his astonishment, he perceived an aura of wealth and fortune, as if merely entering this layer would grant him boundless riches and luck. Zhang Chu was taken aback. The power of fortune is a mysterious and elusive force, difficult to grasp and ever-changing. Yet one could never deny its existence and the dread it instills. Those endowed with great fortune might find themselves beset by beauty and gold at their doorstep, while those cursed by misfortune, even as he then sensed the third layer, where mysterious roars of ancient beasts echoed, that he felt an overwhelming primal energy. Could it be that the third layer holds the ancient beasts of primordial times? Just how many delicacies lie within? Zhang Chu's mouth watered at the thought. If a knowledgeable cultivator were present, they would undoubtedly slap Zhang Chu and lament. Do you have any idea how fearsome the powers of the ancient fiends are? Just mastering one technique would enable you to dominate the world. And here you are, fixating solely on food. Continuing to explore, Zhang Chu moved to the fourth layer, where he encountered an aura of authority, as if the contents therein represented a form of power that, once obtained, could command the world. Upon reaching the fifth layer, he was met with a chilling presence that instilled fear, as if mere contact could shatter his very soul. That as he ascended, the Star Tower revealed itself to be increasingly mysterious and terrifying. Even as its new master, Zhang Chu found himself unable to pry into its depths. His cultivation was simply too low, having focused solely on the art of divination over the years, neglecting the cultivation of his own essence. At that moment, Zhang Chu could only inquire within his heart about the secrets of the highest layer of the Star Tower. The Star Tower subtly conveyed a message. It harbored the secrets of creation. Incredible! Zhang Chu got it. If he could fully comprehend the mysteries of the nine-layered Star Tower, he could scarcely fathom the heights he might achieve. With a burgeoning understanding of the tower's secrets, Zhang Chu sensed the entrance. On the first layer, a door stood ajar, as if awaiting his arrival. Without hesitation, he stepped into it with his spirit. In the blink of an eye, the Star Tower shrank dramatically, traversing the vastness of the cosmos, and directly entered Zhang Chu's sea of consciousness. In that moment, Zhang Chu's awareness returned to his physical form, and the Star Tower settled within his mind that it was still morning, and Zhang Chu, alongside his companion Hot Pot, remained in the wilderness. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling an extraordinary transformation within himself. Now, not only had the strength of his soul reached an unprecedented peak, but the Star Tower also functioned as an indomitable armor for his spirit, safeguarding it. Zhang Chu felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even the most fearsome of spirits or the mightiest of soul attacks would struggle to harm him. With the Star Tower safeguarding his consciousness, as long as he refrained from recklessly exposing himself, his soul would endure eternally. Hot Pot, too, sensed the change in Zhang Chu, suddenly exclaiming, "Woof woof, who are you?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "Oh, Hot Pot, do you wish to be stewed into a hot pot? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Hot Pot retreated several steps, feeling a strange unfamiliarity with Zhang Chu. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Zhang Chu for a moment before lowering it submissively, saying, "Grandfather, you seem a bit different." Zhang Chu was taken aback. Why had Hot Pot altered its address? Hadn't it always called him brother? How had it suddenly switched to grandfather? Curious, Zhang Chu inquired, "What seems different?" Hot Pot replied, "I feel as though you have transformed into a celestial being. When I look up at you, it almost blinds my eyes." Zhang Chu understood. Beings like Hot Pot, possessing a modicum of spiritual awareness, perceive individuals differently, sensing the state of one's soul. Now, with Zhang Chu's soul strength having undergone a dramatic transformation, Hot Pot sensed the formidable power and thus regarded Zhang Chu with reverence. Consequently, it no longer dared to call him brother and opted for grandfather instead. Zhang Chu smiled wryly, realizing the truth behind the saying that dogs often look down on humans. When Hot Pot had accompanied him previously and referred to him as brother, it likely felt a tinge of grievance. Now, witnessing Zhang Chu's ascendance in strength, Hot Pot's spontaneous acknowledgement of him as grandfather signified its complete recognition of Zhang Chu as its master. Chapter 60. Opening the Dantian, although Zhang Chu's consciousness had returned, he had yet to fully attain his transformation. Upon entering the first layer, his soul was merely safeguarded. Within the confines of the first level of the Star Tower, treasures awaited his acquisition. However, the most pressing matter for Zhang Chu at this moment was to place a call to Shangguan Qingxue. She remained oblivious to his success and was likely still pouring in her resources. Before long, the call connected, and Shangguan Qingxue hastily inquired, "Zhang Chu, is it sufficient?" Zhang Chu promptly replied, "It is indeed sufficient. I cannot express how grateful I am. My endeavor has been successful." Shangguan Qingxue immediately sighed in relief. "That is truly wonderful. I am glad it did not hinder your affairs." Zhang Chu pondered for a moment before asking, "You must have spent quite a sum this time, correct?" Reflecting on the However, she responded, "Given our relationship, it feels distant to speak of money. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly," Zhang Chu remarked. "I have a card in my shop, along with some gold bars. Please take them for now." Shangguan Qingxue countered, "If you wish to repay me, come find me yourself. I cannot simply take things from your shop." Zhang Chu understood that Shangguan Qingxue was a person of principle, and he did not press the matter further, only saying, "However, I will wait for you," she assured him. Zhang Chu still felt a twinge of concern. You have provided me with such a hefty sum. There won't be any trouble, will there? Shengguan, spending a little is of no consequence, as long as I can assist you. Soon, they ended the call. Although Shengguan Qingxue did not disclose the exact amount spent, Zhang Chu comprehended that he owed a significant favor. He was aware that purchasing merit was the least cost-effective method, for many were ingrates. They might outwardly express gratitude while inwardly resenting his generosity. They could even harbor jealousy, questioning why this fool possessed such wealth and why he could not part with a bit more. In such instances, offering money often yielded little genuine appreciation. Thus, Zhang Chu sighed inwardly. When I emerge from seclusion, I shall express my gratitude to Shengguan Qingxue properly. I owe her immensely. Had her actions been delayed, even slightly, the Star Tower would have fallen into another's possession. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Shengguan Qingxue rubbed her temples in distress. What a predicament, 60 million in the hole. I hope no one finds out. Otherwise, those competitors within the family will not let me off easily. In the wilderness, Zhang Chu resolved to first acquire the transformation from the first layer of the Star Tower. He turned to Huogua. Huogua, you are familiar with the terrain around here. Is there a suitable place for seclusion? Huogua tilted his head in thought before responding. Grandfather, I know of a spot with excellent surroundings, very tranquil, particularly ideal for... Oh no, I mean for cultivation. Follow me. With that, Huogua led the way into the depths of the mountains. Not long after, they arrived at a dense forest. Wisps of mist wafted from deep within, evoking an ethereal aura. At that moment, Huogua said, Grandfather, within this forest lies a small hot spring. You can cultivate there. Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. Ah, you are quite remarkable for finding such a secluded spot. Huogua chuckled. I have wandered for years. I know every good location within 30 miles. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Huogua's eyes. The first time I discovered this hot spring was with a little flower dog that adored me. I often took her along for baths. Those days were truly joyous. Zhang Chu regarded him with a peculiar expression, realizing that Huogua had a fondness for a canine companion in the wild. Curiously, he asked, Huogua, what about your sister? Huogua sighed. Alas, she was taken by dog thieves. I fear she has truly become a hot pot by now. Zhang Chu couldn't help but express sympathy. Now that is indeed a tragic love story. Before long, the pair entered the serene forest, and sure enough, they found the hot spring. It bore signs of having been carved out, with smooth stones surrounding it, and even steps leading down. Someone has been here before, Zhang Chu noted. Huogua reassured him. Do not worry, grandfather. No one comes here. I will guard you. With me around, nothing will approach. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. Very well. Soon, he shed his garments and stepped into the hot spring. The water was pleasantly warm and crystal clear, shrouded in mist, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Chu gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the Star Tower. Within the first layer of the Star Tower lay an ocean of spiritual energy, seemingly boundless and infinite. Zhang Chu could draw from this energy at will, and with a mere thought, he commanded, Come. In the next instant, a door at the bottom of the Star Tower in his consciousness slowly opened. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly flowing into Zhang Chu's limbs and meridians. Then in an instant, he felt an overwhelming coolness envelop him, as the spiritual energy fused swiftly with his physical form. At that moment, Zhang Chu sensed every pore in his body opening, an inexhaustible power surging forth. The union of spiritual energy and flesh imparted an unprecedented sense of euphoria, as if he were being reborn. This transformation was akin to the forging of bones and marrow, with countless impurities expelled and carried away by the swirling waters of the hot spring, that in their place arose a reconstruction of Zhang Chu's very being. At that moment, not only Zhang Chu, nourished by the spiritual energy, but even Huogua, guarding the shore, widened his eyes, unable to resist drawing in the ethereal energy emanating from Zhang Chu. Spiritual energy continuously flowed from the Star Tower, and Zhang Chu's body absorbed it as if it were parched earth yearning for rain. His physique grew increasingly formidable, even producing sounds akin to a phoenix's cry. 3 whole days passed, and Zhang Chu underwent a metamorphosis of unprecedented proportions. He stretched his body gently, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him, as if he could fell a tiger with a single blow. At that moment, all the spiritual energy that had flowed into his veins suddenly converged into Zhang Chu's Danton. In that instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, and a formidable aura erupted from his being. Dantian. In truth, Zhang Chu had previously trained in martial arts under the tutelage of the Witch Master, but ultimately abandoned it. The Witch Master had declared that in the current world, spiritual energy was non-existent. Without it, one could not cultivate a dantian, and no matter how diligently Zhang Chu practiced martial techniques, it was all in vain, and he could never embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, the witch master had guided Zhang Chu toward another path, instructing him in the arts of a Xianmin. And now, Zhang Chu had actually opened his dantian. With a dantian, ordinary experts in the mundane world would no longer pose a challenge to Zhang Chu. Chapter 61. The completion of Closed Door, training Zhang Chu emerged from his secluded meditation, his accomplishments remarkably evident that as he stepped onto the shore, his gaze stretched toward the horizon, and to his astonishment, he could discern a fly several hundred meters away with crystal clarity. Simultaneously, the fly's movements appeared to Zhang Chu as though they had slowed to a crawl. Of course, it was not that the fly had truly decelerated. Rather, Zhang Chu's reaction speed had accelerated to such an extent that the once normal world seemed to unfold at a languorous pace. At that moment, Zhang Chu's ears perked up, and he discerned the chirping of crickets from hundreds of meters away. His auditory faculties had evidently intensified several-fold. He even sensed a disturbance behind him. With a slight turn of his head, he caught sight of a small yellow snake hastily slithering away. Zhang Chu felt immense satisfaction, pondering, is this the benefit of having opened my dantian? My vision, hearing, and spiritual awareness have all undergone significant enhancement. It's as if I can perceive 6 directions and hear 8 sounds. He decided to test his newfound strength. Approaching a tree as thick as a barrel, he delivered a gentle punch. With a resounding crash, the tree shattered under his strike, its massive crown collapsing onto nearby foliage. Goodness, that was quite fierce, Zhang Chu exclaimed, taken aback by his own power. I must learn to control this strength. Otherwise, a mere joke could send someone to their demise. With that thought, Zhang Chu leapt lightly, soaring over 10 meters into the air. As he stretched his limbs, a profound sense of exhilaration coursed through him, akin to a bird that had just discovered the joy of flight, reveling in an overwhelming sense of freedom. Simultaneously, he sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian seemed imbued with a certain righteous aura. Should he encounter any malevolent spirits now, he could, without employing any mystical techniques or talismans. After familiarizing himself with his capabilities, Zhang Chu paused to reflect that he turned his attention inward toward the star tower, discovering that the first level of the 9-tiered structure was now completely illuminated. From the outside, it appeared as if countless stars surrounded the first level, exuding an air of profundity and brilliance. Yet, the sea of spiritual energy within the tower remained unchanged, as if providing Zhang Chu with an abundance of spiritual power, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. With this vast ocean, the extent of my cultivation is solely dependent on my efforts. The resources for spiritual energy will never run dry. Zhang Chu mused. Curiosity piqued, he pondered. Having opened my dantian on the first level, I wonder what the second level might bestow upon me. It seems related to the power of fortune. In that moment, Zhang Chu's spirit located the entrance to the second level. There stood a mysterious door, and with a gentle push, he could enter the next tier of the star tower. However, upon attempting to pass through, he discovered the door was as solid as iron, refusing to budge. Very well, it seems that in my current state, entering the second level is beyond my reach. I must gradually seek opportunities and fortify myself before I can hope to enter. Zhang Chu contemplated that he sensed that the blessings from the first level had reached their limit for now. I wonder how my master is faring. It has been eerily silent. Zhang Chu thought of his enigmatic master, Shang Xianyu. The star tower had been acquired for him by his master, and he had initially believed that by accumulating those mysterious symbols, he could glean information about her. Yet, she had merely left him with the knowledge of the star tower, without any updates regarding her own situation. That a sense of worry crept into Zhang Chu's heart. He had learned from his 8 companions. Yet, he now found himself unable to contact her. Master, you sent me to Furong Street to establish myself. You cannot go back on your word, he thought, feeling a tug of concern. Despite his newfound strength, which had multiplied exponentially, he still felt powerless regarding the affairs of Shangxian. Yue.it was akin to a child who had just learned to feed themselves, unable to partake in the matters of adults. He could only wait for Shangxianyu. Soon, Zhang Chu's gaze shifted to the hot pot, and he noticed that it seemed to have grown larger than before, its fur glistening with an oily sheen, resembling a robust young calf. Goodness, have you been on some sort of supplement? Zhang Chu exclaimed at the hot pot. The hot pot wagged its tail joyfully, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable. I've been by your side these past few days, and much spiritual energy has diffused. I've absorbed quite a bit that I now feel as though I could live another 50 years. I even sense that I might be able to cultivate immortality. Zhang Chu felt a stir within. This must be what they mean by one person attaining enlightenment, and even their pets ascend. He nodded approvingly. Very well, this counts as your blessing. Stick with me, and you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Are you hungry, grandfather? Look, I prepared food for you. The hot pot raised its chin, gesturing toward a nearby spot. Zhang Chu was taken aback to find that the hot pot had seemingly pilfered 5 or 6 portions of takeout and laid them out before him. "You foolish creature, no more stealing," Zhang Chu admonished. The hot pot looked somewhat aggrieved. "Grandfather, I was merely concerned you might go hungry, and I have no money. Besides, stolen food always tastes better than what you buy." "How can stolen food taste better than purchased?" Zhang Chu's expression darkened. It seemed he would need to impart some lessons on morality to the hot pot, as habitual thievery was unacceptable. At the feng shui shop, Zhang Chu returned with the hot pot. He checked to find his card, and the gold bars were all intact. Thus, he promptly reached out to contact Shang Xianyu. Before long, Shang Xianyu arrived, accompanied by Lin Siyu. Upon entering, Shang Xianyu exclaimed, "Oh, Zhang Chu, you seem quite different." Lin Siyu murmured, "I thought you had run off after taking advantage of our young lady, and I didn't expect you to dare return." Zhang Chu understood Lin Siyu's implication. Shang Xianyu had undoubtedly spent a considerable sum to assist him, that it was only natural for outsiders to assume he had fled after retreating for several days. Shang Xianyu's expression hardened. "Siyu, refrain from speaking out of turn." Lin Siyu quickly corrected herself. All right, I want to say anything." Then, turning to Zhang Chu, she warned in a stern tone. "Zhang Chu, you must not disappoint our young lady. These past few days, she has been constantly worried about you. Without seeing you, she couldn't eat or drink, and it has made me terribly anxious." Shang Xianyu interjected once more. "Siyu, be quiet." Lin Siyu promptly stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Zhang Chu recognized that Shang Xianyu's feelings for him ran deep. Yet this affection stemmed largely from a fragment of her soul that he had inadvertently drawn away. Now that he possessed the Star Tower and his own soul had achieved perfection, he could operate on a spiritual level. Thus, he resolved to retrieve that fragment of Shang Xianyu's soul and return it to her. "Qingxue, lean over. I'll enhance your abilities," Zhang Chu instructed. Shang Xianyu was immediately puzzled. Zhang Chu chuckled. "You'll find out once you come closer." Soon, Shang Xianyu approached, and they sat across from each other at a small table. "Lean over," Zhang Chu said. Though Shang Xianyu was skeptical, she trusted Zhang Chu enough to lower her head and extend it toward him. Zhang Chu placed his hand atop her head, and then a thought surged through him. Within the Star Tower, his spirit gently extended, and at his fingertip appeared a tiny glimmer, reminiscent of a firefly. This minute light represented the missing fragment of Shang Xianyu's soul. The Star Tower housed a wealth of soul essence, and Zhang Chu commanded it to surround this flickering light, nourishing it. In a short while, the fragment of Shang Xianyu's soul began to shimmer brightly, growing in strength. However, Zhang Chu soon halted the process that it wasn't out of stinginess, but rather a concern that if this soul essence were to be replenished too rapidly, it might overwhelm Shang Xianyu, leading to a fracturing of her psyche. Soon, this slightly amplified soul essence was gently guided into Shang Xianyu's body. Chapter 62. The gift from Shangguan Qingxue, wisp of divine soul returned to Shangguan Qingxue's body, causing her to tremble slightly. In that moment, she experienced an epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from her perception, revealing a world that appeared much clearer. She felt invigorated and at ease, as though she had been encased in an invisible, thick shell. She was now able to perceive and feel the authentic world around her. At this juncture, Shangguan Qingxue incredulously raised her head to Zhang Chu and asked, "What have you done to me?" Zhang Chu replied with a smile. "Did I not mention? I granted you a buff to help you avoid some foolishness in the future." In this instant, Shangguan Qingxue's spirit had fully returned to her own body, and the instinctual closeness she felt towards Zhang Chu dissipated. Zhang Chu did not require any inexplicable affection or love. At this moment, Shangguan Qingxue was liberated. Shangguan Qingxue's mental state was completely restored, even more vibrant than before. Her demeanor now exuded greater confidence and grace. However, her gaze toward Zhang Chu still bore the marks of admiration and affection. Even after Zhang Chu had returned that fragment of her soul, it seemed she was irreparably smitten with him. At this point, Zhang Chu brought up a previous matter. "By the way, how much did you spend to help me last time? Just give me a figure. I can handle it." Shangguan Qingxue smiled slightly, her confidence shining through as she said, "Money. Surely a considerable amount that I estimated would take selling you to repay it." With that, she leaned forward slightly, teasingly suggesting, "How about you offer yourself in return?" This. Zhang Chu was taken aback by Shangguan Qingxue's newfound confidence. The idea of offering himself in such a manner was not something he could entertain. He was well aware that Shangguan Qingxue was contemplating taking him as a son-in-law. There was no way Zhang Chu would consent to such a role. He had come to Furong Street to establish himself as the ancestor of the Shangguan family, and if he were to be taken as a son-in-law, his master, the sorceress, would undoubtedly obliterate him upon her arrival. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Chu chuckled nervously. "Hell, let's talk about this later." Shangguan Qingxue, with unwavering confidence, replied, All right, your shop is here, and there's no escaping your debts. I will be keeping track of the interest. She seemed transformed into a domineering CEO, gazing at Zhang Chu as if he were a cute little puppy. Lin Xiu, unable to bear the scene, shouted, "Miss Shangwan, you can't bully the dog." Shangwan Qingxue turned her head, frowning. "You're not a single dog. Don't you have two boyfriends?" Lin Xiu was immediately embarrassed, her toes digging into her shoes. Zhang Chu noticed, despite Shangwan Qingxue's ease, there was a hint of dimness on her face, indicating she was likely facing challenges in her career. However, she might have been afraid of alarming Zhang Chu, deliberately putting on a casual front to reassure him. Yet, Zhang Chu could not allow Shangwan Qingxue to shoulder everything alone, so he said to the hot pot, "Hot pot, let us bring out our money to give to Shangwan Qingxue. How much could you possibly have?" Shangwan Qingxue did not seem overly concerned. However, when the hot pot presented a box filled with gold bars and a card before Shangwan Qingxue, her eyelids flickered in surprise. What kind of card is this?" Zhang Chu interjected. "This card contains 5 million. Shangwan Qingxue was taken aback. "You have so much money?" Zhang Chu then nudged the small box in front of him. "Inside are 40 gold. You should know where they came from." Shangwan Qingxue's expression shifted again, and she nodded slightly. "Impressive." Meanwhile, Lin Xiu was busy calculating with a calculator and finally stated, 40 gold bars equate to 6 million, plus the 5 million in cash, that totals 6 million, and you still owe. Before Lin Xiu could finish, Lin Xiu promptly fell silent, clearly having been instructed not to mention money matters to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu understood Shangwan Qingxue's reasoning. She likely felt the expenses incurred were excessive and did not wish to burden him with too much pressure. Since she was reluctant to discuss it, Zhang Chu did not pry further. He would simply repay her double in due time. Her assistance in acquiring the Star Tower was invaluable. Zhang Chu was determined not to let Shangwan Qingxue suffer losses, for that would be utterly ungrateful. At this moment, Shangwan Qingxue stood up, taking Zhang Chu's card and the gold bars, and said, "By the way, you must be cautious in the coming days that I have noticed someone lurking near your shop. Is someone looking for trouble?" Zhang Chu's gaze turned icy. Shangwan Qingxue nodded slightly. "It should be someone from the Zhou family, that Zhou Chong fellow, who is not to be trifled with and is quite ruthless that if you feel it necessary, I can send a few bodyguards to accompany you." Zhang Chu acknowledged inwardly that Zhou Chong had likely begun to suspect him regarding Zhou Yunling's demise. However, if he wished to play rough, Zhang Chu had just obtained the Star Tower's power and was eager to test his abilities, that if they dared to make a move, he would gladly oblige. With a slight smile, Zhang Chu reassured her, "Do not worry. A mere Zhou Chong poses no threat to me." Shangwan Qingxue then stood up. "All right, I shall take my leave. Take care." After which, her gaze flitted back to the spot she had just occupied before she turned to leave. Zhang Chu followed her gaze and discovered a thick paper package resting where she had sat, resembling the thickness of a book. Curious, Zhang Chu pondered if she had gifted him something. After seeing her off, he approached and opened the package. Inside, he found a handgun, several dozen bullets, and about 20 slender, throwing daggers. Zhang Chu couldn't help but smile. She really does care about me, he mused. He then secured the gun for safekeeping. Although, given his current strength, he rarely needed a firearm, he found the throwing daggers quite appealing. I might as well use these daggers as my personal weapons from now on, Zhang Chu thought to himself. Chapter 63. The assassin of Zhou Chong on Furong Street. Shangwan Qingxue and Lin Xiu had already ventured far away. This moment. Lin Xiu murmured softly, "Miss, why don't you just tell him the amount?" With such a huge loophole, not informing him, "I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts." Shangwan Qingxue replied in a hushed tone, "The sum is too vast. If I disclose that figure, what if it frightens him? Is he such a big person that he fears being scared?" Lin Xiu retorted dismissively. Shangwan Qingxue sighed, "It is a staggering 60 million. Many people wouldn't even dare to imagine such a number in their lifetime. Moreover, this money is something I decided to spend on my own accord. I will bear the burden myself." Lin Xiu countered, "With such a significant deficit, how do you plan to cover it? If this matter comes to light, it could spell trouble. Given the nature of our family's competitors, once they catch wind of this, they will surely concoct a charge of occupational crime against us, aiming to imprison the young lady." Shangwan Qingxue cautioned, "Therefore, this matter must remain confidential. Do you understand?" Lin Xiu pouted, "Confidentiality aside, you shouldn't keep Zhang Chu in the dark." Shangwan Qingxue replied, "The fewer individuals privy to this information, the lower the risk of a leak. I must ponder how to bridge this gap." Lin Xiu remained displeased, "But Zhang Chu isn't even your boyfriend. If he were willing to acknowledge you as his girlfriend and agree to marry into your family, I would understand you going to great lengths for it. Yet, just look at him. It's clear he has no intention of marrying in." Shangwan Qingxue retorted, pinching Lin Xiu's nose. "What marrying in nonsense are you spouting? You're sounding just like my mother. But enough. Let us go." The voices of Shangwan Qingxue and Lin Xiu faded into the distance. However, Zhang Chu's hearing extended far beyond that of an ordinary person. Although they had moved quite far away, he At this moment, Zhang Chu was taken aback. The final talisman demanded a staggering 60 million. For Zhang Chu at this point, that figure was indeed daunting. Yet he was not entirely unprepared. Gu Nai had warned him that spending would yield terrifying numbers. Fortunately, despite the expenditure, Zhang Chu had garnered some returns. Reflecting on the other 8 competitors, he mused that they might have squandered untold sums only to end up with nothing but illusions. Were they not the more unfortunate ones? At this juncture, Zhang Chu began to worry for Shangguan Qingxue. From their conversation, it appeared that if this money could not be repaid and the situation escalated, Shangguan Qingxue might find herself in grave trouble. No, I cannot allow Shangguan Qingxue to suffer for my mistakes. Zhang Chu thought resolutely to make money. Even after deducting my 660,000, I still need over 54 million, he then contemplated. For a geomancer to earn a profit, it's quite simple really. If only I could encounter more affluent individuals like Jean Louis, and fortuitously, they face some pressing issues, but then he was struck by a headache. The problem is, where on earth am I supposed to find someone as wealthy as Jean Louis? At this moment, Zhang Chu found himself devoid of ideas. Compelled to remain in the shop, awaiting patrons, that it must be noted that Zhang Chu's reputation had indeed begun to blossom. Not long after opening his small shop, individuals arrived seeking his divination services. However, they were merely ordinary folks with mundane inquiries, questions about love or future prospects, none of which captured his attention significantly. Although he earned a few thousand in the afternoon, the thought of that immense deficit diminished the allure of such earnings. Thus, the day passed, and as night fell, Zhang Chu returned to his residence with hot pot in hand. When he and his dog traversed a narrow alley, the surroundings suddenly took on a sinister air. The dimly lit street fell into an uncanny silence, void of any footsteps. Even the streetlights, a cold breeze swept through, and a strange hoot from an owl echoed in the night sky. Zhang Chu and the hot pot halted, gazing up at the pitch-black heavens. "Grandpa, something feels off," the hot pot exclaimed. In that moment, its fur bristled, sensing an imminent danger. Zhang Chu remained silent, fixated on the end of the street. Just then, a group of over a dozen men clad in black, wielding machetes emerged, blocking their path. Seeing this, the hot pot swiftly turned to flee, feigning an intent to escape. Yet the next moment, it blurted, "Oh no, Grandpa, we're surrounded." Behind them, another 10 or so figures in black appeared, brandishing long machetes, resembling the black-clad men Zhang Chu had encountered with Zhou Yunling. The leader of these black-clad figures was a woman, clad in a tight black outfit, her figure alluring, with 2 voluminous ponytails cascading down her back, adorned with wrist guards. She resembled a powerful and seductive little leopard. However, her face was obscured by a black cloth, rendering her true features unrecognizable. At this moment, the woman with wrist guards and her entourage slowly advanced toward Zhang Chu. When they were approximately 30 meters away, the group halted, encircling Zhang Chu and the hot pot in the center. The hot pot, feeling intimidated, whispered, "Grandpa, I'll speak up to startle them, and then we'll seize the chance to escape. That I'll charge ahead, and you can cover my retreat." Zhang Chu chuckled softly, replying, "With this bunch, they aren't even enough to fill my teeth. There's no need to run." The hot pot quickly added, "Then I'll cheer for you later," chanting 6,660. At that moment, the leader, the woman with wrist guards, inquired, "Are you Zhang Chu?" Zhang Chu did not respond but retorted, "Are you from Zhoucheng?" The woman laughed. "It seems you are indeed Zhang Chu." Zhang Chu recognized the significance of this encounter. Shangguan Qingxue's intel was accurate, and Zhoucheng was indeed preparing to strike. Moreover, they came wielding lethal intent, with over 20 skilled fighters. Had Zhang Chu not acquired the Star Tower and undergone significant enhancements, he might have found himself in peril. However, Zhang Chu knew these adversaries were still insufficient to at this moment. He surveyed the black-clad figures, coldly stating, "Zhoucheng underestimates me. Is this the best they can send?" The woman with wrist guards sneered, "Boy, don't think that just because you possess a smattering of skills, you can turn the tide. Today, I will show you what true ruthlessness entails." With that, she produced 2 short, rusty daggers, their blades stained with a sinister hue. Following her command, she shouted, "Kill them." As her words echoed, the black-clad figures sprang into action. Some charged forward, others formed flanking positions for protection, while a few spread out slightly, seemingly to prevent Zhang Chu and the hot pot from escaping. The woman with wrist guards merely assumed an offensive posture, refraining from Zhang Chu smirked, recognizing their training and slight coordination. However, no matter the level of coordination, it became a farce in the face of overwhelming power that in that instant, Zhang Chu also moved, accelerating and charging straight ahead. Chapter 64. Visiting Zhoucheng. Zhang Chu's movements were remarkably swift. Before the foremost figure clad in black could fully comprehend Zhang Chu's approach, he found himself confronted by Zhang Chu, who had already closed the distance. The man hastily raised his machete, attempting to strike Zhang Chu. However, Zhang Chu's fist, akin to a bolt of lightning, collided with his chest. With a resounding thud, the man was violently propelled backward. The 3 black-clad individuals trailing behind him were also sent flying several meters away. With a heavy thump, The trio crashed to the ground, sliding for at least a dozen meters before coming to a halt, incapacitated. A closer inspection revealed that the unfortunate recipient of Zhang Chu's punch had his chest utterly caved in, even displaying a horrifying arc on his back. At this moment, a collective gasp escaped the lips of those present, their scalps prickling with dread. What kind of force could possibly yield such an effect? All the black-clad figures were momentarily paralyzed with fear, many of them halting in their tracks, their legs trembling. Particularly, the woman with the wrist guards, despite her face being obscured, exhibited a pallor and trembling teeth. It dawned on everyone that they had provoked an entity far beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, the woman with the wrist guard shouted, "Do not be afraid. Charge at him and kill him. If you perish, the Zhou family will care for your children, and your wives will be looked after." As she spoke, she discreetly began to retreat, preparing for a hasty escape. Some of the black-clad individuals, upon hearing her words, gritted their teeth and surged towards Zhang Chu. However, others turned on their heels, unwilling to sacrifice their lives. Yet who could dare to impede the king of hell and expect to come and go at will? In that instant, Zhang Chu resembled a tiger among sheep, plunging into the throng of black-clad figures. Seeing Zhang Chu hurtling towards them, the black-clad men hastily swung their blades in retaliation, but the disparity in skill was glaringly evident. To Zhang Chu, these individuals appeared as if they were moving in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, Zhang Chu's strength rendered these middle-aged men as fragile as paper that a punch to the chest caused a deep indentation. A strike to the neck resulted in a clean break, and those unfortunate enough to be struck on the head suffered catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Zhang Chu appeared as a monstrous entity, leaving a path of carnage in his wake. That in the blink of an eye, the street transformed into a hellish scene, with all the advancing black-clad figures lying bloodied and mangled on the ground after a single exchange. Some, stricken with terror, turned to flee. Suddenly, a few leaf-shaped darts materialized in Zhang Chu's hand, which he launched into the in the night sky. Shadows flickered, and all the fleeing black-clad figures froze in place, each sporting a bloodied hole in their foreheads. The darts had penetrated their skulls from behind. With a thud, nearly all the black-clad men collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Silence for good, and of course, a few self-proclaimed clever individuals feigned death, lying flat on the ground. Yet, to Zhang Chu, they resembled ostriches burying their heads in the sand, and he would not let them escape unscathed. He approached them directly and crushed their chests beneath his foot. In the end, only the woman with the wrist guards remained. She stood there in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Zhang Chu, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible! How could this be happening?" Zhang Chu approached her, gazing at the voluptuous yet trembling woman, a cold glint in his eyes. At that moment, the woman clutched a dark red dagger, retreating step by step. Fear was on the verge of shattering her mental defenses. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the woman could... With a shriek, she lunged at Zhang Chu, her dark red daggers aimed at him. That was far too slow. To Zhang Chu, she was merely a toy. He effortlessly struck her shoulder with a punch, causing half of her shoulder to cave in and shatter. "Ah!" she screamed in agony. In the next instant, Zhang Chu seized her other wrist and, applying a slight force, snapped it with a crack. "Please no!" she cried out, the two dark red daggers clattering to the ground. Zhang Chu reached out with one hand, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground. With a single motion, he could extinguish her life. "Cough, cough. Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me," she stammered in desperation. Zhang Chu replied coldly, "Where is Zhou Chong?" With great difficulty, she managed to utter, "I am from the Zhou family. Please don't kill me. If you kill me, the Zhou family will." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Chu delivered a resounding slap across her face, causing not only her veil to fall away but also a mouthful of teeth to be dislodged. At that moment, Zhang Chu coldly stated, "I am not interested in your identity. I merely wish to know where Zhou Chong is." Zhang Chu understood that since Zhou Chong had mobilized such a significant force, he must have prepared a celebratory banquet somewhere nearby. The woman hastily replied, "Honyun Building, 6th floor." Without hesitation, Zhang Chu snapped her neck and discarded her lifeless body onto the ground. He held no interest in who she was. The long street fell utterly silent. At this moment, Zhang Chu let out a cold laugh. "I was just pondering where I could earn some money, and now it has come knocking at my door." Huigu, tilting his head, remarked, "Grandpa, you are truly formidable. Shall we set a trap and wait for them to come to us?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "Fool, why wait for them to come? If they dare provoke me, shouldn't I seek an explanation? The sorceress master once said that only cowards would strike the lesser and wait for the greater to arrive. Those of us who are unyielding strike the lesser and then directly confront their hidden masters, taking them all down. Oh no, I mean visiting them to discuss matters." At this moment, Zhang Chu snorted, "Let us go, Huigu, to Honyun Building." The Honyun Building, 6th floor, housed a spacious private room. 4 large tables were laden with dishes, steam wafting from the hot soup. Zhou Chong lounged comfortably on the sofa, a half-filled glass of red wine in hand. Flanking him were two tidy-looking young men, one on each side, attending to him with leg massages. Indeed, Zhou Chong had a preference for men. There was not a single woman in the entire room. Presently, Zhou Chong lifted his wrist to check his watch and then remarked, "It has been 17 minutes. By now, the task should be complete, right?" One of the boys massaging Zhou Chong's legs quickly replied, "He must have been dismembered into 8 pieces by now. Sister Yin is always efficient." Another boy, in a coy tone, chimed in, "Young master, he is merely a fortune teller. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? A few random people could easily take him out without requiring Sister Yin to lead so many." Zhou Chong affectionately stroked the boy's ear, softly explaining, "Precisely because Zhang Chu is a fortune teller, we must act decisively. Otherwise, if he manages to escape and secretly employs some underhanded tricks against me, it could become quite troublesome." Though the soundproofing of the private room was commendable, Zhang Chu's hearing was even more acute. As soon as he entered the establishment, he clearly overheard the conversation within the room. Chapter 65. Bargaining for life. Zhang Chu had just arrived outside the hotel room at that moment. Zhou Chong appeared somewhat displeased. Glancing at his watch, he remarked, "It has been 18 minutes. Yin is rather slow this time. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to that pretty boy?" No sooner had he spoken than the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. With a resounding crash, the door flew towards Zhou Chong, catching several bodyguards nearby off guard. The door slammed directly into Zhou Chong and the 2 men massaging his legs. "What on earth?" Zhou Chong exclaimed in shock. Zhang Chu, wearing a broad smile, appeared at the threshold. This moment, Zhou Chong's bodyguards finally regained their senses, and 2 of them instinctively reached into their jackets where they concealed firearms. However, in the next instant, Zhang Chu flicked his wrist, releasing a flurry of leaf-shaped darts that pierced through the wrists of the 2 bodyguards. Their faces turned pale, and though they refrained from crying out in pain, they found it exceedingly difficult to wield their weapons. At that juncture, Zhou Chong forcefully pushed the door away and stood up abruptly. Upon seeing Zhang Chu, his complexion drained of color. "You!" Though injured, the 2 bodyguards, undeterred by fear, charged towards Zhang Chu. Yet, Zhou Chong suddenly shouted, "Stop, do not move!" Instantly, the entire room fell silent, with all the bodyguards freezing in place. Zhang Chu crossed his arms and regarded Zhou Chong with an amused expression. Zhou Chong was a man who exuded a rather effeminate demeanor, radiating a chilling aura akin to that of a venomous snake, that a mere glance from Zhang Chu revealed the malice lurking within him. He was undoubtedly a nefarious character. However, Zhang Chu perceived no threat from Zhou Chong, that a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Zhou Chong's forehead, and he felt a chill coursing through him. He realized that the men he had dispatched were now dead. Yet, rather swiftly, Zhou Chong drew in a deep breath and managed to force a smile. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, how rude of me not to have welcomed you properly. Please take a seat." He then bellowed, "Bring tea. The finest tea. How can we not treat Mr. Zhang with the utmost respect?" A servant hurriedly bowed and exited the room. Zhang Chu made no attempt to intervene. After all, he had not come to kill Zhou Chong. Rather, he was in dire need of funds to cover the shortfall involving Shengguan Qingxue. Thus, a negotiation was imperative, and the outcome would hinge on Zhou Chong's sincerity. As the bodyguards cleared the room, Zhang Chu took a seat at the head of the table, while Zhou Chong, cautious and slightly hunched, stood before him. Zhou Chong began, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Zhang, but I have yet to have the pleasure of meeting you." Zhang Chu, uninterested in feigned pleasantries, raised his hand dismissively. "Spare me the niceties. Your family attempted to kill me in the dead of night, and now those men are dead. What do you propose we do about it?" Zhou Chong hurriedly responded, "Mr. Zhang, a misunderstanding. It was all a terrible mistake. I have always held you in high regard." Zhang Chu's gaze turned icy as he stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Chong's face. With a staggering backward motion, Zhou Chong stumbled 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling from his mouth as several teeth were knocked loose. "You!" Zhou Chong's anger surged within him, "that I approached you with the... Do you not believe I would kneel before you in apology?" However, with the situation as it stood, Zhou Chong, despite his fury, had to swallow his pride. Zhang Chu reiterated, "I despise beating around the bush. You sent men to kill me, which has left me quite displeased. Now, tell me, what shall we do about it?" Zhou Chong, fully aware of his precarious situation, covered his face and said, "I apologize. That lacks sincerity." Zhou Chong, appearing resolute, suddenly fell to his knees before Zhang Chu, bowing his head and proclaiming, "I, Zhou Chong, have failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you, Mr. Zhang, that I am blind. I deserve punishment, that I implore you. Please forgive me." Following this, Zhou Chong began to slap his own face, the sound echoing sharply in the room. The surrounding bodyguards watched in stunned disbelief. This was the same Zhou Chong who had once commanded respect among his peers, now reduced to the semblance of a dog. Zhang Chu chuckled coldly. It seemed this man was indeed capable of both submission and dominance, revealing a hint of a tyrant spirit. Yet the act of self-flagellation held no significance for Zhang Chu. What he sought was financial restitution. With a smile, Zhang Chu remarked, Zhou Chong, we are all adults here. Let us be pragmatic in our dealings. Apologies, whether verbal, self-punitive, or in the form of kneel. For instance, if you were to present me with some money, perhaps I would find it in my heart to forgive you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong's eyes widened in realization. The crux of the matter was indeed monetary. He exhaled a sigh of relief, understanding that a financial solution rendered the issue manageable. He quickly stated, Yes, indeed, to demonstrate my sincere regret. I am willing to sponsor Mr. Zhang's feng shui business. As he spoke, Zhou Chong produced a card, reverently placing it on Zhang Chu's table. Mr. Zhang, here are 2 million. Please accept it. 2 million. Zhang Chu frowned in discontent. Chengguan Qingshue's shortfall amounted to over 50 million. 2 million was merely a drop in the bucket to AT that moment. Zhang Chu squeezed the corner of the marble coffee table, and in the next instant, that corner crumbled beneath his grip. Feigning surprise, Zhang Chu exclaimed, Oh dear, the hotel's decor is rather shoddy, isn't it? What sort of material is this? It truly lacks durability. As he spoke, he casually crushed the marble in his hand, reducing it to powder. Witnessing this display, everyone in the room was struck with terror, holding their breath in fear. Zhou Chong realized at once that Zhang Chu was displeased with the amount. Deeply displeased, he hastily declared, Mr. Zhang, this 2 million is merely a token of goodwill. I intend to add another 5 million. At this point, Zhou Chong felt a pang of pain. 7 million would nearly deplete his personal savings. Although he was the heir to a prominent family, the funds of the family and his personal wealth were not synonymous. This figure was already pushing the limits of what he could afford. Yet, Zhang Chu remained unsatisfied. 7 million. That was still insufficient. Determined to maximize his gains from this opportunity, Zhang Chu said, 7 million? Little Zhou, is your life worth merely 7 million? Or do you think me a simpleton who can be easily placated? Zhou Chong's face fell in despair. Master Zhang, 7 million is all I possess. I truly cannot produce more. Zhang Chu chuckled mockingly. Cannot produce more. Who do you think you are fooling? People like you with wealth to spare casually spend hundreds of thousands on a mere kidney transplant. And when marrying off a daughter, the dowry can easily exceed 10 million. 7 million for your life. It seems you truly do not value your existence. In that moment, an air of lethal intent emanated from Zhang Chu. Attempt to deceive me? Not a chance. Chapter 66. Zhou family. Song Wenwen and Zhou Chong felt the murderous intent radiating from Zhang Chu, and he was instantly frightened, his heart racing to his throat. In that moment, Zhou Chong hurriedly bowed his head to Zhang Chu and explained, Master Zhang, please spare me. The current market economy is dire, and I truly cannot produce such a large sum of cash. How about this? I'll give you 10 million. 10 million. How does that sound? Zhang Chu frowned, sensing that Zhou Chong had indeed reached a certain limit. However, he could not comprehend why Chengguan Qingxue could effortlessly mobilize 60 million for him. Was he really that stingy? If it weren't for his pressing need for money, Zhang Chu would have relished the thought of slapping Zhou Chong to death. In that moment, Zhang Chu steeled himself and declared, 15 million. If you fall short by even a penny, I will send you to your demise. Zhou Chong lowered his head, gritting his teeth before finally saying, Could you extend the deadline by a few days? Zhang Chu slammed his hand on the table. Shall I keep your head here for a few days instead? With a loud thud, a handprint appeared on the marble tabletop. Zhou Chong's scalp tingled, and he quickly replied, Fine, 15 million it is. I will raise the funds immediately. Upon hearing Zhou Chong's agreement, Zhang Chu's face broke into a broad smile, but he quickly stood up and moved to assist Zhou Chong, who was kneeling on the ground. With a look of reproach and concern, Zhang Chu said, Look at you. What are you doing? It's not even the new year. Why are you kneeling? Get up. As he spoke, Zhang Chu gently brushed off the dust from Zhou Chong's clothing, wearing an expression akin to that of someone caring for a simpleton. However, Zhou Chong was trembling with fear, merely picking up his phone to gather funds, that he was uncertain of Zhang Chu's temperament and feared saying the wrong thing and offending him. Yet, Zhang Chu was in high spirits and found Zhou Chong increasingly agreeable. After all, being able to come up with 15 million made Zhou Chong quite valuable at this moment. Zhang Chu supported Zhou Chong, saying, Come, since you are providing the funds, you are the principal party. Take the seat. He then guided Zhou Chong back to his original position, as if worried that Zhou Chong might contemplate self-harm in despair. Zhou Chong, trembling, began making calls, seeking to raise the necessary funds. Sister Shi, my boyfriend is pregnant. Could you lend me $1 million for some nutritional support? Yes, this child must be born no matter what. Mom, I know about you and Uncle Chun. I even have it on video. This isn't your fault. It's all my father's doing. Could you give me $1 million? I will delete that footage. Aunt, I will handle your affairs with my father, but I need 2 million to smooth things over. Uncle, I have secured the cancer vaccine you wanted. It costs 2 million and guarantees no cancer for 20 years. What if something happens? They said if I get cancer within 20 years, they will refund the entire amount. Zhang Chu watched in astonishment. He had to admit, wealthy individuals indeed had extensive networks that in just a few minutes, Zhou Chong had managed to. Oh no, borrowed several million. Impressive, Zhang Chu thought to himself. No wonder Zhou Chong could become a leader among the younger generation of the Zhou family. His money-raising tactics were truly remarkable. Before long, Zhou Chong had raised a significant amount of money, and with the cash flow he could control, he transferred it directly to Zhang Chu's card. 15 million received. Zhang Chu was overjoyed. He had been agonizing over where to obtain money that afternoon, yet he had not anticipated Zhou Chong would be so obedient, bringing the money right to him. At that moment, Zhang Chu affectionately ruffled Zhou Chong's hair, saying, "Good boy, may our cooperation be pleasant." With that, Zhang Chu turned to leave as he saw Zhang Chu's departing figure. The menace had finally left, having nearly frightened him to death. However, just as Zhang Chu reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned back. In that instant, Zhou Chong's heart leaped into his throat. Would he turn back to kill him after receiving the money? Yet, Zhang Chu merely flashed a smile. Zhou Chong forced a smile that was more painful than tears, asking, "Brother, is there anything else?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "Shouldn't you say, welcome to visit again?" Zhou Chong was taken aback. Was there really going to be a next time? And with that, Zhang Chu departed. Inside the room, Zhou Chong's bodyguards and attendants were so terrified that they did not dare to utter a single word, the silence palpable and eerie. After an indeterminate time, Zhou Chong finally sensed it was safe that he collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, relieved to have survived. At that moment, Zhou Chong felt a warmth in his trousers. Looking down, he realized he had wet himself. Zhang Chu's final glance had genuinely scared him to the point of losing control. Meanwhile, everyone in the room also realized they were safe. One boy who was massaging Zhou Chong's legs suddenly asked defiantly, "Brother Chong, are we just going to let this go?" Zhou Chong, furious, slapped the boy across the face. "What else can we do? I would love to kill him. Can you do it? Why don't you go and kill him?" The boy, clutching his face, looked aggrieved, but he doesn't even like men. If he did, I could use beauty to win him over. Yep. At this point, Zhou Chong was utterly terrified. He never wanted to face Zhang Chu again. The feeling of being on the brink of death was something he never wished to experience again. Just then, a sultry woman's laughter echoed from the entrance. "He, Chong Chong, who bullied you? Why are your pants all wet?" Upon hearing that voice, Zhou Chong leapt to his feet, his face brimming with joy. "Sister Wenwen." In the Zhou family, there was only one person who called Zhou Chong Chong Chong, and that was Song Wenwen. Song Wenwen was special. She was not a member of the Zhou family, but a distant relative. It was said that when she was born, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A swarm of bats circled above her home, obscuring the moonlight, and only dissipated 2 hours after her birth. Some claimed this phenomenon, known as flying mouse swallowing the moon, was an ominous sign, and anyone who got too close to the child would surely encounter misfortune. Indeed, 3 months after her birth, a fire broke out in her home, claiming the lives of her grandparents. When she was 3, her parents took her on a trip, but they met with a car accident that resulted in their immediate deaths. Curiously, Song Wenwen emerged unscathed. Becoming an orphan, Song Wenwen was taken in by Zhou Chong's family, as Zhou Chong's mother was her relative. However, the Zhou family was not fond of this girl who seemed to carry bad luck. No one wanted to play with her. It was only after Zhou Chong was born that Song Wenwen found a companion, and she enjoyed calling him Chong Chong. When Song Wenwen was 7, a mysterious nun visited the Zhou family and claimed a connection with her, taking Song Wenwen away. From then on, she returned only once every 2 to 3 years. Song Wenwen grew increasingly enigmatic in Zhou Chong's eyes at times. He even felt that his sister belonged to a different realm entirely, possessing celestial abilities that were unfathomable. Chapter 67. Song Wenwen's Revenge Plan. Although Song Wenwen has become increasingly enigmatic, her relationship with Zhou Chong has remained exceptionally close, as she has always regarded him as her younger brother. In truth, Zhou Chong's ability to firmly control the younger generation of the Zhou family over the years owes much to Song Wenwen's unwavering support. For instance, the painting, he possesses numerous such tokens. However, Song Wenwen does not frequently reside at the Zhou household, and her elusive nature makes it challenging for others to reach out to her. Thus, Zhou Chong was utterly delighted to see her sudden appearance. "Sister, what brings you back?" he exclaimed. With a subtle smile, Song Wenwen replied, "My master has indicated that my proficiency in metaphysics has reached a certain plateau. Remaining by her side would only squander my time, so she has urged me to venture into the mortal realm for some practical experience. I wasn't certain where to go, so I decided to return and check on you," she continued. Immediately, she addressed the other bodyguards and attendants, saying, "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Chong Chong." Before long, the room contained only Song Wenwen and Zhou Chong. Naturally, Song Wenwen could not bear to see Zhou Chong aggrieved, so she inquired about what had transpired. Zhou Cheng recounted the incidents involving Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, Song Wenwen's expression darkened. What a despicable fellow. Is he merely skilled in fortune-telling? How dare he lay hands on you? His days are numbered. At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Song Wenwen's eyes. However, Zhou Cheng hastily interjected, Sister, please do not confront him directly. That person is extraordinarily formidable. Song Wenwen paused slightly though, just a martial artist with some knowledge of feng shui. Zhou Cheng rapidly shook his head. He is not just any martial artist. Look, he had this stone, and with a mere flick of his hand, it turned to dust. He is too powerful. I even suspect that armed with guns, we might not stand a chance against him. Song Wenwen cast a glance at the stone dust on the floor, her expression shifting dramatically. The prowess displayed was indeed alarming. She felt certain that even her master could not possess such skill. How is this possible? Song Wenwen gasped, that I end this world. Spiritual energy is scarce and nearly non-existent. An ordinary person cannot reach such a level solely through physical means. Zhou Cheng sighed, Sister. Let it go. We cannot afford to provoke this individual. Yet, Song Wenwen suddenly chuckled. Do not worry. Those of the metaphysical sect need not confront him directly to take his life. She then pondered. For today, we shall let him be. Tomorrow, I will send someone to his residence to collect some of his fallen hair, skin flakes. Let us see how I shall end him. But the night passed without incident. The following day, Zhang Chu left his abode with hot pot in hand, heading towards Furong Street to urgently deliver 15 million to Shangguan Qingxue. Not long after Zhang Chu departed, a small thug with dyed red hair arrived at his doorstep. Chewing gum nonchalantly, the young delinquent pulled out a thin wire and, with a snap, opened the door to Zhang Chu's residence. Hey, just a few pieces of clothing and some hair can net me 80 bucks. This is too easy, the red-haired youth thought to himself. Shortly thereafter, he handed over some of Zhang Chu's clothes and hair to a mysterious figure. Within the Zhou family, in a secret chamber, Song Wenwen sat cross-legged before a scarecrow dressed in one of Zhang Chu's garments, with a photograph of him hanging from its head. The scarecrow's feet were pierced with steel needles, some even stained with dark red blood. Beneath the scarecrow lay various poisonous creatures such as centipedes, toads, and scorpions that ate that moment. Song Wenwen, gazing intently at the scarecrow, declared coldly, Zhang Chu, your life shall be forfeit within 3 days. She began to perform a ritual before the effigy. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chu, a plot against him was already underway that, of course, even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned, for most curses directly target the soul. Presently, his spirit resided within the Star Tower. Attempting to use such sorcery against him, they would first have to contend with the Star Tower. At the feng shui shop, Zhang Chu glanced at the time. It was already 8:30 in the morning that he had performed 2 divinations, earning 600 yuan, yet Shangguan Qingxue and Lin Xiyu had yet to arrive. Puzzled, Zhang Chu thought, aren't these two fond of coming here to use my Wi-Fi? Why haven't they shown up today? With that in mind, Zhang Chu decided to call Shangguan Qingxue, urging her to come and retrieve the 15 million swiftly. To his surprise, it was not Shangguan Qingxue who answered, but her secretary, Lin Xiyu. Where is Shangguan Qingxue? Zhang Chu inquired. Lin Xiyu's tone was frantic. Zhang Chu, we're in trouble. Please hurry, my lady has gone to borrow money from Jinwei. Borrow money. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Xiyu spoke rapidly. Last time, in order to help you, she used some funds she shouldn't have touched. Now, there is a shortfall, and it needs to be replenished quickly. If it isn't resolved, it could lead to a major crisis. And if it blows up, my lady will face significant trouble that I know it may be difficult for you to grasp the details. But my lady has been borrowing money for half an hour, and still hasn't returned. I am frantic. Zhang Chu immediately questioned, what is the rush about borrowing money? If she can't get it, then she shouldn't. Let her come to me, and I'll give her the funds. Lin Xiyu responded, it's not that simple. My lady wants to borrow money from Jinwei, but he is not a good person, that he once pursued my lady, but she rejected him. I fear that now, when my lady is in trouble, he will leverage this incident against her. Zhang Chu's expression turned peculiar. Then why is Shangguan Qingxue's phone in your hands? Lin Xiyu explained, Jinwei's company has a rule. Anyone wishing to borrow money must enter his premises without a mobile phone. Then, Lin Xiyu urged, you must think of a solution quickly. I have a bad feeling about my lady's situation. Realizing that Shangguan Qingxue might indeed be in danger, Zhang Chu swiftly replied, all right, give me the address. I'm on my way. Bayan Tower, the headquarters of a local bank and also Jinwei's lending company, which are both part of the Jin family's enterprises at this moment. On the 8th floor of Bayan Tower, in a spacious hall, Shangguan Qingxue sat somewhat apprehensively across from Jinwei. Jinwei, 36 years of age, was not particularly tall but appeared robust. With a face full of excess flesh, he twirled a string of dark beads in his hand, while an elegantly fragrant incense burned on the table. With a smile, Jinwei looked at Shangguan Qingxue. 1 million. Why borrow such a paltry sum? As far as I know, your Furong Street generates daily revenues in the hundreds of thousands, correct? Shangguan Qingxue maintained a composed demeanor. The company is facing some minor cash flow issues and requires urgent funds that Jinling scrutinized her from head to toe. Truthfully, 1 million was a trivial matter for individuals of their stature. However, the more trivial it seemed, the more sensitive Jinling became to potential underlying problems. At this moment, Jinling inquired, Xiaoxue, is it possible that there are discrepancies in your company's accounts? I know your character. You would never seek me out for a loan unless absolutely necessary. Shangguan Qingxue sighed inwardly, knowing she could not deceive this scoundrel. Chapter 68. Shangguan Qingxue seeks financial assistance. Shangguan Qingxue, wishing to conceal her true circumstances. Thus, she spoke ambiguously. I have indeed encountered a minor issue, but rest assured, I shall rectify it promptly. That if you lend me the money, I assure you, I will not shortchange you on the interest. Jinling chuckled, rising from his seat to position himself behind her. He suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and leaned in, inhaling deeply near her ear. Startled, Shangguan Qingxue quickly stood, brushing his hand away, her expression one of wariness. What are you doing? With a grin, Jinling replied, Xiaoxue, why are you being so defensive? Borrowing money from Wei Ge and still discussing interest? Come, let us have a heart-to-heart, and you can explain your situation. It's merely 10 million. Consider it a gift from Wei Ge. As he spoke, Jinling again rested his hand on her shoulder, adopting a demeanor of familiarity. Shangguan Qingxue maintained a stern expression, once more removing his hand. Jinling, I came to discuss business. You seek a loan, I provide lending. Business is business. You dictate the interest, and whether you borrow or not, I expect a decisive answer. No more games. Jinling laughed. Xiaoxue, my brother recently opened an oyster grill restaurant, and the food is quite good. Would you like to join me for a taste? I have no time. Her dismissive attitude irked Jinling, and his expression turned cold. Shangguan Qingxue, if I am not mistaken, you are rather anxious for 10 million. Are you not? Silence enveloped Shangguan Qingxue. Jinling continued, very well. If you wish to conduct business, I can oblige. 10 million. Is it? Bring forth your collateral and guarantees, and I shall lend to you. Shangguan Qingxue retrieved a document from her bag. Here is 10% of my knitting company's shares. Jinling shook his head dismissively. You are already borrowing from me, which indicates your company is lacking cash flow and may even collapse at any moment. The shares hold little value. What type of collateral do you desire? Shangguan Qingxue inquired. Jinling smirked. What do you possess? The property on Furong Street is valuable. Can you present that? Shangguan Qingxue's countenance stiffened. Though she had developed Furong Street, all ownership belonged to the Shangguan family. The very reason she sought a loan was to avoid revealing her financial distress, that if she could utilize the Shangguan family's assets, why would she need to borrow privately? In aiding Zhang Chu, she had already exhausted her personal savings. She truly had no tangible collateral. Recognizing her predicament, Jinling laughed. Ah, Xiaoxue, I am quite reasonable. Since you lack tangible collateral, you may offer your reputation as security. Reputation? What do you mean? Shangguan Qingxue furrowed her brow, regarding him with suspicion. Jinling grinned. My dear Miss Shangguan, are you feigning ignorance? My company has extended loans to numerous female university students. Surely you understand the value of a woman's reputation. He continued, you need only to undress, hold your ID in one hand, and perform a charming gesture with the other while calling out your name and ID number. Do I really need to instruct you on how to proceed? You, Shangguan Qingxue's face paled in shock. She could hardly fathom such words escaping Jinling's lips. With a triumphant expression, he reclined on his sofa, stating, I wish to discuss matters of the heart with you, but if you prefer to keep it strictly business, so be it. After all, I have lent to many female students without collateral using this very method. The choice is yours. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Qingxue turned to leave. Yet Jinling's voice rang out, icy and commanding. Shangguan Qingxue, apart from me, whom else can you turn to for a loan? Mind your own business, she retorted. Jinling chuckled. Will you seek the Zhou family? They would relish your downfall. Or perhaps approach other lenders. Truth be told, every lending institution in Jinling City falls under my control. One phone call, and you shall find it impossible to secure a penny. Moreover, your desire to borrow from me stems from your wish for confidentiality, to prevent the Shangguan family from discovering your financial woes, correct? Shangguan Qingxue's expression shifted, realizing he had struck at her vulnerable point. The very essence of her need for secrecy lay in the risk of exposing her family to competitors who would undoubtedly seek to exploit her weakness. Jinling's smile widened. Xiaoxue, I share a rather favorable relationship with your families, Shangguan Xing and Shangguani. Tell me, should I inform them of your financial plight? Anger surged within Shangguan Qingxue. Yet the next moment, she gritted her teeth. I shall not borrow, say what you will. With that, she strode purposefully toward the exit, intent on leaving. However, Jinling's gaze hardened that he had long coveted Shangguan Qingxue, and now that she had come to him, he would not permit her to depart so easily. Stop, he bellowed. His command echoed. Two burly men interposed themselves in her path. Shangguan Qingxue's expression shifted to alarm. Jinling, what do you intend to do? Jin Wei chuckled menacingly. Xiaoxue, do not take offense. If our business discussions have faltered, we can simply continue. What is the haste to leave? Shangguan Qingxue replied sharply. If we cannot reach an agreement, then there is nothing more to discuss. I have no time. Jin Wei grinned. But I have time, you know. Xiaoxue, having a chat with me could very well result in the funds you seek being deposited into your account. 10 million is hardly a trifling sum. As he advanced toward her, Shangguan Qingxue suddenly drew a handgun from her bag, aiming it at Jin Wei. Have your men step aside. Prepared for confrontation, Shangguan Qingxue was aware of Jin Wei's unscrupulous nature and had come ready. While his establishment only prohibited mobile phones, they would never suspect someone could smuggle a firearm inside. Yet confronted by the gun, Jin Wei feigned calmness. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Surely we can discuss this amicably. With a decisive click, Shangguan Qingxue disengaged the safety on her weapon. Jin Wei shivered. This situation had escalated to a frightening level. At that moment, an inconspicuous door swung open within the lobby, and a petite girl with she ran toward Shangguan Qingxue, exclaiming, Sister, save me. Shangguan Qingxue cast a glance at the girl, noting her innocent appearance, tear-filled eyes, and the red, swollen marks on her neck. Who are you? She inquired. The girl pointed at Jin Wei, crying out, Sister, my brother is sick and needs money for treatment, but this wicked man has locked me here, and let me leave. Fury erupted within Jin Wei. You little wretch, do you want to die? With a frigid demeanor, Shangguan Qingxue addressed the girl. Come to me. I will take you away. The girl immediately moved closer to her. Shangguan Qingxue aimed the gun at Jin Wei, demanding, Open the door for them, or I will shoot you. However, just as she finished speaking, the girl suddenly struck Shangguan Qingxue. Chapter 69. Jin Wei suddenly. The pistol was knocked from her hand, and Shangguan Qingxue gasped in shock. In the next moment, two bodyguards of Jin Wei stepped forward and restrained Shangguan Qingxue. No matter how she cried out, it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocent girl gleefully threw herself into Jin Wei's embrace, coquettishly asking, Master Jin, how will you reward me? Jin Wei regarded the girl and replied, Don't be impatient. Once I am done with Shangguan Qingxue, I will play with you properly. He then turned a menacing glare at Shangguan Qingxue. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you point a gun at me? Today, I shall ruin you completely, and see if you dare to feign innocence before me again. Rest assured, once I am satisfied, I will ensure you are not at a loss. 800,000 is merely a trifle. Once you become my woman and follow me faithfully, even 1 million or 1 billion will not be a problem. As he spoke, Jin Wei lunged forward, intent on tearing Shangguan Qingxue's clothes. Boom! At that moment, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Zhang Chu had arrived. Everyone in the room was startled and turned to the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Chu, Shangguan Qingxue was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, exclaiming, Zhang Chu! In that instant, Zhang Chu appeared to her like a celestial savior, igniting a spark of hope in her otherwise despairing heart. Jin Wei, however, was consumed with rage, shouting, Who the hell are you? Who let you in? At that moment, the two bodyguards holding Shangguan Qingxue exchanged glances, and one of them released her, striding toward Zhang Chu. As he approached, the burly man cracked his neck and flexed his wrists, attempting to project an imposing demeanor. But the next second, Zhang Chu delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending the man crashing against the wall. Thud! As he hit the ground, everyone could see that the man's chest had caved in, blood and fragments of internal organs spilling from his mouth. A clear indication he would not survive. Jin Wei was paralyzed with terror. At that moment, another bodyguard, undeterred by the sight of his fallen comrade, charged forward, seemingly oblivious to the concept of death. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Chu casually slapped the bodyguard's neck, producing a sickening crack as the man was sent flying against the wall. The seemingly innocent girl, undeterred, bent down to retrieve Shangguan Qingxue's fallen pistol that in a flash. Zhang Chu flicked his wrist, and a leaf-shaped dart pierced her wrist with a sharp twang, pinning her hand to the floor. She shrieked, Ah! Zhang Chu's gaze turned icy, too noisy. In the next instant, another dart sliced through her throat, and she collapsed to the ground in a pool of her own blood. At this moment, Jin Wei was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place with a stiff expression. Shangguan Qingxue, now free, rushed into Zhang Chu's arms, exclaiming, Zhang Chu, you came? Zhang Chu gently patted her back. It's all right, you're safe now. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward Jin Wei, contemplating his demise. However, Shangguan Qingxue hurriedly interjected, Don't harm him. Though Jin Wei quaked with fear, he suddenly remembered that this was his territory, that he belonged to the Jin family, and questioned whether Zhang Chu would dare to kill a member of the Jin family in Jinling. Instantly, Jin Wei's anger flared, and he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Chu, bellowing, You dare to run rampant in my territory. Do you know who I am? Zhang Chu stepped forward, grasping the crack. Jin Wei's finger snapped, and he fell to his knees, wailing like a slaughtered pig. Zhang Chu then remarked, I detest when others point their fingers at me. Jin Wei trembled from the pain, pleading, Let go, let go. I give in. I give in. Lowering his head, Zhang Chu coldly stared at Jin Wei. If you dare to lay a hand on Shengwan Qingxue, you might as well prepare for your demise. If she were to suffer any indignity, that a shiver ran down Zhang Chu's spine as he envisioned his masteress' wrath. The thought of his masteress' fury made him increasingly furious at Jin Wei. Who did he think he was to harbor such thoughts about Shengwan Qingxue? With that, Zhang Chu raised his hand, ready to crush Jin Wei's skull. Sensing Zhang Chu's murderous intent, Jin Wei's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, "Don't kill me. Please spare me. I was wrong." Shengwan Qingxue was equally frightened. Feeling Zhang Chu's bloodlust, she quickly shouted, "Zhang Chu, don't kill him. Let us talk this out." Zhang Chu glanced back at her. "What? You wish to spare such a man?" Shengwan Qingxue felt a mix of fear. She feared for Zhang Chu's life, yet was thrilled by how much he cared for her. Gathering her thoughts, she spoke rapidly. "Jin Wei is a beast and deserves punishment, but he is backed by the Jin family. You have only just arrived in Jinling. You cannot fathom the depth of the Jin family's influence. Killing him may not be an issue for you, but what about the Shengwan family? If the Jin family were to retaliate, the Shengwan family would be unable to withstand their wrath." Zhang Chu wanted to assert that he was unafraid of the Jin family. However, recalling his previous interactions with old Jin Lu, who had given him 5 million, he reconsidered. Thus, Zhang Chu looked at Jin Wei. "Fine, I will spare you today for the sake of old Jin Lu." Upon hearing this, Jin Wei, who was akin to a dog, mistakenly believed Zhang Chu feared the Jin family. Despite kneeling on the ground, his expression morphed into one of resentment. "Now you know fear. It's too late." Zhang Chu chuckled at Jin Wei's demeanor. "What, do you think I would hesitate to end your life?" Jin Wei's scalp prickled in fear. Meanwhile, Shengwan Qingxue urgently interjected. "Zhang Chu, enough. We cannot afford to offend the Jin family. We must not pit the Shengwan family against them." Zhang Chu scoffed, addressing Jin Wei. "Listen well, you dog-like scum. Remember this. If you ever dare to lay a hand on Shengwan Qingxue again, you won't even have the chance to regret it." Seeing Shengwan Qingxue's concern, Jin Wei understood that Zhang Chu might not kill him after all. He suddenly grew defiant. "Dare to threaten me? No matter who you are, you're as good as dead. Now kneel before me, strip Shengwan Qingxue of her clothes, and then cut off your own arm while watching me have my way with her. Only then will I spare your worthless life. Otherwise, I will ensure you and your family meet a gruesome end, making you regret ever coming into this world." Chapter 70. The arrival of Jin Liuye. Jin Wei's capricious behavior instantly amused Zhang Chu. At that moment, Zhang Chu fixed his gaze upon Jin Wei, saying, "Ha! It appears that the Jin family harbors such a fool as you that I once believed Jin Laolu to be remarkably cunning, but now it seems the Jin family is rather unimpressive." In this instant, a murderous intent stirred within Zhang Chu. He discerned that failing to eliminate Jin Wei would surely leave him harboring resentment. While Zhang Chu was not particularly concerned about Jin Wei seeking retribution against him, he feared that this imbecile might incite trouble for the Shengwan family. At this moment, Zhang Chu's heart bubbled with murderous intent. Once again, Jin Wei felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stalked by a ferocious tiger. Trembling with fear, he mustered a facade of bravado and exclaimed, You better think this through. That I am a member of the Jin family." Yet Zhang Chu merely raised his hand, poised to eradicate Jin Wei. Just then, Shengwan Qingxue suddenly embraced Zhang Chu from behind, pressing her body against his in an attempt to calm him. Whispering urgently in his ear, she implored, "No, do not kill anyone from the Jin family. Stay calm, please." The image of the Jin family loomed terrifyingly in Shengwan Qingxue's mind. Compared to the Shengwan family, the Jin family was an indomitable giant, absolutely not to be provoked. Although it was commonly said in the streets that Jinling was home to 3 prominent families, the Jin, the Zhou, and the Shengwan, Qingxue understood that even 10 Shengwan families could not measure up to the Jin family, for the pinnacle of power in Jinling had never shifted. It was eternally held by the Jin family. Initially intent on slaying Jin Wei, Zhang Chu halted his advance upon sensing Shengwan Qingxue's anxiety. Jin Wei was nothing more than a dog in Zhang Chu's eyes, and while he could disregard him, he could not ignore Qingxue's emotion. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Chu mused that perhaps Shengwan Qingxue thought him impulsive. In truth, he remained remarkably composed. He simply did not regard the Jin family with much seriousness. However, seeing Shengwan Qingxue as frightened as a startled pigeon, he chose not to provoke her further. Thus, Zhang Chu cast a cold smile at Jin Wei, sneering, "Coward." Following that, Zhang Chu gently patted Shengwan Qingxue's hands that clung to him, whispering, "Do not panic. The Jin family is not that formidable." He recognized that to soothe her and prevent her from spiraling into anxious thoughts, he must resolve this matter entirely. Consequently, Zhang Chu took Shengwan Qingxue's hand and boldly strode to the sofa in the center of the hall. At this moment, Shengwan Qingxue was left with a multitude of questions, unsure of Zhang Chu's intentions. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu seized Jin Wei's teapot, pouring himself and Shengwan Qingxue a cup of tea, then lightly remarked, "Jin Wei, do you not believe in your family's substantial backing? Come, summon your kin." I am eager to witness the strength of the forces behind you. With that, Zhang Chu tossed the customized titanium phone from the table before Jin Wei, declaring, "Make the call." Gritting his teeth, Jin Wei picked up the phone and began to summon reinforcements. Witnessing this, Shangguan Qingxue felt a wave of unease wash over her. Yet, seeing Zhang Chu calmly sipping tea beside her instilled a sense of inexplicable confidence, allowing her to gradually regain her composure. Half an hour later, the main door suddenly swung open to their astonishment. Jin Liuye appeared, flanked by 12 impeccably organized bodyguards. Upon sighting Jin Liuye, Shangguan Qingxue gasped in surprise and quickly rose, her demeanor tense and restrained. Zhang Chu, however, remained seated on the sofa, not even lifting his eyelids. Jin Wei, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Uncle Liuye, this bastard has dared to run rampant on our territory. Let's kill him." With that, Jin Wei hurriedly scrambled to Jin Liuye's side, eager to voice his grievances. Jin Liuye's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon Zhang Chu, then swept his eyes over the two deceased bodyguards nearby to eye in the next moment. Jin Liuye's pupils constricted, realizing the terrifying strength Zhang Chu possessed. Finally reaching Jin Liuye, Jin Wei was abruptly met with a resounding slap across the face. The impact sent him spinning thrice, several teeth knocked loose, and a dark handprint blossomed on his cheek. Jin Wei stood there, dazed, his head swirling with stars, gazing at Jin Liuye in a state of innocent bewilderment. Throughout his life, Jin Wei had never endured a beating from Jin Liuye, who was notorious for his amiable temperament within. Yet at this moment, Jin Liuye did not even spare Jin Wei a glance that he strode purposefully toward Zhang Chu, slightly bending at the waist, and said, "Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize that it is my family's failure to discipline properly that has brought you to this unfortunate situation." In this moment, not only was Jin Wei bewildered, but even the bodyguards accompanying. In fact, upon their arrival, Jin Liuye had already declared en route that anyone who dared to bully a member of the Jin family must be dealt with decisively, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. Moreover, Jin Liuye had long been aware of Zhang Chu's true identity. He had even been cursing on the way, dismissing the soothsayer as nothing more than a pretentious fool. Why, then, had he suddenly reversed his stance upon arrival? The dozen or so bodyguards were utterly at a loss. Shangguan Qingxue was equally perplexed, unable to fathom why Jin Liuye treated Zhang Chu with such deference. Zhang Chu, however, merely smiled faintly, sensing the intense fury simmering within Jin Liuye. Yet this ire was directed at Zhang Chu. Jin Liuye was simply adept at concealing his emotions, skillfully masking his inner wrath to that moment. Jin Liuye no one dared to obstruct his path, and they all stepped aside. Zhang Chu had barely walked for half a minute when Jin Liuye suddenly kicked the coffee table before him. With a resounding crash, the table shattered into two. "Bastard! Zhang Chu, do you really think you can trample upon the Jin family without consequence?" Jin Liuye shouted in frustration. In the hall, everyone fell silent, their breaths held in shock. They had never witnessed Jin Liuye lose control in such a manner. Finally, Jin Wei, cautiously lowering his head, said in a pitiful tone, "Uncle Liuye, I do not understand." "Then learn," Jin Liuye retorted angrily. He proceeded to lecture Jin Wei. "Foolish child, how can one afford to offend a feng shui master? Do you comprehend the perils posed by a formidable feng shui practitioner? If he were to meddle with our family's fortune, we might not even be aware of how we perished. Do you understand?" Chapter 71. The end of friendship. After Jin Liuye elucidated the reasons for not offending Zhang Chu, Jin Wei felt a wave of indignation wash over him. "Uncle Liu, I had no idea he was a... Besides, with the strength of our Jin family, should we really fear a mere feng shui practitioner? A single slap would suffice." Upon hearing this, Jin Liuye's tone softened slightly. "Well, at least you possess... The Jin family does not coddle such individuals. Thus, I brought people along, intending to dispatch him without granting him any chance to retaliate." At this juncture, Jin Liuye inhaled deeply. "However, I discovered that this fellow is not so easily dispatched." Indeed, the moment Jin Liuye entered, he beheld the two injured bodyguards, prompting him to reconsider his approach. If they were to truly sever ties and could not eliminate Zhang Chu, allowing him to harbor resentment against the Jin family would lead to complications that in the face of such a capable feng shui master. One must either win him over for one's own purposes or outwardly show respect, avoiding offense at all costs. Should conflict arise, it would be imperative to strike decisively, leaving no room for future troubles. It was evident that Jin Liuye recognized Zhang Chu's capabilities and dared not take action. "But I cannot swallow this indignation," Jin Wei protested. Jin Liuye replied coldly, "If you cannot swallow it, then bear it in silence. For now, do not offend Zhang Chu, nor provoke the Shangguan family. Are we really going to let this matter rest?" Jin Wei still felt dissatisfied. Jin Liuye's gaze turned frosty. "Let it rest. My Jin family is the sovereign of Jinling, and to dare strike my family's face, it cannot simply be overlooked. Rest assured, the time for retribution will come. Our family's feng shui situation is quite unique. We are on the cusp of a significant turn in fortune. Until that change occurs, do not provoke him. Jin Wei's eyes brightened as if recalling some legend, and he nodded eagerly. Indeed, once our family's fortune turns, not just Zhang Chu, but even the Zhou and Shangguan families will find themselves reduced to mere sustenance for the Jin family. Jinling nodded slightly, snorting. Precisely, one must endure the minor inconveniences to preserve the grand strategy. Let Zhang Chu remain arrogant for a while longer. Then, Jin Liuye admonished Jin Wei. And you, mind yourself that if anyone stirs up trouble during this period, do not blame me for being ungracious. Jin Wei immediately shrank back. Zhang Chu's ears were remarkably keen. He heard every word of Jin Liuye's conversation without missing a single syllable. Naturally, he was not surprised by Jin Liuye's behavior. From the outset of their dealings, he had discerned that this was not a man worthy of deep engagement. This individual lacked even the foresight of the sixth madam. Following this incident, any semblance of friendship between Zhang Chu and Jin Liuye was irrevocably severed. That in his heart, Zhang Chu mused, if you cease to trouble me, then so be it. But should you believe that your fortunes can turn while provoking me further, then the Jin family's luck shall reach its terminus. Soon after, Zhang Chu departed bond building with Shangguan Qingxue. Upon stepping outside, Shangguan Qingxue took a deep breath, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Lin Xiyu had been hiding in a nearby vehicle, and as soon as she saw Shangguan Qingxue emerge, she rushed over. Miss, thank goodness, you are finally out. Dago, the hot pot dog, also bounded out from a corner, trailing closely behind Shangguan Qingxue and sniffing intently. Then, the dog offered Zhang Chu a reassuring glance, as if to say that she was still intact. But before long, the trio and the dog got into a car, with Lin Xiyu at the wheel, while Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingxue occupied the back seat. Dago sat upright in the passenger seat, though its expression appeared somewhat anxious. After all, even a stray dog had witnessed the absurdity of a female driver. Once, there was a female driver who inadvertently accelerated into a cemetery, leading Dago to believe she was vying for food. Fortunately, Lin Xiyu was relatively reliable. Inside the vehicle, Shangguan Qingxue finally relaxed the TO this day. She still felt as though she were in a dream. Zhang Chu had struck Jin Wei right beneath the Jin family's very nose, and yet, there were no repercussions. Moreover, the Jin family spokesperson, Jin Liuye, had personally apologized to Zhang Chu, making Shangguan Qingxue feel as if she were in a fantastical reverie. At last, Shangguan Qingxue spoke. Zhang Chu, what exactly is your relationship with Jin Liuye? It was one thing for him to escort you back to Furong Street last time, but how is it that he acted this way today? Zhang Chu smiled faintly. I have no relationship with him. As for the reason, one might say it is simply because Jin Liuye possesses a modicum of intellect. Fear, it seemed, was the sole reason for Jin Liuye's apology. Had it not been for Zhang Chu's possession of the Star Tower, which had opened his dantian and vastly exceeded Jin Liuye's expectations of his power, today's outcome would have been entirely different. Of course, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Shangguan Qingxue gazed at Zhang Chu with a hint of admiration, realizing that she was increasingly unable to fathom him. After a little over 10 minutes, the three of them, along with the dog, arrived at Zhang Chu's feng shui shop. Zhang Chu could sense that Shangguan Qingxue was feeling anxious. Although he had rescued her, the issue of money remained a substantial concern. After sitting in the shop for a brief moment, Shangguan Qingxue stood up and said to Zhang Chu, Zhang Chu, I am incredibly grateful for your help today, but I am rather busy and must attend to some matters. With that, Shangguan Qingxue intended to leave. Zhang Chu chuckled. What are you busy with? Is it not a matter of finances? Pray tell, how much have you spent on my behalf? Although Zhang Chu was already aware of the figure, he wished to hear it directly from Shangguan Qingxue's lips. Shangguan Qingxue smiled confidently. It seems you have guessed correctly. It is indeed a monetary issue. However, it is not a significant matter. With my capabilities, resolving this shouldn't consume much time. Zhang Chu laughed. You went to Jin Wei to borrow high-interest loans, and yet it won't take much time? Shangguan Qingxue's expression froze momentarily. However, she quickly responded, Actually, I have my own channels that I can borrow from relatives and friends without much trouble. I just prefer not to trouble everyone. This was indeed the truth. For someone as proud as Shangguan Qingxue, asking friends for money was a difficult task. It was far easier to seek out a lending company for formalities. Zhang Chu decided not to tease her further. Instead, he produced his card and handed it to Shangguan Qingxue. Here, take it. The password is the birthday of Dago. Nearby, Dago looked utterly bewildered, pondering when its birthday might be. Shangguan Qingxue did not decline, accepting Zhang Chu's card while inquiring. How much do you have left on this card? You gave me 660,000 yesterday. You wouldn't have left yourself without even living expenses, would you? Then, with a smile, Shangguan Qingxue added, If you find yourself without a place to eat, you are welcome at my house. My mother has been thinking of you. 15 million, Zhang Chu replied nonchalantly. Only 15. In the next moment, Shangguan Qingxue's realization struck her. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Wait, what did you just say? 15 million? Chapter 72. A candid confession, Shangguan Qingxue gasped in disbelief, utterly astonished by the staggering figure of 15 million to Zhang Chu. However, not a few minutes later, her mouth was agape, as if she could fit a sausage inside. Miss, there really is 15 million. It's true. Shangguan Qingxue was flabbergasted. My goodness, did you rob a bank with this big dog? At that moment, the hot pot could no longer contain itself, barking, woof woof. Excuse me, why does everyone know my birthday while I don't? The hot pot was bewildered. Zhang Chu might know his own birthday, but why could Lin Siyu simply input the password? It was utterly absurd. As soon as the hot pot spoke, Lin Siyu and Shangguan Qingxue turned to look at it in shock that in comparison, Zhang Chu possessing 15 million seemed less astonishing. A talking dog was something else entirely. The hot pot quickly realized it should not have spoken and lay down in silence. Yet Shangguan Qingxue, still in disbelief, exclaimed, Did it just talk? Lin Siyu chimed in, Indeed. I heard it. Zhang Chu, it possesses parrot genes, allowing it to occasionally mimic human speech. Quite normal. Shangguan Qingxue's expression darkened. Parrot genes, you say? If I hadn't been educated, I might have actually believed you. Lin Siyu added, Miss, I heard that consuming perhaps this big dog dined on a genetically modified parrot. You are quite astute, Zhang Chu responded. Shangguan Qingxue scrutinized the hot pot, which was panting and feigning a silly demeanor, appearing rather obedient. Soon, Shangguan Qingxue composed herself and turned her attention back to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, where did this 15 million come from? Zhang Chu rambled. I am a person of great virtue, and Zhou Chong from the Zhou family admires my character. Thus he gifted me 15 million. Shangguan Qingxue's eyes widened in realization. Zhou Chong? You didn't. Recalling Zhang Chu's imposing demeanor when facing Jin Wei, she immediately feared that he had eliminated Zhou Chong. Zhang Chu chuckled. What are you imagining? Zhou Chong is so well behaved. He gave me 15 million, and I must ensure his safety that we are not robbers. We must act within our principles. Shangguan Qingxue twitched her mouth, internally scoffing at the notion of principles. She thought, which honest person could amass 15 million in a single night? Nevertheless, knowing the origins of the 15 million eased her mind. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Wonderful, with this sum, I can finally address matters at the company. What the heck was she still trying to profit off the difference? No wonder she had two boyfriends. Insatiable greed. Shangguan Qingxue shot Lin Siyu an exasperated glance and corrected, it was indeed 100 million. However, out of that, 60 million was the principal, and 40 million was interest. Zhang Chu looked at Shangguan Qingxue in disbelief. Your explanation is even more ludicrous. Why don't you just rob a bank, he asked. Shangguan Qingxue chuckled. Where would I find a bank that disperses loans so swiftly? Just tell me, are you planning to repay the interest? Zhang Chu gritted his teeth. I will repay it, not to mention the 40 million in interest. Even if it were 400 million, he wouldn't flinch. After all, had Shangguan Qingxue had not acted decisively, if she had taken her time to retrieve Zhang Chu's funds, the Star Tower would have already belonged to someone else. Not to mention, for this reason alone, Shangguan Qingxue deserved even more money. When she realized Zhang Chu had agreed to her terms, her mouth fell agape, and she burst into laughter. Ha ha. You are so adorable. You don't even negotiate? I was just joking. In that moment, Shangguan Qingxue completely relaxed. With the 15 million, she could finally breathe easy. She then began to explain to Zhang Chu why her utilization of 60 million would lead to complications. For instance, although the company had ample funds that Shangguan Qingxue could draw upon, that money did not belong to her personally. Furthermore, every transaction had a designated purpose. For a company to function, funds must flow in and out without interruption. Despite her lengthy explanations, Zhang Chu struggled to comprehend. Ultimately, he simply stated, so, you need to pay another company 10 million tomorrow, and if you fail to do so, it will cause trouble, correct? Shangguan Qingxue nodded. Precisely. Initially, I used 60 million, of which over 10 million was my own. And now, having quickly obtained another 20 million, the company is left with a 30 million deficit, which can be delayed for half a month. At this point, Shangguan Qingxue couldn't help but embrace Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, I am truly grateful to you. Zhang Chu understood that this merely bought them some time, but the money still needed to be repaid. He mused. No wonder Zhou Chong was so reluctant to part with 15 million. It seems that these wealthy heirs from prominent families are not as extravagant as one might think. Moreover, it dawned on him that they were still young, and their families were likely hesitant to grant them access to excessive resources. Zhang Chu speculated that if he had targeted the head of the Zhou family, he could have extorted several hundred million. Of course, Zhang Chu was a good person. He would never stoop to kidnapping for ransom. What a pity. Who would dare provoke the elder of the Zhou family? I could really use a fortune bringer, Zhang Chu mused. With the funds secured, Shangguan Qingxue and Lin Siyu no longer felt rushed. They set up their workspace in Zhang Chu's shop, as they both enjoyed watching him read fortunes for others. As the afternoon wore on, Shangguan Qingxue received a phone call from her mother, Xiaolan. The urgency and worry in her mother's voice were palpable. Xiaoxue, something terrible has happened. Have you made a mistake? Oh dear, we're in big trouble. Chapter 73. The meeting of the Shangguan family. Though Xiaolan was in a state of anxiety, Shangguan Qingxue appeared to be unfazed, as if she had long anticipated the unfolding events. Her demeanor remained composed as she leisurely savored a dessert cut into kernels the size of corn, responding nonchalantly, "Yes, it is indeed somewhat troublesome. What has caused this trouble? I fear it may be quite significant." Xiaolan exclaimed, "Qingxue, you must return at once. Just now, your uncle sent out a message to everyone in the clan, summoning anyone available to the family meeting, claiming you have caused a grave disaster and demanding an explanation." Shangguan Qingxue remained unperturbed. "I am aware, and have been waiting for them, that I did not expect their response to be so sluggish." Upon hanging up, Zhang Chu and Lin Siyu had overheard parts of the conversation. Lin Siyu immediately grew concerned. This is bad. They must have learned about the considerable funds Miss Qingxue has been utilizing. Zhang Chu inquired, "Is everything all right?" Shangguan Qingxue smiled slightly. "Do I appear to be in distress? Since I departed from Jinwei, I anticipated such a situation. Given Jinwei as character, he would undoubtedly inform Shangguan Xing and Shangguan Yi about my financial predicament. Their envy for the control over Furong Street has been evident for quite some time at this juncture." Shangguan Qingxue glanced at her watch. "If they are clever, they should have completed their inquiries by around 11 this morning. Coupled with persuading my uncle to convene, the family meeting should commence around noon. But it is already 5 in the afternoon." Shangguan Qingxue shook her head, still as incompetent as ever. Finishing her last morsel of dessert, Shangguan Qingxue rose, donned her tailored jacket, and resumed her commanding and self-assured demeanor reminiscent of a formidable CEO. She then addressed Zhang Chu. "Come, Mr. Zhang, you shall accompany me to the Shangguan family meeting." Zhang Chu furrowed his brow. "Me? To the Shangguan family meeting?" "Indeed," Shangguan Qingxue affirmed with a nod. "What purpose would I serve? I am not a member of the Shangguan family," Zhang Chu remarked. Shangguan Qingxue blinked. "You absolutely must come, that I have devised a strategy, and you are pivotal to its success." Zhang Chu looked speechless. "Is it truly appropriate for an outsider like me to accompany you?" Shangguan Qingxue retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? This matter holds immense significance for you. You wouldn't abandon your responsibilities, would you?" Zhang Chu inwardly grumbled. How could he possibly abandon his duties? Yet, seeing Shangguan Qingxue's insistence, he suddenly realized that his presence might indeed be necessary. Thus he said, "Very well, if your family insists on you repaying every last cent, I shall shoulder that burden." Shangguan Qingxue grasped Zhang Chu's hand and led him outside. "Rest assured, the financial aspect is not your concern. I merely need you to make an appearance. When the time comes, a slight performance on your part may be required." Clearly, Shangguan Qingxue had already formulated her plan, and all Zhang Chu needed to do was cooperate. With that understanding, he ceased to ponder further and followed her lead. And on their way, Shangguan Qingxue provided a brief overview of the current situation within the Shangguan family. The head of the family was her grandfather, who was currently away visiting a highly esteemed feng shui master in the south. According to Shangguan Qingxue, her grandfather made such visits every 3 years. This master had been instrumental in guiding the Shangguan family 2 decades ago, leading to their present status. With the elder absent, Shangguan Qingxue's uncle, Shangguan Wenjing, oversaw all family affairs. However, the relationship between Shangguan Qingxue and this uncle was strained. Shangguan Wenjing, being the father of Shangguan Xing, harbored a bias against girls and resented that Shangguan Qingxue overshadowed the male members of the family. Of course, even though Shangguan Wenjing could manage the family's affairs, he lacked unilateral authority. Significant decisions necessitated a family meeting. Half an hour later, Zhang Chu, Shangguan Qingxue, Lin Siyu, and Huoguo arrived at the Shangguan residence, where they first visited Shangguan Qingxue's mother, Xiaolan. Upon their arrival, Xiaolan urged, "Qingxue, you must hurry to the family meeting. They are all waiting for you." Then, Xiaolan murmured, "I suspect your uncle has some issues. If he intends to criticize you at the family meeting, why did he not contact you directly and instead sent me as a messenger?" Shangguan Qingxue replied with a blank expression, "Oh, I have long since blocked him." Xiaolan. Zhang Chu silently gave Shangguan Qingxue a thumbs up. Her character was indeed quite bold. At that moment, Xiaolan said, "Qingxue, you go ahead to the family meeting. They are expecting you." "And you?" Shangguan Qingxue inquired, "That I will go find your grandmother. Your uncle may prove difficult to deal with, and if they dare to encroach upon your rights, I will have your grandmother deal with them," Xiaolan replied. A smirk played at the corners of Shangguan Qingxue's lips, as if she had thought of something amusing. "Very well, you go." With that, Shangguan Qingxue led Zhang Chu, Lin Siyu, and Huoguo toward the family meeting. Before long, the group arrived at the Shangguan family's conference building. Lin Siyu and Huoguo remained outside, unable to enter. Zhang Chu then instructed, "Keep an eye on her. Do not let her wander off." Lin Siyu quickly responded, "Rest assured, I adore dogs and will keep a close watch on her." Zhang Chu clarified, "I was referring to Huoguo." Lin Siyu was left baffled, turning to Huoguo, who nodded vigorously, appearing quite earnest. Soon, Shangguan Qingxue led Zhang Chu into the meeting room. At the center of the room stood a large oval table, around which sat 6 slightly older gentlemen, uncles of the Shangguan family. The central seat remained vacant, as it was reserved for the family patriarch. Even in his absence, No one dared to occupy that position during meetings. The to the left of the central seats. In his 50s, he was tall and thin, wearing large glasses and dressed quite plainly, resembling an old scholar stuck in the past. Surrounding him were some younger members of the Shangguan family, as well as a few women. Zhang Chu surveyed the room and felt a sense of satisfaction. The young members of the Shangguan family appeared spirited and full of vitality. Upon Shangguan Qingshue's arrival, the room fell silent. However, she remained unfazed, leading Zhang Chu to a pair of seats and casually taking a seat in that moment. Countless eyes fixed upon Zhang Chu and Shangguan Qingshu, many scrutinizing them with a certain intensity. After a prolonged silence of 2 or 3 minutes, Uncle Shangguan Wenjing finally spoke. Shangguan Qingshu, I believe you are well aware of the purpose of today's meeting. Shangguan Qingshu stood up decisively. I know. Then please enlighten us. What exactly have you done? Her uncle inquired. Chapter 74. Shangguan Yin ran at that moment. Shangguan Qingshu spoke up. I have taken the liberty to allocate some funds for the benefit of the Shangguan family. As soon as these words fell, Shangguan Xing could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed, Shangguan Qingshu, what nonsense are you spouting? Benefiting the Shangguan family? Pa. Another young man also stood up, saying, Shangguan Qingshu, I was aware of your silver tongue, but I never imagined you. At this juncture, the elder, Shangguan Wenjing, slightly raised his hand and addressed Shangguan Qingshu. Without the family's consent, you have misappropriated a substantial sum. You must understand that this not only contravenes family regulations, but could potentially be illegal. I require an explanation, Shangguan Wenjing stated in a calm tone. However, Shangguan Qingshu remained remarkably composed, replying, I did not take the money for personal indulgence, nor for gambling or vice, but to assist Zhang Chu. Upon her declaration, the conference room, without even knowing the situation, she lavishly spends on an outsider. Where will this lead us? What a farce! For the sake of a man, she is willing to jeopardize the Shangguan family's assets. Is this woman insane? Truly, one cannot trust a woman. Handing over the family's affairs to a woman may seem stable at first glance, but with one misstep, she could ruin everything. Shangguan Qingshu, relinquish all that you possess. Nevertheless, Shangguan Qingshu maintained her serene demeanor, her poise unwavering. As the meeting room gradually quieted, she huffed, You short-sighted individuals. Then, casting a glance at Zhang Chu beside her, she continued, I believe you are all aware that Mr. Zhang is a feng shui master, and a remarkably skilled one at that. The room fell silent. Shangguan Qingshu surveyed the crowd. We all know how the Shangguan family rose to prominence. 20 years ago, it was because my grandfather encountered a formidable feng shui master that our family transformed from a humble village household into the illustrious Shangguan family of Jinling. My grandfather held great respect for feng shui masters. Zhang Chu is in need, and I am representing the Shangguan family to assist him. Is there an issue with that? After her statement, murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Some whispered, Qingshu has a point. If Zhang Chu truly possesses the legendary skills, assisting him could be seen as an investment in the future of the Shangguan family. It is said he has remarkable abilities. His establishment has been operating for some time without a single miscalculation and boasts an excellent reputation. But I do not understand. As a fortune teller, he should have no trouble earning money. Why does he need so much? He seems like a fraud. Difficult to say. After a flurry of quiet discussions, someone finally stood and proclaimed loudly, I have heard that a fortune teller has arrived at Furong Street, and he seems quite impressive. However, hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Who knows his true capabilities? Others quickly chimed in. Indeed, in this day and age, it is far too easy to fabricate a persona. Yes, a fortune teller could easily hire some accomplices to construct a divine persona. If he is indeed as remarkable as rumored, let him demonstrate his abilities here. If he possesses genuine skill, we shall be convinced. Shangguan Qingshu smiled brightly. Very well, let us validate this in real time, that if Zhang Chu proves his prowess, then from this moment forth, the Shangguan family shall fully support Mr. Zhang. Ladies and gentlemen, acquiring the friendship of a formidable feng shui master. Surely you understand the significance of this. Upon finishing, Shangguan Qingshu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chu that he finally comprehended her intentions. All she sought was for him to showcase his abilities within the Shangguan family. Zhang Chu then stood and addressed the assembly. Everyone, regarding the financial matters, I do not wish to elaborate. I can only assure you that with me around, the fortunes of the Shangguan family will surely soar. Do not boast prematurely. We shall only know your worth after verification, someone interjected. Zhang Chu smiled slightly, his confidence radiating as he surveyed the room. No problem at all. So, who wishes to be the first to try? A moment of hesitation ensued, as the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Each person harbored their own secrets. Should Zhang Chu indeed possess extraordinary abilities, revealing their hidden matters would be quite uncomfortable. Just then, a girl with twin ponytails, strikingly curvaceous and clad in an anime-inspired outfit, stood up. She declared, since no one else dares, let me have my fortune told. Upon her rise, the crowd wore peculiar expressions, including Shengguan Qingxue, who quickly admonished, Yinran, do not create a disturbance. Several elders chimed in, Yinran, do not meddle. You are still young. Zhang Chu, observing the reactions of those around him towards this anime girl, found it rather curious. Yet Shengguan Yinran insisted, why should I not have my fortune told? You all are too afraid. What harm is there in letting me try? She then turned her gaze to Zhang Chu. Fortune teller, you can help me, right? Zhang Chu nodded slightly. Shengguan Yinran continued, but I do not know who the father of the child is. Can you help me figure it out? This. Zhang Chu was momentarily speechless, wearing an expression that suggested he was being teased. However, the Shengguan family remained stoic, as if this was entirely normal. Zhang Chu's interest was piqued. This anime-loving girl seemed to possess something unusual. On the surface, she appeared perfectly ordinary, yet she suffered from an exceedingly rare mental disorder known as adolescent-type psychosis. Women afflicted with this condition lose control, becoming infatuated with any man they encounter. Initially, her family viewed her behavior as shameless and disgraceful, even punishing her. However, upon medical diagnosis, they learned of her condition. Aside from her uncontrollable attraction to men, she behaved normally in all other respects. Who could reasonably argue with someone suffering from mental illness? Gradually, the Shengguan family accepted this reality. Thus, Shengguan Yinran's uncertainty regarding the identity of her child's father was deemed entirely normal, and the family regarded it with indifference. Zhang Chu glanced at Shengguan Yinran and discerned the underlying issue, an infatuation disorder. At that moment, Zhang Chu chuckled inwardly. Whoever ended up marrying Shengguan Yinran would essentially be cultivating a wild meadow atop their own head. Chapter 75. The denial of Shengguan Yi. At this moment, Zhang Chu inquired, do you truly wish to bring this child into the world? Shengguan Yinran nodded and replied, yes, I desire a child. A middle-aged woman stepped forward. She was Shengguan Yinran's mother. She remarked, perhaps once Yinran has a child to care for, the inexplicable malady that plagues her will subside. Zhang Chu then asked, well, they are otherwise normal and should not forget with whom they have engaged. Is divining the father of the child truly necessary? Shengguan Yinran scratched her head and said, there are over a dozen boys with whom I have been close. I have checked, and none are the father. At this moment, many stifled their laughter, for this posed a significant dilemma. Mr. Zhang, surely you can ascertain this? Shengguan Yinran's mother queried. Zhang Chu smiled gently. Zhang Chu then instructed Shengguan Yinran, venture outside and gather some fallen leaves. Shengguan Yinran promptly complied and, shortly thereafter, returned to the conference room with a handful of leaves. All present leaned forward, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Chu. After accepting the leaves from Shengguan Yinran, he clenched them tightly, that he then proceeded to inscribe a mysterious symbol in the air with the leaves while silently reciting a spell for locating kin. Upon completing the incantation, the dried leaves in his hand emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Finally, Zhang Chu cast the leaves onto the ground, scrutinizing the pattern they formed as they scattered. The room fell silent as everyone watched Zhang Chu intently at that moment. Zhang Chu's eyes brightened, and he spoke rapidly. In a moment, you will hear the call of 3 magpies. You will encounter a young boy clad in red trousers. Follow that boy. He is quite courteous and greets everyone he meets. The 6th greeting he offers will reveal the identity of the child's father. As Zhang Chu concluded his statement, Shengguan Yinran's mother suddenly changed expression, exclaiming, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the child's father is one of our Shengguan family? In that instant, many faces grew somber. Due to Shengguan Yinran's unique circumstances, there had long been an internal warning within the Shengguan family. No man of the family should ever engage with Shengguan Yinran. Given the family's relatively recent rise, all members named Shengguan were not considered outsiders. Should a close relative be involved, it would indeed be scandalous. However, it was not long before someone remarked, let us not take this too seriously. Perhaps he is merely putting on a show. Exactly. I cannot believe that fortune-telling could be so precise. A magpie's call leading to a boy in red trousers. What nonsense. Moreover, magpies do not heed commands. Can one truly summon them at will? What if they do not come? Shall we wait here all night? Despite the skepticism of many, a few others wore expressions of concern. Just then, outside, 3 distinct calls of magpies echoed. Instantly, the conference room fell silent, each person casting incredulous glances at Zhang Chu. Shengguan Qingxue smiled faintly, clearly delighted. Finally, someone whispered in astonishment, show me. At that moment, Shengguan Yinran's mother regained her composure and urgently nudged Shengguan Yinran. Why are you standing there in a daze? Go and see. Shengguan Yinran hurriedly dashed outside, intent on following Zhang Chu's instructions to find the individual. Within the conference room, several individuals stood up, eager to accompany her and witness the outcome. At this juncture, Shengguan Qingxue arose to impede the crowd, saying, let us not all rush out in a frenzy. She then turned to Zhang Chu, asking, Mr. Zhang, Will our numbers affect the results? Maintain a distance and observe discreetly. It will not interfere with the outcome, Zhang Chu assured them. Upon hearing this, Shengwan Qingxue permitted everyone to step outside to witness the unfolding events. Upon turning right and proceeding down the street, Shengwan Yinran indeed encountered a young boy donning red trousers. She stealthily trailed the boy, who was remarkably polite, greeting everyone he passed, be it older siblings or uncles and aunts. When he greeted the sixth individual, Shengwan Yinran's mother nearly fainted from shock, and several members of the Shengwan family gasped in disbelief. For the sixth individual was a street-sweeping elderly man in his 60s. It is him, Old Wang. Scoundrel, how is this possible? Before long, Old Wang was summoned over, and after a barrage of questions, he finally admitted to having had relations with Shengwan Yinran. Shengwan Yinran's mother remained unconvinced, insisting on a paternity test. Yet Shengwan Yinran interjected, I recall now. Indeed, I had some interaction with him that day. At this moment, the members of the Shengwan family fell silent, rendered speechless. Though the results of the test were yet to be revealed, a majority silently accepted this conclusion. For both the magpie's call and the boy in red trousers had aligned perfectly. After a flurry of commotion, they returned to the conference room. At this moment, Shengwan Qingxue surveyed the crowd. Surely now you must believe. Zhang Chu is undoubtedly a highly capable geomancer. And why financial support for him? At this juncture, Shengwan Yi abruptly rose, declaring, one instance does not constitute proof. And besides, the genetic test results have yet to be released. How can we ascertain the accuracy of your divination? Zhang Chu cast a glance at Shengwan Yi, noting this was his first encounter with the man. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Chu furrowed his brow, for he detected an eerie aura emanating from Shengwan, yet he then boldly stated, there is something amiss with you. Shengwan Yi chuckled. Something amiss with me? Surely you jest. I sleep soundly and eat heartily. What could possibly be wrong? Zhang Chu scrutinized Shengwan Yi closely and suddenly remarked, have you not noticed that you have been losing hair lately? Furthermore, it is not just your head. Hair from various parts of your body is falling out at an alarming rate. At this revelation, Shengwan Yi's expression shifted slightly. However, he quickly retorted, having a cat or dog at home leads to shedding. What does that signify? Zhang Chu coldly replied, and being pressed down by ghosts every night is normal, is it? Upon hearing this, Shengwan Yi erupted into laughter. I told you your abilities were mediocre. Ghosts pressing down on me? I assure you, I sleep quite well. Such claims are utter nonsense. As soon as Shengwan Yi's words left his mouth, the conference room erupted in uproar. Shengwan Yi had audaciously dismissed Zhang Chu's assessment, and within the Shengwan family, he bore a unique reputation, honesty. Chapter 76. The mysterious pattern on the back in the Shengwan family. The younger generation is marked by distinct labels. For instance, Shengwan Qingxue is characterized by her exceptional abilities and strong-willed nature. Shengwan Xing, on the other hand, is labeled as someone whose ambitions far exceed his capabilities, relying solely on his father's advantageous position. As for Shengwan Yi, his label is one of honesty and sincerity. He has never uttered a falsehood. Thus, the members of the Shengwan family quickly placed their trust in Shengwan Yi, murmuring among themselves, I believe Zhang Chu is merely putting on a show. Indeed, how could one person alone be at fault? He must be trying to intimidate us. I see that Shengwan Yi is full of spirit, his gaze clear. He does not appear to be troubled in any way. While the whispers circulated, a middle-aged woman abruptly stood up, her expression grave as she addressed Shengwan Yi. You must speak the truth to Mr. Zhang. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to her. She was Shengwan Yi's mother. That moment, Shengwan Yi furrowed his brow. Mother, what truth are you referring to? I am not lying. Yet his mother, with a look of deep concern, replied, I know you and Xiaoxue do not see eye to eye, but you cannot jest about your health. Since Mr. Zhang can discern your issues, he surely can assist you. Shengwan Yi appeared bewildered. What are you talking about, mother? You have been waking in terror each night, and both your sister and I have witnessed it several times. Shengwan Yi's mother exclaimed. At this juncture, his sister also rose to speak. Brother, Mr. Zhang is indeed capable. You should not hide the truth. In the conference room, everyone suddenly grasped the situation. Zhang Chu had once again been correct. However, Shengwan Yi stubbornly refused to admit it. What nonsense are you all spouting? I have not been awakened. Is there some dirt Zhang Chu has on you? Tell me, and I will deal with him. At this moment, nearly everyone appeared utterly perplexed. On one hand, Shengwan Yi's mother and sister claimed he was troubled, which did not seem like a lie, that on the other hand, Shengwan Yi vehemently denied it, which also did not appear to be falsehood, leaving many feeling bewildered. However, at this moment, Zhang Chu interjected, enough of this confusion. It is entirely normal for Shengwan Yi to be unaware of his own afflictions. At this moment, everyone in the Shengwan family fell silent, gazing at Zhang Chu in puzzlement. Zhang Chu then strode confidently to Shengwan Yi and commanded, remove your shirt. Shengwan Yi questioned, for what purpose? Zhang Chu replied, you are entangled by something. It merely possesses some finesse that you are oblivious to. However, as the saying goes, a bird leaves a trace, a ghost leaves a mark. Your back has already borne witness to this. Shangguan Yi was incredulous, promptly removing his shirt. Let me see then. I am curious what trick you will conjure. At that moment, he turned around, exposing his back to the crowd, which revealed nothing but smooth skin. Many exclaimed, "What is this? Clearly there is nothing." Indeed, Shangguan Yi appears perfectly normal to me. Yet in Zhang Chu's eyes, Shangguan Yi's back was far from normal. A pitch-black, ghostly visage sprawled across his back. Zhang Chu understood that after acquiring the Star Tower, his spiritual energy had permeated his entire being, granting him vision beyond that of ordinary people, allowing him to perceive what others could not. Thus, Zhang Chu declared, "Since you are all mere mortals and cannot see, I shall enlighten you." He then instructed, "Bring me a cup of water." Soon, someone presented a cup of water to Zhang Chu. He then produced a talisman, gently shaking it, causing it to spontaneously combust in midair. In the next moment, holding the flaming talisman, Zhang Chu inscribed a mysterious symbol. Simultaneously, he chanted, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the true Lord Erlang manifest. Open the heavenly eye." As his voice resonated, he forcefully shook the talisman, channeling a mysterious power from his dantian into the burning talisman. With a loud pop, the talisman erupted in a brilliant flash, blinding everyone momentarily. Yet amidst the dazzle, some perceived countless arcane symbols dispersing from the explosion. At that moment, Zhang Chu shook the ash from the talisman into the bowl of clear water. He then raised the bowl, addressing the assembly. "Now, anyone who wishes to glimpse what lies on his back may apply the water to their eyelids, revealing some extraordinary sights." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yi's mother rushed. In the next instant, she shrieked, "Ah, there's a ghost!" At that moment, many in the conference room surged forward, applying the talisman-infused water to their eyelids. Those who gazed upon Shangguan Yi's back were met with astonishment. Even Shangguan Qingshu saw the horrifying pattern on Shangguan Yi's back. A ghostly face, half of which was that of a beautiful woman, while the other half appeared grotesquely monstrous, resembling a vengeful spirit. This eerie visage spanned his entire back. "Now you all see it, do you not?" Zhang Chu queried. In the conference room, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, thoroughly convinced this time. Yet, Shangguan Yi remained oblivious, continuing to deny. "What is wrong with you all? I am perfectly fine. I sleep well every night." Zhang Chu retorted coldly. "Waking up with no recollection of the events of the night is not a sign of good sleep. It merely indicates that you have forgotten." At that moment, Zhang Chu stated, "In your current state, it is likely you will not believe anything I say. Therefore, let me cast a spell to help you recall." With that, Zhang Chu called out again, "Bring me another bowl of water." Soon, another bowl of water was presented. Zhang Chu placed the bowl before him, then pinched it with one hand while retrieving a talisman with the other. He quickly recited an incantation. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord manifest." In an instant, the talisman erupted with a loud pop as it disintegrated. Countless pieces of ash transformed into mysterious symbols, gradually settling in. He then brought the bowl before Shangguan Yi, saying, "Drink it." Shangguan Yi accepted the bowl and promptly drank it down. Chapter 77 Absurd Suggestions. In the next moment, everyone beheld the ethereal visage of the ghostly face upon Shangguan Yi's back suddenly materializing with clarity. Even those who had not employed the earlier bowl of water or possessed the yin-yang vision were astonished to perceive the terrifying pattern upon his back. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yi himself felt a sudden rush of heat emanating from his head. Once spirited and full of energy, he inexplicably appeared listless, dark circles forming beneath his eyes, presenting the visage of one deprived of rest. What could this possibly mean? Many were taken aback by the sight. Shangguan Yi, however, shuddered as if a lost soul had been restored to him, his demeanor shifting to one of palpable tension. Zhang Chu promptly inquired, "Is it coming back to you now?" Shangguan Yi's teeth chattered, his complexion paling. "I remember now. There is something in my room." The members of the Shangguan family collectively held their breath, their ears perked in keen anticipation. That moment, Shangguan Yi recounted. "Not long after I fell asleep last night, a woman entered my chamber, and then she lay beside me on my bed, her hands moving upon my body. I knew that the female ghost was right beside me, even engaging in physical contact. Yet, it felt as if my limbs were beyond my control. Indeed, not only my limbs, but even my eyes would not open. I wished to cry out, but my voice failed me." Zhang Chu interjected. "In truth, you could have called out. While it may not have produced a coherent plea for help, you could have emitted some sounds of distress." Shangguan Yi's mother hurriedly added, "Exactly. He was making some strange, shrieking noises." She then turned to Zhang Chu, asking, "Mr. Zhang, has he been possessed? I implore you, save my son." Zhang Chu pondered for a moment before responding. "To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. He has offended a being of some power and must resolve it himself." "Resolve it himself? How?" Shangguan Yi inquired. Zhang Chu then asked, Tell me, a week ago, did you venture into any remote temple or deserted Taoist shrine? Shang Guanyi's expression shifted slightly before he nodded. Indeed, I visited a dilapidated nunnery rumored to be haunted, though I did not believe it. Zhang Chu chuckled. Upon entering, I wager you did not engage in virtuous behavior? Shang Guanyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, he had indeed engaged in a rather indiscreet act, as he noticed an indecent statue and, climbing to a height, had urinated upon it. At that moment, Zhang Chu remarked, "You have drawn the ire of the entities within. Thus, at night, you are tormented by the ghost, and due to its capabilities, it has rendered you forgetful of the events that transpired. What should we do?" Shang Guanyi's mother urgently asked. Zhang Chu replied, "There are two solutions. First, one could employ an excavator or explosives to demolish the decrepit temple, level it, and then rest for a few days, and all would be well." Shang Guanyi quickly shook his head. "That nunnery cannot be destroyed." Zhang Chu continued, "Second, since you have already desecrated it, do not fear. Let her know your strength that if you actively desecrate her, she will cease to haunt you." The conference room fell into a state of bewilderment, with nearly everyone adorned with expressions of utter confusion. What manner of bizarre suggestion was this? Initially, they had expected Zhang Chu to advise an apology at the temple, as is customary. However, the notion of active desecration? This was a novel remedy to most present. Shang Guanyi shook his head. "Mr. Zhang, I do not quite comprehend." Zhang Chu smiled. "Do you not constantly feel that the female ghost is upon your bed?" "Indeed." Shang Guanyi affirmed. Zhang Chu then asked, "When the ghost lies beside you, what do you do?" Shang Guanyi grimaced. "What can I do? I can only struggle desperately to break free. Yet in truth, I am rendered powerless, my limbs unresponsive as if paralyzed." Zhang Chu chuckled. "You are mistaken." "Mistaken?" Zhang Chu explained. "Tonight, should you sense the ghost once more upon your bed, do not fear. Instead, hold her head down and press her towards your groin." At this moment, the Shangguan family conference room fell silent once more, each face adorned with incredulity. What manner of absurdity is this? "This is your idea of active desecration?" Shang Guanyi gazed at Zhang Chu in disbelief. "I must insist, Mr. Zhang, let us set aside the reliability of your suggestion. The crux of the matter is that when I am pressed by the ghost, the more you wish to escape, the more anxious you become, the more it threatens you. Conversely, if you sense her presence and do not fear her, but instead desire to humiliate and conquer her, wishing to desecrate her, then she will be frightened away. As the saying goes, he who is shameless is in—" Yet soon after, he clenched his teeth. "Very well, I shall place my trust in Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chu patted Shang Guanyi's shoulder. "You can do it. I have faith in you." Thus for the moment, Shang Guanyi's predicament seemed resolved. At that juncture, Shangguan Qingxue rose once more, addressing the members of the Shangguan family. "Now, do you all finally believe in Zhang Chu's abilities? I reiterate, I did indeed allocate some funds I should not have to engage Zhang Chu's services. However, all that I have done is for the sake of the Shangguan family. I believe that in the future, Zhang Chu will undoubtedly assist us, making this an investment, a venture into the future." At that moment, Shangguan Qingxue radiated confidence, her presence resplendent. Many members of the Shangguan family nodded in agreement, finding merit in her words. However, Uncle Shangguan Wenjing maintained a stern countenance, appearing rather displeased. Finally, Shangguan Wenjing spoke. "I concede that Mr. Zhang possesses remarkable skills in divination. Nonetheless, what our grand family requires—" Zhang would not contest this point. Chapter 78. The Stone Turtle in the conference room of the Shangguan family. All present wore expressions of astonishment. Despite Zhang Chu's impressive display, Shangguan Wenjing still voiced opposition, which was clearly an attempt to challenge Shangguan Qingxue. Unwilling to be cowed, Shangguan Qingxue shouted, "Shangguan Wenjing, what do you mean? Are you deliberately opposing me?" Shangguan Wenjing, his voice suddenly deepening, retorted, "Shangguan Qingxue, I am your elder. How dare you speak to me this way?" Undeterred, Shangguan Qingxue replied, "That is precisely how I speak. You must provide me with an explanation today." Shangguan Wenjing replied gravely, "You are young and inexperienced. I do not hold it against you. However, I trust Mr. Zhang understands my point." Shangguan Qingxue intended to speak on Zhang Chu's behalf, but he gently raised a hand to halt her. Indeed, Shangguan Wenjing's argument held merit. In truth, fortune-telling and geomancy are entirely distinct disciplines. Some southern geomancers specialize in the yin and yang of residences. Once transformed, these homes can bring prosperity and fortune. However, should one of these geomancers attempt to predict fate or fortune, they would be dismissed without hesitation, for many specialize only in residence assessments and may not even accurately count the occupants of a household. This illustrates the principle that expertise is essential in any field. Thus, Shangguan Wenjing's inquiry was somewhat justified. Zhang Chu then inquired, "So, you wish to see if I am capable of discerning grand geomantic principles?" Shangguan Wenjing nodded. "If you can grasp the overarching trends and comprehend the broader patterns, our Shangguan family shall regard you as an esteemed guest." Not only will Shangguan Qingxue invest in you, but if you have any future needs, we shall not hesitate to assist. However, if Mr. Zhang is merely acquainted with minor fortune-telling techniques and lacks understanding of grand trends, I must regretfully inform you that the unauthorized misappropriation of substantial funds amounts to criminal activity. Zhang Chu smiled slightly. I certainly comprehend the terrain. However, do you possess a means to verify this? Of course. Shangguan Wenjing rose decisively. It is quite simple. Please follow me, Mr. Zhang. Leading the way, Shangguan Wenjing departed the conference room, heading towards a small lake on the Shangguan estate. This artificial lake was adorned with numerous pavilions and playful toy boats drifting upon its surface, creating a picturesque environment. At that moment, a large group of individuals gathered by the lakeside, gazing out over the water. Shangguan Wenjing suddenly posed the question, Mr. Zhang, what is your opinion on the feng shui of this place? Zhang Chu surveyed the artificial lake, and then smiled slightly. To speak frankly, it is rather unimpressive. Shangguan Wenjing's gaze sharpened. What a bold assertion. I wonder if Mr. Zhang is genuinely insightful or merely feigning knowledge. Zhang Chu responded directly. This artificial lake, in essence, merely embodies the scenario of a tiger descent. At most, it can bestow the Shangguan family with 2 decades of fortune. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wenjing's expression shifted, clearly indicating that Zhang Chu had touched upon a sensitive topic. Zhang Chu continued. The great fortune of 20 years has already begun to decline. I believe the upper echelons of your Shangguan family are well aware of this. At that moment, Shangguan Wenjing finally appeared somewhat convinced, expressing admiration. Mr. Zhang, you possess remarkable insight. He then inquired. By the way, Mr. Zhang, our artificial lake holds deeper mysteries. There have even been certain miraculous occurrences that I wonder if you can discern them. Zhang Chu stated plainly. The tiger ascends the mountain, while the turtle descends into the water. Within this lake resides a 3-legged turtle weighing 36 pounds. What? A 3-legged turtle? The crowd frowned, evidently unfamiliar with such a concept. Shangguan Wenjing chuckled wryly. Mr. Zhang, you truly have a knack for jest. There is no turtle here. Actually, there was once an elder. Before Shangguan Wenjing could finish, Zhang Chu, with an odd expression, interrupted. You don't suppose there is a stone tiger residing in this lake, do you? Shangguan Wenjing paused, gazing at Zhang Chu in confusion. In truth, there had long been a rumor within the Shangguan family that a renowned geomancer had once arranged an exquisite feng shui layout for them, which had initiated their rise to prominence. 3 years later, upon acquiring this estate, the adept geomancer had also configured the artificial lake. During the groundbreaking ceremony for the lake, the elder had released a stone-carved tiger into the water. Remarkably, after entering the lake, the stone tiger had roared and appeared to come to life, swiftly swimming to the bottom. For many years, legends of a tiger spirit within the artificial lake circulated among the Shangguan family. Fishermen claimed to have felt their bait violently snatched away while fishing at night, suspecting it to be the work of the stone tiger. Some women, whose husbands were often away, recounted dreams of the stone tiger knocking on their doors, resulting in a night of revelry and subsequent pregnancies. Children also proclaimed that their completed holiday assignments had been snatched and shredded by a tiger. Although these were mere tales, the members of the Shangguan family firmly believed that a stone tiger silently guarded them within the artificial lake. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Chu claim the lake housed a turtle rather than a tiger, they instinctively thought he had erred in his calculations. Even Shangguan Wenjing stated directly, Mr. Zhang, I have personally witnessed the geomancer release a stone tiger, not a turtle. Yet Zhang Chu merely smiled and replied, the tiger on land transforms into a turtle in the water. The tiger has long since become the turtle. The members of the Shangguan family exchanged glances of disbelief. Could a tiger truly turn into a turtle? Even if you possess fortune-telling abilities, you cannot expect us to be gullible. Of course, the Shangguan family had no means to verify Zhang Chu's words. No one knew the whereabouts of the stone tiger. Surely one could not drain the artificial lake to search for the tiger, as one would catch an alligator. Observing the expressions of the Shangguan family, Zhang Chu quickly discerned their skepticism. Thus, he declared, the geomancer who arranged your feng shui was undoubtedly exceptional. I can assure you, that tiger has transformed into a 3-legged turtle. Of course, after 20 years, the turtle's spirit has faded. Given the circumstances, I shall attempt to catch the turtle and restore its fortune. You can catch it? Shangguan Wenjing was astonished. He had never heard of anyone managing to retrieve the turtle. Or rather, the stone tiger. Yet, intrigued by Zhang Chu's assertion, he was eager to see whether Zhang Chu truly understood the grand principles or was merely engaging in theatrics. Thus, Shangguan Wenjing inquired, what tools would you require to catch the turtle, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Chu replied, a fishhook would surely be ineffective. Turtles are warm creatures and should be caught using wooden tools. He then swiftly outlined his plan. Obtain a bamboo cage and place within it a few stones, frogs, or other enticing objects. Additionally, procure some fine wine and a stick of incense, and watch as I catch the stone turtle. Chapter 79. Complete submission before long. Zhang Chu had gathered all the necessary items, with the stone bullfrogs and stone earthworms meticulously carved on site. After obtaining these items, Zhang Chu first immersed the bullfrogs and earthworms in wine for a brief period. Subsequently, he placed them into a bamboo cage. With a swift motion, he cast the bamboo cage into the water using a fishing rod and then settled into a cross-legged position. Lighting a stick of incense, Zhang Chu closed his eyes, silently reciting a Taoist chant for tranquility. Soon his mind calmed, and he entered a state of profound emptiness, both within and without. In that moment, an aura of mystery and serenity emanated from Zhang Chu. Around him, everyone else held their breath, unconsciously aligning themselves with Zhang Chu's ethereal state, momentarily experiencing a sense of transcendence. The fragrant smoke from the incense curled gracefully around Zhang Chu, a wave of mysterious and natural energy radiating along the fishing line. As the incense burned down, suddenly, the fishing line tightened and the rod dipped, as if something had taken the bait. Zhang Chu instantly opened his eyes, yanking the rod with force, and the bamboo cage emerged from the water. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers perceived a flash, as if a large white fish was thrashing within the cage. However, once the cage was fully lifted from the water, they realized it was eerily still. Before long, the bamboo cage reached Zhang Chu's side. At that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. For within the cage lay a genuine white stone turtle. Zhang Chu flipped the cage, and the turtle tumbled out. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this stone turtle had only 3 legs. 2 hind legs and a single foreleg carved beneath its neck, presenting quite an oddity. Remarkable! Someone gasped in disbelief. Shangguan Wenzheng also stared in astonishment. How did it transform into a turtle? How is this possible? I witnessed it with my own eyes before. Zhang Chu then turned the turtle over, exposing its belly, and gently touched it with his fingers. He then explained, "Did I not say, on land, it becomes a tiger? In water, a turtle?" The individual who set up your feng shui was exceptionally skilled. The reasons behind it were simply not conveyed to you. In that moment, Zhang Chu sensed the turtle's interior was riddled with wounds. This turtle had borne the weight of the Shangguan family's fortune for 20 years and was now on the verge of collapse. Had it been any other family's turtle, Zhang Chu would have turned a blind eye. Yet, the Shangguan family was different. They were the descendants of his master, and he could not allow them to suffer indignities. Thus, a thought struck Zhang Chu. Star Tower. In the next instant, the door to the first level of the Star Tower within his consciousness slowly opened, and streams of spiritual energy surged forth. Countless tendrils of this energy flowed into Zhang Chu's fingertips, which then entered the body of the white stone turtle. All present observed, to their amazement, that Zhang Chu's fingertips emitted a faint emerald glow, imbued with a certain vitality that captivated everyone's gaze. At the same time, some of the spiritual energy dispersed, and those closest to the turtle immediately felt its benefits. An elderly man, overwhelmed with delight, exclaimed, "What is this? It feels divine. My breathing has become so smooth. My years of asthma may finally be cured." Shangguan Qingshua's expression shifted slightly as she stood closest to Zhang Chu, her eyes widening in astonishment. She gently closed her eyes to savor the sensation coursing through her body. Shangguan Wenzheng, too, was taken aback. Having long suffered discomfort in his neck, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation, as if electricity were coursing through him. Moments later, he felt a gentle pop in his neck, and all discomfort vanished. For those who had never encountered spiritual energy, even the slightest touch proved immensely beneficial. Moreover, it was evident to all that under Zhang Chu's touch, the white turtle appeared to regain its vitality. "How extraordinary!" Someone whispered in a "It seems as though the turtle could come back to life." Another murmured. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Chu ceased his efforts. He sensed that though not entirely healed, it would certainly face no further issues for at least a year or 2. Thus, he rose and returned the turtle to the small lake. As the turtle entered the water, a delicate rainbow encircled it. Then, before the gathered crowd, the 3-legged turtle appeared to revive, swimming gracefully towards the depths. After several strokes, it turned back, nodding its head at Zhang Chu, as if expressing gratitude. Zhang Chu spoke gently, "Go forth, protect the Shangguan family well. Once this phase passes, your merits will be fulfilled, and I shall assist you further." Upon hearing this, the turtle joyfully turned and swam deeper into the water, soon disappearing from sight. In that moment, the entire Shangguan family finally acknowledged Zhang Chu's prowess. Particularly, Shangguan Wenjing bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, you are truly gifted. I have been blind to your talents." He then turned to Shangguan Qingxue, stating, "Xiaoxue, you have done well this time. Our family has misjudged you, and I, on behalf of the Shangguan family, apologize." Shangguan Qingxue merely huffed, "It's about time you realized." Shangguan Wenjing then addressed Zhang Chu again, "Mr. Zhang, do you believe that our family's feng shui situation has truly reached a critical juncture?" Zhang Chu nodded. "Indeed, the momentum of the fierce tiger has reached its limit. Yet he quickly reassured them, do not worry. Even if the tiger has fallen to the plains, it remains a tiger and will not decline so swiftly. Can it be altered? Shangguan Wenzheng inquired. Zhang Chu smiled. I can alter it. But can you take the lead? Shangguan Wenzheng's expression stiffened. Regarding the family's feng shui, he indeed lacked authority. The elder had gone south to consult a certain feng shui master, and before departing, if by chance the elder were to invite the master only to discover that their feng shui had been tampered with, the master would certainly be displeased. Thus, Shangguan Wenzheng had to adhere to the elder's instructions. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Zhang Chu directly stated, let us wait until the elder returns to discuss any matters. Shangguan Wenzheng hastily concurred, yes, Mr. Zhang is indeed correct. Though they could not adjust the feng shui for the time being, Shangguan Wenzheng's expression was one of joy, unable to contain his excitement as he proclaimed, heaven bless the Shangguan family. Truly heaven bless the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wenzheng had heard that the feng shui master the elder intended to visit was of advanced age and might soon pass. Therefore, no one was certain whether the elder could successfully invite him. With Zhang Chu possessing such remarkable abilities, the Shangguan family had gained an additional layer of assurance, and he was, of course, elated. Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed, look at you, so lacking in ambition. Now that I have arrived in Furong Street, I intend to not only stabilize your situation, but to help you soar. Soon, the group returned to the Shangguan family's conference room. This time, every gaze directed at Zhang Chu was filled with respect, devoid of any lingering doubts. Chapter 80. Shangguan Qingsnou's grandmother in the conference room. Shangguan Wenzhen spoke up. Now that Shangguan Qingsnou has clarified the situation, the family will cover the funds she has misappropriated this time. She then turned to Shangguan Qingsnou and asked, Little Snow, how much do you need this time? Shangguan Qingsnou smiled gently. It's not too much, just 60 million. 60. Shangguan Wenzhen was taken aback, and then exclaimed, how much? 60 million? Her blood pressure instantly surged. She had just come to terms with this outcome, and now it felt as though she were being sent away. 60 million was indeed not a large sum in terms of the Shangguan family's fortune. Yet 60 million in cash flow was rather uncomfortable. The others in the conference room were equally stunned. Their information had indicated that Shangguan Qingsnou was short by 10 million, but now, it seemed she had taken a much larger amount. However, Shangguan Wenzhen quickly took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Fine, 60 million. The family will cover it. Though it was somewhat troublesome, at that moment, Zhang Chu held a position in Shangguan Wenzhen's heart that far outweighed 60 million. Zhang Chu quietly approved of Shangguan Wenzhen's demeanor. She exhibited a certain grace. While filling the 60 million gap was indeed a burden, this time, none of the Shangguan family members expressed any dissent. Even Shangguan Xing, who had long been hoping for Shangguan Qingsnou's misfortune, remained silent, recognizing the larger picture. Just then, a voice from outside the conference room interrupted the proceedings. Son-in-law, my dear son-in-law, who has bullied our granddaughter. Zhang Chu turned to see an elderly lady, supported by Xiaolan, making her way into the conference room. The old lady repeatedly called out son-in-law, leaving everyone bewildered. Son-in-law. What on earth? Shangguan Qingsnou leaned closer to Zhang Chu and whispered, This is my grandmother. She's a bit muddled, her intellect akin to that of a 3-year-old. Please do not take offense. Zhang Chu nodded. I can see that. The elderly lady, leaning on Xiaolan, soon approached Zhang Chu and grasped his hand, patting the back of it as she said, Son-in-law, do not worry. Our Shangguan family does not bully others. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell grandma, and I will stand up for you. Wait, how did I become the son-in-law? Zhang Chu was astonished, realizing the elderly lady was referring to him. At that moment, the old lady trembled as she produced a small red box and placed it into Zhang Chu's hands. Son-in-law, since this is our first meeting, I have nothing of great value to offer, but inside this box is a golden tiger. Please accept it. Before Zhang Chu could refuse, the old lady continued, Child, I have heard about your situation. How unfortunate you are, with no parents, and your master has abandoned you. But rest assured, our Shangguan family is now your new home. Since you are good to our little Snow, Grandma will take charge. We shall arrange for the wedding this month, and I will gift you both a grand house. Let us see who dares to interfere. Zhang Chu was left utterly perplexed by the unexpected barrage of wedding and housing plans. The old lady persisted. Once you marry into our Shangguan family, you shall not be treated as an outsider. From now on, focus on giving birth to children with little Snow, as many as you can. Rest assured, our Shangguan family is wealthy enough to support any number of children. The onlookers could not help but stifle their laughter. Zhang Chu hastily interjected. Elder, you have misunderstood. Call me Grandma. Zhang Chu was left speechless. How could he possibly address her as Grandma? Although she was a considerable age, by generational standards, he could justifiably claim to be her grandfather. Shangguan Qingsnou quickly clarified. Grandma, you've misunderstood. Zhang Chu and I are not in a romantic relationship. Yet, the grandmother seemed oblivious to Shangguan Kingsnow's protestations, examining Zhang Chu with growing satisfaction. What a fine young man. He is well suited for our little Snow. Wenjin, please arrange for a grand event. Let us finalize this matter this month. The grandmother then turned to admonish Shangguan. It is a joyous occasion for little Snow to be getting married. Why are you bullying my son-in-law? I didn't. Shangguan Wenjin quickly denied. Didn't? The grandmother was immediately incensed, raising her cane and delivering a sharp strike to Shangguan Wenjin's rear. It was evident that although the old lady was a bit confused, her physical strength was intact, and the blow made Shangguan Wenjin's legs quiver. Even after being struck, Shangguan Wenjin dared not evade. He merely grimaced, looking quite pitiful. Mother, you've misunderstood. With a resounding thwack, the cane struck Shangguan Wenjin once more. The elderly lady, fuming, declared, I heard from Lan that you all intend to bully my son-in-law. It was you, you wicked one, who instigated this. Now, immediately arrange for the wedding, or I shall break your legs. Shangguan Wenjin scratched his head, wishing to see Shangguan Qingsnow wed to Zhang Chu hurriedly said, Elder, you truly misunderstand. What misunderstanding? Lan said that our little Snow has even prepared a bride price for you, the grandmother exclaimed. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Bride price? What on earth was happening? At that moment, many turned to Xiaolan, who had lowered her head in silence. Everyone quickly understood. Xiaolan likely believed that Zhang Chu would suffer a loss, hence she had lied in front of the elderly lady. Consequently, the grandmother assumed that Zhang Chu was to be married into the family and regarded the funds as bride price. The grandmother, in her confusion, believed everything she heard and retained only the initial information. Any subsequent explanations would fall on deaf ears, and she might even resort to her cane for a reprimand. Thus, faced with the elderly lady's relentless insistence, no one knew how to respond. Zhang Chu, unaware of this dynamic, simply stated, Grandma, I truly cannot marry Shangguan Qingsnow. The old lady was immediately agitated. Why take our bride price if you aren't going to marry? I didn't take any bride price. Zhang Chu nodded. I did take the money, but it is not a bride price. Taking the money means you accepted the bride price, and you must marry into our Shangguan family, the grandmother shouted. Zhang Chu internally sighed in exasperation. It seemed he was being cornered, but soon, the old lady added, If you refuse to marry into our Shangguan family, you must return the money. Everyone in the Shangguan family exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. They were all eager to win Zhang Chu over, yet the grandmother's demand to return the money would surely offend him. Shangguan Wenjin stepped forward again. Mother, please do not meddle in this matter. Thwack! The grandmother struck Shangguan Wenjin once more with her cane. Do you think I am too old to understand? No. Shangguan Wenjin was overwhelmed. At that moment, the grandmother declared, Son-in-law, do not say that our Shangguan family is bullying you. I am giving you two options. First, this month, marry our little Snow and join the Shangguan family. Second, next month, marry our little Snow and join the Shangguan family. Zhang Chu. What is the difference? Chapter 81. Signing the agreement and Song Wenwen's schemes, it seemed that the elderly lady's mind had momentarily malfunctioned, and she quickly corrected herself, saying, No, if you do not marry into our family, you must return the money. Not a single cent less. Zhang Chu hastily replied, Then I will repay the money. Zhang Chu had never intended to owe Guo Qingxue any money. Even if the Guo family decided to cover her debts, he would never allow them to suffer a loss without cause. Meanwhile, Guo Wenjing hurriedly interjected, Mr. Zhang, please do not be angry. My mother. Bang! Another strike of the cane silenced Guo It that moment. The old lady was also incensed. Shout, if you do not return the bride price within 10 days, you shall marry into our family. Guo Qingxue quickly protested. There's no need. Truly no need. Bang! Guo Qingxue was struck hard as well. This old lady did not spare anyone around them. Many people exchanged glances, feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do about the old woman. However, Xiaolan secretly chuckled, as this outcome was precisely to her liking. Zhang Chu then declared, Fine, 10 days it is. Draft the agreement, the old lady commanded. Very well. Zhang Chu responded without hesitation. The onlookers, intimidated by the elderly lady, dared not utter a word. Soon, someone brought paper and pen for Zhang Chu to draft the agreement. The old lady's eyes widened. Although she was confused, she approached the agreement with a serious demeanor. Zhang Chu, not one to play tricks, swiftly completed the document. That it stipulated that within 10 days, Zhang Chu must repay all the money owed to the Guo family. Otherwise, he would marry into their family. Upon seeing the agreement, many members of the Guo family became agitated. How could one amass 60 million in just 10 days? It was utterly impossible. Thus, Zhang Chu's willingness to draft this agreement could only indicate one thing. He harbored feelings for Guo Qingxue, seizing upon the grandmother's confusion. He was merely seeking a pretext to join the Guo family. At that moment, many people silently commended the grandmother. Though she seemed muddled, she was still quite shrewd, effortlessly binding Zhang Chu to the Guo family's chariot. Even Guo Qingxue felt a surge of delight. Although she outwardly claimed that she had no connection to Zhang Chu, she would certainly not refuse if he were willing to join their family. Before long, the agreement was finalized. The elderly lady carefully tucked it away and announced, "All right, everyone disperse, disperse." As the assembly broke up, the expressions of many Guo family members toward Zhang Chu had shifted to almost. It seemed a foregone conclusion that Zhang Chu would join the Guo family, with no room for any surprises. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Chu cast a peculiar glance at Guo Qingxue, asking, "Is your grandmother truly confused?" Guo Qingxue nodded. "Yes, it has been over 10 years. However, she is unwavering in her principles and possesses a kind heart." Zhang Chu murmured, "But I feel she is not as confused as she appears." At that moment, Zhang Chu sensed that the elderly lady had inadvertently ensnared him in her schemes. Yet soon, he muttered to himself, 10 days, 40 million. It seems I must exert myself. Guo Qingxue suddenly smiled. "Actually, there is no rush. You cannot expect to encounter several wealthy benefactors like Zhou Chong in succession, so just let it be." Zhang Chu was instantly filled with confusion, pondering her meaning. No rush. Did she genuinely wish for him to join the Guo family? At that moment, Zhang Chu scrutinized Guo Qingxue, who naturally gazed back at him, asking, "What? Do you feel that marrying into the Guo family would be a grievance?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "To be honest, if you wish to test my capabilities, there is no need for marriage. This evening, bring your ID, and I shall bring my membership card, and we can explore together." Guo Qingxue retorted angrily, "Go to hell." The two then exited the conference room, with Lin Xiyu and Huoguo following closely behind. Zhang Chu was resolute in his decision not to marry into the Guo family. His next priority was to consider how to generate income. Guo Qingxue, though she verbally claimed not to be anxious, was determined to address her financial concerns through her own efforts, despite her family's assurances of support. At that moment, Guo Qingxue said, "Zhang Chu, I will think of a solid plan tonight. Tomorrow, I will provide you with some ideas for securing funds." "All right," Zhang Chu replied. Later that night, Zhang Chu returned to his residence with Huoguo. Upon opening the door, he felt a chill. He could sense that a thief had been there. Zhang Chu had become quite adept at perceiving such energies that he quickly scanned the area and smiled. A few bills are missing, but a piece of clothing has vanished. How intriguing. Is someone attempting to use feng shui against me? Around midnight, in a certain secret chamber of the Zhou family, Song Wenwen knelt before an eerie scarecrow, lighting incense, closing her eyes, and chanting some mysterious and bizarre incantations. Suddenly, at one moment, Song Wenwen's eyes flew open. They were devoid of pupils, entirely white. "Did I end the next instant?" she commanded. "Seize the 3 souls. Go." The scarecrow, clad in Zhang Chu's garments, trembled violently. This smoke coalesced and drifted out of the window, swiftly heading in the direction of Zhang Chu's residence. Not long after, a ghostly silhouette of a scarecrow materialized outside Zhang Chu's window. It was already deep into the night, and both Zhang Chu and Huoguo were asleep. However, Huoguo's instincts were sharp. It suddenly sprang up, ran to the bedside, tugged at Zhang Chu's hand with its mouth, and roused him, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa, something's here." Zhang Chu's consciousness was equally keen. The moment he sensed the strange energy outside, he awoke that he abruptly drew the curtains, and at that moment, he came face to face with the scarecrow's shadow. The scarecrow bore a blurred visage, grinning eerily at Zhang Chu. Then it raised its hand and beckoned Zhang Chu with a crooked finger, a gesture that appeared exceedingly sinister. Simultaneously, from the scarecrow's ethereal form, a powerful force of attraction erupted, seemingly intent on Zhang Chu laughed. "Trying to lure my soul? How you overestimate yourself." In that instant, Zhang Chu intentionally released his spiritual aura. Upon sensing Zhang Chu's spiritual energy, the scarecrow generated a peculiar attraction that affected the star tower. The next moment, the surface of the star tower shimmered with starlight. The strand of attraction that had invaded Zhang Chu's consciousness emitted a sizzling sound as it dissipated completely. Simultaneously, the star tower emitted a beam of starlight that reflected back along the path of attraction. With a piercing sound, the scarecrow's phantom instantly shattered, accompanied by a wretched scream. At the same time, within a secret chamber of the Zhou family, Song Wenwen, who had been kneeling before the scarecrow, suddenly shed 2 streams of blood tears from her pale eyes. Chapter 82. The Innocent Wilderness. My eyes. Song Wenwen immediately covered her eyes with both hands, letting out a wretched scream. Outside the chamber, Zhou Chong, upon hearing Song Wenwen's anguish cry, rushed inside in a panic. "Sister Wenwen, what happened?" Zhou Chong inquired anxiously. Trembling, Song Wenwen stammered, "I am blind. My eyes are blind." In the next moment, she suddenly stood up, her expression frantic. "This is bad. He is coming after me. I must leave immediately. I need to find my master." With that, Song Wenwen turned and fled. Though blinded, her movements were not overly hindered. She moved swiftly, covering several paces before disappearing into the depths of the night. "Do not provoke Zhang Chu. Absolutely do not provoke Zhang Chu." Song Wenwen's voice gradually faded into the darkness. Zhang Chu traversed the night alongside Hogua. In the instant he was ambushed, the Star Tower transmitted a mysterious aura to him. Once this enigmatic essence was absorbed, Zhang Chu instinctively could discern the location of his opponent. At that moment, Zhang Chu felt elated. The first time he was short on funds, Zhou Chong had sent people to hunt him down, only for Zhou Chong to transform into a benefactor, inadvertently allowing Zhang Chu to come into a fortune. Now, however, it was someone from the Xianmen plotting against him. Zhang Chu understood that those with cultivation in the Xianmen were seldom impoverished. Take Zhou Yunling, for instance. After only a short period of fortune-telling, she had amassed a considerable hoard of gold bars. Now, Zhang Chu was thrilled. He aimed to track down the individual who had covertly targeted him, hoping to extract some monetary compensation from them. Following his instincts, he made his way to a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. The place was densely populated with tombstones, and at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the area, permeated by an uncanny atmosphere. Zhang Chu sensed this aura and furrowed his brow slightly. Something is amiss, he declared. Huogua extended its neck, its eyes wide with alarm. Indeed, something feels off, master. This place does not resemble a cemetery. It feels more like a ghost market. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. While this place contained numerous ashes, its essence was tranquil and serene, imparting a calming presence. Yet now, it was saturated with an eerie essence that a strange wind swept through, and though the place appeared quiet, it instilled in Zhang Chu a sense of being in. At that moment, Zhang Chu abruptly turned, noticing a half-visible face peeking out from behind a tombstone, seemingly observing him in secret. However, as soon as Zhang Chu's gaze fell upon it, the face swiftly retreated. Subsequently, Zhang Chu sensed a disturbance behind him, that he spun around and discovered an imposing, raggedly clad middle-aged man standing there, who wore a radiant, sunny smile that if one were to overlook his attire and focus solely on his expression, it would evoke a sense of healing, for his smile was remarkably pure, reminiscent of a child. Yet his clothing was far from commendable, appearing even more tattered than a beggar's rags. Upon closer inspection, he did not resemble a beggar at all. His robust physique revealed healthy, bronze skin through the rips in his clothing, with well-defined muscles. Though his hair was disheveled, his eyes gleamed with the intensity of a fierce tiger, indicating he was no ordinary man. Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized him. This was not a ghost, but a formidable human being. Zhang Chu even felt that if it came to a confrontation, he might not be his match. Could he be the one plotting against me? Zhang Chu's entire being tensed, instinctively entering a defensive stance. Despite the middle-aged man's innocent smile, Zhang Chu was acutely aware that those who appear harmless are often the most dangerous. At that moment, Zhang Chu cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man did not respond directly, but instead regarded Zhang Chu with approval, appraising him from head to toe. "You have opened your dantian at such a young age. Commendable. However, your strength still leaves much to be desired." Zhang Chu's gaze narrowed, prepared for action at any moment. Yet the next instant, the middle-aged man spoke again. "The person you seek is not here, young one. Stay away from this cemetery. You cannot meddle in its affairs." Zhang Chu discerned the implication. The one who had ambushed him seemed unrelated to this middle-aged man. That person had merely passed through here. This middle-aged man, however, appeared to be connected to the cemetery's eerie essence. Thus, Zhang Chu inquired, "Is it your doing that this cemetery has transformed into a ghost market? What are your intentions?" The middle-aged man maintained his sunlit smile. "I am not ill. Why would I summon ghosts into the world?" Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened. "Summon ghosts into the world? What do you mean?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "You do not strike me as a disciple of a major sect. Do not involve yourself in matters here." "A major sect?" Zhang Chu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the middle-aged man as he pondered his identity. Suddenly, he queried, "What guy?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted in surprise. "You have some knowledge, young man." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's admission, Zhang Chu clasped his hands and declared, "I take my leave." Realizing the man's identity, Zhang Chu felt no desire to engage further. Wugai was one of the 8 authentic sects of the Xianmen. According to his master, those from Wugai were quite peculiar. They were upright in character, yet unkempt in appearance, even taking pride in their ragged clothing. His master had mentioned that Wugai individuals often kept company with fleas. If they did not have 100 or so fleas on them, they were certainly not true disciples of Wugai. His master also remarked that the members of Wugai had a peculiar mindset. Despite living in an era of material abundance, they preferred to wear tattered garments, claiming each piece of clothing had its own fate. Most irksome to his master was the sect's strict bathing regimen, as if it were decreed that one could only bathe every 3 years. Bathing more frequently was unacceptable. In any case, every time the sorceress Master Shang Xianyuan mentioned this sect, she wore a look of disgust. Thus, Zhang Chu promptly chose to take his leave. He could not abide by the ideals of this sect. Of course, Zhang Chu understood that the one who had ambushed him could not possibly belong to Wugai. For while Wugai individuals may be unkempt, their hearts remained pure and upright. The sorceress master had once said that among the 8 major sects, only the people of Wugai were worth associating with, merely that Shang Xianyue found them unclean. Seeing Zhang Chu depart so decisively, the middle-aged man shook his head with a smile and remarked, "The world still harbors prejudice against my Wugai. In truth, true filth does not reside on the surface, nor in the visage, but within the heart." Zhang Chu was rendered speechless. "So, if you maintain a clean exterior and don fine clothing, your heart is tainted? What absurd logic!" Naturally, Zhang Chu had no interest in debating with him. This man had adhered to his beliefs for centuries and had not changed. Zhang Chu did not believe he possessed the ability to persuade them to don new garments. At that moment, Zhang Chu remembered he had come here in search of the one who had plotted against him. He paused and asked, "Sir, where did the person I seek go?" The middle-aged man pointed to the north of the cemetery. "She went that way. I do not think that girl is up to any good. If you catch her, be sure not to let her escape." "Girl!" A spark ignited in Zhang Chu's mind as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, sir." He then called to Huogua, "Let us go, Huogua. We are off to confront our nemesis." Huogua promptly followed Zhang Chu as they headed in the direction indicated by the middle-aged man. As Zhang Chu departed the cemetery, he glanced back one last time. He noticed that the entire cemetery was shrouded in a dreadful aura, as if it were connected to some terrifying entrance. Meanwhile, the ragged middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the center of the cemetery, utterly motionless. Occasionally, shadows would emerge from some tombstones, transforming into peculiar entities upon touching the ground. Yet before these strange beings could flee, the middle-aged man would emanate a formidable, righteous aura that obliterated them instantly. In Zhang Chu's eyes, this middle-aged man burned with intensity, akin to a blazing fire, steadfastly maintaining the sanctity of this place. So, he is here to vanquish demons and exorcise malevolent spirits. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say that when the heavens fall, a tall man must bear the burden. Zhang Chu mused, feeling a measure of respect. Although he remained inconspicuous, he was a guardian of the realm. Of course, Zhang Chu had his own matters to attend to. He was intent on finding the one who had plotted against him to settle the score and possibly acquire some wealth in the process. Chapter 83. The plans of Shangguan Qing Snow at long last. Zhang Chu and Huogua, guided by the instructions of a middle-aged man, found themselves in a secluded forest on the back mountain. Suddenly, Huogua perked up its nose, took a few steps forward, and exclaimed, "Grandfather, over here!" Zhang Chu promptly followed. Noticing fresh bloodstains on the ground, he remarked, "They must not have gone far." Huogua barked, "Woof woof." "Grandfather, I can smell her scent. She is a woman, likely no more than 25 years old." Zhang Chu raised an eyebrow. "Your nose is quite remarkable. You can even discern her age." At that moment, Huogua led the way, sniffing and determining the direction. After more than 10 minutes, the man and dog arrived at the bank of a small river, where the trail of the ambusher had completely vanished. With the clues severed, Zhang Chu crouched by the riverbank, pondering, is it the Zhou family or the Jin family? Or perhaps some inexplicable entity? Unable to ascertain the identity of the adversary, Zhang Chu realized he had offended quite a number of people recently. Not knowing who to suspect, he decided to cease his musings. Ultimately, he shook his head and left the site. Once Zhang Chu departed, a frail old nun clad in gray robes emerged from the darkness, leading Song Wenwen along. The old nun appeared emaciated, as if her skin were merely a sheath for her bones. Upon closer inspection, her sunken eye sockets resembled those of a specter. At that moment, she cradled a chipped bowl in her hands, which contained blood that had oozed from Song Wenwen's eyes. Their ability to elude Zhang Chu's pursuit stemmed from the bowl, which concealed all traces of their presence. Currently, a white cloth was draped over Song Wenwen's eyes, yet blood continued to seep forth. "Master, will my eyes ever recover?" Song Wenwen asked, her face a mask of despair. The old nun shook her head. "Your eyes are beyond repair. During the exertion of your powers, you were injured by the overwhelming aura. Restoration is impossible. Even if you were to receive someone else's eye, I demand blood for blood." The old nun sighed. "Alas, I had foreseen your tribulation. I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." She continued, "Rest assured, he has harmed you, and I shall not let him go unpunished. However, a direct confrontation may lead to mutual destruction. For now, we dwell in the shadows while he remains in the light. I possess ample methods to eliminate him." With fierce determination, Song Wenwen replied, "Master, once you have rendered him powerless, you must deliver him to me. I wish to personally extract his eyes." A sinister grin crept across the old nun's ghastly visage. Ah, that day will surely come. Soon after, the old nun, holding the broken bowl, vanished into the night with Song Wenwen. Meanwhile, in a nearby cemetery, the middle-aged man from Wugai remained seated in the cemetery's center, seemingly suppressing some unseen force with his own power. But the night passed without incident. The following morning, at Zhang Chu's feng shui shop, Shangguan Qing Snow and Lin Xiu appeared punctually, as if clocking in for work. Upon their meeting, Lin Siyu exclaimed. Zhang Chu, congratulations. You are about to marry our young lady. Zhang Chu was instantly at a loss for words. What do you know to congratulate me? Lin Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my. You haven't heard? The Shangwan family is currently festooned with decorations, preparing the streets. There is already a festive atmosphere for the wedding. Zhang Chu was left utterly confused. What on earth was happening? Shangwan Qing Snow raised her hands in mock surrender, her expression innocent. There is nothing I can do. Nearly everyone in the Shangwan family believes you cannot fulfill that wager. Everyone thinks you signed that wager simply to find an excuse to marry into the Shangwan family. Good grief. Zhang Chu's face darkened. It seemed the entire Shangwan family was looking down upon him. That wasn't it merely 40 million. Surely, within 10 days, I could manage to acquire it. Shangwan Qing Snow, maintaining a serious demeanor, asked, Do you have any ideas for making money right now? Of course, Zhang Chu replied. Do tell. Shangwan Qing Snow inquired. Zhang Chu shook his head. I want to say. It won't work if I do. Shangwan Qing Snow rolled her eyes. I have some ideas. Would you like me to share them with you? Zhang Chu turned to her, intrigued. You have a plan? Please enlighten me. Shangwan Qing Snow stated earnestly. First, we could rob a bank, then I'll drive the getaway car. Lin Siyu will keep watch, and you and Hogwa will go in to steal. Put a large bag on Hogwa's back. Once you've taken the loot, let Hogwa sprint away. Zhang Chu and Lin Siyu exchanged glances, their expressions deadpan. It was evident she was joking. Hogwa rolled its eyes, clearly unimpressed. Shangwan Qing Snow chuckled and continued. Second, you could perform another magic trick like yesterday and conjure up another 10 million that repeat a few times, and you'd have it. Zhang Chu scoffed. Do you think Jinling City is that small? Are there a multitude of people like Zhou Chong? Thirdly, you can only assist me, Shangwan Qing Snow stated. Assist you? Zhang Chu frowned slightly to that point. Shangwan Qing Snow explained. The crux of the matter for me lies in cash flow. If you could help me resolve some issues, I would then have the cash flow available. Such as? Shangwan Qing Snow elaborated. First, I have a batch of inventory that has been sitting for too long. That merchandise could sell for at least 20 million. If you can help me find buyers and offload that inventory, it would be a tremendous relief. Zhang Chu remained silent. Shangwan Qing Snow continued. Alternatively, you could assist me with a few other factories in securing large orders. As long as there are orders, the clients will provide a 30% advance payment. Zhang Chu frowned. So, how does this pertain to me? It was important to note that Zhang Chu's wager with the old lady required him to repay the money within 10 days. Assisting Shangwan Qing Snow with sales, securing her orders. Even if he could help, it was her money that would be earned. Would the proceeds from selling the inventory count as Zhang Chu's repayment? Absolutely not. Shangwan Qing Snow's proposal merely addressed her cash flow issues, not the means by which Zhang Chu could fulfill his wager. Hence, Zhang Chu had little interest in her suggestions that I am solely focused on fulfilling the wager, while you seem to wish for me to become your assistant. What a ludicrous notion. That perceiving Zhang Chu's lack of interest, Shangwan Qing Snow mistakenly believed he did not comprehend her. Thus, she clarified, if you are not in business, it might be challenging for you to grasp these commercial matters. Let me rephrase. You simply need to help me deal with a few individuals. As she spoke, Shangwan Qing Snow placed several business cards before Zhang Chu. The first person is Mu Jin. She is a major distributor. If you can win her over, she could help me clear out my inventory. However, Sister Mu is quite difficult to deal with. I have had several encounters with her, and her attitude towards me has always been rather unfavorable. Then, Shangwan Qing Snow pointed to another card. This one is General Yao. If you can manage him, he could place several large orders with me, which would instantly resolve my cash flow issues. This one, General Lin, is similar. If you can win him over, I won't be in such dire straits. Zhang Chu, confronted with a series of business cards, still appeared disinterested. I understand your point. I can assist you. That's not an issue. However, the problem remains. If I help you, that money wouldn't be considered my repayment to the Shangwan family. You can't genuinely expect me to marry in, can you? Shangwan Qing Snow blinked. Well, that could work. After all, I don't mind that you're not particularly handsome. Zhang Chu was left speechless. I mind that you're not particularly beautiful, all right. Chapter 84. The Eerie Jing'an City, marrying Shangwan Qingxue. Zhang Chu shook his head internally, utterly disinterested. I'm still young. I wish to enjoy life for a few more years. Marriage, just the thought sends shivers down my spine. The crux of the matter was that Zhang Chu did not harbor any romantic feelings for Shangwan Qingxue. She resembled his witch master far too much that in his eyes, she was merely a junior. Moreover, he had little inclination toward Shangwan Qingxue's proposal. He had no desire to squander his precious 10 days engaged in business discussions with her. Utilizing a woman's assets to forge a business deal might yield cash flow, but it would ultimately belong to her. Furthermore, the agreement Zhang Chu had signed with that befuddled grandmother stipulated that he was to repay 40 million within 10 days. If he were to heed Shangwan Qingxue's line of thinking, it would lead him into a pitfall. Zhang Chu was not that foolish. Shangwan Qingxue was well aware of Zhang Chu's sentiments. She was merely feigning ignorance. Upon realizing he was not falling for her trap, she shifted her approach. Zhang Chu, you need not feel so pressured. Our relationship is quite good. What is mine is yours. Absolutely not. That is entirely different, Zhang Chu hastily retorted. Seeing Zhang Chu's refusal, Shangguan Qingxue promptly declared, very well then, I need to make a trip to Jinling, and I plan to visit a few individuals in Jing'an City. Are you asking if I would like to accompany you? Zhang Chu's interest peaked at this moment. In truth, he had contemplated visiting Jing'an City the previous night. After all, Jing'an is a vast metropolis with a population exceeding 8 million, and Zhang Chu believed that substantial wealth could only be acquired in such significant locales. He had even devised a plan for prosperity in his mind. Upon entering Jing'an City, he would first ascertain which families were affluent, then unleash a zombie or ghost upon their ancestral halls. Was that not a lucrative venture? After all, Zhang Chu was the disciple of the witch Shang Xinyue. To not engage in a bit of mischief would be rather unworthy of her esteemed title as the world's preeminent witch. Upon noticing Zhang Chu's willingness to travel to Jing'an, Shangguan Qingxue's spirits lifted. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately. Bark, bark! The hot pot also expressed its delight, wagging its tail and affectionately nudging Lin Siyu's thigh with its mischievous head. Lin Siyu, amused, petted the hot pot's head, giggling, wow, it seems the hot pot likes me. Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed. The hot pot was merely a lustful creature, too timid to approach Shangguan Qingxue in his presence. Soon, the trio and the dog boarded the car, with Lin Siyu at the helm, and they set off for Jing'an Point 2 hours later. As they neared Jing'an, the main urban area came into view from a distance. Yet at that moment, Zhang Chu's brow furrowed. The enormity of the city imparted upon him a distinctly unsettling sensation, as an eerie aura enveloped the atmosphere above Jing'an. What is this? Zhang Chu murmured, sensing something amiss. Bark! Bark! The hot pot, seated in the passenger seat, also lifted its head, gazing anxiously at the sky above the city. Zhang Chu spoke. Hot pot, quiet down. I can sense it. The hot pot immediately fell silent. But instead of remaining in the passenger seat, it crawled into the back seat, nestling beside Zhang Chu as if frightened. Shangguan Qingxue eyed the hot pot curiously. What is wrong with it? Zhang Chu's expression turned grave. There is something off about Jing'an City. Off? Shangguan Qingxue felt perplexed, glancing at Jing'an City from afar before shaking her head. The weather is splendid. What could possibly be amiss? Zhang Chu refrained from elaborating. Certain instincts inherent to those of the mystical realm were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Lin Siyu then asked, shall we proceed into the city? Yes. Zhang Chu outfim. Before long, the vehicle entered the heart of Jing'an City. Zhang Chu's demeanor remained serious as he scrutinized the bustling streets that at this point, he could distinctly sense a strange energy coursing through the thoroughfare. It was as if a terrifying and bizarre presence roamed beneath the sunlight. Simultaneously, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. This is the same aura as the cemetery from last night. Zhang Chu's heart raced. Indeed, the cemetery he and the hot pot had discovered the previous evening harbored a similar essence. However, the eerie atmosphere in Jing'an City was considerably weaker, yet its scope was exponentially larger. It felt as though this dreadful energy had escaped confinement, permeating throughout the entirety of Jing'an City. What in the world is happening? Zhang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. It was not fear of the strange aura that troubled him, but rather the sensation that an ominous truth, akin to the tip of an iceberg, was presenting itself before him. In that moment, Zhang Chu gazed at the city, his mind swirling with uncertainty. What on earth has transpired in this city? Why does this aura not merely exist in Jinling, but extend throughout Jing'an as well? Zhang Chu's mind brimmed with questions. Bark! Bark! The hot pot barked again, this time directed at a red sedan passing by. Zhang Chu instinctively turned his head toward the vehicle. Inside was a strikingly beautiful female driver adorned with heavy smoky makeup, exuding a strong air of flamboyance. As Zhang Chu's consciousness locked onto the car, inexplicably, the front of the vehicle transformed into mere paper. Vibrantly colored paper appeared in a dazzling array. The woman with the smoky makeup morphed in Zhang Chu's eyes into a grotesque specter. Half of her face had decayed, and her neck seemed to have been bitten off by some beast, leaving only a fragment to support her rotting head. Her clothing was tattered, as if she had just clawed her way out of a coffin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Chu's vision flickered, and her appearance returned to normal. Where did this ghostly car come from? How can it roam the streets under the sun? Zhang Chu's heart raced with unrest. However, the car swiftly turned a corner, vanishing from his sight. Bark, bark! The hot pot directed its barks toward another direction. Zhang Chu followed its gaze, spotting an elderly woman distributing flyers in the center of the road. This elderly woman weaved through the traffic, incessantly stuffing advertisements into the vehicles passing by. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the old woman cast no shadow, her feet seemingly suspended. Just then, a vehicle, seemingly oblivious to her presence, collided with the elderly woman. She was sent flying, covered in blood, yet the car did not slow down, speeding away into the distance. Incredibly, the bloodied old woman suddenly soared into the air, catching up to the car. Moments later, the vehicle lost control and crashed into the guardrail. Is this a vengeful spirit on the road, appearing so brazenly? Zhang Chu turned his gaze slightly, directing it toward the top of a high-rise building. There, a man in a black suit was preparing to leap off. Yet bizarrely, halfway through his jump, his body vanished. This uncanny scene seemed to unfold repeatedly without fatigue to this moment. A young man holding a cup of coffee appeared by the window of a 30-story building. He appeared to be savoring a leisurely moment, wishing to admire the city's scenery from above. However, in the next instant, the figure that had been jumping continuously appeared beside the young man, wrapping its arms around his neck, and together they plummeted down. Zhang Chu inhaled sharply, realizing that this city seemed to be ensnared in some grand, bizarre phenomenon. Yet nearly all its inhabitants appeared utterly oblivious. At this moment, Zhang Chu's heart grew heavy. Must Jinling City transform into a realm of phantoms? However, upon careful observation, he discerned that while the oddities were numerous, the majority of people still went about their lives normally. Only a few unfortunate souls occasionally fell victim to what appeared to be ordinary accidents, just like car crashes or inadvertent falls from heights. Most ordinary citizens continued their lives as usual, untroubled by panic. In fact, the majority seemed completely unaware of any anomalies. Chapter 85. Bring me joy. Not only were the rules of the steps unusual, but even Shangguan Qingsnow and Lin Xiyu sensed something amiss. Shangguan Qingsnow furrowed her brow and inquired, Zhang Chu, do you feel that something is off? Lin Xiyu chimed in, Miss, I too feel a sense of discomfort. There is something strange in the air, and at times, I can't shake off an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Zhang Chu, did you notice something earlier? Is there a danger lurking? Shangguan Qingsnow questioned. Zhang Chu glanced at the two women, quietly assessing in his mind that they were not in immediate peril. Therefore, he reassured them, you need not worry. There is no danger. However, I cannot accompany you to meet any guests. I have matters to attend to. Faced with the peculiar atmosphere of Jinling City, Zhang Chu was eager to uncover what had transpired. Simultaneously, he felt that the upheaval in Jinling City could present a significant opportunity for him. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Chu and the others arrived at a hotel where Shangguan Qingsnow had already reserved a room. Inside the room, Zhang Chu remained somewhat uneasy about the two women at that moment. An idea struck him, and he asked Shangguan Qingsnow and Lin Xiyu, do either of you possess any jade artifacts or personal adornments? Jade artifacts? For what purpose? Shangguan Qingsnow inquired. Zhang Chu explained, I can imbue your jade pieces with protective energy, transforming them into talismans, ensuring that you navigate your path smoothly and avoid misfortune. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingsnow and Lin Xiyu hastily retrieved some small trinkets they had on hand. Lin Xiyu produced a delicate wristwatch and a small bracelet, while Shangguan Qingsnow presented a tiny jade rabbit and a pair of petite earrings. After taking these trinkets into his hands, Zhang Chu felt a surge of energy within him. Stellar Tower. In the next instant, the grand door of the Stellar Tower opened within his consciousness, and an abundance of spiritual energy poured forth. Simultaneously, the first level of the Stellar Tower shimmered with starlight, which transformed into a series of mysterious symbols that, along with the flowing spiritual energy, surged into Zhang Chu's palms. In the blink of an eye, numerous streams of energy and symbols were inscribed into the trinkets, imbuing them with a lively aura. Although Shangguan Qingsnow and Lin Xiyu lacked the ability to see the ethereal, they could intuitively sense the dramatic transformation of the objects before them. At that moment, Lin Xiyu exclaimed, Wow, this is incredible. I feel as though they've come to life. Shangguan Qingsnow added, Why do I sense that the value of these items has suddenly skyrocketed, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds of times? They feel extraordinary. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. These items had not only absorbed a wealth of spiritual energy, but had also been inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols from the Stellar Tower, effectively transforming them into magical artifacts. Now, these items were more potent than those blessed by esteemed monks. As long as they wore them, no malevolent forces could threaten the two women. Zhang Chu then instructed, You must keep these trinkets on you at all times. Do not remove them, understood? Shangguan Qingsnow nodded eagerly. Rest assured. He continued, Very well. You two may proceed to meet your clients. I have other matters to attend to with Hot Pot. Shangguan Qingsnow promptly asked, Zhang Chu, could you read my fortune? Will I succeed in my visit today? Zhang Chu casually glanced at Shangguan Qingsnow before responding. Today, your career prospects appear dim. Achieving success will be challenging. Really? Shangguan, I have already made an appointment with the client's secretary. They may be unable to meet me, but I must still go. Seeing that Shangguan Qingsnow was insistent, Zhang Chu reminded her, By the way, if you truly intend to meet your client, refrain from purchasing any fruit. It may lead to an unexpected turn of events. Refrain from buying fruit. Shangguan Qingsnow pondered, but Mu Jie adores various fruits. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. I understand. Before long, Shangguan Qingsno departed with Lin Xiu to visit her client. Zhang Chu then turned to Hot Pot and said, "Let us go and discover what has transpired in Jinling City." "All right, Grandpa," Hot Pot replied enthusiastically as the duo left the hotel. Half an hour later, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot found themselves atop the towering financial center. This was the tallest building in Jinling City, soaring to a height of 90 stories, nearly 500 meters from this vantage point. One could survey the entirety of Jinling at that moment. Zhang Chu and Hot Pot stood at the center of the rooftop, both enveloped by an exceedingly strange aura. Despite the clear blue sky and brilliant sunshine, the rooftop felt congested, as if filled with countless unseen entities, creating an unsettling sense of crowding. Whiff, whiff, whiff. Hot Pot suddenly barked. With his outburst, the inexplicable atmosphere around them lightened somewhat. Dogs inherently counteract malevolent forces and can perceive what is invisible to the human eye. Moreover, Hot Pot was a dog of remarkable sensitivity that in that instant, Zhang Chu unleashed his own aura, channeling his inner spiritual energy, which activated the power within his dantian, emanating an air of authority. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped him, as if sacred symbols erupted from within his being, dispersing outward the next moment. The oppressive feeling on the rooftop dissipated, as if it had been thoroughly cleansed. Although these energies posed no threat to Zhang Chu, he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Just then, Hot Pot barked again. "Woof, woof, woof, Grandpa, look, something wants to jump off the building." Zhang Chu followed Hot Pot's gaze and caught sight of a shadowy figure at the edge of the rooftop. "Interesting. Someone dares to appear here, seemingly unafraid of me," Zhang Chu thought to himself with a smirk, but he then scrutinized the figure more closely, channeling the pure power from his dantian into his eyes. In that moment, the world transformed in Zhang Chu's sight, and the hazy outline at the building's edge became clear that it was a middle-aged man, appearing forlorn, with a tear-streaked, expressionless face. Zhang Chu recognized that this man was contemplating suicide, his lingering resentment binding him to this place. Approaching the man, Zhang Chu spoke. "Hey, buddy, care to share why you're feeling this way?" The man slowly turned his head to Zhang Chu, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Chu regarded him with disdain. "What are you crying for, you big guy? Share your woes with me. Let me find some amusement." Chapter 86. The aware old man on the rooftop. The man spoke. "I faced bankruptcy in my business, yet my wife ascended to a high-ranking position within a financial firm. She looks down upon me, brazenly parading her paramour from the company in my home, audaciously bestowing upon me the mark of infidelity. When I confronted her in bed, she did not cease her apologies. Instead, she berated me for my inadequacies, declaring that I am nothing." Zhang Chu's expression was peculiar. "So, you attempted suicide?" The man replied, "I merely intended to frighten her, climbing to this height in hopes that she would acknowledge her wrongdoing. Yet, she didn't even bother to look my way. Moreover, those passers-by, reveling in the spectacle, taunted me for my cowardice, challenging me to jump if I had the guts. In a moment of weakness, I leapt." Zhang Chu burst into laughter. "Then you brought this upon yourself." Upon hearing this, the man's face twisted into a mask of fury. "Even you think I deserve this? Deem me pathetic?" Zhang Chu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, do you not believe you brought this upon yourself? A woman betrays you, and you wish to end your life, to scare her. A mere passerby provokes you, and you leap. Who else is to blame, if not yourself?" Unable to contain his rage after Zhang Chu's words, the man lunged toward him. "You bastard, you deserve to die." Zhang Chu smiled slightly, and at the instant the man lunged, he struck him with a swift slap. With a resounding thud, as Zhang Chu's hand made contact, a radiant light emanated from his palm. The man let out a wail, akin to that of a paper doll cast into a raging fire. His body instantaneously erupted with multiple holes, each radiating a brilliant light. As he began to disintegrate rapidly, in less than half a second, the man vanished in a thin AT that moment. Zhang Chu felt an enigmatic aura materialize in the void, which was promptly absorbed by the star tower. Zhang Chu's heart stirred as his consciousness delved into the star tower. He soon discovered that a minuscule point on the door connecting the first and second levels of the star tower had been illuminated. What is this? Zhang Chu's mind fixated on the massive door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the door was inscribed with countless tiny symbols, so diminutive they resembled the tip of a syringe, with the lines forming the symbols even finer than that of a mosquito. The entire door was covered in these minuscule symbols, seemingly numbering in the millions. Zhang Chu was astounded. Could it be that by vanquishing a ghost, I illuminate a symbol the size of a pinhead, and if I light them all, I can unlock the second level of the star tower? But how long will that take? Zhang Chu pondered. This stone door stood a towering 10 meters high and was 5 or 6 meters wide. Calculating, he realized that even if he dispatched 100 ghosts a day, it would take him at least a decade or two to push this door open. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him. Wait, perhaps different ghosts yield varying numbers of symbols. Killing these simple ghosts merely illuminates one symbol, but if I eliminate more formidable ones, perhaps I could light up multiple symbols at once. With this in mind, Zhang Chu's perception of the entire Jinling city shifted, feeling a newfound fondness for it. This city, steeped in the bizarre, was tailored for his purposes. At that moment, Zhang Chu felt invigorated, eager to find more ghosts to test his hypothesis. Thus, he looked towards Huogua. Huogua, sniff around, see if there are any ghosts nearby. I intend to hunt. Huogua, with an extraordinarily keen nose, took a deep sniff and exclaimed, Woof woof woof, Grandpa. There are some right beneath us inside the building. Excellent. Zhang Chu hastily followed Huogua down a level, leading him directly to a restroom. Upon opening the door, Zhang Chu was greeted by the sight of an old man, furtively wielding a camera, hunched over as if searching for the right angle to capture a shot. Upon noticing Zhang Chu and Huogua, the old man barked, What are you doing in the women's restroom? Zhang Chu was taken aback. And you dare question me? You are here too. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ah, so we are in the same line of work. Let me tell you, the quality of the women in financial firms is truly exceptional. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Zhang Chu seized the collar of his shirt. With a strong tug, Zhang Chu attempted to lift the old man, only to find him unexpectedly heavy, resisting his effort. Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. This old man possessed some skill. Given Zhang Chu's current physical strength, he could easily lift a 200-pound man, let alone a frail, old and at this moment. The old man bared his teeth. Are you seeking death? As he spoke, he swung his camera towards Zhang Chu's head. Yet in the next second, Zhang Chu exerted a slight force, releasing his spiritual energy, causing the old man to emit smoke. The old man shrieked, Ah, spare me, great one, spare me. Zhang Chu felt elated. You indeed possess some skill. Typically, lesser spirits would disintegrate with the slightest release of Zhang Chu's spiritual energy. However, this old man merely smoked, not dissipating. Thus, Zhang Chu ceased his energy flow and dragged the old man to the rooftop. The old man, sensing the futility of resistance, resembled a defeated dog, allowing Zhang Chu to pull him along. On the rooftop, the old man squinted at the sun, appearing somewhat irritated, yet he bore no physical harm at this juncture. Zhang Chu inquired, Old man, answer me a few questions, and I shall grant you a swift end. The old man's eyes widened in alarm. You intend to kill me even after I answer? Ah! You are quite perceptive, able to comprehend my words, Zhang Chu remarked, increasingly intrigued. Ordinary spirits could barely grasp half a sentence. The old man's full comprehension indicated a notable intelligence. The old man hastily implored, Great one, please do not take my life. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you wish. Zhang Chu replied with a smile. First, tell me how long you have been a ghost. I have been this way for a month, the old man confessed. Zhang Chu's eyelids twitched. Wait, only a month? Fearing Zhang Chu's wrath, the old man quickly raised his hands. Great one, I swear on the images of the women in my camera that I am not deceiving you. If I lie, may they all turn into hideous creatures. Zhang Chu harbored no doubts about the old man. Instead, he mused, Incredible, he has gained some ability within just a month, but if we disregard any innate talent for ghosthood, it suggests that Jinling City is indeed conducive to nurturing spirits. Typically, once a ghost manifests, it is easily scattered by the wind and vanishes. To acquire spiritual skill, one must walk the mortal realm for over 3 years. The current situation indicated that the circumstances in Jinling were indeed dire, at that moment. Zhang Chu posed another question. Old man, has something unusual occurred in Jinling? Have you sensed an increase in the bizarre occurrences? Great one, if you wish to uncover the truth, I can illuminate the path for you, but you must spare me once I reveal it. Zhang Chu firmly stated, I assure you, as long as you divulge the truth, I will not harm you. Seeing Zhang Chu's earnestness, the old man pointed southwest. Great one, to the southwest lies a large reservoir known as the Iron Frame Reservoir. My ability to persist and thrive is all due to that place. Zhang Chu turned his gaze towards the southwest, carefully attuning his senses, while silently calculating the geography and layout of Jinling City in his mind. Minutes later, Zhang Chu abruptly turned to the old man. You are indeed truthful. At that moment, Zhang Chu perceived that the southwest was indeed the source of the anomalies, and the nature of these peculiarities was distinctly associated with water. Chapter 87. The obstructive bamboo grove. Upon seeing Zhang Chu, the old man quickly deduced the information and hastily implored, Immortal, I have relayed everything to you. Please spare me this time. Zhang Chu, with a slight smile, replied, Do not be hasty. I have not yet finished my inquiries. Ask away. The old man cooperated eagerly. Zhang Chu continued, Are you aware of what truly transpired at that reservoir? Why does such a sinister aura emanate from that direction? The old man shook his head vehemently. I cannot say. Has no one attended to the transformation of Jinling City into its current state? Zhang Chu pressed on. The old man appeared confused. I have no knowledge of that. Who would manage it? I am simply fine here. Zhang Chu frowned. So, aside from knowing about the iron-framed reservoir, you possess no further information? Feeling the palpable intent of Zhang Chu's hostility, the old man hastily exclaimed, "Spare me, immortal. Though I know nothing, I can offer you some gifts." "Gifts? What sort of gifts?" Zhang Chu inquired, intrigued. The old man swiftly produced his camera and said, "Immortal, if you could kindly retrieve your phone, I can send you some captivating images, freshly taken from the women's restroom." Smack. Zhang Chu's palm struck the old man's head, and in the next instant, the old man let out a wail as smoke began to emanate from his body. That moment, the old man struggled desperately to break free. However, Zhang Chu's palm seemed to possess a terrifying allure. No matter how the old man fought, it was futile. 3 seconds later, the old man's form completely vanished, leaving behind a mysterious essence that the Star Tower absorbed. Zhang Chu's consciousness once again delved into the Star Tower, where he discovered that a small area, the size of a grain of rice, on the enigmatic stone door had been illuminated. To his astonishment, he counted over 30 minuscule symbols glowing brightly. Zhang Chu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the more formidable the spirit I vanquish, the more symbols illuminate upon this door. With this thought, excitement surged within him. Jinling City appeared to harbor numerous inexplicable phenomena, especially the iron-framed reservoir to the southwest, which seemed likely to be a source of some peculiarities. Thus, if he could capture all the oddities here, might he not unlock the second level of the Star Tower? In that moment, Zhang Chu's gaze shifted towards the southwest. "Hot pot, let us proceed to the iron-framed reservoir." The man and his dog departed the building, hailing a taxi to venture towards the southwestern direction. The driver, a middle-aged man, became alert as Zhang Chu entered the vehicle. "Young man, the southwest of Jinling City, to the iron-framed reservoir." The driver immediately grew wary. "You shouldn't be thinking of going there. The iron-framed reservoir is no place for frivolity." Zhang Chu's interest was piqued by the driver's expression, suggesting he harbored some knowledge. "Driver, is there something peculiar about that reservoir?" With an odd expression, the driver responded, "You don't know?" Zhang Chu shook his head. The driver continued, "You should avoid that reservoir. It is not safe, and I have heard that accidents happen frequently there. Several taxi drivers have encountered trouble near that area." "Really?" Zhang Chu feigned surprise. The driver lowered his voice. "Indeed, a friend of mine had a car accident there. He had just married and then gone. It's tragic. Moreover," the driver whispered further, "the roads have been sealed off. A military unit has cordoned off the iron-framed reservoir. Even if you go, you won't be able to approach it." Zhang Chu nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that the authorities were already aware of the situation in Jinling and had begun to intervene. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to investigate. For if there were numerous vengeful spirits lurking there, it would represent a tremendous fortune for him. Thus, Zhang Chu instructed, "Driver, just take me nearby. There is no need to approach the reservoir." As he spoke, he handed the driver several hundred-yuan bills. Upon seeing the money, the driver relented. "All right, but I must insist that I cannot go too close to the reservoir. Just drop us off ahead of time," Zhang Chu replied. Before long, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot disembarked, still 5 kilometers from the iron-framed reservoir. That moment, the duo gazed towards the direction of the reservoir. Hot Pot looked skyward and barked several times. "Woof, woof, woof. Grandpa, there is danger ahead. It is terrifying." Zhang Chu nodded. "Indeed, I see it." Although the weather remained clear, Zhang Chu perceived a malevolent energy swirling above the iron-framed reservoir, with all manner of sinister auras radiating from it. To him, the reservoir loomed like a monstrous beast, gaping wide as if to devour the entirety of Jinling City. Moreover, Zhang Chu noticed military vehicles at a distance, establishing a cordon to prevent ordinary citizens from approaching. "What shall we do, Grandpa?" Hot Pot inquired. Zhang Chu whispered, "They have only set up a blockade on the road. There are no guards in the fields where there are no paths that we will traverse through the wilderness." Hot Pot replied mischievously, "Woof, woof, woof. I am quite familiar with this." Before long, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot left the main road, maneuvering through the wild terrain towards the iron-framed reservoir. The reservoir was enormous, resembling a small lake, but as they journeyed through the wilderness, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot gradually approached the reservoir, and the closer they drew, the more intense the eerie atmosphere became. They began to encounter anomalous entities, upright walking rats, children holding lanterns, and young women dressed in white funeral garments. Zhang Chu showed no mercy. Whenever an obstruction appeared, a single strike from him was sufficient to obliterate them. These entities possessed shallow cultivation, and upon being struck down, they would instantly illuminate several small symbols. Suddenly, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot encountered a dense, dark bamboo grove ahead. A bamboo grove? Zhang Chu halted to scrutinize the area. The bamboo appeared black, resembling not plants, but rather as if forged from steel. The stalks bore a striking resemblance to iron rods, and the leaves appeared as sharp as daggers, akin to flying knives. The interwoven black bamboo exuded an oppressive aura. Hot Pot also came to a stop, whispering, "Grandpa, we seem to have encountered a ghostly wall. There has never been a bamboo grove here. The reservoir should be right ahead. Zhang Chu nodded slightly. It seems we are nearing the source of the peculiarity. Shall we venture inside? Hot Pot asked in a hushed tone. Zhang Chu chuckled. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? I hope that beyond this bamboo grove lies a realm teeming with vengeful spirits, allowing me to unleash my wrath. In that moment, Zhang Chu flexed his body, channeling his spiritual energy, readying himself for battle. Hot Pot, however, appeared somewhat timid. Grandpa, do you think there is a chance that once we enter the bamboo grove, our corpses will turn up in the middle of the reservoir half a day later? Zhang Chu promptly kicked Hot Pot. What are you thinking? Following me? How could there be danger? Hot Pot drooped his head. Grandpa, why don't I stay outside to keep watch while you go in alone? Zhang Chu's expression darkened. This foolish dog was being cowardly. Yet, Zhang Chu did not wish to enter alone. For Hot Pot's keen nose was far more sensitive than his own spiritual perception, and Zhang Chu intended to have Hot Pot lead him to the spirits for slaughter. Thus, Zhang Chu declared, Hot Pot, if you do not enter now, I assure you will become a real Hot Pot. Hot Pot's eyes widened in alarm. Grandpa, I was just joking. Let us go in. I heard the fish in the bamboo grove are as large as dogs. In that moment, Hot Pot, devoid of fear, followed Zhang Chu as they stepped into the dark, foreboding bamboo grove. Chapter 88. The red-haired monster. As Zhang Chu and Huogua stepped into the bamboo grove, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared before them, seemingly in a state of panic as she sprinted towards the exit. She was quite young, likely in her 20s, clad in a light brown leather jacket on top and jeans below, her figure reminiscent of a small leopard, exuding an untamed aura. However, her complexion was pale, suggesting she might have sustained an injury. Upon spotting Zhang Chu and Huogua, she swiftly pushed Zhang Chu aside while shouting, Who permitted your entry? Get out quickly. It's dangerous. The woman bore no ill intent toward Zhang Chu, who allowed her hand to push against him. Of course, she did not move him. Instead, Zhang Chu gently grasped her wrist, pulling her toward him, and she was instantly beside him. Ah, she exclaimed, surprised by his strength. At that moment, Zhang Chu noticed a flurry of dark bamboo leaves hurtling towards her from behind, shrouded in a black malevolent aura and moving at an alarming speed. Without hesitation, Zhang Chu struck with his palm. Boom! His hand landed heavily on the cloud of smoke, and simultaneously, his internal energy surged, releasing a cascade of mysterious symbols. With a puff, the smoke dissipated, and the ominous bamboo leaves scattered to the ground, transforming into fish scales. It truly is related to fish. Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened, but he remained cautious, pondering if the bamboo grove might genuinely lead to the depths of a reservoir. It appeared quite ordinary, yet the individuals deep within could slowly drown without realizing it. But in the next moment, Zhang Chu shook his head. It was impossible. Although a ghostly wall could momentarily deceive the eyes, silently drowning someone was out of the question to that moment. Zhang Chu turned to the woman beside him. Seeing that Zhang Chu had dispersed the bamboo leaves that had been pursuing her, she visibly relaxed, her body going limp as she collapsed into his arms. Zhang Chu embraced her, calling out, Wake up, who are you? He then sensed the chaotic energy within her, as if numerous sinister forces were clashing inside her. For her to have held on until now, before fainting, was truly remarkable. Thus, Zhang Chu helped her sit down, placing his palm against her back. With a thought, he summoned the stellar tower. In an instant, the doors of the tower opened, and a torrent of spiritual energy, accompanied by mystical starlight, surged into the woman's body. Spiritual energy was the nemesis of malevolent forces, and as it flowed, waves of black energy were forced out from her skin, restoring color to her pale visage. In less than a few minutes, the woman, resembling a small leopard, gasped and expelled a mouthful of foul blood, regaining consciousness. The moment she awoke, she urgently shouted, Quickly leave this place. Do not venture deeper. There is great peril ahead. As she spoke, she struggled to rise, attempting to pull Zhang Chu away with her. But in the next second, she froze, suddenly realizing that all the malevolent energy within her had vanished. Looking up at Zhang Chu in disbelief, she asked, You saved me? Zhang Chu nodded. Indeed, if you wish to express your gratitude, money would suffice. I shall not refuse. The woman's expression stiffened, but she quickly shouted, Run! If we don't hurry, it will be too late. There is immense danger within. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu's interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of danger? The woman spoke rapidly. I know you want to rescue those inside, but don't overestimate your abilities, that we must leave at once. It's futile to save those inside. We need to seek out powerful practitioners from the Xianmen. The world is about to change. Wait, there are still people inside. Zhang Chu inquired. The woman's expression turned grave. You don't know? Zhang Chu pressed. Who is inside? My grandfather, along with the 6 most formidable feng shui masters in Jinling. They are all trapped inside, she replied. With a resolute and slightly cold demeanor, she continued, It's too late to save them now that we must flee and seek help from the 8 great Xianmen. They are the only ones who can avert this crisis. As she spoke, she forcefully pushed Zhang Chu, as if weary of his hesitations. Zhang Chu exclaimed, "Goodness, you can really let go so easily. Your grandfather is trapped inside, and you're just running away." The woman, her expression one of distress, shouted, "Do you think I want to—" The forces inside are beyond the capabilities of ordinary feng shui masters. All of Jingen's masters are trapped. What can I do? You can't do anything, but I can. Zhang Chu asserted, but he stepped forward and tilted his head toward her, saying, "Point me the way. I will slay the demons. Oh no, I will rescue people that if you're scared, you can leave first." Just as he spoke, a thick black bamboo swayed before them, transforming into a cloud of smoke that settled to the ground, morphing into a red-haired monster. This creature resembled an upright gorilla, covered in crimson fur, even its face obscured by it, and it lunged directly at Zhang Chu. The woman gasped, "Be careful, it's the Ghost King." Zhang Chu's eyes brightened. He had been seeking such a creature, and here it was at his doorstep. Yet before Zhang Chu could make a move, the woman acted first. She shouted, "You all run." Without hesitation, she charged forward, her form agile and feline, directly confronting the red-haired monster. Her legs struck like a supple whip, landing a powerful blow to the creature's chest with a resounding thud. The red-haired monster staggered back several steps, seemingly repelled by her strike. However, she too felt the consequences. Her calf was instantly ensnared by a swirl of black malevolence, turning her face pale as she struggled. Yet in that moment, she urgently called to Zhang Chu, "Run. There are countless such creatures inside. We cannot kill them all." Zhang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such good fortune. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, saying, "Are you out of your mind? You can't win, so why act tough?" The large dog Hogwa hurried to the woman's side, raising its head and declaring, "Little girl, my grandpa is Zhang Chu. You don't need to fight. Just stick with me and shout 666. Though Hogwa spoke, the woman showed no surprise. As if accustomed to such occurrences at this moment, she merely looked at Zhang Chu, warning, "Be careful." Meanwhile, the red-haired monster staggered toward Zhang Chu. It was far too slow. In Zhang Chu's eyes, it resembled a toddler just learning to walk, moving slower than a snail, and he felt a pang of sympathy for it. Zhang Chu stepped forward, raising his palm to strike the creature's head. Squeak! The red-haired monster emitted a wretched cry as blood poured from its head. Simultaneously, a radiant light emanated from Zhang Chu's palm, seemingly paralyzing the creature, which trembled uncontrollably, smoke rising from its body as if it were a deflating tire. The woman was left dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. In the next moment, Zhang Chu unleashed his power, spiritual energy surging through his arm, and with a thunderous boom, the red-haired monster's head exploded. Soon after, the creature ignited violently, and within seconds, it reduced to mere ashes. Inside the stellar tower, the mysterious symbols on the door glowed anew, each the size of a grain of rice. The woman, witnessing this spectacle, gasped, "How is this possible?" Chapter 89. The infinite rebirth of the great tree. The woman, upon witnessing Zhang Chu effortlessly slay a red-haired monster, was rendered utterly astonished. It is important to note that her identity was far from ordinary. She was El Hongyu, granddaughter of the most renowned feng shui master in Jingen, El Mingyang. Furthermore, El Hongyu's maternal grandfather maintained deep connections with the Yun In Xiangu, one of the 8 great esoteric sections. Despite her youth, El Hongyu excelled in both esoteric arts and martial prowess. Her grandfather even remarked that, should the opportunity arise, El Hongyu might be deemed worthy of being accepted as a disciple by the Yun In Xiangu. Recently, Jingen had been plagued by a series of supernatural occurrences. While ordinary citizens remained largely unaffected, the eminent feng shui master El Mingyang and El Hongyu were acutely aware of the disturbances. Moreover, the upheaval in Jingen had captured the attention of higher authorities, drawing many gazes to the city. Consequently, El Mingyang and El Hongyu took the initiative, assembling the city's most formidable feng shui practitioners to investigate the source of the supernatural phenomena at the Taijiashi Reservoir. However, they found themselves ensnared upon encountering the bamboo grove. This grove was not a mere illusion. The dark bamboo constantly shifted, transforming into bizarre forms that were exceedingly difficult to contend with. The red-haired monsters, like the one Zhang Chu had just slain, typically required the collective effort of several feng shui masters and substantial resources to vanquish. Yet Zhang Chu had dispatched one with a single strike, leaving El Hongyu utterly astounded. In that moment, she came to realize that the man casually walking his dog without a leash possessed a truly formidable strength that a flutter of thought crossed her mind. Could he be affiliated with one of the 8 great sects? In the next instant, El Hongyu believed she had discerned the truth. Indeed, only someone from the 8 great sects could possess such prowess, capable of effortlessly dispatching these red-haired monsters. Desperate to escape, El Hongyu initially sought assistance from her maternal grandfather to contact someone from the 8 great sections. Upon witnessing Zhang Chu's remarkable abilities, she hastily concluded that perhaps he was one of them, responding to the imminent danger in Jingen. Thus, El Hongyu urgently called out. Follow me quickly. We must rescue them. With that, she took the lead. Zhang Chu, carrying a hot pot, swiftly followed. The maze formed by the bamboo grove was not particularly challenging to navigate. As long as they adhered to the sequence of the Tiangang Bagua, they could delve deeper without straying from the path. Even without El Hongyu's guidance, Zhang Chu and the hot pot would not falter. The only challenge lay in the dark bamboo morphing into various sinister creatures that would launch attacks against them. An ordinary feng shui master entering this grove recklessly, regardless of their mastery of esoteric formations, would likely find themselves in grave peril. However, before Zhang Chu, these entities posed no resistance. A single slap could obliterate them. Zhang Chu felt a sense of satisfaction as he had already dispatched 7 or 8 red-haired monsters within a brief span, and the symbols on the stone door within the starry tower had grown to the size of fireflies. Although this faint illumination was nothing compared to the total, Zhang Chu recognized the hope in accumulating small victories. Simultaneously, he began to grow familiar with El Hongyu, learning each other's names. After Zhang Chu once again struck down a red-haired creature, he inquired, "How did you become trapped?" El Hongyu responded, "We discovered the heart of this bamboo maze, where a terrifying entity resides. We were unable to defeat it, and now everyone is ensnared in its core. Only I managed to escape." Hot Pot chimed in, "You have quite the skill." El Hongyu replied, "Had I not encountered you, I too would have found it exceedingly difficult to flee." As they conversed, the trio advanced further, with Zhang Chu eliminating several more red-haired monsters. By now, El Hongyu had grown accustomed to Zhang Chu's combat prowess. Those creatures, which posed a significant challenge to ordinary feng shui masters, seemed like mere toys in his capable hands. Eventually, El Hongyu halted. Not far off, for blood-red bamboo stalks stood, exuding an eerie aura. "This is the place," El Hongyu declared. Zhang Chu nodded. "Let us proceed. Be exceedingly cautious. At the center of this bamboo maze lies a monstrous tree, a creature more fearsome than all the red-haired monsters combined." El Hongyu cautioned. Approaching the 4 blood-red stalks, El Hongyu extended her hand and gently nudged them, to her astonishment. The 4 stalks shifted in response to her touch, disappearing after a few movements. Even the surrounding black bamboo vanished, leaving the area suddenly open. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Chu beheld an immensely towering tree nearby. Its trunk was so thick that it would require 3 individuals to encircle it, while its canopy was absurdly expansive, resembling a colossal cloud that obscured half the sky, with long, slender black branches drooping in the air, devoid of leaves. Upon closer inspection, the entire tree bore an uncanny resemblance to the head of a deranged woman, with countless branches akin to disheveled hair, hanging limply. "Where are your grandfather and the other feng shui masters?" Zhang Chu inquired. El Hongyu gestured toward the imposing tree. "They are all within." Then, taking a step back, she urged Zhang Chu, "If we can destroy that tree, we might yet rescue my grandfather and the others." Zhang Chu nodded and strode purposefully toward the tree. As he approached, the tree seemed to sense the impending threat, its countless slender branches beginning to thrash wildly. Suddenly, a multitude of branches surged toward Zhang Chu, some resembling spears, others akin to whips, while some wove together to form a net. In an instant, Zhang Chu felt the space around him constrict, surrounded on all sides by the inky tendrils. Yet unperturbed, he expanded his body, channeling his spiritual energy into his eyes. To him, the movements of the branches slowed perceptibly. In the next moment, Zhang Chu launched an offensive, his fist radiating a brilliant light as he struck, connecting with a dozen branches. With a resounding crash, every branch touched by his fist exploded into a cloud of black malevolence. Zhang Chu pressed forward with rapid strikes, each blow shattering a substantial expanse of branches into fragments. However, the tree was simply too vast. To Zhang Chu, he appeared as a sparrow confronting an elephant. Even as the branches shattered in abundance, it amounted to little against the overwhelming number that continued to assail him. Zhang Chu found himself in no immediate danger, yet he was unable to inflict any significant damage upon the tree. Concurrently, he spotted several other feng shui masters ensnared among the branches. 6 in total, they dangled from the tree, their heads bowed and breath shallow, yet an inexplicable aura enveloped them. "They are still alive." Zhang Chu's heart stirred as he discerned the truth. This strange tree did not seem intent on killing the 6 masters. Rather, it appeared to be conducting some form of transformation upon them. Thus, Zhang Chu redoubled his efforts, furiously swinging his fists in a bid to shatter the tree's branches and liberate these individuals. To El Hongyu and Hot Pot, Zhang Chu now appeared encircled by a chaotic mass of black tendrils. Countless slender branches lunged toward him, yet with each encounter, they disintegrated upon contact, utterly powerless against his might. "Incredible! Et non je gasped softly." Hot Pot, on the other hand, lay flat on the ground, showing no concern whatsoever. As the black malevolence thickened and intensified around Zhang Chu, a sudden tremor coursed through the tree's trunk. To the astonishment of all, the surrounding black malevolence abruptly sank into the earth. Following this, The tree appeared to absorb the dark energy, drawing it into its trunk and then its canopy. It was visible to the naked eye as new black branches began to sprout forth. Observing this, El Hongyu finally shouted, "This won't do. It can regenerate infinitely." Chapter 90. The realm of the Dantian. Zhang Chu was acutely aware of the movements of the colossal tree. Infinite rebirth. How could that be possible? At this moment, Zhang Chu strode forward, charging at the trunk of the tree. The tree, sensing Zhang Chu's intent, unleashed countless black branches in a frenzied attempt to obstruct his path. Even from beneath the earth, eerie roots emerged, writhing like black serpents, seeking to ensnare Zhang Chu's legs. However, it was all in vain. Any branch or root that dared to touch him disintegrated upon contact, akin to snow meeting a blazing ember, unable to impede him in the slightest. At last, Zhang Chu reached the trunk of the immense tree. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch against its bark. The sound of thunder echoed as cracks spread across the trunk like a spider's web. In the distance, El Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens, is he really that violent? One must understand, in terms of size comparison, Zhang Chu appeared no more than an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet now a single punch had left the trunk riddled with fissures, leaving her utterly astonished. Hot Pot, too, widened his eyes in amazement, unable to contain his exclamation. Wow, Grandpa is truly formidable. Nevertheless, Zhang Chu felt unsatisfied. That punch had not shattered the trunk. With a roar of frustration, he struck again, that moment. The star tower seemed to resonate with Zhang Chu's agitation, emanating radiant light as countless starlit symbols cascaded forth, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. Upon feeling this abundant power, Zhang Chu unleashed his full might, his fists raining down upon the tree's trunk like relentless raindrops. With each blow, the entire tree trembled violently. Smoke began to rise from the cracks, while other sections appeared corroded, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Yet, Zhang Chu's frustration only grew. He felt that his internal strength should not be impeded by the trunk, that it was as if he could indeed break through the darkness. But something brittle obstructed his path, igniting an urgent desire to obliterate everything in his way. At that moment, a wave of pent-up frustration surged within Zhang Chu's chest, yearning for release. Finally, he roared, forcibly summoning all the power from his Dantian, driven by an impulsive urge to unleash every ounce of strength in one fell swoop. In an instant, a terrifying force filled his entire fist. Simultaneously, the star tower emitted a multitude of mysterious runes and spiritual energy, all converging into Zhang Chu's fist. Zhang Chu let out a wild cry as an intense, tempestuous aura erupted from him, his fist seemingly on the verge of explosion. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Chu's fist struck the trunk with tremendous force. Boom! A cataclysmic power was unleashed. With that strike, Zhang Chu expended all the strength within him, simultaneously experiencing a liberating sensation wash over his entire being. He felt as though a certain meridian within him had been unblocked, flooding him with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. He could not help but throw his head back and howl. Whoa! With this strike, the trunk of the tree could no longer withstand the force, and with a resounding crash, it shattered into oblivion. The massive canopy dissolved into the void, and in that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. The tree had vanished, completely dissipated from existence. Just then, 6 exhausted geomancers plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. El Hongyu rushed forward, her voice a mix of joy and anxiety, calling out, "Grandpa!" Zhang Chu, however, paid no heed to El Hongyu or the geomancers. He merely lifted his gaze to the heavens. In the void above, a tremendous and mysterious force spiraled, and in an instant, it was absorbed by the star tower. Within the star tower, the door illuminated with countless mysterious symbols, each as large as a cooking pot. My heavens, so many! Zhang Chu was taken aback. He had initially thought that such a tree might provide him with a handful of symbols, but the number he received far exceeded his expectations. Beyond these mysterious symbols, Zhang Chu sensed some enigmatic changes occurring within his body. Just moments ago, after delivering that powerful blow, it felt as though a peculiar channel within him had been opened, in that instant, he turned his focus inward, perceiving that the channel was indeed a meridian. Zhang Chu realized that upon its unblocking, the flow of spiritual energy within him had accelerated exponentially. His heart swelled with joy. Could it be that I have entered the realm of the Dantian? How could this happen so swiftly? Regarding the cultivation of the human body, his witch master had previously imparted knowledge to Zhang Chu. After establishing the Dantian, advancing further necessitated opening the 12 primary meridians of the body. Each meridian served as a highway for the internal energy, and opening each one represented a new realm. Given that there were 12 primary meridians, the Dantian realm comprises 12 smaller realms, each unblocked meridian signifying a minor realm. The master had once mentioned that after establishing the Dantian, opening the first meridian often required specific techniques, supplemented by various elixirs and guidance from a seasoned elder to achieve. Once one entered the realm of the Dantian, their entire being would undergo a transformation, entering a phase of ascendance. Now, Zhang Chu had effortlessly transitioned into the realm of the Dantian, and he was undoubtedly elated. He could distinctly sense the marked changes within his physical form. The flow of spiritual energy had accelerated beyond compare. That moment, Zhang Chu stood tall, gently stretching his body, as the spiritual energy from the Star Tower poured forth, replenishing his Dantian. Zhang Chu's spirit and strength surged back to their peak. Only then did Zhang Chu turn his attention to the 6 geomancers nearby. These individuals appeared to be quite aged. The eldest among them was over 70, while the youngest was at least 50. At present, they lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, their mouths agape and eyes vacant. El Hongyu knelt beside her grandfather, urging him softly, "Grandpa, please wake up." Zhang Chu approached. Upon seeing him, El Hongyu immediately turned to Zhang Chu, pleading, "Zhang Chu, I beg you, please save my grandpa. Let me assess the situation." Zhang Chu replied as he placed his hand on the wrist of El Hongyu's grandfather. The old man appeared quite feeble, but he had not lost consciousness. When Zhang Chu made contact with his wrist, the grandfather, summoning unexpected strength, suddenly grasped Zhang Chu's hand tightly. With great effort, he managed to utter, "Save, save." Jingin. El Hongyu's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing this. "Grandpa." She sensed her grandfather's life force rapidly waning, believing he was imparting final words. Zhang Chu reassured him, "Do not worry. With me here, I will vanquish any specter that dares to approach." "Thank you." The grandfather sighed in relief upon hearing this, his grip on Zhang Chu loosening. "Grandpa!" El Hongyu cried out again. She quickly turned to Zhang Chu. "Zhang Chu, is there still hope for my grandfather? I implore you, you must save him." Yet, El Mingyang sighed deeply. "I am beyond saving now, my child. You must live on. I have some words to share with you in private." Zhang Chu's expression was peculiar. El Mingyang was indeed salvageable, but it seemed he had many things to convey. "Thus," Zhang Chu suggested, "why don't you talk for a while?" Upon hearing this, El Hongyu assumed her grandfather was lost, and her tears flowed freely. "Grandpa, Grandpa, whatever you need to say, I am listening." She leaned closer to her grandfather, her vision blurred by tears. Zhang Chu refrained from interrupting them, turning his gaze to the other 5 geomancers, who appeared desolate, lacking even a single descendant by their side. Zhang Chu resolved to assess their condition and revive them first. Chapter 91. The Wealthy Elder. At this moment, Zhang Chu approached one of the feng shui masters, placing his hand gently on the man's wrist. The malevolent energy had infiltrated his body, accompanied by a considerable amount of sinister forces that eroded their souls, resulting in a certain deficiency within them. Of course, Zhang Chu was capable of remedying this. As for the malevolent energy, it could be dispelled using spiritual energy. And if their souls were lacking, the Star Tower housed an inexhaustible source of spiritual essence that could directly replenish and restore them. With a thought, Zhang Chu invoked Star Tower. In an instant, spiritual energy and the essence of the soul surged forth from the Star Tower, flowing through Zhang Chu's fingertips and into the elderly man's body. The malevolent energy within the elder was swiftly dispelled, and his soul was nourished. Within mere seconds, the elderly man, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly sat up with vigor. "Oh my heavens, this!" The elder was astounded, gazing at Zhang Chu with immense excitement. Zhang Chu made a shushing gesture and discreetly pointed toward the nearby scene where the grandfather and grandson, El Mingyang and El Hongyu, were still settling matters of the afterlife. At that moment, El Mingyang was still nervously discussing the whereabouts of his bankbook, while El Hongyu listened intently, completely unaware that Zhang Chu had already revived one of their own. Reluctant to interrupt the grandfather and granddaughter, Zhang Chu proceeded in the same manner, swiftly awakening several more feng shui masters. The atmosphere then took a peculiar turn. To El Hongyu wept as she communicated with her grandfather, while Zhang Chu sat cross-legged on the ground, attentively listening, showing no signs of disturbance whatsoever. In fact, one of the elderly men had somehow procured a bowl of sunflower seeds, and they were happily munching away, drooling at the sight of the hot pot. This moment, El Mingyang had divulged all the treasures he had hidden away throughout his life. He spoke of a magpie's nest in a large locust tree at the eastern end, where a bronze bowl lay hidden, but it could not be retrieved as the state forbade its sale. He mentioned a weasel's den beside a grand tomb in the southern village, filled with gold and silver, but to acquire the treasures, one must first eliminate the weasels. He also hinted at the presence of dog-headed gold hidden beneath a certain hillside. It was evident that El Mingyang had indeed engaged in numerous exploits throughout his life and was intimately familiar with the surroundings of Jinling. Finally, El Mingyang trembled as he said, "Child, I have revealed all the locations of the treasures to you. I have only one last wish." El Hongyu continued to sob, "Grandfather, whatever your wish may be, I shall fulfill it." At that moment, El Mingyang stated, "After my death, you must go to Songan Mountain and locate a grave with a name on the tombstone. There lies a woman named Pan Suihua." "Yes, and then?" El Hongyu inquired. El Mingyang replied, "Then, Bury me alongside her did I end life. I was unable to possess her, and in death, I wish to be eternally united with her. As soon as El Mingyang's final wish was conveyed, one of the elderly men beside Zhang Chu suddenly sprang to his feet, cursing vehemently. El Mingyang, you scoundrel! What did you say? You wish to be buried with my wife? I'll have you killed, you bastard. With that, the elder lunged toward El Mingyang without regard for his frail condition, intent on confronting him. Zhang Chu was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Having believed El Mingyang to be a romantic, it now appeared that he was not only a romantic, but also a rogue. In that instant, El Hongyu was bewildered, having been too grief-stricken to notice the surrounding circumstances. Upon seeing the elder energetically charge forward, she turned to Zhang Chu and then realized that the other elderly men were merely snacking on sunflower seeds, watching the spectacle unfold. El Hongyu quickly intervened, restraining the elder who sought to confront El Mingyang with a swift maneuver. Then, she shouted toward Zhang Chu, Zhang Chu, save my grandfather. Zhang Chu sensed that if El Mingyang was not rescued soon, he might truly face peril. So he approached El Mingyang and employed the same technique to dispel the malevolent energy and replenish his soul. Minutes later, El Mingyang stood up, full of vitality, and all 6 Feng Shui masters of Jinling had finally regained their strength. However, it seemed a slight tension had arisen between El Mingyang and the elder. Thus, before the witnesses, El Mingyang and the elder openly engaged in a scuffle, panting heavily as they eventually settled down in silence. That moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Chu. El Mingyang spoke. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this gentleman for his life-saving assistance. I, El Mingyang, shall remember this. The others echoed in unison. We are truly indebted to this gentleman. Had it not been for you, we might have perished here. Thank you ever so much. Zhang Chu felt a pang of annoyance. Mere words of gratitude held little substance. Was there no tangible reward? I have saved your lives. Should you not express your appreciation in a more substantial manner? I find myself in dire need of funds. At that moment, Zhang Chu's eyes darted, noticing the hot pot squatting by his feet. He promptly stepped on the hot pot's tail. The hot pot yelped in pain, barking in protest, woof woof woof. Everyone paused momentarily, glancing at the hot pot. Zhang Chu feigned displeasure and reprimanded. Hot pot, cease your barking. What expression of gratitude? I merely saved these gentlemen. There is no need for further acknowledgement. The hot pot tilted its head, bewildered, wondering when it had ever requested acknowledgement. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, the elderly gentleman suddenly appeared enlightened. El Mingyang was the first to assert, Indeed, indeed. This gentleman has saved us. We must express our gratitude. Comrade Dog is correct. We have benefited and cannot feign ignorance. I shall declare first. We must not be stingy. The other elderly men also chimed in, resolute in ensuring Zhang Chu did not suffer a loss. However, they were shrewd and refrained from naming specific amounts. Zhang Chu calculated silently in his heart, realizing he needed 40 million, that if he were to ask each elder for 10 million, it would provide him with some financial relief. Yet, he was uncertain whether these elders could produce such sums. But soon, Zhang Chu gritted his teeth, deciding to ask for an exorbitant price, leaving them to negotiate down later. He stepped on the hot pot again. The hot pot, taken by surprise, barked loudly once more. Zhang Chu retorted angrily, What? You want 10 million? How audacious. I've only heard of lions opening their mouths wide, never of dogs doing so. The hot pot, scolded, lowered its head, looking pitiful as it shuffled aside, internally muttering that it didn't even know who the dog was. The elderly gentleman erupted into laughter upon hearing Zhang Chu's demand for 10 million. One elder exclaimed, This dog is right. 10 million. Upon exiting, we shall immediately transfer the funds to Mr. Zhang. Another elder eagerly added, Mr. Zhang, 10 million is hardly sufficient. It does not reflect your stature. Thus, upon leaving, please come to my home as a guest. I possess several ancient paintings I wish for you to appreciate. Yet another elder approached, producing an ancient seal and thrusting it into Zhang Chu's hand, saying, Mr. Zhang, take this. It once belonged to the great alchemist Gohong and is worth at least 20 million on the market. El Mingyang further pulled El Hongyu forward, exclaiming, What are you all doing? Is Mr. Zhang the type to crave money like a commoner? You people are far too mundane. In the next moment, El Mingyang turned to Zhang Chu and said, Mr. Zhang, this is my granddaughter El Hongyu, who is still single. Another elder immediately interjected, Mr. Zhang, after we exit, come to my home. My granddaughter is far more beautiful than El Hongyu. Zhang Chu was left speechless, pondering the peculiar behavior of these elders. Just moments ago, he had feared his demand of 10 million might startle them, considering it somewhat excessive. After all, he had merely touched their wrists, allowing the Star Tower to grant them a modicum of spiritual energy and soul essence. For Zhang Chu, it was hardly a sacrifice. Had it not been for his genuine need for funds, he would have felt embarrassed to ask for money from these feng shui masters, who had put themselves in danger for the sake of Jinling. Yet now, It seemed these elders were dissatisfied with his request for 10 million AT that moment. Zhang Chu sighed internally, realizing these feng shui practitioners are certainly not lacking in wealth. Chapter 92. Negotiating the price in truth. These 6 elderly gentlemen are quite affluent. Having long established their reputations, they routinely command fees starting from $1 million for overseeing burial sites or arranging feng shui architecture for wealthy families. A mere 10 million is but a trifling sum for these seasoned practitioners of feng shui. Moreover, just moments ago, when Zhang Chu rescued them, he replenished their souls with the essence of life. All 6 of them are discerning individuals. A treasure capable of restoring one's soul is indeed priceless. Money cannot procure such a gift. There are feng shui masters who, when confronted with the arcane, suffer irreparable damage to their souls, living out their days in a dazed stupor, akin to mere shells of their former selves, with no amount of money able to remedy their plight. They too had recently endured such soul injuries, and had found themselves in utter despair. Yet against all odds, Zhang Chu managed to bring them back to life. In fact, these old men felt that their souls were now even more stable than before. Though they remained silent about these thoughts, their hearts were as clear as crystal point 10 million. What a bargain! They even considered Zhang Chu to be exceptionally generous. Would 10 million truly suffice for a treasure that could mend their souls? Consequently, there was not a hint of dissent regarding Zhang Chu's asking price. Rather, they feared he might shortchange himself and were eager to introduce their granddaughters to him. Witnessing their eagerness, Zhang Chu's fondness for these old men increased significantly. Ah, this is what it means to be righteous and to show gratitude. At this moment, Zhang Chu glanced around the dimly lit space, eager to depart, and urged the elderly gentleman to transfer the funds. For Zhang Chu, as long as the money was received, his primary objective for coming to Jinling would be fulfilled, securing a safe outcome. Thus, Zhang Chu remarked, since the tree has been removed, shall we take our leave? Not so fast. Lu Mingyang interjected. Why? Zhang Chu inquired, puzzled. At this moment, the surrounding feng shui masters also turned their gazes toward Lu Mingyang. Bewildered by his intent, the Lu Mingyang fixed his gaze on Zhang Chu and asked, Mr. Zhang, may I be so bold as to inquire whether you hail from the 8 great mystical sects? Instantly, everyone fell silent, their eyes trained on Zhang Chu. In truth, they had already formed some conjectures about Zhang Chu's identity, suspecting that he must belong to a significant sect. Zhang Chu, however, answered directly, that's a secret. What a joke. The identity of the apprentice of the world's foremost sorceress cannot be disclosed so casually. A moment's thought makes it clear that such information should not be frivolously shared. The reputation of Shang Xianyu is far from favorable. The esteemed righteous sects harbored deep-seated animosity towards her, and Zhang Chu certainly did not wish to draw fire for his master. Nevertheless, Lu Mingyang and the other elderly gentlemen appeared to have an epiphany, mistakenly believing they had uncovered the truth. For disciples of the 8 great mystical sects are generally required to conceal their identities while traveling. Thus, Zhang Chu's response led them to conclude that he originated from one of these sects. Lu Mingyang hastily exclaimed, Mr. Zhang, the 8 great mystical sects have long taken it upon themselves to vanquish evil spirits and demons. Our Jinling city is currently in peril. You must assist us? Another feng shui master rebuked. Lu Mingyang, your words are as absurd as flatulence. Mr. Zhang has already ventured into the bamboo grove to rescue us. Is that not a clear indication that he intends to help Jinling? Why must you plead? Indeed, since Mr. Zhang hails from one of the 8 great mystical sects, he would surely not stand idly by in our time of need. Despite the fact that the imposing tree within the bamboo grove had been vanquished by Zhang Chu, all were acutely aware that the strangeness surrounding Jinling had not come to an end. The bamboo grove was merely the first barrier of the iron-framed reservoir, a wall intended to deter ordinary individuals from entering. The true terror lay within the reservoir itself. Hence, they hoped Zhang Chu would remain to assist them in investigating the source of the anomalies and resolving the crisis plaguing Jinling City. Zhang Chu inwardly scoffed. Although he intended to involve himself in the matter, he was not, in fact, a member of the 8 great mystical sects. Furthermore, his master had long been at odds with these sects, embroiled in conflict for millennia. It would be inappropriate to attribute his accomplishments to the 8 great mystical sects. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chu promptly corrected, let me reiterate, I am not from the 8 great mystical sects. My identity is confidential. Seeing Zhang Chu's earnest demeanor, the feng shui masters ceased their insistence on his affiliation with the 8 great mystical sects and instead modified their stance, stating, yes, indeed, you are not a disciple of the 8 great mystical sects. We have misunderstood. Though they spoke thus, they remained convinced in their hearts that Zhang Chu was indeed one of them. For aside from the 8 great mystical sects, they could scarcely envision any other individuals capable of so effortlessly vanquishing that strange tree and so readily healing their soul injuries. Observing their expressions, Zhang Chu realized that they still harbored misconceptions about his identity. Thus, he darkly stated, I am willing to assist you, but we must agree on the remuneration first. Lu Mingyang promptly assured, rest assured, Mr. Zhang, the remuneration is negotiable. We have funding for this matter. Yes, do not worry about the financial aspect. It is open to discussion. After all, the city possesses ample funds. Selling just a plot of land could yield several billion. Money is not an issue. The key is to resolve this matter. Otherwise, should it escalate, Jinling could transform into a den of spirits, and the losses would be unimaginable. The group voiced their thoughts in a cacophony, and Zhang Chu soon comprehended the situation. It turned out that the upper echelons of Jinling City had established a special task force to address this issue. The 6 of them were naturally part of this task force, which received subsidies and funding for their operations, with even compensation available in the event of fatalities. Now, the 6 feng shui masters unanimously nominated Zhang Chu to lead this special group in addressing the matter at hand. Upon hearing of the financial incentive, Zhang Chu agreed without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, Lu Mingyang declared, "Since Mr. Zhang has consented, let us proceed outside to report our findings and deliberate further." "Very well." The others responded in unison, beginning their preparations. The elderly gentlemen surveyed their surroundings. Some retrieved compasses, others scattered pebbles on the ground, while yet others produced peachwood swords adorned with yellow talismans, reciting incantations as they stepped. Seeing their fervent activity, Zhang Chu opted to sit back with a hot pot and wait. A few minutes later, the 6 men directed their gazes toward a specific point. "Over there." Zhang Chu nodded subtly. These 6 were no mere pretenders, each possessing their own unique skills. Thus, they proceeded toward the indicated direction. Soon they uncovered a Tai Chi swirl on the ground. This so-called Tai Chi swirl was a large, damp circle on the surface that at that moment. Lu Mingyang stepped forward, wielding a wooden sword with a burning talisman affixed to it, chanting incantations as he moved. In a matter of minutes, a small tender sprout began to emerge from the center of the Tai Chi swirl. The appearance of the sprout was strikingly similar to that of the previous ominous tree, which Lu Mingyang swiftly cleaved asunder with his sword. In the next instant, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. The pitch-black space seemed to be a curtain drawn aside, allowing brilliant sunlight to flood into their vision. Then, the group realized they were standing atop a large stone, surrounded by water, situated within the reservoir. The stone was not particularly large, measuring only a few dozen square meters, but it was not far from the shore, allowing them to see the warning lines and some military vehicles patrolling the area. At this moment, the feng shui masters hastily checked their attire, discovering that both their pants and shoes were inexplicably wide at Lu Mingyang's side. Alas, we were indeed overestimating our capabilities. This level of illusion is something we have never encountered before. Chapter 93. Others depart. The bamboo forest labyrinth had been unraveled, and those stationed on the riverbank for vigilance quickly discerned the situation. Shortly thereafter, the group was escorted back to the riverbank and led into a verdant tent. Within the tent, aside from a few administrative personnel, sat 3 elderly gentlemen. These 3 elders exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably indicating their high status and authority. In fact, during the journey over, Lu Mingyang had already briefed Zhang Chu on the identities of these 3 individuals. Each of them possessed the kind of influence that could cause tremors throughout Jinling with just a stamp of their feet. The elder on the left was Qin Lao, the venerable patriarch of the Qin family, the foremost clan in Jinling. His complexion was akin to that of a red date, and he commanded respect without uttering a word. Qin Lao was the true power broker in Jinling, for in the political landscape of the city, the Qin family reigned supreme. His words held more weight than those of the highest-ranking officials in Jinling. Seated in the center was Qiu Lao, clad in military attire, his gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating an innate aura of intimidation. He was the principal commander of the military corps stationed in Jinling. While the average citizen might not recognize him, every family and elite in Jinling understood that a single word from Qiu Lao could determine the fate of certain families, even their very lives. To the right sat a figure known as Boss Bai, who radiated a grand and tranquil energy that as the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. He was well connected, with acquaintances spanning both legitimate businesses and the underworld. Upon encountering Boss Bai, everyone behaved like mice before a cat, but he was often referred to in hushed tones as the Smiling Tiger, for while he appeared affable, those familiar with him knew his methods to be ruthlessly cunning. The title of Smiling Tiger was certainly not bestowed without reason. The presence of these 3 influential figures together in one place underscored the gravity of the situation surrounding the iron-framed reservoir. And who might this be? Boss Bai inquired, encountering Zhang Chu for the first time. Lu Mingyang promptly introduced, "This is Mr. Zhang Chu. The 7 of us found ourselves perilously trapped in the bamboo forest, and it was Mr. Zhang who intervened just in time to rescue us." The 3 elders scrutinized Zhang Chu briefly, harboring no doubts about his capabilities, yet not overly elevating him either. After all, Zhang Chu was quite young, and they had not witnessed his prowess firsthand, that in their minds, he was likely the junior of several geomancers, brought along for exposure. As for the tale of Zhang Chu rescuing 7 geomancers, they merely regarded it with a grain of salt. At that moment, Qin Lao remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Qiu Lao nodded toward Zhang Chu. "Have a seat." After the pleasantries were exchanged and everyone settled down, Lu Mingyang recounted the events that transpired in the bamboo forest. Upon hearing Lu Mingyang confirm that it was indeed Zhang Chu who saved them, the expressions of the 3 elders shifted noticeably. It seemed as though they were on the verge of revealing some clandestine matters, yet ultimately, they concealed their thoughts adeptly. However, this did not escape Zhang Chu's keen perception. He sensed that these three harbored secrets. Lu Mingyang concluded his account of the bamboo forest incident. He sighed, Elders Chiu and Qin, and Boss Bai, I fear that we old fellows are at a loss regarding this matter. The geomancers hurriedly echoed. Indeed, we nearly lost our lives just entering the bamboo forest. With our abilities, we are certainly incapable of addressing the subsequent issues. Had it not been for Mr. Zhang's timely assistance, our families would likely be lining up to claim compensation by now. The three elders exchanged glances, their lips twitching at the starkness of this statement. Simultaneously, they recognized that Zhang Chu's skills likely surpassed those of these geomancers. Otherwise, how could he command such unanimous respect from them? At that moment, the three elders shared a knowing look, and Boss Bai inquired, Mr. Zhang, may I ask about your lineage? Confidential, Zhang Chu replied, his expression remaining impassive. Instantly, the three scrutinized him with renewed intensity. Particularly, Qiu Lao, the more he observed Zhang Chu, the more grave his demeanor became. Having encountered genuine prowess before, he now discovered he was unable to see through Zhang Chu. Noticing the three elders' unwavering gaze upon him, Zhang Chu smiled and asked, Is there a problem? No problem, Qiu Lao replied swiftly. I misjudged you, my apologies. Qin Lao directly inquired. Might I ask the purpose of your visit to Jinling? Were you merely passing through, or have you come specifically to assist after hearing of our predicament? To make money. Zhang Chu's response was succinct. The three elders exchanged peculiar expressions upon hearing this. Boss Bai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly stated, Making money is splendid, Mr. Zhang. Considering the situation in Jinling, can you resolve it? Name your price. Zhang Chu stated plainly, 100 million, and I guarantee a thorough resolution to Jingling's issues. Having rescued 6 geomancers, each of whom was willing to pay 10 million, requesting 100 million for saving an entire city seemed reasonable, though Zhang Chu had yet to encounter substantial wealth. Otherwise, he might have boldly asked for 1 billion. Indeed, upon hearing this figure, Boss Bai immediately acquiesced. Very well. Since you are so forthright, we in Jinling shall not be dilatory. 100 million in cash will be ready here. As soon as you resolve the issues, the money will be transferred immediately. I, by Jingsheng, will guarantee it. Qiu Lao and Qin Lao nodded in agreement. If 100 million could resolve the matter, they would gladly oblige. With the price settled, discussions turned to the situation at hand. Zhang Chu then stated, I have only recently arrived in Jinling. Let us first discuss the information you possess. Boss Bai pondered. To be honest, we do not have much information. Recently, there has been a sudden increase in unexpected incidents in Jinling. Moreover, some individuals claiming to possess yin-yang eyes have inundated local forums with posts, alleging that something is amiss in Jinling, with an uptick in supernatural occurrences. Thus, we sought out renowned geomancers in Jinling to ascertain the situation. Zhang Chu nodded slightly, realizing that their understanding was limited. He then remarked, In that case, it is difficult to investigate the source of the anomalies. The only certainty is that the iron-framed reservoir is the epicenter of Jingling's peculiarities, with a continual outpouring of inexplicable malevolent energy. Indeed, Lu Mingyang concurred. Zhang Chu continued, It seems I must first investigate the reservoir's core. Hearing this, Lu Mingyang promptly asked, You mean the center of the reservoir? Zhang Chu affirmed, Precisely. Obtain a boat for me. I wish to gauge the situation at the center of the reservoir. The geomancers hesitated. They dared not venture into the reservoir's heart. Observing their reluctance, Zhang Chu chuckled. Fear not. I shall go alone. You can wait for me on the shore. However, Lu Hongyu suddenly interjected. I will accompany you. Zhang Chu glanced at Lu Hongyu. She was unlike the other 6 geomancers, adept not only in esoteric arts but also in martial skills. Yet he quickly shook his head. Her spiritual energy was insufficient, and encountering the supernatural could leave her vulnerable to malevolent forces. Thus, he replied, You cannot. I will manage it alone. What if danger arises? Lu Hongyu queried. Zhang Chu smiled. If danger arises, I can escape on my own. That if you accompany me, I would have to abandon you. Do you find that amusing? Lu Hongyu. That at this moment, Qiu Lao declared, Very well, it is settled. Let us procure a boat. As Zhang Chu and the others rose to leave the tent, he suddenly noticed that the 3 elders cast no shadows. Indeed, they had no shadows. The tent was illuminated by a single bright lamp, and aside from the 3 elders, everyone else had shadows. Only they did not die in that instant. Zhang Chu abruptly turned around, fixing his gaze upon the 3 individuals. What is the matter? Qiu Lao inquired. Qin Lao and Boss Bai also looked at Zhang Chu. Is there something else, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Chu sensed an undercurrent of anticipation in their expressions, as if they were eager for him to discern something. Consequently, he scrutinized them closely, only to find that shadows had indeed appeared behind them. Yet upon closer inspection, their shadows did not align with their forms. Zhang Chu promptly exclaimed, Something is amiss. Qin Lao's eyes brightened. What is amiss? Striding confidently toward the three elders, Zhang Chu confronted them without hesitation. Their expressions grew more expectant, as if they yearned to speak on his behalf. Zhang Chu turned to Qin Lao. "Extend your hand." Qin Lao nodded slightly and offered his hand to Zhang Chu. Mimicking a traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis, Zhang Chu delicately placed his index, middle, and ring fingers on Qin Lao's wrist. After a brief moment of perception, Zhang Chu's heart raced, and he suddenly lifted his gaze to Qin Lao, Jedi. As this phrase left Zhang Chu's lips, both Qiu Lao and Boss Bai sprang to their feet, their faces contorted with disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyang and the other geomancers shuddered upon hearing Jedi. As though startled by a sudden shock, that moment, Qiu Lao abruptly pointed toward the tent's entrance. "Everyone except Mr. Zhang, please exit." Chapter 94. The Jiedia. As soon as old Qiu's words fell, everyone hurriedly departed. Before long, only Zhang Chu and the three elders remained within the tent. In that moment, the three elders suddenly grew agitated. Clad in military attire, old Qiu grasped Zhang Chu's hand and anxiously inquired, "Mr. Zhang, you just mentioned Jiedia?" Zhang Chu surveyed the three men before solemnly responding, "Have you all received the Jiedia?" Upon hearing this, the three elders instinctively reached into their garments, as if to retrieve something. However, Zhang Chu hastily interjected, "Do not move, do not take anything out, just answer my questions. Whatever you do, do not reveal it, for heaven's sake." Seeing Zhang Chu's palpable anxiety, the three elders promptly withdrew their hands. At this juncture, old Qin spoke up. "Indeed, we all received a red notice, which is currently on our persons that we heard it referred to as the Jiedia." Old Qiu then asked, "Mr. Zhang, could you enlighten us as to what this Jiedia truly is?" Zhang Chu refrained from answering directly and instead countered, "The feng shui master who showed you the Jiedia has passed away, correct?" The faces of the three elders shifted slightly, yet they ultimately nodded in unison. At that moment, Boss Bai remarked, "Originally, there was an elderly woman in Jinling City who was remarkably accurate in her fortune-telling. After we three received the peculiar notice, we sought her counsel. She was taken aback, exclaiming that this was the Jiedia, and then she promptly expelled us. Naturally, we were quite displeased. She offered no explanations yet forced us out. However, that very night, she died." Zhang Chu nodded slightly. "Then it cannot be mistaken. The Jiedia must not be shown to a feng shui master. According to legend, those who laid eyes upon the Jiedia and recognized it would face imminent peril. Of course, skilled feng shui masters possess their own methods to avert calamity. For instance, even if Zhang Chu were to behold the Jiedia, the presence of the Star Tower would shield him from harm. However, Zhang Chu was inherently lazy. Knowing certain taboos, he would not recklessly transgress them. Thus he preferred they refrain from revealing it. This moment, old Qiu, with a grave expression, inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what exactly is this Jiedia?" Zhang Chu elucidated. According to legend, the Jiedia is an edict used by the underworld to apprehend certain special entities. Once one receives the Jiedia, it implies that their departure to the netherworld is imminent. The faces of the three elders grew somber, yet they remained composed, being seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow, pondering, "But this does not add up. It is uncommon for an ordinary person to receive a Jiedia. The Jiedia is not something one simply receives due to power or influence at the hour of death. In fact, it is said to be intended for those of cultivation and spiritual attainment. Certain individuals, nearing death, utilize unique means to evade the cycle of reincarnation, thus prolonging their existence. Such individuals, having the capacity to escape the clutches of death, are preemptively issued the Jiedia by the underworld upon their second pursuit. The Jiedia measures 7 inches in length, of vivid crimson hue, inscribed with various arcane symbols in ghostly script. Once received, it must not be discarded. Failure to comply will summon immediate fatal consequences. Additionally, the Jiedia bears a date, clearly stating the year, month, day, and hour of the holder's demise. Upon the arrival of that moment, the possessor of the Jiedia will instantaneously depart this world. The most notable characteristic of those marked by the Jiedia is the anomaly of their shadow. At times, the shadow may vanish entirely, while at others, it may morph into that of another. Of course, all of this is mere legend, appearing only in certain esoteric texts. Zhang Chu, being well-versed in the secrets of the 8 great mystical schools, possessed some understanding of these matters. Yet he could scarcely believe that he had encountered not one, but 3 individuals in possession of the Jiedia. At this juncture, Zhang Chu queried, "Did you dream at night of a ghostly envoy who bestowed upon you the Jiedia, only to awaken the next morning to find a red Jiedia by your pillow?" "Indeed," the 3 responded in unison. Old Qin further elaborated. "In the dream, a ghostly envoy warned me that this item must be kept close, never straying far from Jinling City, or else I would perish instantly." Zhang Chu nodded slightly. "There is indeed such a taboo." At this point, Old Qin recounted, "That morning, I was skeptical and wished to test the object's supposed malevolence. Thus, I tossed it to the ground. At that moment, it felt as though my heart were gripped by some unseen force, nearly leading to my demise. Only by desperately retrieving the Jidya did I manage to recover. Old Xiao and Boss Bai nodded in agreement, clearly having endured similar experiences. Zhang Chu acknowledged. The sequence of events aligns. Yet I must ask, why has this object come into your possession? Old Xiao sighed. The circumstances surrounding this object are indeed enigmatic. When I received it, I was still within the military camp, surrounded by my comrades and under constant surveillance. It could not have been the work of mere mortals. Boss Bai then inquired, Mr. Zhang, since you recognize this object, in your opinion, is there a way to resolve this? At this moment, the other two elders leaned in attentively. Zhang Chu pondered. According to ancient texts, the Jidya is said to be irredeemable. The three elders' expressions darkened at this revelation. However, Zhang Chu continued, nonetheless, your circumstances are rather unique. You do not meet the typical criteria for receiving the Jidya. At this point, Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened. Could it be that your acquisition of the Jidya is related to the peculiarities of this reservoir? The three elders eagerly nodded. Old Xiao remarked, we too surmise that our situation is likely connected to this place, hence. Zhang Chu affirmed, I understand. Since the Jidya may be linked to the anomalies here, we must first address those peculiarities. 3 days. We have only 3 days left until the time on our Jidya expires, Old Qin urged hastily. Zhang Chu smiled. Understood, I shall act swiftly. Meanwhile, he mused, no wonder I encountered the 3 titans of Jinling here. I was previously perplexed as to why such prominent figures would venture into such perilous territory together, rather than fleeing to safety. It appears that this location bears significant implications for their lives, and unless they witness the resolution of the reservoir's mysteries, they shall find no rest. Before long, the 3 elders accompanied Zhang Chu, along with LV Mingyang and several other feng shui masters, to the edge of the reservoir. A motorboat was procured, and without hesitation, Zhang Chu boarded. Without a moment's thought, Huguo leapt alongside him down on the shore. Old Xiao still harbored reservations, and asked Zhang Chu, Mr. Zhang, shall I dispatch a special operations team to accompany you for inspection? Zhang Chu glanced at the elite special operations team beside Old Xiao, each member impeccably equipped and brimming with vigor, clearly the C-Army de la C-Army. However, Zhang Chu shook his head. I shall go alone. Otherwise, should danger arise, I would need to divide my attention to rescue you. This was, after all, a supernatural event, not a confrontation with ordinary criminals or beasts. Sheer numbers would not suffice. Seeing Zhang Chu's refusal, Old Xiao ceased further persuasion. However, LV Hongyu, eager to join, spoke up, Zhang Chu, why not take me along? I promise not to be a burden. Zhang Chu declined her offer, merely taking Huguo with him as he twisted the throttle of the motorboat, hurtling towards the heart of the reservoir. Huguo stood at Zhang Chu's side, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Suddenly, Huguo barked excitedly in a specific direction. Grandfather, over there! Zhang Chu too sensed the pronounced aura of the unknown emanating from that direction, prompting him to steer the vessel towards it. Strangely, a thin mist began to rise from the water surface as the motorboat plunged into the shroud of fog that on the shore. Everyone felt a fleeting disorientation as Zhang Chu's motorboat appeared to vanish into thin air. Navigating through the ethereal mist, Zhang Chu and Huguo pressed on. Chapter 95. Confrontation. A few minutes later, they emerged from the mist to reveal a small island shrouded in clouds. Yet another illusion. Hot Pot exclaimed. Zhang Chu, however, keenly sensed the essence of this world, which felt distinctly different from the outside realm. Here, the chilling aura was far more intense, making him feel as though he had stepped into another dimension entirely. Soon, the jet ski reached the shore, halting their advance. Let's disembark and assess the situation, Zhang Chu suggested. Without hesitation, he and Hot Pot leaped onto the shore, setting foot on the fog-enshrouded island. At that moment, Zhang Chu expanded his consciousness, meticulously probing the island while remaining mentally alert, prepared for any potential dangers. Hot Pot sniffed around incessantly when, suddenly, he barked loudly, woof woof woof. The sound echoed far and wide as Hot Pot perked up, listening intently, as if to catch the reverberations of his own barks. Shortly thereafter, Hot Pot turned to Zhang Chu and said, Grandpa, there are people not far from here. Really? Zhang Chu responded, slightly taken aback. Hot Pot, have you learned the skills of a bat? Hot Pot beamed with pride. What is so impressive about that? I possess many talents. At this moment, Hot Pot took the lead, guiding Zhang Chu towards a particular direction. Minutes later, they encountered a colossal mound of earth, upon which sat a figure clad in green, his face obscured by a bronze mask, seemingly awaiting their arrival. You have arrived. The green-clad figure's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, strong and commanding. A master. Zhang Chu's heart skipped a beat at the sight of this individual. To him, the man's vitality blazed like a furnace, and all manner of strange auras around him instinctively recoiled, unwilling to approach. This man was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Countless chaotic thoughts raced through Zhang Chu's mind. How could such a powerful figure be here at the source of these anomalies? Was he here to suppress the strangeness, Or was he the orchestrator of it? At that moment, Zhang Chu inquired, "Who are you?" The masked figure replied coolly, "Kid, you possess considerable strength to have slain the underworld tree. Among the younger generation, few can match your prowess." Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened. You know I killed that tree?" The figure scoffed. "Of course I do." He continued, "Listen, young one, out of consideration for your youth and ignorance, I shall overlook this incident. Depart now. The affairs here do not concern you, not meddle. Zhang Chu immediately realized that this strangeness was of the figure's making. "What do you intend to do?" The masked man snorted. "Kid, I know you hail from one of the 8 great mystical sects, but let me make it clear. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in." "Matters of adults?" Zhang Chu scrutinized the bronze mask, as if attempting to pierce through it to discern the man's true identity. Given his tone, could it be that this figure was an elder from the 8 great mystical sects? Yet, Zhang Chu dared not jump to conclusions. Who knew if this man was deliberately obscuring his true nature? At that moment, the masked man barked, "Leave, or do not blame me for my rudeness." Though Zhang Chu sensed the man's expertise, he was unafraid this instant. He felt a surge of adrenaline, eager to test his own strength. Thus, he smiled. "It appears that the strangeness here is indeed connected to you." With that, Zhang Chu began to advance towards the masked figure that as he approached, his inner energy surged violently, and he steeled himself for battle. "The 3 elders from Jinling City and their malevolent spirits were also your doing, weren't they?" "I'm quite curious how you managed to unleash such spirits," Zhang Chu stated. The masked man coldly retorted, "Youngster, you are blissfully unaware of many things." A look of disdain crossed the figure's face. "You don't actually intend to fight me, do you? What do you think?" Zhang Chu was now close to the masked man. Yet the figure remained motionless, full of contempt. "Foolish child, I am sparing you out of respect for your family's elder. Should you persist in your folly, you shall meet your end here today." "My family's elder?" Zhang Chu understood that the elder referred to someone from the 8 great mystical sects, not the witch Shang Xinyu. This masked figure, like Lu Mingyang and the others, had clearly misunderstood his identity. Zhang Chu pondered whether this figure belonged to the 8 great mystical sects. However, he soon felt a disconnect. During his time in Jinling, a similar aura had emerged from the cemetery, where a middle-aged man from the unblemished wilderness had personally overseen the suppression of those anomalies, that if that were the case, the 8 great mystical sects likely would not intentionally release the source of such strangeness. In that moment, Zhang Chu's thoughts became jumbled, unable to ascertain the masked man's identity. Nonetheless, he recognized that he was his enemy, and if he could defeat him, resolving the situation would bring him immense rewards. Without further hesitation, Zhang Chu charged towards the masked figure, initiating the attack. Meanwhile, Hot Pot, feeling apprehensive, quickly retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield, fearful of being caught in the fray. The masked man scoffed. "Ignorant creature, seeking death." In the next instant, he rose and hurled a punch toward Zhang Chu. That moment, the masked man's terrifying aura erupted. As his fist swung, the surrounding space was agitated by a fierce wind. Zhang Chu's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the power unleashed by the masked man far surpassed his own. Yet, Zhang Chu showed no fear in that moment. He summoned every ounce of strength from his dantian, channeling it into his fist. This was Zhang Chu's all-out strike, equally formidable. With a resounding boom, their fists collided violently the next second. Zhang Chu felt an overwhelming force crashing into him, as if he'd been struck by a freight train. The disparity in power was too great. He felt as if he were a broken kite, sent flying. Thud. Zhang Chu crashed to the ground. After delivering the blow, the masked man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a look of disdain. "Is this your strength at the Dantian First Realm? Compared to my youth, you are indeed slightly stronger, but to think you could defeat me with such meager prowess. How naive." Not far away, Zhang Chu felt a surge of heat invade his body, causing a fiery pain throughout. Yet, in the next moment, the door to the Star Tower opened, and an abundance of spiritual energy flooded into Zhang Chu's body, nourishing both his meridians and dantian. Within a mere breath, his strength was restored to its peak. Zhang Chu rose, vigorously shaking his body, his joints cracking like popping beans. He was back to his prime condition. Seeing Zhang Chu stand once more, the masked man regarded him with a mixture of amusement and surprise. "You still possess the strength to stand? You're slightly stronger than I anticipated." Zhang Chu wasted no words, striding forward once again, charging towards the green-clad figure. Without reservation, he poured all his energy into another strike, fearless and unyielding. Overestimating yourself. The masked man, seemingly confident in his superiority, merely attacked with one hand. Boom! Their fists collided once more. Thud! This time, Zhang Chu was once again repelled by a tremendous force, sent flying backward. After receiving Zhang Chu's strike, the masked man's expression shifted slightly, his fist trembling as he sensed a hint of threat. Chapter 96. "I have something to say, quite interesting." A glimmer of approval flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the blue attire. Nevertheless, in the next moment, he scoffed coldly. Kid, I was initially inclined to let you go out of respect for your elder, but since you were so ungrateful, prepare to meet your demise. This time, the man in blue did not wait for Zhang Chu to recover. He charged forward with resolute strides, intent on ending Zhang Chu's life. The speed of the man in blue was astonishing. Almost instantaneously, as he sent Zhang Chu flying, he was upon him. Before Zhang Chu could steady himself, the man in blue unleashed a punch aimed directly at his head. For an ordinary person, such a disparity in realms would render them incapable of reacting in time. However, Zhang Chu was no ordinary individual. That moment, an inexplicable memory surfaced in his mind. Recollections of his master, the enchantress, striking him. During those encounters, she had permitted him to dodge, retreat, and even counterattack. Although he had sustained numerous bruises and injuries, the art of evasion had long since become second nature to him. The impending punch from the man in blue, meant to be unavoidable, appeared to Zhang Chu as merely one of several options for evasion. Compared to the enchantress's cunning, this man was far from formidable. In that instant, Zhang Chu slightly tilted his body, altering his footwork with a sudden rhythm, and effortlessly slipped away like a nimble eel. The fist of the man in blue struck only air, leaving him momentarily astonished, as if he believed someone of Zhang Chu's caliber should not have evaded. Seizing the opportunity of the man's bewilderment, Zhang Chu swiftly created several meters of distance between them. What a slippery little rascal! The man in blue snorted, though he did not regard Zhang Chu as a serious threat. At that moment he turned once more, launching himself at Zhang Chu with renewed fervor, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Zhang Chu's temple. The man was resolute, having already set his murderous intent. Every strike was intended to be lethal. Yet, he had underestimated Zhang Chu's capabilities. Truth be told, after enduring countless beatings from Shang Xianyu, Zhang Chu's greatest strength lay in his evasive skills. Even prior to opening his dantian, he had managed to evade the enchantress's attacks through deft footwork and agility. Now, having opened his dantian, Zhang Chu's reaction speed and physical prowess far surpassed his previous self. This moment, Zhang Chu moved like a wisp of smoke, his figure ethereal and elusive. The man in blue could not even graze the hem of his garments. It was only at this juncture that Zhang Chu comprehended why the enchantress took such pleasure in beating him. The notion had long been anticipated that he would endure such trials. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. As he evaded, Zhang Chu hastily replenished his internal spiritual energy. The gates of the Star Tower swung open, and an immense surge of spiritual energy surged into Zhang Chu's limbs and veins. After several exchanges, his spiritual energy returned to its original state. When the man in blue attacked again, Zhang Chu ceased to evade. Instead, he roared, channeling all his strength into a single punch, colliding fiercely with the man in blue. Not bad, little one. You dare to come at me again. The man's eyes lit up. He believed Zhang Chu to be on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, the reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. With a resounding boom, their fists collided, and the man in blue suddenly felt a terrifying force coursing through him, rendering his entire arm numb. Of course, Zhang Chu was sent flying once more. However, the man in blue staggered back half a step. In that instant, he stood frozen, incredulous as he gazed at Zhang Chu. He could not fathom how this young man, clearly at the first level of the Dantian realm, seemed akin to an indomitable cockroach. It should be noted that the man in blue's true prowess lay at the 8th level of the Dantian realm. For a master of his caliber, extinguishing a novice at the first level should have taken no more than 2 punches. Yet, Zhang Chu's performance had shattered his understanding. All right, little brat, I shall take you seriously now. The man in blue inhaled deeply, preparing himself as his aura surged to a new level. Zhang Chu, exhilarated, felt a familiar sensation of suppressed energy stirring within him, reminiscent of when his first meridian had been unblocked. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. He sensed that if he unleashed his full power without restraint, he would soon transcend his current realm. Thus, Zhang Chu took another deep breath, and the Star Tower instantaneously replenished all his energy. He launched himself at the man in blue once more, unleashing a 5th punch. Zhang Chu felt as though he had transformed into a tank, delivering a forceful blow without any reservations. The man in blue, equally solemn, summoned all his strength, intent on concluding this confrontation. With another resounding crash, their fists collided, producing an explosive sound. In the wake of this clash, Zhang Chu experienced an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Crack! Within him, another meridian was unblocked. This moment, Zhang Chu's spiritual energy surged like a mighty river coursing through his veins, filling him with indescribable satisfaction. He had ascended to the 2nd level of the Dantian realm. This was the boon bestowed by the Star Tower. Ordinary individuals required immense effort to advance, perpetually pushing their limits. However, after exhausting their energy, they often faced long periods of recovery before they could unleash their strength again. The external spiritual energy was too sparse, and many were reluctant to expend it so liberally. Yet Zhang Chu was different. The Star Tower offered boundless spiritual energy, allowing him to unleash his full potential without concern. Each strike propelled him beyond his limits. Did I end this fierce battle? His rate of advancement was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, Zhang Chu's physical foundation was exceptionally robust. Despite not having trained in spiritual energy for the first 20 years of his life, he had endured countless near-death encounters at the hands of Shang Xianyu. Each time, she had concocted potent elixirs from rare herbs to restore him to vitality. Zhang Chu's physical foundation was undoubtedly superior to that of any core disciple from prestigious sections. While those disciples had to share resources among many, Shang Xianyu devoted all her treasures to her sole prized pupil, resulting in Zhang Chu's foundation being extraordinarily formidable. Now, amidst his battle with the man in blue, all of Zhang Chu's advantages finally converged, allowing him to step into the second level of the Dantian realm. Of course, he was once again sent flying. However, upon landing, he stood firm, his posture as straight as a javelin, a surge of indomitable spirit radiating from him, his heart brimming with battle fervor. The man in blue's expression grew cold as he involuntarily stumbled back 3 steps. Simultaneously, one could see his fists trembling. That last strike had subtly injured him. Impressive, kid. The man in blue's demeanor turned grave. He was at the 8th level of the Dantian realm, with 7 additional meridians open compared to Zhang Chu, and his true strength was incomprehensibly superior. Yet, here he was sustaining injury. You cannot be allowed to live, or you will undoubtedly become a menace, he gritted through clenched teeth. Immediately, the man in blue charged at Zhang Chu once more. However, in the next moment, he halted abruptly, sensing a change in Zhang Chu's aura. The man's expression fluctuated between disbelief and alarm. How is this possible? How can one break through during battle? What kind of freak is this? Yet, Zhang Chu's state was unprecedentedly favorable. The man in blue hesitated to attack, and thus, Zhang Chu seized the initiative. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Chu stepped forward, unleashing all his power in another assault against the man in blue. Although Zhang Chu's realm still significantly lagged behind, his momentum felt as though it surpassed several levels compared to the man in blue. Boom! This time, as they clashed, both were evenly matched, retreating simultaneously for 5 steps. Impossible! The man in blue felt a surge of terror as he was pushed back. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming fear. It felt as if Zhang Chu's strength was inexhaustible, and no matter how hard he attacked, Zhang Chu would remain unscathed. In contrast, the man in blue found his own energy depleting with every strike, and replenishing spiritual energy from the external environment proved exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu was elated to him. The man in blue represented a whetstone, a free sparring partner, a living target. Such opportunities were rare. He completely forgot everything else, fixated solely on one thought. To strike him! With all his might, Zhang Chu launched another fierce assault. Boom! This time, the man in blue found himself at a disadvantage, retreating 7 or 8 steps, his face paling. The man in blue's internal energy was waning, struggling to keep pace with Zhang Chu's relentless onslaught, which was taking a tremendous toll on him. That moment, the man in blue finally shouted in fear, "Stop! I have something to say!" Chapter 97. Defeating the man in blue unexpectedly shouted for a halt, causing Zhang Chu to momentarily pause. A cold smile etched on his face as he gazed at the figure. "Is that all? Speak up. I'm curious to hear what you have to say." At this moment, the man in blue was gasping for breath, fixing his stare on Zhang Chu. "Kid, who on earth are you?" Zhang Chu chuckled. "First, enlighten me about your identity. Do you really think I would divulge my true identity to you?" The man in blue countered. Zhang Chu's eyes turned icy. "If you refuse to speak, I'll compel you to do so." In that instant, Zhang Chu clenched his fists once more, ready to strike. However, the man in blue hastily interjected, "Hold on. Listen to me. You should not interfere in this matter." Zhang Chu laughed derisively. "Fool! Who do you think you are? You clearly cannot match me, yet you wish for me to concede land and pay compensation. Do you take me for a fool?" The man in blue quickly responded. "Kid, you are still young. It is understandable that you are unaware of the intricacies involved. In my estimation, your talents must place you in the super core of your sect, correct?" Zhang Chu remained silent. The man in blue continued. "In truth, given your status, you should already have some understanding of the situation. Return and inquire with your elders. Do not involve yourself in this matter." Zhang Chu's mind raced. The man in blue had evidently misjudged his identity, believing him to be affiliated with one of the 8 great mystical sects. From his words, it seemed if Zhang Chu indeed belonged to one of these sects, he would be privy to the happenings here. Could it be that the source of these anomalies is truly linked to the 8 great mystical sects? But then, Zhang Chu shook his head in denial. No, if the source of these anomalies were connected to the 8 great mystical sects, then why would that elder from the Wu clan personally suppress the anomalies? That doesn't add up. Thus, it appeared the man in blue was deliberately uttering nonsensical words to mislead Zhang Chu's thoughts. Yet, Zhang Chu found himself unable to grasp the man in blue's true intent. Since he could not comprehend, he resolved to beat the truth out of him. With that, Zhang Chu scoffed. Fool! Dream on if you think you can deceive me. Come, let me see your true identity. With that declaration, Zhang Chu lunged once more at the man in blue. Seeing this, the man in blue erupted in fury, shouting, You young brat, you're going to ruin everything. I intend to ruin your plans. Zhang Chu exclaimed, launching a powerful punch towards the man in blue. The man in blue, left with no choice, was forced to engage Zhang Chu once again. That it was evident that he felt quite constrained, as if he had much to say but was hindered by some unspoken taboo. In that moment, the man in blue contemplated retreat. However, he was also reluctant to concede, torn between battling Zhang Chu and strategizing his next move. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Having fully mastered the power of the second realm of his dantian, each blow was met with immense discomfort by the man in blue. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Chu seized an opportunity and slapped the man in blue across the face. The man in blue panicked, hastily attempting to evade, but it was slightly too late. Zhang Chu managed to knock the bronze mask from his face. In an instant, Zhang Chu beheld the true visage of the man in blue. A sinister countenance, marred by a crescent-shaped scar on his chin. At that moment, the man in blue was utterly aghast. As the mask fell, he swiftly covered his face with his hands, seemingly terrified of revealing his identity. Zhang Chu, unwilling to squander this opportunity, executed a flying kick aimed at the man in blue's chest. The man in blue's reaction was bizarre. He preferred to take the hit rather than lower his hands. With a resounding thud, the man in blue was sent flying by Zhang Chu's kick, and astonishingly, he used the momentum to turn and flee. Stop right there! Zhang Chu bellowed as he gave chase. However, the man in blue vanished in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding mist thickened ominously. Simultaneously, at the moment of the man in blue's escape, it felt as though some support had been withdrawn from this mysterious island. The ground trembled beneath them, and an eerie aura began to dissipate rapidly. Not far off, the dog Hot Pot exclaimed urgently, Woof woof, Grandpa run, the flood is coming. At this moment, the man in blue's presence faded swiftly. Zhang Chu sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his own realm was still somewhat lacking. Although he could have exhausted the man in blue's stamina, the latter's determination to flee rendered him impossible to detain. Thus, Zhang Chu hastily retreated, taking Hot Pot along to search for the motorboat. The mist around them grew even denser, and water began to seep up from the ground beneath their feet, causing the earth to quake. Woof woof! Hurry! Hot Pot urged, growing increasingly anxious. Zhang Chu and Hot Pot sprinted with all their might, as the water gradually engulfed the land, reaching up to Zhang Chu's calves. Just then, Hot Pot joyfully shouted, Grandpa, the boat! The motorboat was right before them. Yet at that moment, Hot Pot suddenly halted and exclaimed in alarm, Woof woof, Grandpa! Something is grabbing my legs. Zhang Chu turned to see, indeed, Hot Pot's forelegs were ensnared by a multitude of ghastly white hands. These pale hands emerged from beneath the water surface, desperately pulling Hot Pot down. Simultaneously, Zhang Chu glanced down to discover that his own ankles were also gripped by some of those ghastly white hands. Zhang Chu cursed, Get lost! At that very moment, the starry tower within Zhang Chu radiated with intense light. Countless mysterious symbols surged forth with his spiritual energy, flooding into his throat, that as Zhang Chu let out a thunderous shout, those symbols expanded alongside his voice. Instantly, the hands that clutched him and those that seized Hot Pot's legs vanished without a trace. With the motorboat now within reach, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot leapt onto it with vigor. At this juncture, the surroundings were shrouded in thick mist, with water all around them. Grandpa, what now? Hot Pot inquired. Zhang Chu carefully sensed the atmosphere around them, noting that the bizarre aura was dissipating. Stay still for now. Let us wait here. The mist will clear shortly. Neither Zhang Chu nor Hot Pot operated the boat, opting instead to wait. Naturally, Zhang Chu remained vigilant, releasing his spiritual awareness to guard against any potential return of the man in blue, fearing a sudden ambush. However, Zhang Chu had overestimated the man's audacity. After more than 10 minutes with no incidents, the mist gradually receded, allowing sunlight to stream down. At this point, Zhang Chu sensed that the peculiar, eerie aura had completely vanished. Is the source of the anomalies resolved just like that? Zhang Chu found it hard to believe. He could scarcely fathom that such an extraordinary event targeting an entire city could be orchestrated solely by one man in blue. Now that the man had fled, the anomalies naturally ceased. Yet, Zhang Chu remained unconvinced that the matter was so simple. Although the man in blue had been temporarily driven away, who could say whether he might instigate trouble in another city? Furthermore, Zhang Chu struggled to comprehend why the man in blue would wish to do such a thing. Did he truly desire to transform an entire city into a realm of spirits? Zhang Chu was perplexed, and with the man in blue gone, he found himself at a loss for further investigation into the truth. Before long, Zhang Chu noticed a 2 or 3 meter wide grass mat beside the motorboat, upon which lay a bronze mask. Woof woof! So, we weren't on an island after all, but rather a grass mat. Hot Pot exclaimed. Zhang Chu nodded in agreement, stating, "The opponent is from the mystical sect. Techniques such as summoning soldiers from beans and transforming mats into islands are not unexpected." He then bent down to retrieve the bronze mask. Observing the surroundings once more, Zhang Chu and Hot Pot found themselves at the center of a reservoir, where they could see 3 elderly men and several geomancers still gazing towards the center of the water. Zhang Chu carefully sensed the area, noting that the reservoir still carried some lingering yin energy. The matter is not yet fully resolved, he mused inwardly. With that, Zhang Chu steered the motorboat towards the shore. On the banks, LV Mingyang and several geomancers were bent over, examining their compasses. That moment, someone exclaimed joyfully, "Look, the eerie aura in this reservoir is diminishing." Nearby, LV Mingyang squinted, carefully assessing the situation, before announcing, "It seems Mr. Zhang has succeeded." LV Hongyu gazed eagerly towards the center of the reservoir and soon spotted Zhang Chu and Hot Pot's motorboat. In that instant, LV Hongyu shouted with delight, "Look, they're back." Zhang Chu and Hot Pot made their way to the shore, whereupon they were immediately surrounded by the crowd. "What happened?" Old Qiu asked expectantly. Zhang Chu tossed the bronze mask onto the ground, declaring, "A calamity of man." Chapter 98. The feng shui of the reservoir is problematic. Within the large tent, specialized criminal investigation personnel had arrived, meticulously safeguarding the bronze mask. At this moment, Old Qiu's expression was ashen. "Regardless of the means employed, we must uncover the identity of the owner of this bronze mask." Several investigators acknowledged his command and departed with the mask in hand. Meanwhile, Old Qin's countenance was equally grim. He could not restrain his curiosity. "Mr. Zhang, what do you suppose this cloaked figure intends to accomplish? Does he aim to transform all of Jinling into a realm of spirits?" Zhang Chu shrugged with a wry smile. "I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that this cloaked individual possesses formidable power. An ordinary person would stand no chance against him." Old Qiu slammed his hand on the table. "Regardless of the cost, we must locate this individual and ascertain his motivations, whether he harbors a grudge against Jinling or if there are other intentions at play. Indeed, a person as terrifying as this cannot be allowed to roam free." Though the group was filled with righteous indignation, the motivations behind the cloaked man's actions remained elusive. Ultimately, they could only agree that he was a practitioner of the dark arts, intent on committing heinous acts against humanity. That moment, the 3 elders turned to Zhang Chu. "Mr. Zhang, has the matter concerning the reservoir come to a definitive conclusion?" All 3 were deeply concerned, as the malevolent presence surrounding them had yet to dissipate. Zhang Chu shook his head. "Not yet. Although I managed to drive away the cloaked figure and the source of the strangeness has seemingly vanished, I sense that the reservoir itself harbors some issues. If the problems with the reservoir are not addressed, I fear this place may once again fall into the hands of those with ill intent." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders grew increasingly anxious. However, a few geomancers, including LV Mingyang, exchanged skeptical glances. That moment, LV Mingyang spoke directly. "Mr. Zhang, what could possibly be wrong with the location of this reservoir? We conducted an inspection previously, and it is situated at the eye of the dragon vein. There should be no issues." "Impossible," Zhang Chu declared emphatically, having sensed the overwhelming yin energy within the reservoir. He continued, "Since the cloaked figure chose to wreak havoc here, it is evident that this location is inherently conducive to the growth of yin energy. No rational individual would dare to disrupt the dragon vein at its eye. Such an endeavor would yield nothing but futile effort." But the geomancers furrowed their brows. While they found Zhang Chu's reasoning compelling, they had also participated in the original site selection and did not believe there was a flaw in their choice. LV Hongyu chimed in. "Zhang Chu, could you elaborate on what exactly is wrong with this reservoir?" At this moment, all eyes turned toward Zhang Chu, awaiting his response. "Do you have a map?" Zhang Chu inquired. Soon a sand table was brought forth for him to examine the surrounding terrain. Zhang Chu scrutinized the sand table, calculating the layout. Indeed, there was a dragon vein in this area, characterized by auspicious winds and waters. The reservoir was perfectly positioned at the dragon's eye, a place of fortune and well-being. From merely observing the sand table, no abnormalities were evident. However, Zhang Chu had personally experienced the oppressive yin energy at the center of the reservoir, accompanied by a palpable sense of resentment. Thus, he declared, "I need to go take a look." With that, Zhang Chu exited the tent, followed by several geomancers, their expressions brimming with confidence, disbelieving that the feng shui of the reservoir could be flawed. Zhang Chu ascended to a higher vantage point for a closer inspection. In that moment, he channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes, and the entire landscape appeared transformed before him. He discerned that certain areas exuded a golden aura, while others were shrouded in a dark, ominous energy, with some locales appearing weak and feeble. Gradually, Zhang Chu became well acquainted with the energies permeating the land. Before long, Zhang Chu returned to the tent with his companions. "Mr. Zhang, is there truly no issue with the reservoir?" LV Mingyang queried once more. Zhang Chu shook his head. "There is a grave problem. and I have already identified its source. What problem? LV Mingyang pressed. Zhang Chu pointed to the reservoir's location. The true dragon is dead, and the dragon's eye has transformed into a putrid eye. Currently, this place is saturated with energy and has become a site of great misfortune. If I am not mistaken, there have been numerous drownings in this reservoir over the past few years. Upon hearing this, Boss Bai gasped. That is indeed the truth. This reservoir has been in existence for 40 years. For the first 30 years, many swam and bathed here in the summer, and no one ever drowned. However, starting 10 years ago, incidents began to occur with alarming frequency, and people frequently drowned here. Now, there are warning signs erected prohibiting swimming, yet every so often, someone inexplicably drowns. The geomancers, upon hearing this, were filled with confusion. LV Mingyang hastily asked, Mr. Zhang, why do you say the true dragon is dead? Indeed, can a dragon vein also die? The other geomancers questioned. Utterly perplexed, the three elders fell silent, awaiting Zhang Chu's explanation. Zhang Chu pointed to a hillside on the map. The crux of the issue lies here. The dragon vein has been severed. Here. Old Qin's expression shifted as he seemed to recall something upon seeing the point Zhang Chu indicated. The geomancers furrowed their brows, contemplating Zhang Chu's implication that moment. Zhang Chu pointed to another location. This area, which should have been level, has been excavated into a deep pit where something of immense malevolence has been buried, causing this true dragon vein to become a dead dragon, a vengeful dragon. Zhang Chu then scoffed. The dragon's eye of a dead and vengeful dragon is hardly a place of auspiciousness. Rather, it is a site of great malevolence. Hence, the feng shui of this reservoir has been irrevocably damaged. Upon hearing this, LV Mingyang suddenly realized, exclaiming, if what Mr. Zhang says is true, then this dragon vein has indeed been rendered useless. But the question remains. Who would dare sever a dragon vein? Who would be audacious enough to dig a pit at the dragon's reverse scale and bury something so malevolent? Old Xiu's gaze turned icy. Investigate. Find out which scoundrel is responsible for these two locations. Once we uncover the truth, I shall annihilate their entire lineage for daring to wreak havoc on my territory. It infuriates me. Old Xiu was enraged, as these two locations had invited malevolent forces upon him, and he felt compelled to capture the culprits. Otherwise, he would be unable to quell his fury. At that moment, however, Old Qin spoke up. No need to investigate. I'm already aware of the situation here. The others turned their heads, looking at Old Qin. Old Qin continued. The mountain that Mr. Zhang referred to as having been severed is a quarry. In recent years, as Jinling has experienced extensive real estate development, there has been a shortage of soil and stone, leading to the transformation of many areas into quarries. This mountain has already been excavated halfway, Old Qin stated. Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes, exchanging looks of disbelief. Old Xiu slammed his hand on the table. Old Qin, look at the mess you've made. In your pursuit of profit, you allow your Qin family to run rampant? Do you believe I want to kick you right now? Old Qin looked utterly exasperated. Old Xiu, don't take it out on me. It was your nephew Qiu Guosong who excavated the mountain. Old Xiu was momentarily speechless. No wonder that little rascal has amassed such wealth. He then pointed to another area. Mr. Zhang mentioned that a pit was dug here, where something of great malevolence was buried. What is the story behind this? Boss Bai, breaking into a sweat, stood up. I know about this place. It is a landfill where some non-degradable and difficult-to-handle waste has been buried. Proper disposal would be too costly, so they simply found a valley and buried it. Old Xiu slammed his hand on the table once more. Old Bai, you scoundrel, look at the disaster you've caused. Boss Bai meekly defended himself. Old Xiu, you can't blame me. This was your son Qiu Guowei's project, and I had no say in the matter. Old Xiu's expression stiffened. Those two little rascals. Zhang Chu observed with an odd expression, realizing that both critical points were indeed the handiwork of the Qiu family. If Old Xiu were to obliterate their lineage, wouldn't he first have to eliminate his own? Chapter 99. The Feng Shui pillar plan. Old Xiu was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that these two pivotal locations were orchestrated by his own nephews. After a moment of contemplation, Old Xiu inhaled deeply and inquired of Zhang Chu, Mr. Zhang, let us set aside the issue for now. Pray tell, is there any remedy for this situation? Around them, several Feng Shui masters fell into deep thought, their expressions revealing their perplexity. The three elderly men shared a sudden pang of anxiety, not due to the peculiarities of the reservoir itself, but because they sensed that without resolving its issues, their own misfortunes would not dissipate. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chu responded, remedying this is quite simple. Simple. The faces of the Feng Shui masters were instantly filled with astonishment as they exchanged incredulous glances between Zhang Chu and the three-dimensional sand table map before them. The dragon was already deceased, transformed into a site of great calamity. How could it possibly be remedied? Zhang Chu pointed to several locations on the map. Here. He proceeded to indicate 9 positions consecutively, then declared, these 9 points can host Feng Shui pillars, each adorned with carvings of the dragon's 9 offspring. As soon as Zhang Chu concluded, Lu Mingyang and the other feng shui masters began to ponder meticulously. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Mingyang suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Brilliant! This is..." The other feng shui masters remained somewhat baffled. Zhang Chu elucidated, "The 9 tripod cauldrons uphold the heavens, thereby continuing the dragon's lineage." Upon hearing this, the feng shui masters displayed expressions of enlightenment, each feeling a sense of clarity. "Mr. Zhang is indeed formidable," they conceded in admiration. Old Xiao, upon hearing this, decisively proclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us promptly erect the feng shui pillars." Zhang Chu reminded them, the pillars should be 10 meters in height, with 3 meters buried underground and 7 meters above ground, oriented with the dragon's head facing upward. A total of 9 pillars is required. Old Xiao replied, "That is quite simple. My eldest nephew's quarry has craftsmen who can process them on site." The subsequent arrangements unfolded with remarkable ease, as several feng shui masters volunteered to oversee the fabrication of the pillars at the quarry. Zhang Chu provided his bank account number to the 6 feng shui masters, and soon, 60 million was transferred. Following this, the 3 elderly men warmly invited Zhang Chu to dine with them. Aware of their trepidation, Zhang Chu recognized their need for reassurance. Coincidentally, he was also feeling hungry, so the trio, along with Huogua, proceeded to the most luxurious hotel in Jinling. Initially, Zhang Chu intended for Huogua to accompany them, but upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Huogua spotted a beautiful stray dog and immediately chased after it. Ignoring Huogua, Zhang Chu and the 3 elders entered an opulent private dining room. Once seated, Old Xiao spoke first. "Mr. Zhang, do you believe that once the reservoir's matter is resolved, our misfortunes shall vanish as well?" Elder Qin and Boss Bai gazed expectantly at Zhang Chu, hoping for an affirmative response. However, Zhang Chu shook his head. "That will not be the case." He then elaborated. "The emergence of misfortunes is likely connected to the reservoir's anomalies, but this does not imply that resolving the reservoir's issues will result in their disappearance. It is akin to clouds that herald rain. While they are indeed related, dispersing the clouds will not cause the water on the ground to vanish." Old Xiao inquired again, "Then, can Mr. Zhang dispel these misfortunes?" Zhang Chu pondered briefly before responding. "Generally speaking, these misfortunes cannot be dispelled, but your circumstances are unique. I possess a 50% confidence in being able to return the misfortunes." Elder Qin's expression turned somewhat bitter. "Only 50%? Zhang Chu confirmed. "Indeed, merely 50%. This matter involves certain special taboos." Then, with a glint in his eye, Zhang Chu asked Old Xiao, "You must have consulted other feng shui masters regarding this matter?" Old Xiao nodded eagerly. "It seems I cannot hide it from you, Mr. Zhang. Upon learning of this misfortune, I reached out to an old friend of many years. He is currently en route." Concerned, Old Xiao queried, "Does Mr. Zhang prefer that others refrain from intervening?" Certain feng shui masters indeed have similar taboos, believing that their work should not be interfered with by peers. However, Zhang Chu was unconcerned. As long as he was compensated, he welcomed others' involvement, but he would prefer not to work himself if others were willing to pay. Nonetheless, he cautioned, regardless of who arrives, you must remind them not to view the misfortunes lightly. This matter, if encountered before achieving a certain level, can yield no benefit. The mildest consequence may result in the total loss of one's abilities, while the severest can lead to death. Old Xiao hastily replied, "Understood, I shall remember." At that moment, Elder Qin expressed some worry. "Mr. Zhang, do you believe these misfortunes will manifest prematurely? If so, could you offer us some guidance?" Zhang Chu responded, "As I have mentioned before, first and foremost, do not lose track of the misfortunes. Keep them in close proximity. Secondly, do not stray far from Jinling City." "Is that all?" Elder Qin asked. Zhang Chu nodded. "That is sufficient. Once the feng shui pillars are erected, thoroughly severing the connection between the reservoir and the misfortunes, I shall devise another plan." "Very well." The 3 men concurred. Following this, they engaged in casual conversation. Upon learning that Zhang Chu had settled in Jinling, the 3 elders expressed a desire for him to remain in Jinling City, with Boss Bai even offering a storefront in the most bustling area as a gift. Zhang Chu declined this generous offer, as settling in Furong Street in Jinling was a directive from his master, and he dared not disobey that. Of course, he shared his intention to earn money in Jinling, prompting Boss Bai to assure him that should the misfortunes disappear in 3 days, he would immediately present him with 100 million. The meal was, naturally, filled with delightful camaraderie. At 10 o'clock that evening, as Old Xiao attempted to pick up a bamboo shoot tip with his chopsticks, he inadvertently dropped it into his wine glass. The 3 elderly men paid little heed to this minor mishap, deeming it merely an accident. However, Zhang Chu remarked, "The bamboo shoot entering the wine signifies that a distinguished guest has arrived." He then stood and declared, "Old Xiao, your esteemed guest has arrived. I have dined sufficiently. I shall take my leave." The elderly men hurriedly rose to see him off, while Zhang Chu requested the waiter to pack some meat dishes for Huogua. One could not dine at a banquet while allowing Huogua to scavenge for takeout alone. that as soon as Zhang Chu departed, the three elders began to discuss furtively. Old Qiu produced his mobile phone and whispered, "This Zhang Chu is truly remarkable." He even predicted that I had a guest arriving. "Who is it? Why the mystery?" Elder Qin inquired. Old Qiu lowered his voice. "Zuoxing Zhan." Upon hearing this name, Elder Qin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "The celestial master of Fengdu, Zuoxing Zhan?" Boss Bai was equally astonished. "My heavens, Old Qiu, your connections are extraordinary. I have heard that Master Zhuo has not concerned himself with worldly matters for 8 years. How did you manage to summon him?" Zuoxing Zhan was a legendary figure in elite circles, having resolved numerous sensational matters throughout the years. Chapter 100. Zuoxing Zhan. It is no wonder that Boss Bai and Elder Qin were so astonished. The reputation of Zuoxing Zhan is indeed monumental. For instance, 30 years ago, when an ancient city was constructing a subway, they inadvertently disturbed a tomb, revealing a remarkably lifelike corpse within. Astonishingly, that very night, the corpse vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the city was plagued by a series of zombie attacks, with reports claiming that the zombie could disguise itself as an ordinary person, mingling among the crowd, boarding buses, and seizing the opportunity to bite unsuspecting passengers. In the span of a mere fortnight, the creature had claimed the lives of over 100 individuals, leading to the suspension of public transportation in the ancient city. Eventually, several formidable geomancers banded together in an attempt to capture the zombie. However, the following day, the bodies of these renowned geomancers were discovered in a river, charred and lifeless. Whispers circulated that the zombie had transformed into a ba, imbued with fiery energy, rendering ordinary geomancers utterly powerless against it. Yet, when Zuoxing Zhan arrived, armed only with his sword, he effortlessly cleaved the zombie in two before the astonished eyes of onlookers that on another occasion, when an ancient temple was demolished, terrifying entities emerged from its depths, resulting in the demise of over a dozen geomancers. In the end, Zuoxing Zhan intervened and subdued the threat with remarkable ease. Thus, upon hearing that Zuoxing Zhan had been summoned, both Elder Qin and Boss Bai were filled with elation. At that moment, Elder Qiu chuckled with a hint of pride, saying, in my youth, I had a fleeting encounter with Master Zhuo. I never expected that old Zhuo would still grant me this favor." Elder Qin, eager for information, inquired, "When will Master Zhuo arrive?" To which Elder Qiu replied, "He shall be here shortly. Come, let us move to another private room. I have made the necessary preparations." A few minutes later, in the new private room, a tall, imposing elder with starry brows and sharp eyes took his place at the head of the table. This was Zuoxing Zhan, now 83 years old, yet exuding a vitality that surpassed even that of the youth. Without any pleasantries, Zuoxing Zhan directly asked, "Have you truly obtained the Jedi?" "Indeed," replied Elder Qiu. "Let me see it," Zuoxing Zhan commanded. Immediately, Elder Qiu's expression shifted slightly. "Masters, I have heard it said that the Jedi should not be shown to geomancers." Having just been cautioned by Zhang Chu, Elder Qiu was reluctant to put anyone at risk. However, Zuoxing Zhan snorted dismissively. "That is merely the opinion of someone lacking in skill," he continued. "Moreover, given your circumstances, it is impossible for you to possess the Jedi, i.e., that in my estimation, what you hold is likely a mere trickery, a forgery." "Forged?" The three men were instantly filled with hope at these words. Clearly, they were far more inclined to trust Zuoxing Zhan's judgment than that of Zhang Chu. Nevertheless, Elder Qiu still murmured, "Master Zhuo, would you not take a closer look?" Zuoxing Zhan, unwavering, replied, "Present it to me." "What have I, Zuoxing Zhan, not witnessed? I wish to see who dares to counterfeit the Jedi." Elder Qiu then reached into his robe and retrieved the Jedi. The blood-red artifact was engraved with dark yellow patterns that emanated an ancient and venerable aura. Upon its unveiling, Zuoxing Zhan's expression momentarily froze. He sensed a terrifying energy emanating from it. However, the seasoned elder was courageous. He spoke up, "Do not let go of the Jedi. Allow me to examine it closely." "Very well." Elder Qiu angled the Jedi towards Zuoxing Zhan, whose keen gaze scrutinized the artifact intently. In the next instant, the dark yellow patterns on the Jedi began to emit a dim light, and mysterious symbols abruptly manifested, hurtling towards Zuoxing Zhan's forehead. Upon witnessing this, Zuoxing Zhan's expression stiffened. He sprang to his feet, attempting to evade the arcane symbols. Yet despite their slow speed, these symbols seemed to possess an uncanny determination, akin to rotting butterflies fluttering directly towards him. Zuoxing Zhan swiftly retreated, brandishing a small golden dagger in a bid to fend off the mysterious symbols. However, regardless of his evasive maneuvers or the frantic swings of his dagger, the symbols inexorably found their way to his brow. In the next moment, Zuoxing Zhan appeared as if time had frozen around him. He opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, this blood was not red. It was a murky yellow, reminiscent of mud. At this juncture, the three elders were instantly alarmed, rising from their seats. "Master Zhuo, what has happened to you?" Zuoxing Zhan remained in a daze, and after approximately 10 seconds, half of his body suddenly convulsed. However, the other half moved swiftly, retrieving a small jade vial, which he then drained in one gulp. Before long, Zhou Xingjian regained his composure, ceasing to tremble. Yet his expression was grave, and he inhaled deeply, still shaken. How could this be? With your identities, how is it possible for you to possess the Jie Dai? Is it genuine? Elder Qiu asked in despair. Zhou Xingjian replied with certainty. It is indeed the genuine Jie Dai. Alas, how peculiar it is that you could come into possession of it. Elder Qiu hastily queried. Master Zhou, what should we do? You must save us. Zhou Xingjian's tone was unwavering. There is no salvation. The three elders were immediately filled with confusion. Is this not an egregiously irresponsible declaration of a death sentence? At that moment, Zhou Xingjian gestured towards the table laden with sumptuous food and drink. Feast upon what delights you. From this point forward, you may find little opportunity to savor such luxuries. Upon finishing, Zhou Xingjian disregarded the three elders, picking up his chopsticks to devour a large pork knuckle. His demeanor implied that not only were the three elders beyond saving, but even he himself might need to indulge a little more. Elder Qiu's countenance darkened. Masters of, do not frighten us. You cannot mean that you. Zhou Xingjian appeared unconcerned. Rest assured, I shall not perish. At most, I shall suffer a slight loss of my cultivation. However, at my age, such cultivation holds little value. If it allows me to avert one calamity, it would not be in vain for the efforts of my youth. Yet, I fear I may no longer be able to take action thereafter. He then cast a sympathetic glance towards Elder Qiu and the others. As for you, it would be wise to finalize your affairs and make necessary arrangements. The Jie Dai you possess is indeed authentic and beyond remedy. Upon hearing this, the three elders could no longer find appetite for food in that moment. The image of Zhang Chu surfaced in their minds. He had claimed a 50% chance of salvation, and now they could only place their trust in his words. But however, Zhou Xingjian, displaying a sense of camaraderie, addressed them. I say, do not wear such forlorn expressions. All beings must eventually meet their end. You three have enjoyed prosperity for many years. You have long since recouped your investments, and death would not be a loss. Rest assured, once you depart this world, I shall ensure that your grave sites are attended to, guaranteeing that your descendants thrive. Elder Qiu's face darkened further. I thank you for your kindness. Elder Qin and Boss Bai dared not speak so openly, but their dissatisfaction was evident. At this moment, Elder Qiu interjected. Master Zhou, as for the matter of grave sites, we shall set it aside for now. Today, we encountered an extraordinary individual who claimed to possess a 50% certainty of saving us. Nonsense, Zhou Xingjian huffed. That person is undoubtedly a charlatan. Who would dare meddle in matters concerning the Jie Dai? That would be courting death. The three elders were immediately displeased. If you cannot help, must you disparage others as frauds? We hold you in high esteem, but you need not be so overbearing. Zhou Xingjian, not oblivious to their displeasure, recognized their lingering hope. Thus, he remarked, since you choose to believe in that individual, then go seek him out that I, too, have no pressing matters, so I shall remain here and assist you in examining your grave sites. Chapter 101. The cleverness of Shangguan Qingsno Zhang Chu had just returned to his hotel, carrying a hot pot. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Shangguan Qingsno and Lin Xiyu seated on his bed, both waiting for his arrival. Why aren't you two asleep? Are you waiting for me to play do diju? Zhang Chu inquired. Shangguan Qingsno, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, Zhang Chu, are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? Zhang Chu was immediately engulfed in confusion. What do you mean? Shangguan Qingsno exclaimed. This morning, when I went to visit a client, didn't you tell me not to buy any fruit? Indeed, Zhang Chu replied. Is there a problem with that? With a surge of frustration, Shangguan Qingsno shouted. It was precisely because of the fruit that I missed my chance to meet with Sister Mu today. You have ruined me. Do you realize that? Zhang Chu was momentarily flabbergasted. How have I ruined you? Explain. Shangguan Qingsno glared at Lin Xiyu and urged. Xiyu, you explain. Lin Xiyu quickly recounted their day's events. It turned out that when Shangguan Qingsno went to meet her client, she unexpectedly encountered a rival. Recalling Zhang Chu's admonition, she felt a twinge of mischief that if Zhang Chu advised against buying fruit, did that not imply that anyone who did would fail in their endeavors? Consequently, she purchased several pounds of pears, feigning camaraderie with her competitor and presenting her with the fruit. Unbeknownst to her, as fate would have it, the client suddenly developed a severe cough and had a strong desire for pears. Observing Shangguan Qingsno empty-handed while her competitor held the fruit, the client invited the rival inside, leaving Shangguan Qingsno to languish outside all day. Thus, Shangguan Qingsno was incensed, deeming Zhang Chu's suggestion utterly misguided. After hearing her story, Zhang Chu exclaimed, Shangguan Qingsno, you truly are a clever one. What did I tell you? Shangguan Qingsno widened her eyes in surprise. You said not to buy fruit. Precisely. Then why did you still go ahead and buy it? Zhang Chu gao de. Shangguan Qingsno defended herself. I bought it, but did not give it away. I merely handed it to my rival. Zhang Chu sighed in disbelief. I asked if you bought it. The crux of the matter is not about giving it away, but rather whether you purchased it. At that moment, Shangguan Kingsnow's expression froze as she suddenly grasped Zhang Chu's intent. He continued, "You, dear, are quite dense that I had a premonition that today would not bode well for you in terms of fortune, and spending money on fruits would only squander your luck. If you wasted your funds on such trivialities, your fortune would be utterly depleted. You thought you could outweed others, but lacking any understanding of feng shui, you inadvertently harmed yourself," Zhang Chu lectured, leaving Shangguan Kingsnow bewildered and embarrassed. Lin Xiyu stood by silently, unsure of how to react. After a few moments, Shangguan Kingsnow timidly asked, "If that is the case, why didn't you warn me earlier?" Zhang Chu shot her an exasperated glare. "You have no comprehension. Some truths must not be spoken too plainly, or they will extinguish your fortune." At a loss for words, Shangguan Kingsnow shrugged, conceding, "All right, this is my fault." Zhang Chu replied nonchalantly, "In any case, I observe that your luck has been poor these past few days. Even if you hadn't bought fruit, you likely wouldn't have achieved much, perhaps just a fleeting meeting." Shangguan Kingsnow then declared, "That is why I need your assistance, that we must secure funds to bridge this financial gap. I refuse to use the Shangguan family's money for this. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly gossip about it later." Zhang Chu promptly produced his bank card, waving it in front of Shangguan Kingsnow. "Take it. You needn't fret. It's merely money, of which I have plenty." Shangguan Kingsnow's expression shifted dramatically as she stared incredulously at the bank card in Zhang Chu's hand. "You have money? What do you mean?" "Of course I have money. Otherwise, why would I give you an empty card?" Zhang Chu retorted. Shangguan Kingsnow accepted the card and handed it to Lin Xiyu, who eagerly retrieved a notebook and swiped Zhang Chu's card. Moments later, her eyes widened as she stared at the screen, counting on her fingers. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. "Miss, there's 60 million. Shangguan Kingsnow gasped, 60 million. In the next instant, she stared at Zhang Chu in disbelief. "My heavens, where did you acquire such wealth? Did you charm the beautiful bank manager?" At a loss for words, Shangguan Kingsnow couldn't fathom how money could be so easily obtained. She suddenly felt an urge to question Zhang Chu. "Am I the capitalist? Or are you the capitalist?" "As a female capitalist, I aim to liquidate a significant inventory for 20 million in cash flow, yet after a whole day, I hadn't even glimpsed a distributor. And here you are, a lone wolf. Oh, not quite alone. You brought a dog along, and effortlessly secured 60 million in a day." But Shangguan Kingsnow felt diminutive in her aspirations, realizing how far she paled in comparison to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu chuckled. "Now that we have the funds, we should be able to honor your grandmother's wager, right?" Initially taken aback and pleased, Shangguan Kingsnow's expression soured when she heard Zhang Chu mention the bet. "You truly are going to great lengths to avoid becoming a son-in-law, aren't you?" Zhang Chu beamed with pride. "Indeed. You think I would allow a trivial debt of a few million to turn me into a son-in-law? What a far-fetched dream." Shangguan Kingsnow scoffed, clutching Zhang Chu's bank card and calling out to Lin Xiyu, "Xiyu, let's go." "Understood, miss." Lin Xiyu sensed Shangguan Kingsnow's discontent and quickly shot a glance at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, not oblivious, understood why Shangguan Kingsnow was displeased and recognized Lin Xiyu's cue to console her. However, the truth remained. Zhang Chu harbored no overwhelming affection for Shangguan Kingsnow, nor did he feel compelled to pursue her romantically. Thus, he feigned ignorance, allowing them to depart. With a resounding slam, the door closed, marking the end of the day. That IT remained uncertain how well Shangguan Kingsnow would sleep. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Zhang Chu's door was rapped upon insistently. "Hot pot! Open the door!" Zhang Chu called. The hot pot, appearing somewhat disgruntled, lowered its eyelids and muttered, "Which rascal is banging on the door at this early hour? Can a dog get some sleep? You may not rest, but a dog certainly needs its slumber." As the door swung open, it revealed LV Hongyu. Today, she was dressed vibrantly, exuding the energy of a youthful leopard, standing there with an air of wild exuberance. However, her expression was fraught with urgency as she spoke in a hurried tone. "Zhang Chu, something terrible has happened. You must come quickly and see." Chapter 102. The scheme of the 5 poisons concealing corpses. Upon noticing the urgency in Lu Hongyu's expression, Zhang Chu inquired, "What has happened? Has something gone awry? Did your grandfather get beaten up again for wanting to be buried alongside someone else's wife?" Lu Hongyu's face momentarily froze, pondering if the man's thought process was flawed. "With my presence, who could possibly dare to harm my grandfather?" Nonetheless, she quickly exclaimed, "Yesterday, didn't you indicate 9 locations for us to erect the feng shui pillars?" "Indeed," Zhang Chu affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Lu Hongyu continued, "However, the pillars cannot be erected. During the process of setting them up, a massive stone column unexpectedly toppled over and crushed several individuals, including one feng shui master." "How could this be?" Zhang Chu's gaze sharpened upon hearing this news. It was essential to note that the sites had been meticulously chosen by him, each of the 9 locations harmonizing with the symbolism of 9 tripod cauldrons holding up the sky, places where auspicious energy flourished. Ordinarily, Working in such locations would not only proceed smoothly, but could also bestow merit and benefits upon the workers. That an incident here that transformed it into a perilous sight, something that should not occur. Zhang Chu promptly declared, "Let us go and investigate." Soon, Zhang Chu followed Lu Hongyu to the scene of the incident that a large crowd had gathered, including the 3 elders of Jinling, several feng shui masters led by Lu Mingyang, and various construction workers. The site appeared chaotic, with construction machinery scattered about. Not far away, several bodies lay covered with white cloth, emanating an unsettling aura. However, the old man, Zhuang, was absent. He had been injured by Jedi the day before, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol that evening, and was now sound asleep. Upon seeing Zhang Chu's arrival, the crowd hastily encircled him. The 3 elders appeared drained, their faces filled with concern. That moment, Elder Chiu spoke. "Mr. Zhang, could this place be related to Jedi? I sense an invisible force seems to be influencing everything." The other 2 elders gazed at Zhang Chu, their expressions anxious. Upon hearing that the feng shui pillars could not be erected, they were terrified, fearing that Zhuang's ominous predictions might come true. Zhang Chu furrowed his brow and turned to the feng shui masters in charge of the construction, asking, "What transpired?" Lu Mingyang replied, "The construction of the feng shui pillars commenced swiftly and initially went smoothly. We successfully buried 5 pillars in succession, but complications arose when we attempted to set this particular one. Our compass began to malfunction in this vicinity, that we surmised that the emergence of the feng shui pillars was affecting the local energy field, and at the time, we did not pay it much heed. However, during the erection of the pillar, it simply would not stand upright. Even when it did manage to stand, it was crooked and appeared ready to topple over at any moment. Subsequently, several individuals gathered around the feng shui pillar to adjust its orientation, and then, suddenly, it collapsed, crushing several people." Zhang Chu nodded thoughtfully, moving closer to the fallen pillar to silently absorb the surrounding energy while scrutinizing the terrain, mentally calculating various possibilities. All around him, silence enveloped the crowd as they awaited Zhang Chu's insights. The 3 elders were particularly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows, firmly believing that all occurrences here were deeply intertwined with Jedi, eliciting profound fear within them. Minutes later, Zhang Chu suddenly opened his eyes and turned to a specific direction, declaring, "Something is amiss." "What is it?" The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Chu. His gaze turned icy. "Someone is deliberately sabotaging this endeavor. The issue does not lie in my choice of location. Rather, it is someone targeting this feng shui arrangement to cause destruction." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Elder Chiu's expression darkened, his anger flaring. "Who is behind this sabotage? How are they orchestrating this?" Zhang Chu's eyes narrowed with intensity. "This is a contest of supernatural forces. The adversary is using a feng shui scheme to counter mine." As he spoke, Zhang Chu drew a diagram on the ground, explaining to the gathered multitude, "Observe, the feng shui arrangement I intended to establish is called 9 tripod cauldrons holding up the sky. It employs 9 feng shui pillars to channel the vital energy from the earth, thereby forming a grand cauldron here. With this grand cauldron in existence, the vital energy would converge precisely at the severed dragon vein node, akin to raising the dragon's head, effectively reconnecting the dragon vein." The crowd nodded in understanding. Even those who did not possess extensive knowledge of feng shui grasped Zhang Chu's concept. Zhang Chu continued, "However, someone wishes to prevent us from re-establishing the dragon vein. Thus, they are dismantling the vital energy of these 9 cauldrons." At this juncture, Zhang Chu raised his head, scanning the surroundings before uttering, "The method employed is exceedingly nefarious, yet yields swift results. The 5 poisons concealing corpses." Upon hearing this, the nearby feng shui masters wore expressions of bewilderment, clearly perplexed by Zhang Chu's words. Yet Lu Hongyu gasped, "Wait, the 5 poisons concealing corpses?" Zhang Chu turned to her. "Are you familiar with it?" Lu Hongyu, with a pallid visage, nodded. "When I accompanied my grandfather, I occasionally encountered materials related to feng shui battles. The 5 poisons concealing corpses. Doesn't it require the ritualistic sacrifice of a child on site?" Zhang Chu confirmed, "Precisely." He then gestured toward a distant direction, instructing, "Head over there and locate a flat stone wall. Check for any ghostly symbols drawn in blood that if found, collect some river water to wash them away, and inspect whether an ancient corpse is concealed within the stone." By Elder Chiu's side, several subordinates promptly surged forward, following Zhang Chu's guidance to investigate. After a span of 20 minutes, someone returned with a report. "Elder Chiu, we have confirmed that, as Mr. Zhang indicated, there are blood symbols on the stone wall. After washing them away, we discovered a desiccated corpse, the age of which is indeterminate. Moreover, the signs of excavation in that area suggest it was recently disturbed." Elder Chiu's face twisted with rage. "Scoundrel! Who is responsible? Find them. Upon discovery, I shall have them torn asunder." Zhang Chu pointed to another direction. "Send someone born in the year of the dragon to walk from here in that direction for 999 steps. They will encounter a mound of earth. Dig it up, and there. You should find the recently slain child. This time, Elder Chio stepped forward resolutely. I shall do it myself. Promptly, the crowd followed Elder Chio to the designated spot. After traversing 999 steps, Elder Chio lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a small mound of earth, conspicuously visible. He pointed. Is it that? Zhang Chu nodded affirmatively. Before long, soldiers approached to excavate the mound, and after a brief interval, someone with a grave countenance reported, Elder Chio, we unearthed a little girl, seemingly around 4 or 5 years old. She was buried upright after being murdered, and, as he spoke, the individual produced a talisman, presenting it to Elder Chio. This talisman was affixed to the girl's back. Its purpose remains unclear. Elder Chio turned his gaze to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu explained directly. This is a concealment talisman, designed to prevent discovery and to obscure the identity of the perpetrator. At this moment, Lu Mingyang and the other feng shui masters were fervently calculating, attempting to deduce the identity of the individual behind these dark deeds. Upon seeing the talisman, they all abandoned their efforts. This person is exceedingly cautious, Lu Mingyang lamented. Elder Chio's expression darkened further. Yet Zhang Chu displayed no particular emotion, once again pointing to another direction. Head toward this direction. When you encounter a patch of barren ground, check if the soil is black, that if it is, dig it up. Be mindful to wear your gas masks. You might unearth some toxic substances. Once more, the crowd adhered to Zhang Chu's guidance, successfully identifying the correct location. Before long, a voice rang out. Report, we have unearthed numerous dead snakes, and the stench is unbearable. There is also a similar talisman. Zhang Chu nodded. Indeed, it is the 5 poisons concealing corpses. The perpetrator exhibits a certain ruthlessness. Lu Mingyang sighed. Regrettably, the individual is far too cautious. Having utilized the concealment talisman, we cannot ascertain their identity. However, Zhang Chu chuckled coldly. Concealment talisman? Times have changed, fool. Chapter 103. Locking onto the opponent after Zhang Chu remarked, the times have changed. All eyes swiftly turned towards him, to AT that moment. He directed his gaze towards Elder Chio and stated, Elder Chio, the assailant acted between 1 and 3 a.m. last night. I trust you can unearth their identity. Elder Chio's expression hardened. Within 3 hours, I shall undoubtedly expose this scoundrel. El Mingyang and several feng shui masters appeared momentarily bewildered. While others had utilized concealing talismans to erase all traces, did Elder Chio truly believe he could unveil the perpetrator? Was that even conceivable? Observing El Mingyang's confusion, Zhang Chu chuckled and patted his shoulder. Leave professional matters to the experts. Feng shui masters ought not to overstep their boundaries. Elder Chio promptly issued commands to the local police department, declaring that a child had been murdered and insisted that the case must be solved within 3 hours. El Mingyang grasped Zhang Chu's intent, but deemed it implausible. How could an assailant of such caliber be captured by ordinary law enforcement? It was absurd. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu shifted his focus away from the identity of the assailant, redirecting his energy back to the scene. At that moment, Elder Qin inquired, Mr. Zhang, can we establish the feng shui pillars now? Zhang Chu subtly shook his head. Not yet. Although I have dismantled the 5 poisons corpse concealment formation, the aura of this place has already solidified and requires disruption. With that, Zhang Chu swiftly retrieved talismans and began to cast a spell at the scene. Near the earthen pit, Zhang Chu stood firm, reciting incantations, striving to restore the locale's energy. Meanwhile, atop an uncharted hill, a gray-clad old nun sat cross-legged before a broken bowl, fervently chanting her own spells. Behind her stood the blind Song Wenwen. Indeed, the 5 poisons corpse concealment formation bore no relation to the previous green-clad copper-faced figure. It was in truth a scheme orchestrated by Song Wenwen and the old nun. At this juncture, beads of sweat adorned the old nun's forehead as she recited her strange incantations, endeavoring to thwart Zhang Chu. Accompanying the old nun's chants, Zhang Chu sensed an unsettling disturbance in his casting. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky, perceiving a mysterious force interfering with his spell work. Zhang Chu sneered. Dare to act now. You seek death. In the next moment, a thought struck him. Star Tower. The great door at the base of the Star Tower swung open, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coursed through Zhang Chu's entire being. Simultaneously, everyone around noticed that Zhang Chu's steps, as he stood firm, began to take on an increasingly enigmatic quality, a mysterious resonance expanding around him. Some even felt a subtle glow emanating from beneath his feet, as if cryptic symbols were radiating outward. Concurrently, Zhang Chu intoned esoteric phrases. Creation of all things, the world is a reverse journey. These words, flowing from his lips, transformed into enigmatic runes imprinted upon the earth. At last, at a certain moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped Zhang Chu, and countless mysterious symbols erupted violently, dispelling the eerie atmosphere in an instant. Everyone immediately sensed a warm, comforting energy enveloping the land. Simultaneously, on a distant hillside, the old nun's broken bowl shattered with a resounding crack, and she herself coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vitality visibly waning. "Master!" cried the blind Song Wenwen, alarmed. The old nun hastily raised her hand. "Quick, help me away!" Yet Song Wenwen took a step back, refusing to grasp the old nun's hand, instead asking, "Master, you don't think Zhang Chu will come after us, do you?" Enraged, the old nun retorted, "What do you mean? If Zhang Chu could find us, would you abandon me? Master, it's better than both of us being captured. Please take care. If you fall to Zhang Chu, I shall avenge you," Song Wenwen declared. The old nun, hearing this, was incensed. "Song Wenwen, you wretched ingrate! I devised a plan against Zhang Chu for your sake, and you dare to abandon me?" Song Wenwen, unwavering, replied, "Master, I am also in no position to act, and you have suffered backlash. You mentioned that once your bowl is shattered, your demise is imminent. I cannot accompany you to the grave." With that, Song Wenwen turned and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The old nun slumped to the ground, lamenting her choice of disciple. "How did I end up with such an ungrateful wretch? Song Wenwen, I curse you to a miserable fate." Yet, Song Wenwen had already vanished. Despite her blindness, it seemed as though her inner sight had been illuminated, revealing the old nun's grim fate. She was unwilling to share that destiny. Though injured, the old nun did not remain idle, struggling to rise and murmuring to herself, "Song Wenwen, just wait. Do you think Zhang Chu can find me? I have utilized a concealing talisman. Even the leaders of the 8 great mysterious gates would be unable to locate me." Back at the scene, Zhang Chu did not attempt to pinpoint the hidden enemy based on the strange energy. He understood the necessity of first erecting the feng shui pillars that at this moment, the energy of the location had been restored, and the remaining feng shui pillars had been established. Subsequently, Zhang Chu organized the group to perform a ritual of sacrifice, activating all 9 feng shui pillars. The 9-tripod heaven's might was officially formed. Once this was accomplished, the atmosphere above the reservoir transformed, exuding a sense of clarity and serenity. Even those who were not feng shui masters could distinctly feel the surrounding energy filled with harmony, as if stepping from the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. This realization brought a profound sigh of relief from El Mingyang and other feng shui masters, marking the resolution of the reservoir's peculiarities. However, the 3 elderly men were not as jubilant. Although the enigma of the reservoir had been resolved, the malevolent presence still lingered around them. At that moment, Elder Chiu approached Zhang Chu, speaking in hushed tones. "Mr. Zhang, what are the malevolent presence?" Zhang Chu directly inquired. "Have we identified those stirring trouble from the shadows?" Elder Chiu glanced at his watch and replied, "There remains 1 hour until my deadline." Zhang Chu stated, "We must locate those responsible. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy." Until now, Zhang Chu believed the troublemaker to be the figure in green, that he dared not act against the malevolent presence until the green-clad individual was captured. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could arise at a critical moment. Just then, Elder Chiu's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, his expression brightened. "Mr. Zhang, we have pinpointed the troublemaker. They are currently in Shupi village. They ask whether they should apprehend them directly or wait for us." Zhang Chu's eyes sparkled with determination. "Let us wait and seize them together." Outside Shupi village, Zhang Chu, Elder Chiu, and several others arrived. At this moment, the entire village had been discreetly surrounded by dozens of police officers, ensuring no alarm was raised. Chapter 104. Dimensionality reduction from big data. At this moment, Elder Chiu summoned the officer in charge, an older police officer in his 50s named Su Mingquan. "Old Su, please explain the situation," Elder Chiu requested. Old Su promptly replied, "Through our investigation, we have discovered that 2 individuals were involved in the attack." As he spoke, Old Su produced a blurry color photograph. One is a nun in gray clothing, and the other is a young woman, her eyes covered in white cloth, seemingly blind. Upon receiving the photograph, Zhang Chu suddenly realized it's her. The woman who attempted to ambush me with a scarecrow. That day, while pursuing Song Wenwen to a cemetery, the uncle from Wugai had mentioned that it was a woman. In this moment, Zhang Chu finally comprehended that those covertly sabotaging Jiuding Qingtian were not aligned with the Qingyi individuals. Zhang Chu then inquired, "Are both of them in this village?" Old Su shook his head. "No, the blind one has vanished. According to our investigation, only the old nun has arrived in this village." Elder Chiu then turned to Zhang Chu. "Shall we wait a bit longer and capture them together?" Zhang Chu decisively stated, "Let us capture her immediately, no more waiting." Elder Chiu waved his hand. "Arrest her." The apprehension process went smoothly. The old nun, upon being countered, exhibited little resistance and soon found herself escorted by 2 officers before Zhang Chu and Elder Chiu. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Upon seeing Zhang Chu, the old nun immediately shouted. Zhang Chu gazed at the worn-out old nun with a peculiar expression. "What is it that you refuse?" The old nun retorted, "Zhang Chu, I acknowledge that your abilities surpass mine, and I accept my defeat at your hands. But why did you find me so quickly? By what means?" Zhang Chu blinked. "Why should I not find you so swiftly? The old nun exclaimed. I am confident that my methods left no trace. Not only did I employ concealment charms at each location I used my powers, but I also traversed by employing the shadow step technique. Moreover, at every intersection, I utilized the distraction technique that if you pursued me, upon reaching an intersection, you would sense my presence dispersing in all directions. Even after hiding, I cast a spell to obscure my aura. I admit your skills are superior, but given my meticulousness and the multitude of concealment methods I employed, why could you locate me so effortlessly? The old nun rambled on, clearly brimming with pride regarding her ability to conceal herself and obscure her intentions. Zhang Chu, however, blinked and replied, I recognize you have many ways to evade my pursuit, but, dear lady, do you not realize that the times have changed? What do you mean by times changing? The old nun angrily questioned. Zhang Chu chuckled, who says I must act myself to find you. He then pointed to the sky. Old hag, do you not know that there are cameras everywhere now? To find you, we merely need to ascertain when you acted, then have the police review the footage from that time at potential locations, and with big data analysis, we can pinpoint your whereabouts. By the way, do you understand what big data is? Do you know that merely by stepping into this world, you relinquish your privacy? Furthermore, are you aware that drones have been hovering above your head? Upon hearing this, the old nun was incensed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Zhang Chu, indignantly stating, Young man, you lack martial virtue. Zhang Chu laughed. Ah, old hag, this strategy is known as dimensionality reduction. You think your mastery of the esoteric arts allows you to evade capture. Big data teaches you a lesson in humility. The old nun, however, stared blankly, realizing that her most cherished skills had not been countered, and all her efforts were met with the overwhelming force of big data. At this moment, Elder Chiu spoke. Old lady, it is now your turn to answer our questions. Why did you seek to harm us in Jinling? What is it that you truly intend? The old nun cast a detached glance at Elder Chiu, seemingly uninterested in his inquiry, and said nothing. Elder Chiu's temper flared, and he delivered a harsh kick to the nun's abdomen. Thud! The old nun bent over, resembling a shrimp that, of course, she did not recoil, as two officers were holding her, leaving her no choice but to endure the blow. Although it appeared painful, the old nun remained silent, merely lifting her head to glare at Elder Chiu with a vengeful gaze, much like a wolf harboring a grudge. Seeing her expression, Elder Chiu grew even more frustrated. Old hag, I'll make you pay. That he then unleashed a series of punches to the old nun's face, leaving her bruised and battered. Yet, she remained stoically silent, not even letting out a cry, exhibiting an extraordinary level of fortitude. Noticing this, Elder Chiu drew his firearm, pressing it against the old nun's head. Old hag, speak. The old nun, however, seemed resigned, slowly closing her eyes as if awaiting her fate. Elder Chiu ground his teeth, ready to pull the trigger. Zhang Chu hurriedly interjected, Wait! Elder Chiu turned to Zhang Chu. At this moment, Zhang Chu pondered briefly before asking, Old nun, I know you fear not death, but surely you do not wish to take the blame for others. Upon hearing this, the old nun turned her gaze toward Zhang Chu. She then scoffed, If I fear death, why would I fear taking the blame? Whatever charges you have, place them upon me. Zhang Chu regarded her with a strange expression. You desire death, and I could accommodate that, but you should at least provide a reason for opposing me. The old nun inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat regretful, yet she remained mute at this juncture. Zhang Chu produced a photograph, presenting it to the old nun. Who is this blind woman? The old nun remained silent. Zhang Chu's glare hardened. Speak, where is she? The old nun continued to withhold a response. Zhang Chu turned to Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu, I believe you have professionals capable of extracting the truth from her. Do you not? Elder Chiu promptly signaled to a colleague nearby, and soon a young man, wearing white gloves and appearing quite pristine, approached. They then escorted the old nun to a nearby room. Half an hour later, the young man returned with a document, handing it to Zhang Chu. After glancing at it, Zhang Chu nearly leaped in astonishment that it wasn't that the old nun had revealed anything particularly terrifying, but the document was astonishingly detailed. It even noted instances of her poisoning the neighbor's dog as a child and spying on older boys while they bathed. Zhang Chu skimmed through the document, which encompassed the old nun's life. Overall, she was not a pious nun. Over the years, she had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds that in her youth, she had dallied with Taoists and sought blessings from priests, acquiring a repertoire of skills in the dark arts. Later, she took Song Wenwen from the Zhou family as her disciple, exhibiting an unhealthy obsession with her, willing to keep secrets for her even after being abandoned. That, of course, even the most stubborn of lips would eventually yield under professional interrogation. Zhou family, Song Wenwen. Zhang Chu finally recognized the identity of the individual who had ambushed him that day. At this moment, Zhang Chu smirked. What is Zhou Chong? I initially thought you would lay low after receiving your payment, but it seems you're eager to deliver more to me. Zhang Chu then inquired of the individual who had interrogated the nun. What became of the old nun? The young man, looking somewhat bashful, replied after the interrogation, she expressed a desire to leave this world and took her own life. Well, with this document in hand, the old nun's fate had indeed lost its significance. All her secrets were contained within it. Zhang Chu then turned to Elder Qiu. So what about this Zhou, when wanted citywide? Elder Qiu replied bluntly. Despite confirming that the old nun had no connection to the strange occurrences in Jinling and was merely seeking revenge against Zhang Chu, a firm stance was still necessary. Zhang Chu expressed dissatisfaction. Excellent. Then tonight, I shall hold a ritual and send off the malevolent spirit. Chapter 105. The City God Temple at 10 o'clock in the evening, within the aged confines of the City God Temple. The City God Temple serves as the earthly office of the underworld, while the City God himself functions akin to a local official of the Nether Realm. Given that the malevolent specter was dispatched from the underworld, it is only fitting that one must come here to lodge a complaint in order to return it. At this moment, the City God Temple is under strict lockdown, encircled by layers of vigilant guards. Inside the temple, Zhang Chu, Elder Qiu, Elder Qin, and Boss Bai stood at the center. Zhang Chu gazed upon the statue of the City God, feeling a chill run down his spine, for the statue, worn and dilapidated from years of neglect, bore the marks of time. The incense offerings had long ceased, leaving cobwebs to drape the temple, a testament to its abandonment. The cessation of offerings raised a sense of uncertainty in Zhang Chu's heart. For any temple, the most dire fate is the interruption of incense. Once extinguished, rekindling the offerings proves to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Chu, realizing that he was not merely reigniting incense, but attempting to grasp at straws in desperation, sighed heavily yet spoke. Gentlemen, let us stretch our limbs and commence cleaning the temple. Very well, the three elders exclaimed, hastily seizing brooms to undertake the task themselves, fully aware that sincerity demands personal involvement in such matters. After half an hour, the City God Temple was restored to cleanliness. Fresh candles were lit before the statue, and Zhang Chu offered 3 sticks of incense to the City God. Subsequently, he began to perform a ritual to summon the deity. Igniting a talisman, he wandered through the temple, reciting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the venerable City God manifest his presence." However, after merely a few utterances, the talisman in Zhang Chu's hand extinguished with a soft puff, as if an unseen force thwarted his invocation. Frowning, Zhang Chu relit the talisman, attempting once more to beckon the City God. Yet the same scene unfolded again. The City God simply would not appear. Seeing this, Elder Qiu inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what seems to be the trouble?" Zhang Chu, somewhat vexed, replied, "The incense offerings have been interrupted for far too long. The City God is displeased and refuses to come." What shall we do?" the 3 elders exclaimed, their faces awash with concern. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Chu suggested, "We shall summon the emissaries of the underworld." Summon the emissaries? The 3 elders looked bewildered, not grasping Zhang Chu's intention. Without further explanation, Zhang Chu instructed, "Prepare an 8 immortals table and arrange some traditional offerings of fine wine and meat, specifically pork head and roasted chicken, accompanied by strong liquor like ergwa." Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu bellowed outside, "Come here. Go to my home and fetch the sandalwood 8 immortals table, but take great care not to damage it." Before long, a beautifully crafted 8 immortals table was brought in, laden with an array of delectable dishes. 8 chairs were arranged around it. Zhang Chu gestured to a few of the seats, commanding, "Elder Qiu, Elder Qin, Boss Bai, please take a seat." Though Zhang Chu had yet to commence the incantation, the 3 men felt an inexplicable shiver run down their spines, as if an ominous presence loomed nearby. Zhang Chu offered no words of comfort, but instead instructed them, "Remain seated and do not touch the food on the table. I must step outside for a moment." The 3 elders nodded, forcing themselves to maintain composure. Zhang Chu exited the City God Temple, whereupon to go, the large dog hurried over. Zhang Chu commanded, "Firepot, bring me a few ghosts." "Certainly, grandfather. Would you prefer old ghosts or new ones? Male or female? Beautiful or robust?" Firepot inquired, bombarding him with questions. Zhang Chu replied succinctly, "New ghosts, the rest is of no consequence." "Understood," Firepot responded, sniffing the air with keen anticipation. Soon, it fixed its gaze in a particular direction and trotted off. "Grandfather, follow me." Zhang Chu hurriedly trailed behind, and before long, they arrived near a large hospital. Beside the hospital flowed a river. Though streetlights illuminated the area, the late hour rendered it devoid of activity. That moment, Firepot barked excitedly in a certain direction. Zhang Chu followed the dog's gaze and spotted a woman dressed in pale yellow, crouching and weeping. His eyes brightened. The woman's form was hazy, devoid of a shadow, indicating she had only recently transformed into a ghost. Zhang Chu approached, greeting her. "Hello, beautiful." Upon hearing his voice, the woman slowly lifted her head, revealing that she cradled a small infant. Though the child's body was incomplete, it appeared serene, its tiny hands reaching out gently. Zhang Chu inquired, "Why are you crying, sister?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "No one wants me anymore. I have nowhere to go. That woe is me." Zhang Chu responded, "Tell me your story. Perhaps I can help you find your way to the underworld." "Really? You can send me to the underworld?" she asked, her eyes widening with hope. Yes, but first explain why no one wants you, Zhang Chu prompted. The woman hurriedly recounted. I was married, but my husband sells inexpensive trinkets and is perpetually away, never returning home. Desiring a child, I sought my ex-boyfriend, who allowed me to conceive for free. Upon learning of my pregnancy, my husband claimed the date was wrong and that the child wasn't his, leaving me bewildered. As his wife, my child should undoubtedly belong to him. When I attempted to give birth in the hospital, he refused to provide me with funds that I called my ex-boyfriend, yet he too denied me assistance that I in despair. I leapt from a building, only to find that in death, no one wanted me. My soul could not find its place and was doomed to wander as a wild ghost. Woe is me. Zhang Chu listened intently, nodding. I understand your plight. Follow me, and I shall summon the emissaries to escort you to the underworld. The woman, encouraged by his words, bowed deeply, then hurriedly followed Zhang Chu, cradling her half-infant. Meanwhile, Firepot continued to lead the way, its sensitivity to ghostly energies unparalleled. Soon, it pointed toward another direction, barking, "Woof woof, grandfather, over there an old man." Zhang Chu turned to see an ethereal old man strolling leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly admiring the riverside scenery. Approaching the old man, Zhang Chu called out, "Hey, old fellow, don't walk away." Upon hearing Zhang Chu's voice, the old man turned, puzzled, and asked, "Did you call me?" Zhang Chu affirmed, "Yes, I did. What brings you a ghost, out here alone at such a late hour?" Sighing, the old man replied, I have nowhere to go, so I wander by the river." "Why do you have nowhere to go?" Zhang Chu inquired. The old man replied, "I had 3 sons, but after my death, they refused to handle my funeral arrangements, leaving my body in the morgue for 7 days that I grew weary and decided to take a stroll." Zhang Chu chuckled. "Old man, it seems your children have learned well from you. Surely, this behavior is a reflection of your own teachings." The old man, incensed, retorted, "Indeed, when my father passed, I contributed not a penny. All expenses were borne by my brothers. Yet I saved that money for my 3 sons. I toiled my entire life for them. How could they treat me thus?" Zhang Chu replied with a smirk, "Their reluctance to spend on your funeral is, in fact, for the benefit of their children. By saving even a penny, your grandchildren could buy a few more sweets. Think of it this way." The old man paused, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Chu patted his shoulders, saying, "Come with me. I shall guide you to the underworld." "Very well," the old man sighed, obediently following Zhang Chu. Before long, Firepot spotted a small child nearby, clearly another young ghost. Zhang Chu approached, addressing the child. "Little friend, what brings you here?" The child, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, looked timidly up at Zhang Chu and asked, "Big brother, have you seen my mother? Why hasn't she come to find Hao? I want to go home." Zhang Chu inquired, "How did you end up here?" Hao explained, "A few days ago, I was at the supermarket with my mother. I didn't like her holding my hand, so I ran away into the street. Then a big mixer truck came and hit me. When I woke up, I found myself all alone here. I can't find my mother." Zhang Chu assured him, "All right, come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe." "Okay." The child replied hesitantly, that he then looked at Firepot and asked, "Big brother, can I ride this big dog?" Firepot turned away, feigning indifference. Zhang Chu remarked, How, riding the dog is a no-go. It can lead to torn trousers, but if you wish to be carried by it, it would happily oblige." How immediately shook his head. At that moment, an idea struck Zhang Chu. 3 wandering ghosts should suffice. Chapter 106. With wealth, everything is negotiable. After locating 3 wild spirits, Zhang Chu led them back to the city god temple. Upon entering the temple, the 3 elderly men who awaited him immediately sensed his arrival and turned their attention toward the entrance. Naturally, lacking the ability to perceive the supernatural, they could only see Zhang Chu himself and not the 3 wild spirits trailing behind him. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling washed over them. At that moment, the 3 elders appeared tense, realizing something amiss. Zhang Chu, however, paid no heed to the elders. Instead, he gestured to the side and instructed the wild spirits, "Stand here and remain still." The 3 spirits nodded in compliance and settled into a corner. Zhang Chu then approached the statue of the city god, scooping up some incense ashes from the burner, that he then gradually sprinkled the ashes at the temple entrance. Having completed this, Zhang Chu produced a talisman, giving it a gentle shake, causing it to ignite spontaneously without flame. He then held the talisman aloft, tracing a mysterious symbol in the air while reciting, "Wandering souls, lost and forlorn, wild spirits weeping, with nowhere to return, I beseech the underworld to open a path. As the autumn waters pierce through, summon forth the messengers of the netherworld." As his incantation reached its conclusion, the talisman erupted with a brilliant light. The smoke emanating from its combustion spread a peculiar aura throughout the city god temple. Moments later, the faint sound of dragging iron chains echoed within the ears of those present. Although the 3 elders saw nothing, their minds conjured a terrifying image of a spectral messenger, bearing iron chains, drawing ever closer, as if those chains could ensnare souls. Zhang Chu's gaze remained fixed on the temple entrance, where the ashes lay scattered. At that moment, several footprints appeared upon the ashes, as if a living being was traversing them, entering the grand hall. The three elders caught sight of this through their peripheral vision, and their hair stood on end in terror. Despite their anxiety, these seasoned individuals managed to maintain their composure. In truth, neither the elders nor Zhang Chu perceived the spectral messenger. Unlike spirits, messengers possess a far superior level of spiritual prowess. Furthermore, their unique role as enforcers of the underworld compels practitioners to refrain from scrutinizing their appearances out of respect. Zhang Chu, too, chose to remain oblivious to the messenger's presence. At that moment, he seated himself at the head of the Eight Immortals table and gestured to an empty spot to his left, saying, "Esteemed messenger, please take a seat." An icy chill enveloped the air instantly, causing the atmosphere around the table to feel as though it had solidified. Zhang Chu smiled slightly and naturally pointed to the three wild spirits nearby. "Esteemed messenger, I observed these three wild spirits adrift. Hence I invited you to escort them home." No sooner had he spoken than the presence of the wild spirits vanished. Zhang Chu sensed the icy aura retreating from him, indicating that the messenger intended to depart. Yet, Zhang Chu could not allow such a swift exit. He had summoned the wild spirits to entice the messenger for a purpose. Thus, he called out, "Esteemed messenger, please do not leave just yet. The three elders from Jinling City hold you in great esteem and have prepared a banquet in your honor that we implore you to partake in a few cups of wine." As he spoke, Zhang Chu uncorked a bottle of ergot. The moment the bottle was opened, a rich aroma of liquor wafted through the air. Zhang Chu felt the icy presence hesitate momentarily. His eyes brightened. Indeed, entities from the underworld have an affinity for alcohol. He filled a cup on the empty seat to his left, followed by serving himself and the three elders. Raising his cup, Zhang Chu exchanged glances with the three elders, who promptly lifted their cups as well. "Esteemed messenger, I invite you," he declared, and with that, Zhang Chu downed his drink in one go. The three elders hurriedly followed suit to their astonishment. The small cup before the messenger visibly lost half its contents. Zhang Chu understood then that while the messenger enjoyed wine, he remained wary of their intentions, hence he did not drain his cup. Zhang Chu remained unperturbed. As long as the ice was broken, it signified a positive omen to AT that moment. Zhang Chu pointed to a roasted chicken before them. "Esteemed messenger, please sample this dish and see if it pleases your palate." As his words fell, the glistening roasted chicken began to wither and dull at an astonishing rate, as if it had been air-dried for over a decade. The once fragrant aroma dissipated entirely. Observing this, Zhang Chu raised his cup again. "Esteemed messenger, please." This time, the messenger's cup finally reached the bottom. Zhang Chu hastily refilled it, while offering enticing words to encourage consumption. As the chicken's aroma vanished, it was promptly replaced with another, followed by a selection of elbow meat and pig's head, all served in quick succession. Meanwhile, Zhang Chu and the three elders merely sipped their drinks, refraining from touching their chopsticks. After the messenger had consumed a good portion of the liquor, Zhang Chu noted an increase in the speed at which the messenger drank. This indicated a waning of his initial reservations. Finally, Zhang Chu ventured, "Esteemed messenger, there is a matter upon which we seek your assistance." Upon hearing this, the three elders comprehended Zhang Chu's intentions and held their breaths, eager to witness the messenger's response. However, after Zhang Chu's request, the icy presence noticeably diminished, and it seemed the messenger was displeased, preparing to leave. Zhang Chu, anticipating this, quickly implored, "Esteemed messenger, please do not be angry. Let us speak civilly." As he spoke, he produced a stack of paper money from his robes and presented it. "Esteemed messenger, this is but a small token of our appreciation, which I shall burn for you. We only wish to convey a message." The icy presence hesitated briefly, yet it did not draw closer to Zhang Chu, indicating the messenger looked down upon the offering that moment. Boss Bai, summoning his courage, interjected, "Esteemed messenger, I have a gold watch here that you must accept." He promptly removed the watch from his wrist and respectfully placed it on the empty seat. In the next instant, Zhang Chu felt the icy presence return with vigor. Shocked, he inwardly cursed. What is the messenger's intention? Disdaining paper money for a gold watch. But can this watch even be of use in the underworld? Surely, he does not have a mistress on the surface. While Zhang Chu harbored such thoughts, he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect. He quickly declared, "Esteemed messenger, we have matters to discuss. And rest assured, if it requires gold, we are more than willing to oblige." At that moment, the three elders also grasped that gold could sway the messenger. Thus, Old Xiao and Old Qin, emboldened, hastily promised, Indeed, we old men have plenty of gold." No sooner had they spoken than the gold watch vanished from the table. The next moment, a plate of elbow meat soared into the air, losing its sheen instantly. Simultaneously, a cup of liquor emptied itself with an audible slurp, reminiscent of an old man savoring his drink. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Chu and the three elders understood. The messenger had accepted the offering, delighting in the food and drink, which signified that anything was negotiable.